One cold night in the impenetrable darkness, someone's footsteps were heard in the forest. Some kid was quickly running towards someone, or on the contrary, running away from someone. When they got a closer look at his face, it was clear the boy was definitely hiding from someone. Suddenly, he caught his foot on a protruding tree root and went tumbling. As he rolled, he saw before him the sharp precipice into which he was destined to fall. The kid hit the ledges of the cliff painfully several times and only then landed. He felt the strength from beneath his legs begin to fade, and his breathing couldn't recover. That's when the boy saw that he wouldn't have to run anymore because the end was near. He wasn't going to just lie there like a coward and stare at his abusers, so he quickly pulled himself together and stood up to face the evil. The boy walked towards the red cloaks, beginning to guess what was going on. He looked at the offenders, numbering far more than the guy could overpower, and assumed they had read all of this in advance. The boy named Cheon-eun, although he realized that the advantage was on their side, but he wasn't going to ask for mercy. The red cloaks turned to the boy with a chuckle, calling him Prince and saying they were tired of waiting for him here. Cheon didn't know what to do, for he no longer had any strength to run away from them. He asked why they were doing all this, because he had no chance of becoming king, and he was going to give up his life in the castle. One of the red cloaks replied that none of that mattered, because he was a prince, and that was a good reason to take him out. He also added that because of his prav, to become king too is just a necessary procedure, so it is better not to resist. They informed him that they would take into account the fact that he was their majesty's son and would deal with him quickly. Cheon didn't like the fact that these insolent men dared to insult his mother by calling him low-class blood. The guy had already realized that it was unlikely that they would really kill him quickly, so he decided to fight to the end. The red cloaks noticed this and wondered if Chang's bodyguard had had time to teach him martial arts. The guy knew that was definitely not the case, but there was nothing to be done, so he would stand. Red Cloak quickly guessed that Cheon wasn't a fighter at all, but just unwilling to give up, and decided it was even more fun that way. In just a second, he had already commanded everyone else to attack the guy and destroy him. The boy tried to make quick work of the blade, swinging it in different directions. The chief of the Red Cloaks with a long sword was already flying at him quickly. With his hilt, he knocked the blade out of Cheon's hands, leaving the guy without his only defense. Next, the Red Cloak pushed off and quickly flew straight at Cheon. He grabbed him by the neck and squeezed him tightly, lifting the boy into the air with ease. Redcoat decided to wonder one last time if this was the end. But no one expected that the guy would actually stand to the last man and secretly pull a knife from behind his belt. Other members of the Redcoat community noticed this and began to draw out warnings. Unfortunately for them, they didn't make it in time, and Cheon-eun plunged a knife into his assailant. The Redcoats were greatly surprised at this turn of events. The offender let go of the guy, and he slumped to the ground with an evasive smile at having been able to get back at them in some way. Redcoats wondered if the boy really didn't know how to fight, or was just pretending. In any case, they were surprised at his determination for such a rash act. One of the community members lunged with insults to attack the boy. In one deft, swift movement, he knocked Cheon off his feet and threw him far back. Cheon, already feeling a lack of strength, felt the last drop of determination leaving him. Red Cloak was furious at the boy's action and shouted that such behavior was simply reckless. In the next second, he put his sword to Cheon, who realized that now was truly the end. There was not a sound in the night silence of the forest more often than not nearby, as suddenly someone's last breath was heard. Cheon felt the tip of the sword on himself and never thought it would hurt so much. Redcoat put a foot on his stew and asked how he felt about lying there now with a hole in his belly button. The boy at this time was thinking only of how glad he was that he had managed to get rid of at least one of them. The Red Cloak pressed his foot harder and harder on the wound and shouted for him to agonize in pain. Not all of the Redcoats shared such brutal methods of reprisal. One of them thought he didn't understand it at all, but he couldn't say anything, for their man had been destroyed by this boy. In the next second, everyone saw an inexplicable bright golden flash. The Red Cloak that was standing by Cheon noticed that it was something moron straight towards him. The flash, as it approached, turned into a huge explosion that hit the guy's offense. Cheon, like the others, didn't understand anything and only saw the Red Cloak blown up in front of him. Everyone was lost in speculation as to what it was and how it was able to destroy their buddy. Suddenly, someone else came to the edge of the forest where these events were unfolding. The Red Cloak quickly sensed something and turned around at the quiet sound of footsteps. He immediately shouted for everyone to quickly turn their attention back and get ready. All the red cloaks turned around and saw some obscure person with a slight bluish glow. It was as if electric lightning was flying around the stranger. The guy looked pretty modern, but not for red coats and Cheon. The red cloaks were slightly confused and even frightened by the strange man. The stranger smirked evilly and was glad he had gotten there in time, preventing them from finishing off Cheon. One of the gang of thugs lunged at him, asking him what he even was. The guy continued to remain silent and only made a few incomprehensible movements with his hands. In the next second, another bright exploding flash flew at the red cloak. The rest of the community saw their associate killed by the white-yellow light. At that moment, one of the red cloaks noticed something incredible and strange. The unknown guy shimmered with lightning discharges and instantly disappeared in their light. At this moment, a strong wind picked up, and the red cloaks thought that it might be a lightning step ability, which was highly unlikely. They knew that for this to happen, everything had to disappear in an instant and become as clear as water. There was also the assumption that it was the light of a fighter whose skills had reached the highest level, but then it was incomprehensible why such a great fighter was helping this kid. In any case, Cheon-Yoon has already lost enough blood and it will be impossible to save him, so this is the end of the Red Cloak's mission. One of the gang members yelled for everyone else to get out of here immediately. They quickly began running after each other and pushing off high into the air. It seems that someone in that clearing did not want the night to end that way at all. That's why the stranger raised his hand and did something that made the first fleeing bandit get destroyed. Cheon-Yoon was exhausted but still conscious and found this picture quite amusing. At some point he felt he could resist no longer and gave up. The stranger stepped closer to Cheon, who felt a sharp whiff of cold wind. Cheon-Yoon decided that this is how one leaves this world, so it's all normal. The stranger quickly looked at his watch and realized that he had already been found, so he didn't have much time. He indicated that he wanted to come in early and give instructions on how to use it. But since there was no time, the guy decided to just make it quick. It was important to get there before Cheon-Eun died, so the guy quickly injected something into his neck with a syringe. He next settled himself against Cheon's ribcage and felt even more uncomfortable about it. Since there was nothing to do, the stranger quickly got things over with. He addressed Cheon respectfully, calling him his ancestor. Afterward, the guy wished him luck and asked that he too get something good from his ancestor. The stranger got ready to leave and lastly said that Cheon had a nanomachine of the latest design, so it wouldn't be hard to figure out how to use it. In the next second, the unknown man simply vaporized just the same in the light of electric lightning. Cheon-Yoon had no way of understanding what this strange man was trying to tell him. At that moment, the guy heard some incomprehensible numbers ringing in his head and passed out. Long ago, warriors under the heavens developed martial arts for self-defense and life. Now this complex system included techniques of nutrition, breathing, spiritual development, and more. Warriors, through special writings and sacred books, passed on their knowledge to the next generations, which in time came to resemble a full-fledged teaching. One day, the young students banded together to gain more power and knowledge that the older ones had. The elders did not want to share their experience early, and so their society was divided into traitors and loyalists. Since they could not defeat each other, there was a precarious equilibrium between them until a third force, the mages, appeared. This story is about how someone wanted to overthrow the Lord of Magic, Cheon-Yoon, and become the new lord themselves. Cheon-Yoon finally came to his senses and jumped up on the bed, not immediately realizing where he was. He didn't understand why he was still alive, for he remembered the tip of the Red Cloak's sword exactly. I wondered what really happened to him. The guy noticed he was all wet, and a second later he felt himself getting worse. Cheon saw some strange black spots on his hands that were definitely not on him before. He further examined his entire body, which also had spots on it, and suddenly heard someone inside him ask if he had come to his senses. Cheon thought for a moment that he had heard it all, but the question was repeated again. The guy immediately jumped out of bed and started asking who was the guy talking to him. He quickly looked around but didn't see anyone, so he quickly calmed down as he suddenly heard someone's voice again. At that moment, Cheon fully realized that the voice was coming straight from his head. A voice from inside confirmed all the guy's assumptions and said that he had gotten it right. Cheon couldn't stand it and shouted to the voice to introduce himself, to which the voice replied that he was a 7th-generation nano-machine linked directly to his brain. The guy obviously expected to hear anything but that, so he started yelling even louder. From the ancient language, the word machine was consonant with the modern word spirit, and so Cheon began to speculate. The guy knew that a spirit could only be obtained with comprehension of the magical sacred fire. Terrified that this could really be happening, he immediately collapsed to the floor. Cheon quietly and uncertainly wondered if he was really talking to a spirit. At this time, bodyguard Chang led the White Counselor to the chambers where Cheon-yun was currently resting. White Counselor wondered if this was really an attempt at a secret massacre. The bodyguard replied that this was far from the first attempted attack recently. The White Advisor decided that since those dared such an unheard-of audacity, they would most likely be from the magical organization of the North. The bodyguard added that young Mr. Cheon was definitely helped by someone, but it is unknown who. Counselor asked if Chan could guess who did it. Bodyguard Chan began to remember what he had seen in the forest last night. He said that he saw a real horror because a pile of mutilated bodies was lying all over the clearing. Only one of the attackers was destroyed by the young lord's blade. As Chan concentrated, he heard someone's quiet breathing nearby. He immediately rushed there and saw Mr. Zhang Yun lying there unconscious, completely covered in blood. What was very strange was that there was not a single wound on the young lord's body. The bodyguard also clarified that there was a wound mark on his clothes, but not a single scratch underneath, and from the outside, it looked like Cheon was asleep. The White Counselor was puzzled as to who could help the young prince after all. Whatever they thought, the decision was first made to go and take a look at the Dairy Lord before making any assumptions. Cheon asked who had saved him, to which the nanomachine replied that it had merely prevented the onset of lethality. The guy didn't seem to quite understand exactly what the nanomachine was saying. The nanomachine was trying to find some information in the guy's head that would help him understand what was going on. She changed her language to one that was more understandable to Cheon and began to say that she was not a spirit. The nanomachine warned him that it would download instructions on how to use it into his brain right now. Cheon gave his consent, and the downloading process began, similar to what he had seen before the stranger disappeared from the clearing. Upon finishing, the guy felt very dizzy and a sense of impending nausea. In just a second, the young gentleman collapsed to the floor and vomited everything in his stomach. The nanomachine said that this is always the case when information is first transmitted, and it will have to stop in the future. Cheon-yun felt his head spinning violently from the floating memories and information. At some point, the young gentleman decided to address the device within himself. He clarified whether it was true that he now had a huge number of very small devices in his body, to which he received an affirmative answer. Somehow the guy still didn't understand how it could be both not a spirit and not a person. Cheon wondered if she would be able to leave him, to which the nanomachine replied that it would only happen if the master died completely and utterly. At that moment, the guy realized that this car had been shoved into him by the very stranger who had dealt with the redcoats. He still didn't understand why it had happened to him specifically or who had done it. At this moment, bodyguard Chang knocked on the Lord's room and said that the White Counselor had arrived. Cheon immediately realized that he would be considered insane if they saw him talking to himself. The nanomachine warned the wizard that it could communicate with him by reading his mind, so he didn't have to say everything out loud. When the bodyguard and the White Counselor went inside, they thought the young lord had not woken up yet. At that moment, Chan noticed the boy's eyes open and immediately rushed over to him asking if he was okay. When the bodyguard leaned towards the young master, he could smell a strong stench. He didn't realize where it was coming from, and Cheon realized it was his body stains. The White Counselor also heard a wild stench coming clearly from the guy. He came closer and asked if the boy remembered him, to which he replied that he would never forget the man who had treated his mother. The counselor asked the young gentleman to measure his heartbeat. He said it didn't hurt and took the boy's black-stained hand in his own. I could read great surprise and misunderstanding in the White Counselor's eyes. He said it was just something amazing and incredible, unfathomable to explain. The bodyguard freaked out that the guy had some kind of illness, but the counselor not only denied it, but said he didn't know what was wrong with him himself. The counselor explained that all the toxins had come out of the guy, and his pulse was healthier than ever, so maybe some miracle drug explained it. Cheon decided to intervene in the conversation and inquired about what exactly the conversation was about. The counselor replied that the young lord's body was in the most suitable shape to comprehend the martial art. Cheon guessed that those black gooey spots were toxins coming out of his body. He immediately wondered if the nanomachine had done all this to him. The nanomachine heard this and inquired if the master wished to disable sleep mode. She reactivated and explained that she had removed all the toxins and changed her circulatory and muscular systems so that they were fit for exercise. It became even more unclear to Cheon-yun who this nanomachine really was. The guy asked again if this device was definitely not a spirit, to which he received a negative answer. Once upon a time, the magic cult was made up of 7 clans, with only 6 clans being the main ones. The Lord took an oath that he would marry a woman from each major clan so that those would bear him heirs. The successor was born and brought up according to tradition, and afterward was accepted into a magical academy. The academy opened its doors every 10 years and trained only the best warriors. There were also times when rivalries came first. When several princes entered the academy at once, it was the time of the battles of the heirs to the magistrate. Cheon-yoon also asked if the machine was an evil god, to which he was also told no. At that moment, the guy realized that he looked quite strange from the outside, where the counselor was watching him. He quickly turned away and realized he shouldn't confess to having a nanomachine. The white counselor looked at the guy in silence and was sure that someone had helped him. He reported that there was nothing wrong with the guy's body, but he would still prescribe a tonic to restore energy. The bodyguard offered to escort the counselor out, but he declined. The white counselor stepped outside the room and thought about how a person could change so much in such a short time. Once upon a time, he was sure the weak boy would be gotten rid of, but now he was with incredibly huge potential. One way or another, the lad was still the Lord's illegitimate son. The counselor quickly guessed that the academy opening this year was going to be quite noisy. Cheon-yoon exhaled nervously and decided for sure that no one had guessed anything. He also knew that he was still alive thanks to bodyguard Chan. Even though the nanomachine had healed him, Mr. Chan had come just in time. Cheon stood up and wanted to move closer to the bodyguard, thankfully. Chan stopped the lad and, covering his nose, asked the gentleman to start with a bath. The boy remembered how stinky he smelled and replied that it was a good idea. In just a few minutes, a hot bath was prepared for the young gentleman. The guy got comfortable and at some point turned to the nanomachine. He asked how she had healed him, to which he received the answer that any external and internal damage could be repaired. The nanomachine told some other things that made the guy confused about everything even more. He decided to see if what the nanomachine was saying was true, and he had already thought of something. Cheon took the sharp blade and made a deep cut on his left arm. The nanomachine reported that there was an activation of the self-recovery state from the wound. In a matter of seconds, you could say right before my eyes, the wound on my palm healed and the blood stopped flowing. Cheon-yoon was shocked and pleasantly surprised by such abilities of the nanomachine. Looking at it all with my own eyes, it was still hard to believe, but it was already real. He also asked if he could really use all the information the machine had placed in his head. The machine responded in agreement, and the guy decided to finish with a bath and experience something. At that moment, the guy noticed what a trim and muscular body the nanomachine had made for him. At that moment, an assistant entered the room to help the prince dress. While he was being dressed, he listened to a detailed explanation from the nanomachine about it, and realized that everything he had done before now seemed pointless. Cheon walked into his office and didn't know what to do when the nanomachine suggested he take one of the books and flip through it. The guy was surprised that he should just flip through the book without even reading. He decided to find at least some martial arts-related book that detailed one of the most powerful breathing techniques. Cheon found something in it about blood points and power and warned the nano, that's what he called the nanomashu, that he was coming. The young gentleman began to leaf through the book quickly, turning one page after another. Suddenly it glowed with a bluish glow and something like scanning began. Nano reported that he had successfully scanned the book and now wanted to transfer all that information to the master's brain. This required the master's consent, which he gladly gave. In that very second, he felt a flood of information rush through his entire body, especially his head, at breakneck speed. It was like an electric lightning strike, only not as painful. As he finished, Cheon-yoon felt weak again and rested his hands on the table. His head spun and nausea came to his throat, to which Nano said the master would soon get used to it. For a second, the guy thought that the nano was worried about him, but he quickly realized that these were just plain facts, and no emotions the machine had. He inquired about what it would take to get the information he needed and learned that it was just something to think about. Cheon sighed unhappily and began to quickly gibber information about blood points and their connections to the human body. The next moment, the young gentleman realized that he had not previously known this information. It even seemed a little crazy to M because it was impossible to understand the entire contents of a whole book so easily. Nano also said he did a transfer of information with some of his own edits to the book. Cheon realized that he could learn martial arts faster than anyone else. Such thoughts could not but delight the lad who had considered himself up to this point completely unfit for battle. He remembered watching the 6 clan candidates and still couldn't understand some of the techniques. Despite that, The guy had heard that there were still many of them in the Magic Academy. The guy made a firm decision for himself and set a goal: to become the strongest in this academy. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the candidate heir of the southern castle of the demonic cult of the Pakmajun family, someone at the window wondered how it was that out of 5 of his men after one boy, no one survived. The unknown man didn't see any sense in it and even thought he had been tricked. Redcoat replied that he thought this guy had definitely been secretly helped by someone. The prince became furious that this subordinate dared to call him by name. Red Cloak quickly apologized to Prince Chong and said that they thought it would be easy to straighten out a low-class bastard. Prince Chong guessed that Cheon has a couple trump cards up his sleeve, and besides his bodyguard Chan, he has someone else helping him. Most likely there is a person desperately defending this bastard. Prince Chong promised himself to deal with Cheon-un already at the Magic Academy. Outside the window of young Master Cheon's chambers, it was already beginning to dawn. The boy lay quietly on the bed, still trying to sleep, but to no avail. He didn't understand how anyone could fall asleep after learning such information about himself. Cheon noticed the rays of the piercing, sunny morning and stepped out onto the balcony, noticing the dawn. The young gentleman looked straight in front of him and knew for sure that today he would enter the academy. The guy noticed his bodyguard Chan honing his martial arts skills. Chan was an exemplary fighter and knew quite a few techniques for decent defense and offense. Cheon was lost in speculation as to whether it would be better to just learn the dagger technique. He remembered how he had promised himself after his mother's passing not to study martial arts until he entered the magical academy. He was snapped out of his musings by Nano, gently addressing him on a single question. Nano inquired if the master wished to scan the movements of Chan's bodyguard. Cheon-yun, who didn't even know that such a thing was possible, was visibly surprised. He asked in shock if the machine could really scan people's movements. He wondered if this meant that once scanned, the information would automatically transfer to his brain. Nano replied that it was entirely possible, and he could also add various fighting techniques to the guy's brain on his own. Cheon wasn't sure if it would be okay to borrow the bodyguard's techniques without his permission. Either way, he didn't have time to think about regrets, so he made a decision. After that, Nano immediately activated the motion scanning system. Each of the bodyguard's quick and precise movements was recorded by the machine. It was similar to the way technology stored information on hard disks. The bodyguard had a superior martial arts technique that he had practiced for years. After about half an hour, the Nano had fully completed the motion scan. The next step was to transfer the scanned information into the master's brain. From the surprise, the young gentleman collapsed to the floor, but this time it went much easier. He sat motionless for a while, and afterward it was as if he remembered something important. Cheon asked himself one question time after time: how was this even possible? In just a second, he ran lightning fast towards his weapon and began practicing. Firmly gripping the sword in its scabbard, the guy felt a sudden surge of strength and energy. The guy felt that he had mastered bodyguard Chan's dagger technique. Recovering in time, he decided to stay out of sight of anyone, much less a bodyguard. Cheon-yun quickly closed the shutters of the window and moved on to practicing the technique he had learned. The young gentleman took an appropriate stance and took a deep breath. His eyes seemed to fill with a bluish glow from the information he received. The floor beneath my feet, like sand, scattered in small pieces in different directions. Cheon-yun's every move was as precise, agile, and powerful as Chan's, and even better. The guy himself felt that he was performing exactly the same movements as his bodyguard after 20 years of training. He still couldn't believe that the scanning system allowed him to avoid all the complexities of such techniques. At this point, Nano asked if he could perform information transfer to the muscles. Cheon only wanted to ask what it was for when he suddenly felt a strong pain. The young gentleman collapsed to the floor from helplessness and literally could not move. He asked the machine why his body suddenly twisted with intense pain. Nano began to explain that after certain workouts, the volume of the muscles increases, and thus they get damaged, but Cheon still didn't understand anything. The machine quickly began searching for the appropriate language for the user, which confused the guy even more. After only a minute, Nano explained again that the guy hadn't been practicing as long as Chan, so his body couldn't adjust as quickly. He also clarified that in order to master the techniques later, he needs to carry out this transfer to the muscles in order to utilize the technique to its full potential. Cheon was only interested in one question: if he accomplished this transfer, would the pain lead out of the body? Nano replied that this transfer would be accompanied by pain, so anesthesia would be administered for a few hours during it, and afterwards it would all go away. For reasons unknown, the guy wanted to try a transfer without anesthesia. Nano was fine with it. Plus, Cheon had asked him to administer anesthesia if he noticed any deterioration. Within a second, the machine had already started the process of transferring information to the muscles. After a while, the young gentleman decided he was too worried about it because he felt everything on a tickle level. Before I could think about it, the next moment I experienced something powerful, like the discharge of several hundred electric lightning bolts. Nano detected the sudden deterioration and started the process of administering anesthesia. The car arrived just in time, and Cheon only managed to let out a low wheeze before collapsing onto the bed. His unconscious body lay on the bed while the transfer process took place. Meanwhile, somewhere in the kitchen, a bodyguard was preparing breakfast for himself and the prince. After Chan tasted a spoonful of soup, he decided that he was as good a cook as the famous master. He felt like cooking something special for the prince tonight. It had been 5 years since the bodyguard had learned how to cook for the prince, even though he wasn't even a cook. He remembered how, on the verge of life and death, Cheon's mother had asked him to look after her son. It had been 5 years since Mrs. Hua passed away from poisoned food, and today was the day her son was entering the academy. At some point, bodyguard Chan felt uneasy and decided to check on the prince immediately. The knife fell out of his hands with a clatter to the floor as Chan was already gone. The bodyguard burst into the prince's chambers like a stung man asking if he was all right. At that moment, he saw the young gentleman lying on the bed, but he did not realize whether he was alive or not. To make sure he was okay, he walked over and felt Cheon's pulse. Judging by his pulse, the guy was fine, but he looked like he'd just come back from a battle. The next second, Mr. Chan noticed deep footprints on the floor. He walked over and examined them more closely to determine their nature. The bodyguard remembered that the prince had been watching him train for at least 2 years. It made him laugh that the guy had accomplished more in 2 years of observation than he had in 20 years of training. The nano finally reported that the transfer of information to the muscles was complete, and the anesthesia process was turned off. Cheon-yoon abruptly jumped up and took a deep breath as if he had been underwater for a long time without breathing before. The guy decided he would never voluntarily agree to something like that again. At one point, he noticed he was lying on the bed and assumed a bodyguard had stopped by. He stood up and picked up the dagger he had dropped from the floor after the transmission process had started. The guy didn't understand whether something had worked or not, and Nano reported that he now had the muscle structure of someone who had been practicing the technique for 20 years. He was, of course, curious to check it out and had already taken a stance on it. After taking a deep breath, Cheon began practicing his dagger technique. Making a few quick movements, the young gentleman didn't even expect such an effect. He felt that the technique was the same as before, but much stronger and more precise. What he liked most was the superior sensation of cutting through the air. In joy, the guy repeated these movements a few dozen more times. He knew for a fact that it would be more than enough for the first formation. With his next moves, it became obvious to him that he was even a step away from second formation. Miscalculating his new strength, the young lord once again broke through the floor of his chambers. He noticed it immediately, and was even a little nervous about how he was going to explain it all to Chan. Well, this time he used a light style and didn't expect this result. He felt like if the bodyguard saw this, it wouldn't be good. Just at that moment, Mr. Chan came up to his chambers with his breakfast and asked permission to enter. The young gentleman began to panic, wondering what he should do to cover his tracks. The bodyguard, without waiting for the prince's reply, entered the room on his own. Cheon thought of nothing better than to quickly move the table from the window to the trail spot. The bodyguard was surprised at this, for usually the lad took the meal of the window. Cheon tried to explain that he hadn't been home in a while and wanted to eat the food in the center of the room. He looked at the tray and saw all his favorite dishes at once. It was already clear to the guy that the bodyguard cared about him, especially with the fact that he was entering the academy today. Nano informed the master that against the background of the change in his emotional state, his stomach acidity had increased, so he needed to eat urgently. Cheon felt uncomfortable with Nano's abrupt message and put him in sleep mode, pouncing on his breakfast. Mr. Cheon asked the prince to eat slower to avoid an upset stomach. Cheon sincerely thanked the bodyguard from the bottom of his heart for such a delicious breakfast. Mr. Chang couldn't stand it and asked the prince when he had time to master his dagger technique. Cheon quickly pretended he didn't know what he was talking about, though the sweat droplets on his forehead said otherwise. Without further ado, the bodyguard picked up the table, hiding the footprints, and pushed it aside. In front of him and the prince were fresh marks from the intense training. The bodyguard quickly realized that there were also fresh footprints here that looked much more distinct than the first time. The guy knew full well that stealing other people's equipment was a crime in their world, so he realized that there was no forgiveness for him. Suddenly, the bodyguard crouched down next to the prince and praised him for a good job. He also added that there is nothing wrong with the guy learning his techniques secretly, as he is his bodyguard. Chan handed some piece of paper to the guy, explaining that it was an energy expenditure method for the light style of the dagger technique. He said that he wished to give the prince some advice on mastering the easy style, but there were many more things at the academy far better than those he could offer him. That was why the bodyguard wanted the young master to master it first. Cheon-yun couldn't contain his emotions and burst into tears like a baby, holding the method paper tightly in his hands. Bodyguard Chan looked at the guy and plunged into the memories of 5 years ago. He remembered how the young gentleman had bent over his late mother's body and promised him never to cry again. At that time, the still little prince had sobbed for 2 days without stopping before making such a promise. It had been a full 5 years since Lady Hua had left them, and Chan had had to put up with the young Prince Cheon's temper while clenching his teeth. Only now did the bodyguard realize that the young lord was still a boy, so much in need of parental care. Leaving the room, Chang warned the boy that once he was enrolled in the academy, he would no longer be able to stay with him, so the prince could cry today, but had to be strong from tomorrow. Cheon-yun still couldn't calm down, and through his tears, he thanked the bodyguard for everything. At last, the door to the chambers closed, and the young lord was alone with his thoughts. Suddenly, he decided for himself that, starting today, there was no more room for fear and doubt in his life. The boy knew for sure that even if he no longer had a mother, he always had a place to go back to. Meanwhile, a large number of guys had already gathered at the gates of the Magic Academy. Someone looked around at everyone gathered and estimated that there were about 1,000 people here, gathered from different clans. The 2 guys were talking amongst themselves about how unsettling it was to actually be outside the academy, but because of the air competition, they were obliged to line up. Someone from the Supreme was already heading towards the throne with a decisive step. Even from the inner hall, he could hear how noisy the guys were when they arrived at the academy. The formidable cloaked man said that because of this mess, he couldn't see any hint of anyone's soul. It was the Lord's left bodyguard, Fire King Li Hua-myung, menacingly asking everyone present how determined they were, because right here, they could die. Everyone gathered knew very well that this red hair belonged to the left bodyguard, who was one of the 10, if not 5, strongest magic cultists. The Fire King turned his full attention to the children in the front row rather quickly. There, the children of all 6 clans of the magical empire lined up one by one. The first in line was the unwavering child of the Darkness clan, Zhong Mu-en. Following behind him was a cunning fellow from the Sword clan named Chong Ken-woong. The disgruntled and annoyed guy at number 3 was from the Stream clan named Zhong Mu-kum. Behind him came the 4th cunning and duplicitous Zhang Jun-sum of the Poison clan. Number 5 in this row was the heir to the Blade clan named Zhong Yu-chang. Rounding out the 6 clan heirs was a beautiful girl from the Sound clan, Zhong Won-ryu. The left bodyguard noticed that there wasn't one number 7 among all the heirs. Cheon-yun, meanwhile, was stuck in front of the academy's gate entrance due to the fact that he couldn't find a name badge. The guy behind the counter said he didn't see the 7th prince's badge among everyone else, so we'd have to wait for him to find it somewhere. Cheon-yun quickly realized that this was the shenanigans of one of the 6 clans because none of them wanted to stand in line with him. Also, the guy realized that no good would come of it if he quarreled with them from the start. He also knew that they had been trying to finish him off his entire life and would likely try again at the first opportunity. Despite all these countless attempts on his life, Cheon still came here to become stronger than anyone in this demonic academy. Finally, the young lord stepped inside. The academy looked around. He realized that it would be quite difficult to get ahead among such a huge number of people. Some guys had already spotted the guy with the black name badge number 7 and knew that he didn't belong to any of the other 6 clans and didn't master any martial arts style, which meant he would fail quickly. Cheon already knew what everyone present was whispering about, even though he couldn't hear it, but he let them laugh at himself. After all, it wouldn't be for long. The left bodyguard noticed Cheon-yun too, and was even confused for a moment by the fact that the guy was standing at the end behind everyone. It made him laugh at this way of drawing attention to himself, being an illegitimate child of a lord. At last, the soldiers blew their horns, signaling the beginning of the ceremony. All of the boys became excited and became silent, for the Lord himself would be arriving here very soon. Within moments, a lord surrounded by his retinue was on his way to the throne to join them all. The boys were literally speechless at what they saw and froze with anticipation. First to all, of course, came the Lord himself, being a very serious and intimidating man. Next, his bodyguards took turns following him, escorting the Lord all the way to the throne. They took turns behind the Lord to take their respective positions on the pedestal. One of the bodyguards cackled at the Fire King and loudly cursed. The left bodyguard couldn't stand this guy in perpetually tattered clothes and smelling of alcohol. It was the Lord's right bodyguard, a mad blade named Sob Meng, who snickered at the Fire King. Their bickering ended rather quickly when they noticed another of the Lord's bodyguards looking at them. It was the main bodyguard of the great guardian king named Marakum, calmly asking everyone to be quiet. When everyone finally calmed down and the Lord made himself comfortable, everyone was ready to get started. The Lord towered over everyone without even saying anything, as he was one of the 5 strongest in the Murim cult, magnified by a heavenly devil named John Yu Jong. Just looking at him made everyone uncomfortable and even scared to look up at him. Everyone felt the overwhelming presence of a lord, though that was probably what a real lord who was Cheon Yoon's birth father should have. Chief Bodyguard Maricum stepped forward a little and announced general silence. For a few more seconds, everyone waited in silence for complete silence and anticipated the coming ordeal. Maricum assessed the situation and reported to Mr. Jung Yu Jung that everything was ready. The Lord quickly looked around at everyone and stood up from his throne, approaching the edge of the pedestal. Everyone who has ever looked into his eyes has been able to experience the incredible power that this man carries. He began to say that they are all responsible for the future of this cult, and they welcome them here. The boys felt the majestic energy of the Lord and realized that this was his Negan, which meant having inner strength or potential. Cheon immediately noticed how crisp and clear everything was heard, as if the Lord was just saying it without raised tones, but because of the Nagong, everything echoed loudly everywhere. The Lord went on to say that this is where doctrine and fetters become the power of the cult. The boys shouted their satisfaction and joy at being here. Everyone was ready to fight and fight for their demonic cult, and the bodyguards were, as always, pleased with the Lord's work. When Lord Young Yuechong was about to leave, he noticed one person in the moment of his turning around with his side vision. The Lord still noticed his bastard Cheon Yoon, outshining everyone else despite standing at the end of everyone. The Lord had nothing to add, so he cast a quick glance at the boy headed away. The chief bodyguard followed him, as he never left the Lord unprotected. Cheon Yoon couldn't take his eyes off the Lord and his subordinates, for he had never seen them before. He also never saw his father either, from whom he noticed only cold eyes. In any case, the guy wasn't expecting anything from him, since the man hadn't even shown up after his mother passed away. The Fire King announced that now that all of Mr. Jong Yu Chong's welcoming speech was over, they could begin. The boys were immediately fired up about it and began to discuss heatedly among themselves the coming trials. The left bodyguard clearly wasn't going to tolerate this attitude and was about to burst out, shouting at the top of his voice a second later that everyone should stand the way they were supposed to. The boys immediately drew back into ranks, frightened by the sight of the angry bodyguard. The Fire King waited a moment, and after calming down, began to say that it wasn't all that complicated and you just had to listen carefully. He began to tell me that the training at the academy would last 4 years and consist of 6 stages. The bodyguard added that after each stage, they would have to pass a test, for which they would have only 1 attempt, which visibly tuned the guys up. The Fire King rejoiced when the meaning of his words and the seriousness of the situation finally reached the boys. He also confirmed their fears that if they failed, they would be out immediately when someone dared to ask a question. This was one of the heirs of the 6 clans, believing that everyone here owed them. The Fire King quickly put him in his place, saying that such a rascal was not given the right to speak here. The heir was beyond angry and even released his Nagin without thinking of the consequences. The left bodyguard literally lit up and said he would deal personally with anyone who thought they were above the rest. It was because once they enrolled in the academy, they would all lose their clan privileges and could be expelled before the competition even started. Of course, the heir to the 6 clans didn't want to be put in such a situation, so he simply remained silent while the others giggled at him. The boy had no choice but to apologize through gritted teeth for his impertinent prank. The Fire King thought he had guessed what the heir wanted to inquire about after all. He asked that no one think that one try is unfair, as some of them might get special encouragement. Whoever advances to the next stage and gets the reward, which is a black dragon stone, Cheon didn't know what it meant and just overheard that it was a healing stone, allowing you to get 20 years on top. The guys were discussing among themselves that if they went through all the stages, they could earn 6 stones, which would be equal to 120 years, but it was unlikely that anyone would succeed. Cheon knew that 6 stages was quite a lot, plus he had no Nagin at all. The second encouragement was a book of martial arts secrets, which was one of the most important books in their world. The Fire King told them that the library was located on 5 floors of the academy, and with each successful test, they would gain access to 1 floor. He added that depending on their efforts, they would have the opportunity to learn the secrets of the 6 clans and other secret materials. Cheon knew that martial arts books were far more important than Nagong in terms of survival. The Fire King decided to dampen the guys' enthusiasm and clarified that most of them wouldn't make it to the 5th floor, so they might as well come down to earth. While he was saying all this, the right bodyguard was calmly sipping his alcoholic beverage from a flask as if nothing had happened. Sob Men knew that the Fire King, more than anyone else, knew how to demotivate people, which was not at all to his liking. Meanwhile, the Fire King began to recount the third and final encouragement. He reported that each of them could reach a rank that had never been seen before. One of the heirs didn't quite understand why they had all privileges revoked the moment they were admitted. The Fire King explained that as they stayed in the academy, they would get different ranks in ascending order, but most of them wouldn't even reach 3. Either way, he wondered if it would be a disgrace for the members of the high-ranking clans here to become low-ranking clansmen. Sobmeng knew that reaching the 6th rank was almost unrealistic, and in the last century, not even a dozen people had passed the test. The left bodyguard told them that if they could pass to the higher levels, their rank would be taken into account. Cheon realized that while survival was his main concern before, now survival was to rise in rank. On that note, the Fire King announced that he was done with explanations. Now they will have to divide into groups to move into the dormitory, and the first test will begin. Cheon-yoon clearly didn't expect this, especially the message about some groups. It was quite a surprise to get the announcement of the first test right now. Folks are a little revolted that it's unfair to start the test right now. They thought they would have to learn something in the beginning and then take tests afterward. The Fire King couldn't stand it and shouted menacingly for everyone to shut up, because those who wouldn't pass didn't deserve to be called even a low ranker. The first test is a test from basic skills, and at least some level of Naigan, so those who don't have it can prepare for expulsion. Cheon-yoon didn't know what to do since he didn't even have a drop of Naigan, let alone basic skills. The Fire King decided to defuse the situation in his own style and said that they needed people for the sulfur work as well, so they might not worry so much. Now, the young lord understood why the 6 clansmen had once made him swear that he would not be trained in Naigan. He also realized that if he didn't pass now, he would become a low-ranking and then anyone would try to destroy him. One of the heirs laughed and was unspeakably pleased at this turn of events. Not sure whose, but it was a good idea to get rid of this guy without getting his own hands dirty. While he was thinking about this, he suddenly noticed some movement near the pedestal. Some important woman was already heading there, accompanied by her subordinates. It was the leader of one of the oldest clans of the Sound Clan demon cult, named Han So-yu. She walked leisurely and solemnly up the grand staircase to the throne. The Fire King announced that this great Sound Clan woman would oversee the first trial. He also added that this test is quite worthwhile, and if they don't pass it, they can never become even a low-rank warrior. Everyone wondered what kind of test needed this person's presence. No one wanted to believe what was happening, and only Cheon, who was standing behind everyone, didn't understand what was going on and why everyone was covering their ears. The Fire King said that if Lady Han really started emitting her waves of musical energy, they wouldn't have a chance to resist. The boys were to experience a wave of musical energy from an elder of the clan of sound. Mrs. Han said that even with a small amount of Naigun, they would be able to resist for 1 minute. The Fire King loudly announced to everyone that whoever could stand for 1 minute would pass the first test. He announced the start of the test, and the Sound Clan elder began to play. A strong negative energy began to emanate from her in the same second. This energy consumed everyone, taking their hearing and strength to stand one by one. Cheon-yoon would also feel the great power of this music wave, but he held on for now. Most of the guys actually gave up in the beginning, just like the leftist bodyguard said. He knew that those from the smaller clans would quickly give up, but the children of the 6 high-ranked clans were still standing as expected. Jongmu-kum of the Stream clan laughed and thought that it was like a tickle for his ears and nothing more. Meanwhile, Elder began to play a little more intensely to speed up the selection of the strongest. Yongmu Kum knew that the children of the 6 clans had been taking special medicines since they were young, allowing them to accumulate enough Negong. As Mrs. Han continued to play, he was sure that Cheon was already unconsciously lying on the ground. At one point, even the clan heirs sensed something strange about the ordeal. The only girl heir from the Wanryu Sound clan realized that her clan leader's game was getting faster. She knew from childhood what a wave of musical energy must be like for newcomers, and she didn't understand why that was the case. The other heirs also began to cover their ears one by one, as they could no longer stand against it. Gentleman Han was only focused on one person and couldn't understand why he was still standing, herself not noticing she had started playing too hard. All of her attention was only directed at Cheon Yun, who was still standing firmly on his feet. He himself wondered why the music wave seemed to have no effect on him. Half the people were already lying unconscious on the field when he was still fine without a drop of Nigun. If everyone was suffering from internal wounds, why was young Master still fine? Nano informed the Master that due to the powerful music waves, there was a chance of serious damage to his body, so the urgent defense mode was activated. Nano made the guy temporarily lose the ability to perceive any sounds. Cheon didn't understand how he could hear the Nano then, to which the machine replied that it was communicating with him by directly transmitting signals straight to his brain. The young lord couldn't help but notice the intimidating gaze the Sound Clan elder was looking at him with. He wanted to block out that terrifying stare, but then he would have to block out all vision. The Fire King sensed that the 5th clan elder was beginning to lose his composure. He knew that the history of the Sound Clan had become much stronger, and for those who had a Negong of less than 20 years, such a sound was impossible to listen to. The bodyguard also noticed how steadfast Cheon Yun was and decided that he had a Negong after all. It was the first time since taking his position that the Fire King had seen such an exciting passing of the first test. While he was wondering how much longer this bastard could last, the other heirs' ears began to bleed. The heirs, even with 20 years of Nagan, were already standing from their last strength so as not to embarrass their clansmen. Yongmu Kum noticed that the Sound Clan elder was playing so hard because she was very angry, but at whom and for what? A thought crossed his mind, but he quickly discarded it, as he couldn't even calculate that such a thing was possible. Yongmu Kum couldn't stand it and turned around, and when he saw something he didn't expect, he opened his mouth in surprise. The clan heirs knew they shouldn't consider the guys standing behind them, but interest took over. They took turns one after another to turn around at the reason for one of them being so surprised. Suddenly, all 6 clan heirs stared at Cheon Yun at the same time. They were shocked, surprised, and disappointed at the same time because they didn't understand how one could stand so still without a drop of Nigun. Jongmu Kum was incredibly angry and even began to suspect that Cheon had a new gun after all. Cheon, on the other hand, asked Nano if the babes ahead of him along with the 5th oldest were really furious right now. Nano immediately rushed to scan and analyze the movements of his facial muscles. Specifically, both surprise, bewilderment, annoyance, and even anger were read from the 5th elder's face. The boy's hearing was off and he couldn't hear anything, but he could see the hostility of everyone around him and his hurt pride. The guy also realized that if he passed the first test and stayed on his feet, no one would believe that he didn't have Nagan. The young gentleman asked the Nano if he could make him internal defeats. The machine interrogated the master if he got it right, and he wanted to do damage to his internal organs. She also warned the guy about the consequences from doing this, but Cheon was adamant and told her exactly how and what to do. The 5th elder had been finishing his musical wave for almost a minute now. She never thought that some bastard of 15 years could endure something like this. Gentleman Han just couldn't let it go, because she already had a personal motive in this case. Her pride couldn't allow him to stand there on the sidelines like nothing happened. Just after that, the 5th elder flirted with such power that half of his body strength had to be expended. The Fire King could feel the power of the music wave and knew that it was already dangerous for everyone. One of the clan's heirs was practically ready to fall to his knees from helplessness. The left bodyguard menacingly ordered the 5th elder to immediately stop. The woman seemed to come out of some sort of trance but finally stopped playing. In front of her, the lord's left bodyguard lay a pile of unconscious bodies. The heirs fell to their knees without strength and were happy that it was all over. Sobmen realized that if the old woman added a little more, no one would have passed the first test by now, and it was impossible to believe that she had lost control. The elder herself suddenly realized that she had lost control because of this bastard, which she blamed him for, and had wasted half of her power. She considered this boy to be an opponent of the 6 clans, which was why she was so angry. No one present thought Cheon-yoon was a worthy opponent or just a person. Since the effect of the music wave had ended, Nano had to fulfill the master's order. In just a second, the guy was already coughing up blood and couldn't stay on his feet. Everyone who stood the test, including the elders themselves, turned around at the terrifying sounds. Youngmukum was surprised, seemingly more than the others, for he was sure the guy had Naegong. No one present understood why the guy was throwing up such a huge amount of blood. Cheon already regretted his request, to which Nano immediately replied that he was just following the master's orders and had only caused damage to 30% of the internal organs. The guy berated himself in his head at the Nano for thinking for a moment that this was the end of him. Suddenly, the Fire King rushed towards Cheon, squirming in pain. The Fire King realized that if the man in whom the leader's blood flowed died right here, he would be personally responsible for what happened. He quickly reached Cheon and, taking his hand, began to ask him what was happening to him. Nano said that in a couple of seconds the internal self-repair process would be triggered, but the guy asked him to wait a bit. The Fire King yelled at the guy and said that he could have just given up, and why take that risk? Nano had warned the master that he was in a critically dangerous condition, but Cheon wanted to hold out just a little longer. The Fire King took the lad in his arms and wondered how much Naegun he must have to endure so much. He took it by the hand and checked it for Naegun and was shocked to find that it wasn't in it at all. After that, the guy seemed like the ultimate crazy person, risking everything for a test. There was no way the Fire King could believe that the 7th prince had only passed the first test on mental stamina and willpower. He laid the young gentleman down at the pedestal and gestured to the men on duty. Orders were given to get this guy to the local infirmary immediately. The men on duty immediately brought a stretcher and moved Cheon-yoon, who was on the verge of death. The young lord immediately commanded Nano to heal him as soon as possible. The 5th elder was watching everything that was happening with excessive curiosity. She didn't even want to imagine how much internal damage this boy could have taken, withstanding her waves of such power. The Fire King was already standing next to Lady Han and told her that it was too much. The elder seemed to come out of a trance and asked in a frightened voice what it was about. The Fire King informed her that she had nearly destroyed the 7th prince. The elder replied that it came out by accident and inquired how much Naegun this guy had. She felt shock and surprise at the same time when she heard that the guy didn't have a drop of Naegun. The left bodyguard reported giving the boy some stimulation, but he kept his oath and possessed none of it. The elder was still shocked, but also furious at how this boy had managed to stand up under such circumstances. She was sure that if Cheon didn't have a drop of Naegun, he would have passed out long ago like the rest of the kids. The Fire King replied that the guy had very serious wounds, but he only survived due to his inner will. The elder was stunned by the statement when the Fire King informed her that if it was only willpower, it would be scarier from here on. The left bodyguard really regretted at that moment that this guy was illegitimate, because he would have liked to train him, but the clansman's resistances were of no use to him. Sobmen did not change his habits and continued to absorb the contents of his flask. As soon as he finished, he laughed loudly at everything that had happened. The right bodyguard found it quite amusing that the kid had endured only because of his will. The Fire King replied that it was none of his business, so he could go on drinking. The right bodyguard replied that he was going to do it anyway without anyone else's instructions. He became angry at the Fire King's insults and began to openly threaten him. This was answered from the Fire King in the same insulting manner. This infuriated the right bodyguard even more, and he couldn't resist summoning his power. The heirs of the 6 clans standing nearby immediately felt it for themselves. An incredibly strong aura was felt, as these people were among the strongest in their cult after all. For a moment, the heirs had already decided that the left and right bodyguards would start fighting. Sobmung sensed this and exhaled loudly as he couldn't let them see such a sight. He walked away and shouted a few affectionate words to the Fire King. The right-wing bodyguard walked past a bunch of kids who didn't pass the test and was disappointed that today's kids had no guts at all. All of this he compared, of course, to Cheon-yoon's exemplary passing of the Cheon-yoon test. Suddenly, Sobmung realized to himself that he was quite sympathetic to this bastard. The men on duty quickly ran to the Demonic Academy's main building to the infirmary on the 2nd floor. Dr. Baek Jongmyun of the Demon Academy was standing by a rack of books when he heard something strange. Unexpectedly, the duty officers ran in and started yelling that they had a patient on a stretcher. Dr. Baek was at first greatly surprised and afterwards excited and agitated. He hadn't seen a real patient in a long time, so he was beyond excited. The doctor was here for the first day after his studies and internship and shouted out that he always knew their academy was the best. He gathered himself quickly and realized it wasn't the time to be acting so weird, so he commanded to carry the guy forward down the hallway. Dr. Beck was, to say the least, a little shocked by the picture he saw. There was a guy barely alive on the stretcher, which meant that the difficulty of the test was such that one could easily die from it. The doctor asked if someone had beaten up the guy, to which the people on duty replied that it was all internal injuries. He was even more surprised when the men on duty asked on behalf of the left bodyguard to take care of him as best they could, because he had no Negan. The doctor reflected on the fact that he had seen many different things in his 10 years of training, but so much blood from internal injuries. Never. The men on duty said that since they had carried the boy to the infirmary and handed him over to the doctor, they would go about their business. One of the men on duty seemed to see something and stopped to look at the guy. The other quickly pulled him back and told him it was no time to procrastinate, as they still had many other things to do. The first officer on duty did reflect on the fact that this boy's condition was much better now than when they had loaded him onto the stretcher. As soon as the duty officers left, Dr. Beck immediately began examining the patient. He first decided to feel Cheon's pulse, immediately noticing something strange. Cheon immediately realized that he had completely forgotten about the infirmary and had treated almost all of his internal injuries on the way here. He was still in pain, but it was necessary to wait until the doctor's examination was over. The doctor noted a frequent and irregular pulse, indicating multiple injuries. Either way, it still looked weird considering the amount of blood. Suddenly, someone burst into the infirmary with such force that the doctor jumped on the spot. He was startled enough, especially when he saw the Lord's right bodyguard in front of him. Sob Men asked the doctor why he was here and what he was doing. He didn't expect that little kid who clung to his teacher to become a doctor of the academy. Dr. Beck hated that tone with a sneer, but he still wondered what the right bodyguard was doing here, since it was unlikely he could have been hurt. Sob Meng flared up at the same second, filling everything around him with his powerful aura, and asked if he was in the way here. The doctor immediately replied that everything was perfectly fine, and he wasn't bothering anyone. At that moment, the right bodyguard noticed the bastard lying on the bed. Cheon Yoon heard everything that was going on in the infirmary, but he didn't show any sign of it. What the kid feared most of all was for this man to reveal his false stay here. He couldn't see anything, but he felt the odor of alcohol getting sharply closer. The right bodyguard at this time leaned down to the guy's very face and asked with all his aura why the guy was pretending to be asleep. His next action was to make an arm movement that helped lift the guy up. Cheon-yoon sat on the bed with the help of Sob Mi's strength, but he still didn't give up. The doctor was shocked at how the academy's right-handed bodyguard with no arms lifted the man with ease. Cheon, of course, was conscious and felt himself being lifted up, most likely with the help of a Nagin. The young lord was still unable to move due to the remaining injuries, as he had not had time to heal. Sob Meng cheerfully said that if the guy kept pretending to be asleep, he would punch him right in the face. Cheon-yoon realized that there was no point in hiding anymore because he had been figured out and opened his eyes. Not without obvious irritation, he asked Sob Mi how he had figured him out. A few seconds later, the right bodyguard laughed loudly and found it quite interesting. He began to say that the guy was too brazen and bold, since he dared to try to trick the bodyguard. Sob also added that any experienced warrior would detect such a lie by the sound of his breathing. Cheon hadn't considered the fact that you could check if he was asleep or not, simply by using his own breath. At this point, Nano intervened in his musings, telling him about the number of breaths in a sleeping and awake person. The right bodyguard laughed and said he didn't think any of the current kids would have the strength to do what he did today. At that moment, the boy realized that it wasn't at all because of what Meng had uncovered that he had come here. The bodyguard started ranting about how the current generation is weak and only wants to take the easy path. He said he was referring to his willpower, which a lot of the current guys didn't have. The doctor decided to intervene in the conversation and told the right bodyguard that the patient was not healthy enough for such conversations. At that moment, another spurt of blood flew out of Cheon right onto the bed. The doctor looked at the bodyguard judgmentally, as if to imply he was right. Sob Men had already guessed that the boy's condition was far from ideal. He walked over and made some movement with his hand, removing the effect of the Nagin. Cheon thundered backwards onto the bed in the same second, hitting his head painfully on the bed. The bodyguard realized he'd better hurry up and signaled that he was moving on to the main thing. He said with genuine enthusiasm that he wanted Cheon-yoon to be his student. Even Dr. Beck was slightly shocked by such a statement from the Lord's right-hand bodyguard. The lad himself was equally surprised, not believing that such a man so close to the Lord would want to take him, a bastard, as his apprentice. Sobmen unashamedly pulled out his flask and started drinking again. Cheon interjected what the bodyguard, who repeated his wish once more, had just said. The boy asked if the man knew who he was, to which Sob replied that only a fool did not know him. The boy asked if he wouldn't be hated by the 6 clans if he didn't take him on as an apprentice. The bodyguard only laughed and asked in response what either of them would be able to do to him. He also added that the clans would still have to compete with each other, with or without him. Cheon thought this was a great opportunity for him, unless of course this was some kind of trap. The doctor was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on here, trying to piece all the facts together. He guessed that this boy was that famous 7th prince, but it was too cruel to make him lose so much blood. Cheon started to fumble and say that he kind of already had a teacher at the academy, causing unnecessary aggression from the bodyguard who thought he was begging the guy to be his student. On the other hand, the right-handed bodyguard understood why the guy was hesitant, given the life he'd led before. Sobmi had another idea how to prove his sincere intention to take him under his pharmacy. He said he had something a guy sure couldn't refuse. The right bodyguard threw some paper on the bedside table with a clatter. He explained that it was what he would need most to survive the Demon Academy. Sob said it was necessary to keep up with others while in the infirmary. He also asked the guy how he thought he'd get through the next stage without Nugun, to which Cheon didn't know the answer. Sobmen clarified that a guy would have to be always one step ahead and everyone to keep up with the others during his time here. Cheon suddenly realized that he wouldn't be able to get out of here quickly and would noticeably fall behind everyone. He realized that he had to stay here in order not to arouse undue suspicion. The right bodyguard noticed a little doubt on the guy's face, but was sure the guy would agree. He asked if Cheon really knew why the red-haired creep had sent him back here, to which the guy assumed it was because of his injuries. Sobmen asked why then others with internal injuries were not sent here, since there were many of them. He looked around the infirmary and said the guy was still lying there all alone. The bodyguard explained that it was because others could at least cure themselves with meditation. That's why the other guys didn't need to be sent here with him. It finally came to Cheon why he was alone in the infirmary. The guy couldn't heal himself. The bodyguard looked at the boy and realized he had almost succeeded in talking him down. He would certainly like to get this over with as soon as possible. He started pounding on the bed and saying that Cheon was just a child who couldn't cure himself with meditation. Sob also asked the guy if he could be cured in such a short period of time, as if to imply that it was impossible. Cheon, of course, knew he could heal with nano, but he still needed Nagin for the next step. At that moment, the young gentleman remembered one important detail from the first ordeal. He said he remembered the promise of a healing stone and access to the first floor of the library. The bodyguard only laughed loudly in response to such a statement. He said the red-headed bodyguard forgot to mention something. The academy library was not a place where you could walk in and out at any time you pleased. Cheon was greatly surprised to learn that one could only go in once after passing the test. The bodyguard said that no one would ever let him freely explore all the important books of such a protected place. Cheon didn't seem to have expected to hear such a thing at all, so he was confused for a while. Sobmeng added that to top it all off, you can only stay on the first floor of the library for 2 hours. The guy got even more upset when he learned about the time limit, and the bodyguard clarified that as he went up to another floor, and the time would increase. Also, you couldn't write anything down and had to rely only on your memory. At that moment, Cheon realized that he had found what his advantage was thanks to the nanoscan. He decided he could use it to scan not even 2, but hundreds of important books. The right bodyguard said, "For a guy without Nagun, 4 years in the academy would be a real test of strength." Cheon took it to mean that Sob still saw the difference between him and the rest of the heirs of the 6 clans who had been trained in martial arts since childhood. He wondered, in order to deal with the threat from the 6 clans, did he really need to become a disciple of Sobmi? Here the young gentleman remembered the piece of paper the bodyguard had placed near his head. He inquired if it described Nagan breathing or if he was mistaken. The right bodyguard smirked achidically and replied that the guy wasn't as stupid as he looked, and this was really it. The guy didn't know if he really wanted him as his apprentice, but he needed someone on his side at least. Here was everything he couldn't study because of his oath to the 6 clans, but now he had the chance. The right bodyguard waited silently for the guy's response, but noticed the look of approval on his face. Cheon-yoon immediately jumped up from the bed and knelt down in front of his new teacher. He began to bow and say that he accepted him as his teacher and asked him to take him as his disciple. Such a solemn impulse pleased the right-handed bodyguard quite a bit. Cheon bowed once more and said that a student should bow to his teacher twice. The right bodyguard directed the action of his nagan at him and asked him to stand up. Without wanting to, Cheon-un lifted himself off the ground and into the air, landing on his feet. Sobmen said that one who has Chan blood flowing in him should not worship anyone who does not have it. He coughed and informed him that he would give the boy a rest today, but he had to memorize and learn the key points of Negong breathing before his next visit. Sob turned to leave and clapped Dr. Beck on the shoulder in farewell and asked him to take care of his student. Dr. Beck was still outraged by the right bodyguard's behavior and finally exhaled that he was gone. Even though Sob Mung left this place with a smile on his face, but his breath was still stinky. The doctor inquired how the young gentleman was doing, to which Cheon explained his condition as after a hurricane. He felt the guy's pulse and reported that he was very weak due to internal injuries. Dr. Baek urged Cheon to remain conscious while he went to get the instruments for acupuncture, which is acupuncture. When Cheon was left alone, he thought that with the right bodyguard, he had a lot of options. He lay silently on the bed and mentally turned to his dead mother and his devoted bodyguard, Chan. The boy told them that finally in this academy, among the crowd of enemies, he had found someone who was on his side. Meanwhile, the guys were gathering at the demonic academy's training ground. In the front rows, of course, were the heirs of the 6 clans waiting for the results. At this moment, a senior martial arts teacher ran up to the left bodyguard and said that the results of the first test had appeared. He said that, together with the one taken to the infirmary, the total number of cadets was 415. The Fire King knew that the 5th Elder's waves were too strong because the result was less than usual. He realized that those who failed probably felt it was unfair. The guys were really upset and screaming about the injustice, because most of them weren't even unconscious, just bleeding. One of the teachers asked if they were fully aware of what they were about to do. The kids kept yelling about the unfair stage, and then the teacher asked if they confirmed that they disagreed with the results. After hearing the confirmation, he shouted to the men on duty to immediately throw the rioters out of the demonic academy. The men on duty immediately rushed to the boys and dragged them outside the academy gates. Most of them continued to resist and even shouted something. The senior martial arts teacher said that because of their stubbornness, these guys wouldn't be able to learn a lesson from this. The Fire King suddenly replied that if he were them, he too would consider it all unfair. Unfortunately, these guys didn't have the luck or skills, so they suffered this fate. The head teacher said that among those who passed the first test, there are many children with outstanding abilities. Many of them had internal injuries and were meditating to recover. As for the heirs of the 6 clans, it was likely that they were able to withstand it with ease. Everyone realized that initially these kids were a different level from the rest of the cadets. The Fire King knew very well that these cadets needed quite a bit of Nigun for such stamina, which meant that these children were a level above the others. He looked at Yongmu En of the Darkness clan and Zhongyu Chang of the Blade clan. These 2 guys withstood the energy of the waves without a single movement, and rumor has it their clans will be the ones fighting for supremacy. The Fire King had thought so earlier, but now he was glad he wasn't wrong. He congratulated all the cadets present for passing their first test. For this, they will receive a bronze medal, signifying the lowest rank in the academy, and will be called cadets. Here they will not be allowed to answer yes or no, but only so-and-so, and any other answer will be equated to a repetition of the order. On that note, the left bodyguard loudly asked everyone if they understood everything and heard aloud, "That's right." In that case, the official part was over with and we could start dividing into groups. In the meantime, Dr. Beck prepared everything for the acupuncture treatment. He inquired of the young gentleman if they could proceed with the treatment. Cheon turned to the doctor, who suddenly gave his full name for some reason. Dr. Beck clarified that instead of just calling him doctor, it is better to add the last name as well. Cheon obediently named him as he demanded and asked how bad it was with him. The guy was shocked when he found out it would take him about 2 weeks to fully recover. At the same time, he realized that if Nano turned on the self-repair mode, the treatment would end before it even began. In that case, everyone would suspect something wrong because of such a quick recovery. If he agrees to treatment, he will fall behind in his training, and he doesn't even know what happened after the test because he was in the infirmary. Dr. Beck decided to cheer the guy up and told him it wasn't that bad. After all, he had learned from the best and would get him back on his feet quickly. Cheon replied that it would still take a lot of time and he would miss training. Dr. Beck said he didn't know if it would help or not, but he wouldn't tell anyone about learning from a right-wing bodyguard. The boy thanked him and replied that he would repay him in the future, embarrassing the doctor by doing so. The next second, the doctor ripped the guy's clothes off and informed him that they were going to do acupuncture now. Cheon was a little confused by the surprise and Dr. Beck by what he saw. The doctor knew the boy had never studied martial arts, but his body was in great shape. He was already confused as to whether this boy had studied Nagin or not after all. The doctor took the first needle and indicated that he was going to place it in the middle of the sternum. Nano said that a damage attempt was detected, so defense mode would be activated. Cheon began mentally yelling at the machine to stop because it was necessary for healing. He was surprised that Nano didn't know the difference between assault and treatment. Nano reported that the deactivation of self-defense mode was enabled at the user's request. He clarified that he takes any damage as an attack without warning, so Cheon asked not to react to something he himself agreed to voluntarily. Nano successfully accepted all the changes, and the doctor calmly continued to place the needles. Cheon thought his stomach ached less, and Nano asked for information about it. Nano began to explain that acupuncture needles are inserted into certain points on the body, thereby revitalizing it. Cheon didn't quite understand what Nano was talking about, but he followed the doctor closely. Dr. Beck asked the boy to get some sleep while the needles kicked in. The young gentleman couldn't sleep because of the Nano's explanation, and suddenly an interesting thought occurred to him. He decided that he could hide his speedy recovery behind the needles and use the Nano himself. The guy asked the Nano if she could cure him and pretend he was still sick, but on the mend quickly. Nano replied that he could create the illusion of internal damage once full self-repair was complete. The boy wasn't going to do it yet, but was glad that it was even possible, as he would be able to study Nagin. After some thought, he still asked in Nano to cure him and tricked the doctor when he came to check on him. At sunset, the self-healing process was started at the master's command. At this time at the range, the head teacher shouted for all cadets to line up. The cadets obediently replied, "So true," and quickly lined up on the line in a row. The Fire King announced that he would now tell them what the next test was. Prior to the third test, all cadets will be tested at the same time. They will only have 20 days to acquire basic skills and strategy. The cadets were horrified by this information, for they were sure it was too little for memorized strategies and such. The Fire King added that among the 20 groups present, only 10 would reach the next stage. The guys quickly realized that half of them would be expelled in as little as 3 weeks. Yongmu Kum knew for sure that the 6 clans had an advantage in this regard. The Fire King laughed and said that this was the only stage in groups, so if they wanted to compete amongst themselves, they could fail as a whole group. With that, he ended his fiery speech and allowed everyone to return to the dormitory to rest. Lastly, he informed the cadets that starting tomorrow, they would be learning techniques and tactics from the mentors in front of them. The guys were a little intimidated, as these were the mentors who helped throw the guys who didn't pass out of the gate. At this point, all cadets present were dismissed until tomorrow. The boys seemed in no hurry to disperse and began to consider their mentors. The first was a fairly young Group 8 instructor named Im Pyung. The mentor noticed that some of the boys remained standing and turned to one of them. It was the heir of the Chongmu Kum Stream clan, who asked for permission to ask one question. The mentor clarified if the guy knows for sure that he is not allowed to ask questions regarding training. Youngmu Kum replied that he was aware of this, but his question was different, as he was sure he would become the leader of his group. The mentor knew that the election for the group leader wouldn't be until tomorrow, but the heir children of the 6 clans, as always, thought otherwise. Jongmu Kum clarified that one of the cadets from their group is now in the infirmary. The mentor still didn't get the gist of the question, and the guy went on to say that he was worried about the group because of the lack of people. Guy asked to enlighten a cadet in the infirmary about everything he had learned today. For a while, the mentor wondered if this would be a good idea. Jongmu Kum was already sure that luck was on his side this time. The illegitimate scoundrel would fall at his hands. The mentor patted the boy on the shoulder and replied that it was a great idea. He added that he would take note of his idea and personally go to the main building to hand everything over to the cadet in the infirmary. Youngmu Kum tried his best to stop his mentor and change his mind, but in vain. At this point, the instructor replied to the guy that there was no access to the main building for cadets except for special occasions. Youngmu Kum didn't think of that at all and got really angry at the thwarted plan. Even though he was a member of the Stream clan, he couldn't use that here in any way. He asked his mentor to do him one more favor, if possible. The instructor had to stop and ask what exactly was wrong. Jungmoo-kum inquired when exactly this cadet would be joining them. The mentor replied that it was too late today, but that tomorrow he would know everything and would be sure to tell. Since things worked out like this, there was nothing left for him to do but simply wait for Cheon-yun to return from the infirmary to the dormitory. Jungmoo-kum was sure he would make the guy suffer so much that he would beg for demise. Meanwhile, outside the window of the Demonic Academy's main building, there was pitch blackness. The mentor visited the infirmary as promised to inquire about the cadet's condition. He was surprised to learn that the guy had severe internal injuries and would have to be here for 2 weeks. The mentor realized that with this arrangement, it would not be easy for the guy to reach the top level. He even asked if there was anything he could do to speed up the process, to which the doctor replied that only Nagin could help him, but he didn't have it. That's why there were no more options. Even though the second test was 3 weeks later, the mentor didn't want his group to be expelled at all, just because of one cadet in the infirmary. He asked the doctor's permission to speak to the cadet, as there was much to tell him. Dr. Beck reported that the young gentleman was asleep at the moment, but that he would wake him up if necessary. The mentor saw no urgent need for it, so he postponed the conversation until tomorrow, glancing once more at the silhouette of the boy behind the screen. He took a deep breath and realized that his group was likely doomed. The guy barely managed to pass the first test, so I guess that's where Cheon's luck ended. Meanwhile, Cheon-yun continued to sleep as the self-healing process was underway. This early morning, someone was rushing lightning fast through the forest towards the academy. This someone quickly dashed to the main building and went inside to the stairs. Cheon-yun was still sleeping at this time, spending hours recovering and strengthening. Someone's harsh foot kicked the doors to the infirmary with all its might and strode forward. The young gentleman was frightened out of his wits and jumped up on the bed, instantly coming out of his blue dream. Sob Men stood in front of him with a satisfied grin, informing the boy that his teacher had arrived. Cheon-yun, for some reason, was quite surprised at such a late visit from the teacher. The right-handed bodyguard in his usual state took out his flask again. Sob Men asked with a chuckle if his disciple was going to greet him. Cheon immediately jumped up from the bed and said his student wished his teacher a good morning. Sob Men was pleased and asked if the kid was finished with the homework he got yesterday. The boy was even more surprised, for he had been taken to the infirmary only yesterday. He hesitantly asked the teacher if he was now talking about Nagong breathing. Sob Men kept his eyes on the boy and replied that he had asked him to memorize everything until his next visit. Cheon looked at the teacher and decided that he was quite impatient and restless. Anyway, the kid informed the teacher that he had memorized and learned everything. Sob Meng was a bit taken aback because he only said it to provoke the guy, but there was no way he expected this. He praised the boy for a good job, to which Cheon wondered why the teacher had come so early. The teacher made sure the kid didn't want to head back to bed and said there was something he needed to know. The right bodyguard reported that he could only teach him for 2 weeks. He explained that he could visit him in the infirmary, but once the guy was back in the dorm, he would have no further contact with him. Cheon was a little surprised and upset, but said he hadn't looked that far. In any case, the right bodyguard could only come early in the morning, so no one would suspect anything. It was forbidden to train with outsiders at the Demon Academy, and Cheon didn't need the trouble. He realized it was his best option, and obediently agreed to everything. Sob Men was a little surprised at such submission from the lad, but informed him that they could begin. Cheon wondered if they would start right away, to which Sob replied menacingly that he wouldn't say any more about how much time they had left. The right bodyguard told the guy to turn his back to him and sit on the floor. Cheon carelessly went to fulfill the teacher's request when the teacher barked that he needed to hurry up. The guy actually really wanted to know why the right-wing bodyguard was doing all this. The teacher sat down behind him and said it was good that the boy had memorized the Nagong's breath. The next second, he touched the back of the guy who asked what the teacher was going to do now. Sob Men explained that because they are short on time, he will start a thread on it. The young gentleman tensed up a bit and was even startled when he heard about the stream. Sob Meng said that it was created by Cheon's great-grandfather, but the latter may not worry since he will do it all by himself. The teacher already had his palm heavy against the boy's back, telling him to clench his teeth and not make a single sound, or else the guards would come running and everything would be over. Cheon didn't have time to argue anymore because at that very second, he felt a strong electric shock. The right bodyguard heard the guy squeal and ordered him to cover his mouth. Nano began to tell the master that intangible energy had been incorporated into the user's bloodstream. The machine also reported that this energy was recognized as chi or chakra. Cheon realized that the teacher's Nyan was quite strong, but he couldn't take it anymore. At that time, Sob Men himself was quite surprised that the guy really hadn't been trained in anything before. He couldn't believe that there were no obstacles or hindrances in the circulation. The only thing contradictory was the muscles, which looked trained, provided he had never studied martial arts. At this moment, the right bodyguard wondered about the Lord's connection to him. He remembered the Lord's youth and his relationship with Lady Hua, who was Cheon's mother. Sob knew that of all his 7 wives, the Lord only cared for Lady Hua. It is quite possible that secretly from everyone, the Lord has taken care of this child in some way. Anyway, everything was going according to plan and just fine, so the rest didn't matter. With this body condition, it only took 7 days to create enough Nagong. That same early morning in the Demon Academy dormitory, one of the cadets was kicked hard in the face, sending him flying off into the corner of the room. Some other cadet delivered a powerful kick to his competitor. Everyone present immediately rushed to the fallen cadet with lamentations, for this was the heir prince. The others shouted that because of the attack on the Poison Clan heir, another cadet would not be able to bear the other cadet's head. The guy calmly replied that it didn't matter here anymore whether it was him or this cadet. It was Becky who said about how the academy was only based on strength, so he would now be in charge of the group of 12. Meanwhile, Sob Men continued to tutor his newfound disciple. It was evident on his face, so much effort he had put into their first lesson. As he finished, Cheon collapsed on the floor from exhaustion, and Sob asked if the guy had memorized the flow. The young gentleman, hardly breathing, replied that he remembered everything perfectly. The bodyguard said it was probably painful the first time, but for those who don't have Nagin, it's the best way to fall in love with knowledge. Cheon had exactly 7 days to gain enough Nagong. The right-handed bodyguard decided to clarify if the guy understood him correctly. Cheon saw how very tired Sob Men himself looked and realized that he had used quite a lot of Nigun, so he should be able to endure at least that much. He replied that with the teacher's concern, he would try to do his best. Sob Men was pleased to hear such a response and announced the end of the training session. Lastly, he reminded the stag that he must know perfectly the method of breathing and flow. The right bodyguard wished his disciple a speedy recovery and headed away. All the while, Cheon remained kneeling in gratitude. He promised himself and the teacher to be sure to accumulate Nagin for this week. When everyone woke up, the Demonic Academy's training grounds began to gather. The Fire King was already in place and looked around at everyone and noticed that it was rather expected. All the baby heirs of the 6 clans became the leaders of their groups. On the first day, the instructors were not in the dorms for the cadets to battle each other and determine rank and leadership. The Fire King, looking around at all the groups one by one, noticed something very strange. In the 12th group, the leader should have been the heir to the Poison Clan, but instead another cadet stood in his place. Looking at the 2 cadets, one could tell that they were having a hard time. The Fire King liked the fact that the guy wasn't afraid to compete for the leadership position with the heir of one of the 6 clans. The senior instructor informed him that it was time to begin cadet training. The officers on duty began to announce to everyone to observe silence and to turn their full attention. The senior instructor began to tell me that during the week they would be doing theory in the morning and practicing on the range in the afternoon. At the end of his speech, he asked if everyone understood and heard back, "That's right." The first group was then asked to go to the auditorium for class. Jung Jum-sum slowly walked as part of his group with the others and was visibly upset and annoyed. Suddenly, he heard one of the cadets insulting him and noticed that it was Young Koo Moon, who didn't understand how it was possible to embarrass himself and cede the leadership position to an ordinary cadet. He added that he didn't even doubt that a poison clan without poison was nothing. Young Jun Sum was just incredibly angry, but realized that there was nothing to answer him, because the guy was partly right. He only had eyes for the new leader of his band, Baek Ji, and hated him for the way he had treated him. The boy promised himself that this self-appointed leader would regret being in the same group with him. After a hard day of study, the cadets had already gathered in the dormitory of the Demonic Academy. They were being escorted to their rooms by the instructors of each group when Jung Koo Moon was called out by someone. It was his instructor who praised the guy for a good job today during practice. He further reported that cadet number 7 would remain in the infirmary for 2 weeks. The instructor himself didn't know how this guy would catch up to the others without practice and Nayan with only theory. He also said that he intends to visit the guy in the infirmary again, and in the meantime, they have free time in which they can do whatever they want. No one paid much attention to the instructor's words about the 7th cadet, except for Jongku Moon. As soon as their mentor left the dormitory, the Creek clan heir flew into a rage. His group members asked the leader to calm down, as no one would be relieved that he was showing his bad character. It was obvious that Jongku Moon was holding back from the last bit of strength to avoid beating someone up. Unable to stand it, the boy shouted across the room that the 7th cadet couldn't stay in the infirmary that long. A member of his group named Ja Hen replied that if that's what the doctor said, it can't be a mistake. Jongku Moon said in a rage that this stupid bastard was probably just pretending. He couldn't calm down, and he was pounding everything he could get his hands on because Cheon Yoon was lying quietly in the infirmary. Ja Hen replied that instead of getting angry, it would be better to do something else. The guy whispered his devious plan in the ear of the band leader, who obviously appreciated it. 4 days later, Dr. Beck was literally dying of boredom in his infirmary. He didn't know what else to do when his only other patient was already understood. It seemed to him that this Cheon-un would be his first and last patient. Suddenly, right behind his back, the doors opened with incredible force. The doctor was freaked out and quickly started asking what the big deal was. The instructor brought one of his cadets on his shoulders and said that he had hurt himself with a real sword during practice. Dr. Beck was over the moon and said to immediately lay the cadet on his stomach on a bed behind a screen. The instructor was impressed with the doctor's quick work and praised him for it, embarrassing Beck. He inquired how things were, to which the doctor replied that nothing vital had been injured. Though it calmed the mentor down a bit, he still realized it was a problem. The doctor noticed this and tried to calm the instructor down, to which he said that until the second test, they were all his responsibility, 2 of whom were already in the infirmary. Dr. Beck stitched the guy up and advised that it was necessary to hospitalize the guy just in case. The instructor was even more upset, but the doctor was quick to reassure him, saying that it would only take 3 days to get here. He understood and said he'd come back later after evening practice. The mentor still couldn't believe it happened right after switching to real swords, so there was no avoiding an explanation. It was deep night, and only 1 candle was burning on the table in the infirmary. While Cheon Yoon was resting quietly and unsuspecting, the cadet behind the screen was already getting up. He walked past the candle and searched for what he should take to execute his plan. At that moment, the cadet came across one of Dr. Beck's sets of medical instruments. The boy scrutinized each tool and settled on a sharp dagger. He took it and moved toward Cheon, carefully pushing aside the screen separating them. The cadet walked over and took one of Cheon's legs in his hands and whispered what he was doing for survival. He only slightly managed to touch Cheon's skin with his dagger before he flew aside from the powerful blow. It felt like the discharge of several dozen electric currents. The dagger fell out of his hands with a clang somewhere sideways to the floor. Cheon-un quickly woke up and jumped up on the bed, assessing the magnitude of the whole situation. He looked at the cadet trying to attack him and knew it was quite expected. No one could even imagine what was going on in the infirmary of the main academy building that night. After a while, the cadet finally woke up and didn't immediately realize why he had lost consciousness. The guy was even more surprised when he realized he was bound hand and foot. He tried desperately to untie his hands and free himself, wondering who could have done this to him. Cheon heard a rustle and abruptly opened the curtain, seeing the cadet come to his senses. The young gentleman cheerfully replied that he had done it all to him, calling him a bald man. The cadet was confused and surprised at the same time and didn't understand how this could have happened. Cheon explained that while he was lying unconscious, he tied him up and laid him down. The cadet was thinking about many things at this point, but the most important was how Cheon had done this to him if he had serious internal injuries. He also wasn't quite sure why the guy had called him bald for the umpteenth time. It was as if Cheon had read his mind and brought the mirror up to his face. The guy was horribly shocked when he saw that there wasn't a single hair left on his head, and instead there was a shiny bald spot. He began rolling around the bed in despair and yelling about how this could have happened. There's no telling how long this could have gone on if Cheon hadn't splashed cold water on him. Next, he immediately gave the cadet a resounding slap to bring him to his senses. Unexpectedly for himself, the cadet passed out, and Cheon had no choice but to wait for him to awaken. After a while, the cadet finally regained consciousness again, but with a gag in his mouth. Cheon-yun sat next to him at the bedside and asked if he had calmed down. From the expression on the cadet's face, it was perfectly obvious that he was still very angry and was trying to get free, which was still unsuccessful. The young gentleman said he didn't understand what the man was trying to tell him with a gag in his mouth. He remembered how this kid had seemed naive and calm at the ceremony. Cheon couldn't fully believe that this cadet had dared to be so reckless. He inquired if the kid knew how he had managed to survive. The seventh prince went on to say that people like this cadet had spent his whole life trying to finish him off. He even asked if the cadet wanted to guess how many assassination attempts there had been in total. At some point, Cheon put that very dagger from the floor to the cadet's throat. He said it was pretty useless to play with the thing if it ended up in his neck. Cheon was sure he had been forced to do so, and tried to get an answer. In order to carry on a normal conversation, the young gentleman removed the gag from the cadet's mouth. Cheon, without removing the dagger from his sight, wondered once more who was behind it all. The cadet was very frightened at first, but quickly came to his senses a little and laughed. He said that if he laid a finger on him, everyone would immediately blame him for it. The rules of the Demon Academy stated that if outside of class someone injured someone, they would be severely punished. Cheon realized that the guy wasn't going to tell him everything so easily, and something else had to be tried. The cadet shouted back that he could even torture him, as he would not tell him anything anyway. He was even pleased by the fact that he had proven himself to be a tough nut in Cheon's eyes, and not some kind of coward. Cheon was amused by this because he already had the perfect plan in his head on how to get this guy to talk. He quickly took the gag and stuffed it back into the cadet's mouth so he wouldn't attract the attention of the infirmary guards. While Cheon Kuda left and said he would come soon, the cadet sat on the bed in bewilderment. The young gentleman began to say that there was almost nothing like that where he lived before, but here there was a whole set. The guy was talking, of course, about the abundance of medical instruments, among which he chose acupuncture needles. The cadet couldn't help but notice the sly and caustic look Cheon was giving him. At that moment, he felt that something clearly not good was about to happen. Cheon chose one of the cadet's hands, clenched tightly into a fist for his targets. He teased about how tightly his fists were clenched, though the guy said he wasn't afraid of anything. The cadet didn't understand how this guy could have so much power without combat skills. He was very curious and scared at the same time of what this madman was going to do to him. Cheon warned the cadet before starting that it would hurt slightly, as if to imply that it wasn't slightly at all. He heard a high-pitched roar from under the gag and asked the guy not to overdo it. Cheon took another needle and jabbed it into the right spot on his palm again, making it hurt even more. The cadet shrank back and squirmed in pain, begging through tears and gagging for it to stop. Cheon tells the guy to take it as revenge since he doesn't want to talk about anything. It went on like this for some time longer, for some were quite alone in the infirmary and no guards could hear them. After another round of acupuncture needles, the cadet slumped to the floor without strength and passed out. Cheon asked if he was in a lot of pain, clarifying that he had fallen unconscious twice already. Naturally, receiving no response, he informed me that he was now moving on to the other hand. The cadet gave up after hearing this because he couldn't take it anymore and started nodding negatively. Cheon clarified if the cadet was definitely ready to speak out, because if he cheated him, he got twice as much. The cadet nodded his head obediently a few more times, and Cheon removed the gag from his mouth. He immediately bent down, gulping greedily for air, and thought about the fact that he would have to tell everything, as he couldn't take any more of this torture. Oddly enough, Cheon got ahead of the cadet and asked if Jonku Moon was involved. The guy was shocked to hear this from Cheon, and even dared to ask how he knew about it. Cheon smiled evasively and asked in return if the cadet really wanted to know how he knew everything. He went on to say that thanks to Jonku Moon's sensitive care, their instructor comes to him every day with theory lessons. That's how he knew who was studying in his group and figured out who cared so much about him. All he needed was to hear confirmation of his suggestions, which just happened. A cadet named Hobong cried and hated the one who said that this guy was a lowlife and a weakling, because it turned out to be a complete lie. He thought Cheon was a true monster who hides his power by pretending not to have it. Cheon reported that he got everything he wanted, so he'll go rest right now. Cadet Hobong, and without further ado, realized everything and started shouting that he would never tell anyone about anything. The boy began to bow and beg for mercy and forgiveness, asking not to be angry for what he had tried to do. The next moment, Hobong noticed Cheon raising 2 fingers up and guessed that something bad was about to happen. Cheon brought his fingers up to the cadet's temple and do something like release an energy wave. It was a special technique through which one could neutralize an opponent through certain points of blood flow. At this moment, Hobong realized how badly mistaken those who were sure the guy didn't have Nagong were. He looked at Cheon before passing out and decided that the scoundrel had blatantly deceived everyone. At this time, in the twilight of the night, Someone was moving lightning fast on the rooftops of the demonic academy's buildings. It was the Lord's right bodyguard, as usual, moving alone in the morning. He thought back to yesterday, and was pleased that even he could not have foreseen Cheon learning so quickly. Sob Men had realized this the day before, when he had conducted the introduction of another flux into the boy. Cheon was holding up much better this time, and barely gave any sign of it, though he wasn't feeling the most pleasant of sensations. When Sob looked through the boy, he couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. In just some 5 days, he was able to gain as much Nigun as one would normally take in 2 or 3 weeks, or even a month. It was for this reason that Cheon completely met the right bodyguard's expectations and even exceeded them. Sob Men had originally planned to provide Nagong for the boy for 2 weeks, but now he realized that he would have to change the plan. This early morning was no exception, and the right bodyguard came to see the disciple again. Cheon was already standing in a welcoming pose and wished the teacher a very good morning. Sob Men asked where the guy had put one thing and learned that he had it under his bed. Cheon quickly took out a black dragon healing stone that allows you to acquire 20 years of Nigong accumulation. The boy opened the stone chest and they both felt an unbearable stench emanating from it. Sob Men knew that if this child accepted him, he would get the entire maximum of 20 years of Nagong at once. The young gentleman knew that after the first dose, the others were no longer perceived in the same way, so he had to take care of himself now. While they were having a conversation about the stone, the right bodyguard heard something strange behind the curtain. He noticed someone's figure and asked the student who was there. Cheon had not yet had time to reply when Sob Min abruptly pulled back the screen and saw the bald, bound cadet there. The teacher guessed that the kid had done something to his point of blood flow responsible for neutralization. Cheon told the teacher how this guy tried to attack him after Dr. Beck left. He clarified what the instructor from the group had said about the use of real swords and the assumption that this cadet had hurt himself on purpose. The right bodyguard was just furious that someone dared to do such a thing in a demonic academy, and also hoped that he wouldn't be punished for it. There were 2 possibilities, the first of which was that this kid was too brave to do such a thing. The second option was that someone simply forced him to do it. The teacher noticed from the look on the guy's face that he obviously knew who was involved in all of this, and gave that order. Cheon replied that it was one scum from the Stream clan, with whom he had also gotten into the same group. The right-handed bodyguard knew that the entire Creek clan family was herded as rebels and trespassers, so their guy just couldn't do otherwise. The teacher took a deep breath and said that it seems like Cheon has a difficult life, but he said he's used to it by now. Suddenly, even to himself, Sob Men felt even sadder at how the guy was reacting to all this. At this point, the teacher himself delivered a sharp blow to the cadet's desired circulatory point. He explained that if you poke those points with Nogon for less than a year, the effect would be gone in a few hours. To get the desired effect, it's best to use 10 years of Nagin and do it right. Cheon replied that he understood and turned back to the black dragonstone chest. The teacher said it was now possible to absorb it, and the kid asked how exactly to do it. The right bodyguard, laughing, replied that it should be chewed first and swallowed afterward for better medicinal effect. The boy could smell that vile odor from the stone just fine and hoped it tasted at least bitter, not just nasty. In the next second, Cheon realized he had hoped so hard for nothing because the taste was disgustingly stinky to the point of paralyzing his tongue with a feeling of nausea. The teacher said that if the guy had already swallowed everything, he could start using the breathing technique. Right now, the right bodyguard was about to improve the absorption of the medicinal stone to the maximum. Cheon hoped the teacher would take care of him properly now, and Sob proceeded to do so. Nano reported that a substance was injected into the body to keep it vitalized and active. This substance reacts and increases the flow available in the body. Nano suggested that the master assimilate the substance by accelerating his metabolism, and he agreed. The right bodyguard, unaware of the nano as much as anyone else, was simply shocked at this kind of ability of the guy. He looked at Cheon and thought that this boy was born with the body of a war god, no less. Supposedly, Cheon could only internalize part of the stone, but he ended up not only internalizing all of it, but also enhancing its effects. It was simply unbelievable, and Sob Men realized that he had been worrying about him all this time for nothing. Dawn was in full swing, and the sun had already risen high in the sky. This was where the right bodyguard's training with Cheon usually ended in order to make it before the guards arrived. The teacher, taking a couple sips from his flask, asked how the guy felt after the Nagin. He added that the boy had done very well this time, and even to the point of making the teacher himself sweat. Sob cheerfully informed the already surprised kid that he had managed to assimilate 1.5 times as much Nagan as he had estimated. The bodyguard also knew that any other cadet was unlikely to internalize even half of this stone, so there was nothing to worry about. Cheon realized that he had absorbed about 30 years of Nagong, but that was an approximate figure, as the final figure was much higher. He immediately started bowing and thanking the teacher for all his help, as he couldn't have done it without him. Mentally, the guy didn't forget, of course, to thank the nanomachine, without which he wouldn't be standing here now. Suddenly, the right bodyguard noticed the fast-approaching morning and informed him that it was time for him to return. Cheon remembered that he hadn't asked everything he wanted to ask, so he ran after the teacher. He bore to teach him his blade fighting skills starting tomorrow. Such a request pleased the right-handed bodyguard, and he gladly agreed, warning that the lad would not have much time. Meanwhile, the morning of the new school day began with a formation at the academy's training ground. Youngmoo-kum was happy about the day like no other, saying that today was just a great day. Ja-hen stood nearby and wondered what influenced the prince to be in such a mood after hearing the words of gratitude for what he had done. Youngmoo-kum was sure that bastard Cheon was now in agony with severed tendons and was unlikely to be able to walk any time soon. He had already hoped that Cheon would crawl on his knees and beg for a dignified doom, not yet knowing what lay ahead. In the morning, as usual, Dr. Beck came in for rounds with his patients and was shocked at what awaited him there. The completely bald cadet made the doctor literally laugh to tears, as he had definitely seen his shiny hair even yesterday before he left. Hobong was well aware that he couldn't even raise his voice to the doctor because of Cheon's threats. Finally, Dr. Beck was able to pull himself together and calm down and said so-and-so would get him alone and cover him with a curtain, or he was already crying with laughter. Passing by the sleeping Cheon, he looked at him carefully and suspected something. It seemed to him, for some reason, that something had definitely happened between the two of them that night. What exactly the doctor could not know, but it was possible to speculate and guess. He chose to ignore it, as his teacher had taught him to concentrate on healing and not ask unnecessary questions. Meanwhile, 2 days later, the 8th group was negotiating in the dormitory. Jongku Moon didn't understand then why this guy still hadn't been expelled from the group for being unfit. Hobong was already kneeling in front of the prince and reporting back that because of his serious injuries, the doctor had stood over Cheon all night, even though he was going to cut his tendons. The heir to the Stream clan was clearly as unhappy with that answer as he was with the fact that the doctor had been up all night. Hobong began to sweat with fear, but still tried to stick to his story. Youngmoo-kum came simply into clarity as his seemingly completely flawless plan was once again doomed. He pushed with all his might at the cadet, shouting several dozen insults at him. Unable to cope with his anger, the heir threw a few more punches at the guy, asking if it was hard to handle such a paltry task. At one point, he was tried to be stopped by another cadet, who had come up with this whole ingenious plan. Jahyun crouched down next to a frightened Hobong and started asking what the name of that doctor guarding Cheon was. Hobong didn't immediately, but rather quickly remembered that the doctor's name was Baek Jong-myung. Ja-hen thought for a moment and told the prince that he had heard that name before. He thought of the fact that this guy is not just a doctor, but a disciple of Baek Jong-woo himself. Everyone knew that Baek Jong-woo was the Lord's personal doctor and was in the top 30 of the Demon Academy. It was really Dr. Baek, who was his disciple, then had amazing martial arts skills. At this moment, Youngmoo-kum's temper flared up again as he realized that it was an absolute mistake to send this cadet there under these conditions. He continued to beat the cadet and yelled at him not to even count on helping his little clan. A few days earlier, Jongku Moon had approached Hobong with one strange request. He explained the nature of the request and said that he would personally give a little help to his small clan in return. Hobong realized that if he kept his promise, he would tell him the whole truth about Cheon's strength. Right now, he didn't see the point of it, as he wanted Cheon to return to the group as soon as possible to see how brave this prince would be then. At some point, Youngmoo-kum stopped pounding the guy and looked at him carefully. He didn't immediately realize why he had a bandana on his head and pulled it off abruptly. There was no way the heir to the Creek clan expected to see his clear reflection in Hobong's glistening bald head. He mistook the guy's shaved hair for repentance and a plea for forgiveness and mercy. The rest of the group had hoped for a quiet time outside the dormitory walls, but they were sorely mistaken. Youngmoo-kum informs his trusty buddy Ja-hyun that he feels just disgusting, so they have to get out of here. Hobong was left lying on the floor alone, thinking about how much that underprince would regret what he had done to him today. Another 7 days had passed since Cheon had arrived at the Demon Academy's infirmary. Cheon-Yoon never sat idle for a day and devoted all his free time to training and learning. He already knew every move well, honed over these days of hard training. Cheon felt stronger than ever, but certainly not without the help of his teacher's Nagin and nanomachine. All this time, the right bodyguard had been watching him closely and had come to the conclusion that this guy was a real genius. He only demonstrated the butterfly technique to the boy a few times, and he was already performing super smooth and natural movements within a couple days. The teacher saw that if Cheon practiced constantly, he would have no problem practicing the elements. He waited for the guy to finish the butterfly technique all the way through and informed him that they would now proceed to the individual elements. The right bodyguard himself began to show the first movements for further memorization. Cheon knew for sure that thanks to the nano's scanning ability, he could exactly replicate all of his movements. One way or another, it would look too suspicious, so we needed to take things slower. Transitions in the Nagin technique consisted of 24 elements, where the first 3 counted as 1 and created 8 elements. The teacher realized that it took too long to teach the basic movements. It was for this reason that the right bodyguard didn't have time to teach the boy the bindings. He wished he had at least a month or 2, for then he could teach the lad everything completely. After a while, the right bodyguard informed Cheon that this was the end of their training, praising the guy for doing a good job. The young gentleman, as usual, thanked the teacher for the training and said he flattered him. Next, Sob Meng handed the boy some paper with the first elements of the butterfly technique and methods of controlling the Neigong. He indicated that he'd like to teach the kid everything himself, but they didn't have any time left at all, so he'd give it to him to learn on his own. Sob Meng clarified that when they meet later next time, he will make sure to check everything. Cheon immediately told the teacher that he wouldn't let him down and would definitely learn everything. The right bodyguard was about to leave and drew his sword with the power of the Nagin from afar. The sword flew lightning fast straight into the hand of Sob Mi, who had great strength. The right bodyguard informed the apprentice that this was his great wild blade. He next threw this blade towards the young lord and asked him to try practicing with it. Cheon scrutinized the weapon and said that the sword looked much heavier than it was. Sob Meng informed with a smile on his face that their clan's perfect battle swords were much lighter than all the others. Cheon quickly guessed that it had to do with the butterfly technique, for which he received another praise from his teacher. He tried one move with it and immediately cut off a piece of the table, saying that Dr. Beck would definitely not approve. Sob Meng said that although this sword was narrow and light, it was made of the finest metal with special sharpness and strength. He decided to show the guy what he wanted to see for sure and asked him to move to a safe distance. The teacher asked to watch carefully as this was his personal butterfly technique. Cheon decided not to waste any time and quickly asked the nano to scan the teacher's every move. Nano announced that motion scanning had begun at the user's behest. The right bodyguard was already rushing at breakneck speed back to his place across the rooftops of the buildings. On the opposite side of the buildings stood the head and left bodyguard and talked about how cleverly they pretended not to know about anything. The Fire King said he couldn't disobey orders, plus he had fun watching that rat whine and hide back in its hole. By rat, he meant legal bodyguard, clarifying this to the man in charge. The Fire King said that the guards on the second floor should also be changed so that they have enough time to rest. The chief bodyguard abruptly got ready to leave, and the Fire King wondered why he had become concerned about the 7th prince. A short while later, he replied that it would just be fair. The Fire King didn't share such sympathy for the bastard, as he knew how the rest of the 6 clans felt about it. He wanted to say something else, but didn't have time, as the main bodyguard moved away with the speed of a whirlwind. For this, the chief bodyguard was called the King of Wind, so if anyone wanted to catch him, it would be pointless. The Fire King kept pondering whether the remaining 10 days could make a big difference. Meanwhile, Dr. Beck came to Cheon and examined him for a long time, not understanding what was wrong. Usually when he came to him, the guy would wake up right away, but today he was still asleep. At the same time, the doctor realized that this was likely the last time Cheon could sleep so peacefully and for so long. As soon as he discharged him, the guy would have to go through a lot right away, which is why he decided not to wake him up and let him rest. Cheon, on the other hand, was at this point undergoing changes to his muscles and circulatory system from the nano to match the right level of butterfly technique. He had about another hour or so to go before this process was fully completed. Dr. Beck decided to take a nap as well, since he had no other patients and the only one sleeping off the last one. He had to wake up to a sudden sharp sound coming from behind the screen where Cheon was lying. The doctor immediately rushed over to the guy, and when he saw him, he didn't understand what was happening to him. After the process was complete, the young gentleman experienced a feeling of nausea, as he had on previous occasions, and immediately spewed the entire contents of his stomach onto the floor. The doctor was lost in speculation as to why the guy just before the high suddenly became nauseous and threw a shiver and fever at the same time. He waited until the bout of nausea was over and helped the boy get comfortable on the bed. The doctor decided to feel the guy's pulse again just in case, very surprised. He didn't understand how a person who was just sleeping could have such a frantic and irregular pulse. Nano informed the master that his body's response to the change had stabilized. In just a second, all of the guy's vitals returned to normal, and he continued sleeping peacefully. Dr. Beck just racked his brain with thoughts of what it could be, for he had never heard of it from his teacher before. Anyway, he didn't know what else he could do, so he just decided to head out to lunch. As soon as the young gentleman heard Dr. Beck leave the infirmary, he immediately opened his eyes. He slowly and carefully sat down on the bed and decided to test his strength. The first thing the guy did was look at his hands and balled them into fists tightly, feeling incredibly powerful. This strength was very different from what he had even 6 hours ago, so one could assume that Sob Mung had gone through many teachers. The kid figured that if his teacher found out that this had happened to him in just 6 hours, he'd probably freak out. The next early morning, the right bodyguard had already arrived for another training session. Cheon was fascinated by how Sob was able to create such a strong pressure from just the initial elements of using the Negong. The guy checked with the nano just in case, if he had managed to scan all the movements. At this point just then, the teacher asked the boy if he had scrutinized everything. Sob Men regretted that today was the last day of their training, and he couldn't teach the boy the beginning elements. Cheon sincerely thanked his right bodyguard for all the work done on him. The teacher only replied that he would have a very hard time on his return to the academy. In a second, the right bodyguard was gone, leaving the guy alone. Cheon was finally fully convinced that there was at least one person in this place who cared about him. Now he had to fulfill the teacher's expectations 100%. Nano said it would take about 6 hours to transfer all the scanned information to the body and then rebuild it. Cheon was a little perturbed and upset that the process was taking so long. Before starting the process, the guy decided to repeat a few elements. He had only used one beginning element of the teacher and already felt a complete similarity of technique to the teacher. At one point, the young gentleman could even feel through the walls someone walking down the hallway. He didn't remember at what exact moment his perception had become so heightened and he himself so sensitive. After a while, the lad was fully confident that all the preparations were fully completed. Just at this and that moment, Dr. Beck, who had been walking toward him down the hall, came in and gave him a strange look. The doctor was puzzled and asked what kind of completion the guy was talking about, and learned that he was ready to be discharged. Dr. Beck saw no impediment to this, so he gave the guy his clothes and went to fill out the paperwork. In parting, he said sadly that he did not know what to do now, because he was left without any patients at all. Cheon smiled wryly and informed the doctor that he wouldn't have any more of them very soon. He thanked the doctor profusely for everything, to which he replied that he would pray for him, for he really wasn't a bad guy. As soon as Cheon left the infirmary building, the doctor was alone again and decided to sleep. The guy was really grateful for a lot of things from the doctor, especially his silence about training with his right bodyguard. If he ever objected or said anything about it, it would be quite uncomfortable to be here for so many days. Cheon promised himself to never forget Dr. Beck's kindness and to send as many patients to him as possible. The cadets have already gathered at the training ground for an afternoon of group training. The guys in Group 8 were quite surprised to see the 7th prince in their group 2 weeks later. The one who was, to put it mildly, the most excited to meet Cheon's bastard was, of course, Youngkoo Moon. He looked at him in silence and despised him simply because the lad was illegitimate. The instructor immediately noticed the guy and asked if his body had fully recovered. Cheon reported that thankfully he is absolutely completely healthy. The instructor asked if the guy remembered his position, because he had been coming to him all this time and explaining the theory. The answer satisfied the mentor, and he commanded the lad to run to the others. Cheon headed towards the other members of his group and walked just past John Koo-moon. The heir to the Brook clan naturally couldn't refrain from commenting and said that the fellow would only dare to appear now. As Cheon calmly walked onward, Jong Koo-moon continued to pour mud on the bastard. What hurt him the most was the fact that this 7th prince simply ignored him. Cheon knew better than anyone that it was not a good idea to rejoice early, especially under the current circumstances. The instructor announced that they would now begin practicing with real swords and must keep their distance for safety. He also said that if there was another such incident involving the sword, he would be forced to expel the cadets from the academy. For a more accurate notion, he asked if everyone understood and heard back, "That's right." The instructor raised a red flag upward, which signaled a start for training. All the group scattered around the range in different directions at the same second. The instructor thought that although the Creek clan heir was quite arrogant, he was a good leader for the group, with the exception of Cheon. It was for this reason that he specifically put the guy in positions with the least amount of movement. At some point, he decided to scrutinize his every move. The instructor didn't even think he would be surprised that the guy was keeping up with every movement of the entire team. He repeated time and time again to get the guys to align their shields and keep the row steady. The instructor continued to lead the drill, commanding the sequence of movements and stops. Already after 15 minutes, he noticed the members of his group visibly losing ground, and then told them not to think they could beat any of the cadets that way. Despite all the instructor's comments and remarks, some of the guys could no longer stand on their feet. It was strange to the mentor that the guys who had been practicing for such a long time were already giving up. In contrast, Cheon-yoon himself was holding up quite well and didn't even look like someone who had been in the infirmary for 2 weeks. He decided he might have made a mistake and promised himself to check the guy again, commanding the guys to switch positions. Young-koo Moon, as befits a group leader, began to give commands to his team members. He told me exactly when to take a step or two and when to stop. Cheon-yoon didn't lag behind the rest of the group for a second, and somewhere even did better than them. Jong-koo Moon was simply furious that this bastard hadn't misjudged his moves even once yet. He just couldn't bear to watch the guy succeed in the demonic academy. The prince of the Brook clan mentally tried to contact his mate Ja Heng. He asked the guy to nod if he heard him well and was ready to follow orders. Jong-koo Moon asked the guy to do whatever he told him to do regarding the third row. Ja Hen was certainly in favor of any movement if it could still bring harm to someone. Just at that moment, the instructor announced to the boys to change ranks and positions. All team members were required to quickly line up their shields in 3 equal levels. Cheon tried to figure out, was he having no trouble doing all this because the nano had downloaded it into his brain, or just from memorizing the theory? After all the cadets had lined up their shields in 3 rows, the instructor commanded them to pull their spears through them. Ja-hyun had already taken a position behind Cheon and was trying to remain cautious and fast in his actions. He looked straight into the guy's back and chuckled, certain that he was about to get revenge on him for the prince. The guy had already advanced towards the bastard, simultaneously insulting him and blaming him for every possible sin. Ja-hyun only had time to put his foot out and lightly touch the edge of Cheon's clothes. It was all about the fact that Cheon already knew who was at his back and quickly turned around, thus scaring away the offender. Ja Heng was originally going to use a bit of Nagong, but now there was nowhere to go, and he swung with all his might. As soon as he touched Cheon, he immediately flew backward with a powerful throw like lightning. The guy was swung back enough to dash his back a few dozen more meters. Jong Moo-kum had been closely watching his buddy's actions the entire time and was quite surprised when he bounced back so hard. Ja Heng lay sprawled on the ground and realized that he was unable to even get up right now. What had gotten to him was that Cheon's Nagin was dozens, if not hundreds of times stronger than his. While he was pondering this, he didn't immediately notice someone walking up to him and blocking the sunlight. It was an irritated and angry instructor who recognized the guy who had caused another scuffle. Cadet Ja-hyun himself was startled and surprised when he saw his mentor in front of him. He suddenly realized that he could still feel the pain of the retaliatory kick in his ankle. The cadet quickly found Cheon-yoon's gaze and noticed him smiling back at him echidically. He instantly became furious that this illegitimate dared to laugh at him. The instructor didn't care about his squabbling, so he only saw the guy's teeth clenched in anger, telling him to calm down immediately. While Ja-hen was trying to justify himself in some way, the instructor stabbed him in the chest with his spear in a sharp movement. The mentor immediately asked if he was the same cadet who had stabbed Hobong in the back with his sword last time, knowing the answer to that in advance. He informed the lad that henceforth, the next 4 days would be no rest for him, as he would be undergoing hellish training until just before lights out. The instructor turned literally into a beast, as the cadet tried to come up with another ridiculous excuse before saying, "So true." The other members of their group were even happy about this turn of events, because they couldn't stand the arrogant Ja Heng. The one who was most angry now was Jung-koo Moon, who had once again failed to fulfill his plan for Cheon. The guys kept discussing amongst themselves that now even the Creek clan heir himself wouldn't be able to cover him. Someone looked at Cheon at this time and thought that even though he was being trained by the right bodyguard, it was still all strange. It was a Fire King who knew for a fact that Jahayon had about 30 years of Negong, but was weaker than Cheon. He couldn't believe that this drunken sobman could actually teach anything important. The Fire King even wondered if this fellow had the natural ability to internalize the benefits of the medicinal stone to the fullest. He decided that he was right after all, in that although this guy was a bastard, he was still born of a lord. Since there happened to be two heirs in the same group, it should have been a very interesting performance. Meanwhile, the instructor and the cadets moved into the large hall of the main range. All the cadets came to the mess hall and waited for the instructor's permission to begin. Everyone immediately pounced on the food, especially Cheon, who had seen only mediocre food in the infirmary lately. It was torture for him to eat one meal of porridge for 2 weeks. Although he was a bit tensed by Jongku Moon's gaze, but he wasn't going to mar his meal with it. The guy didn't understand why this guy hated him so much, but he had no intention of forgetting the actions of the 6th clan. He would never forget that moment when his mother was dying in front of him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Finally, the instructor announced that Friday's schedule was complete, and everyone was free to go except for one cadet. Everyone began to quickly disperse while Jia Heng trembled in fear and panic. The instructor beckoned Cadet Jia Heng to follow immediately. Cheon Yun was happy to see what was currently happening at the training ground. Finally alone with his thoughts, he looked at the dormitory he was to enter for the first time. He went to look around and decided it wasn't too hard to remember their room number, since it matched the group number. At that moment, someone called out to the guy and asked where Cheon was going to go without his permission. Of course, it was none other than young Mu Kum waiting for the guy on the stairs. Cheon looked at his opponent and knew that this rascal always lived up to his worst expectations. Plus, he never approached alone and was always with his pups to look like a gentleman among them. The heiress of the Sound clan was just passing by and noticed that everyone was crowding around the 7th prince. Jongwo Ryu was a little surprised that Jongmu Kum would voice her hatred for Cheon so openly. The heir to the Creek clan made sure that quite a few guys had gathered around them and decided to begin. He stepped out of the crowd and moved closer to the 7th prince, preparing himself for the spectacle. As soon as he got as close to him as possible, he immediately started insulting him, calling him the dirtiest words. Jungmu Kum continued to say that this bastard had been in the infirmary for 2 weeks without exerting himself, and now he had come here to show what a hero he was. Just when he started to talk about Cheon's foul blood, the man asked in response if he had insulted the Lord now. Obviously, the Creek clan heir didn't quite understand what he was talking about and asked again. Cheon decided not to be ceremonious and explained to the guy that when he called his blood dirty, he was making a direct insult to the Lord himself. The guy also added that if John Mukum feels like a god so much that he can insult the Lord himself, he can continue. The people behind Mukum's back began to whisper, and he himself was simply furious at how this had turned out for him. He was desperate to destroy this guy in front of everyone, and it ended up going the other way. The heiress of the Sound clan said with a chuckle that Jongku Moon was indeed a true fool. The Sword clan's heir, Jong Ken Wung, was watching everything that was happening from the side. He didn't understand why he had to freak out over such petty things and get involved in such a story in front of everyone. Jongmu Kum couldn't take any more judgments from the outside and grabbed Cheon by the collar, insulting him in the process. He didn't even have time to swing before he received a powerful punch in the face from the 7th prince himself. The Creek clan heir rumbled to the ground, holding his nose tightly and shouting curses. Cheon didn't let the moment go to make a joke of the offending man, and started parodying him and asking him what he was trying to say with all of this. As soon as the Creek clan heir saw the blood dripping from his nose on his hand, he instantly turned into a rabid beast. He literally exploded and powerfully pushed off the ground in a high jump and flew at Cheon. Having almost reached him, Jongmu Kum was already prepared that he was about to finally strike his first blow. This was not to be, because there was no trace of Cheon where he stood. The 7th prince quickly bounced to the side, thus avoiding the blow from his opponent. Jongmu Kum noticed the bastard disappearing again and yelled that he was trying to escape from him, but he wouldn't let that happen. The other guys noticed the speed at which the guy was moving and were quite surprised, knowing his history and background. Jongmu Kum noticed that all of his guys in the group froze in place and shouted to them to immediately go after the guy to catch up as soon as possible. The heir to the Brook clan simply could not, believed that this illegitimate dared to hit him first and escape. He was also well aware that if he left it all for nothing, he would no longer be considered a human being. Meanwhile, Cheon-yun was rushing lightning fast through the forest just behind the Demon Academy. None of the boys could keep up with the seventh prince, who was incredibly fast and agile. They even got the feeling that the guy was running at exactly the right speed so that no one could catch up with him. At this time, they had all already been caught up by an enraged Jong-ku-mu, who was shouting at them that at this pace, they wouldn't even catch up to a girl. The Creek clan heir was confident in his strength and speed, and wanted to catch up with the guy as soon as possible to deal with him once and for all. Cheon-yun himself had quickly achieved his goal, which none of the cadets in the dormitory knew about yet. The prince was finally able to catch up with him, and the first thing he asked was if the guy was still tired of running away. Cheon-yun turned to his opponent and gave him an intimidating look and asked back why he suddenly thought someone was running away somewhere. The guy laughed, which embarrassed Jong-ku-moon with bewilderment, and abruptly moved forward. He shouted that he had come here because there was no point in showing it to everyone else, and swung for a punch. The last thing Jong-mu-kum saw in front of him was the seventh prince's fierce gaze and the hand flying at him. The Creek clan heir struggled to defend himself with his arms crossed in front of him. It only helped for a moment to delay his opponent's blow, throwing him far backwards. Jong-mu-kum used the 7 stars defense skill, but he was still thrown back, which spoke of his opponent's incredible strength. He had no way of understanding how this illegitimate child knew so much about martial arts. The heir scrutinized all of Cheon's movements and noticed that they had become smooth and confident, indicating the presence of Negong. Cheon, of course, noticed how nervous and anxious his opponent had become, so everything went according to plan. He liked what was happening here now, so he decided to take his time and just enjoy the moment. The rest of the team finally caught up with them and immediately rushed towards the Creek clan heir. Just at this moment, Cheon decided to use the second element of the butterfly technique with light circular movements. Suddenly, in the maelstrom of events, the guy noticed something strange and decided to stop. It seemed to him that the Creek clan heir had blacked out from that blow. In fact, Jong-ku-moon simply deflected in order to gather his strength and strike back at his opponent's stomach. The counterattack was really strong, and Cheon lost his balance for a moment. He felt a strong, burning pain in his solar plexus area and couldn't immediately bounce back. Jong-ku-moon decided not to give up his position and used the second element of the Stream clan's first technique. The lad got the idea of engaging in the long fistfight in which his people were so strong. The rivals looked hatefully into each other's eyes and tried to figure out which of them would emerge victorious tonight. The heir of the Stream clan rushed straight into the next attack, shifting Cheon from his forward position. He threw another powerful punch, from which Cheon had to fly backwards as a defense. Cheon quickly guessed that his opponent had a very large supply of Negan, even before they were accepted into the academy. Considering that Cheon-mu-kum had also taken the healing stone, his strength had only increased, although Cheon felt that he could still fight. The seventh prince realized that he had to quickly attack his opponent before he began to launch repeated attacks and forge ahead. The guys standing nearby noticed the glowing trace skill and couldn't understand how this illegitimate one could use it. Cheon paid no attention to the sarcastic comments of the others and continued his attack to buy himself time. He threw a powerful punch, but the Creek clan heir managed to deflect it in time. Jong-mu-kum had to admit that his opponent was quite good at martial arts, so had to attack quickly too, not giving Cheon the opportunity to strike first. From another heavy blow, the seventh prince flew back again, twisting in the air several times. Jong-mu-kum noticed that this kid is good at short attacks and close combat. It seemed to him that Cheon was completely inept at responding to his opponent's attacks, which was his undeniable advantage. Cheon himself realized at this time that he was only thinking about his punches, but in no way anticipated the number of quick attacks. Jong-mu-kum said that he was surprised by the skills the guy used because they were completely unsuitable for him, but afterwards realized that the guy was only improvising. He added that this bastard is only trying to copy others without knowing his limit, which is highly expected. Cheon wondered if his opponent realized that he had no time at all to learn more than 2 positions, and certainly no experience. The guy was not a fool at all, so he could understand Jong-mu-kum's thoughts and statements. He didn't even think about the fact that having experience would show the difference between them so much. Jong-mu-kum said that he had no idea how this bastard had learned martial arts, though it wasn't that important anymore. He threw himself into a new attack, using the fifth element of the Stream Clan's technique called the Roar of the Stream. Cheon, of course, saw the opponent flying at him and quickly thought through in his head what position was best to use. Nano reacted in time and reported that there was an increase in visual ability to react to the threat. There was a quick scan of Jongmu Kum's movements and activation of the defense mode from the training fights. Cheon quickly gathered his thoughts and managed to deftly bounce off another batch of his opponent's attacks. Jongmu Kum didn't even realize how he found himself facing Cheon's hand, about to strike. A moment later, the guy felt the intense pain of a fist landing on his jaw. It was clear from the expression on Cheon's face that he himself had not expected this turn of events. As Jongmu Kum flew somewhere to the side with a broken face, he thought about what exactly Cheon had used just now, because there was no technique. The seventh prince himself didn't seem to understand what had just happened, as he hadn't fought anyone like this before. Nano informed the master that boxing was used as a combat defense option for this training fight. He also explained that the learning fight includes an indicator of independent learning based on analyzing the opponent's movements. Cheon had absolutely no idea what it was even about, but asked if he could use boxing instead of the butterfly technique. Nano finished analyzing the data and asked if the master was ready to accept the changes, having received consent. Jongmu Kum realized that this dirty-blooded kid had aces stashed up his sleeve since he possessed a fist fight. Either way, he was sure it wouldn't work anymore because now he was ready. The guy rushed to attack, and Nano immediately began scanning his every movement and even his breathing. By machine analyzing the data, Nano told the master exactly where the opponent was going to attack. With everything known, Cheon was able to deftly dodge every swift strike from the prince. The Creek clan heir was shocked that his opponent had managed to somehow deflect all of his strikes. Cheon not only deflected everything, but also quickly attacked back, depriving his opponent of the advantage. Jongmu Kum lands several powerful punches to the body almost simultaneously. Why, at this very moment, he was brought back to his childhood memories. His mother insisted the boy win for the sake of his lord father leaving the filthy Lady Hua and returning to her. She literally made little Ku Moon promise her that it would be like this. He also remembered the way his mother cried and blamed everything on him, that his defeat had caused things to go wrong. The woman continued sobbing and blaming the boy for everything, dismissing the whole thing. She stood over him in tears and sobbed, clasping her hands tightly around his neck and screaming that he was a mistake. Suddenly, Jongmu Kum came back to reality and was angry because this stupid memory had appeared right now. Cheon Yun looked at his opponent carefully and was confused for a moment, guessing that something was wrong. For a while, the Creek clan heir thought about the fact that he had lost. Such a turn of events, of course, could not suit him in the slightest. He became furious again and shouted that he would never let such a low-born brat win. It was with those words that he lunged at Cheon in anger, swinging for a punch. As it turned out, it was for nothing anyway, as Cheon grabbed him first and sealed him into the ground. He held his opponent's face tightly and didn't give him a chance to get up. Cheon finally felt that the Creek clan heir had stopped resisting and let him go. He looked down at him and listened as he still continued to insult him. Cheon calmly said that because of his long tongue, among other things, he honestly deserved it all. The boys stood and looked in shock at Cheon, the overpowered prince they themselves all collectively couldn't calm down. They got all worked up about what everyone was saying about this kid's lack of nagan, which was obviously a lie. Cheon heard what the cadets were whispering about and wondered if they wanted to try the action on themselves as well. The cadets didn't object and rushed to get the prince while Cheon wondered if he would have more authority and power if someone also obeyed him. Jongmu Kum didn't want to finally fall face first into the mud and shouted for the cadets to let him go immediately. He turned to Cheon with insults and asked why he didn't finish him off. Cheon replied that it was all about the second test tied to the group assignment and nothing more, but the prince didn't believe him. The guy warned that he would do it if he didn't stop kicking and spitting venom while being without any strength. The heir of the Brook clan wanted to say something else, but he didn't have time as the seventh prince left them in the forest with lightning speed. He stayed there with his loyal cadets, but he himself wished to take revenge on the lad for all he had done to him. Cheon quickly rushed away and thought about how dangerous it was, because without the nano, he simply wouldn't have made it. He had definitely realized for himself that although he had learned martial arts perfectly better than anyone else, he should not forget about the experiences that influenced a lot of things. The boy also knew that experience was needed along with the Nyan, but as long as he got in shape, the sixth clan wouldn't leave him alone. To begin with, the young gentleman decided to explore how to use what he already had. Cheon turned to Nano to ask how many of his functions he had already used. Nano quickly began checking and analyzing the master's status and reported that only about 3% had been used. The boy was quite surprised at this answer, for he was sure he had used much more. He began to ponder that the Nano had many more functions he could use. Cheon asked for details of what other functions he had in his brain to be downloaded. Nano Machine clarified that along with this, English will also be uploaded for better understanding of each other. The guy agreed to accept all the information, and Nano started the process of transferring the information to the brain. As soon as it started, Cheon froze in place for a while and experienced an electric shock. When the transfer of information was over, the guy could feel the sheer volume of it, and although he felt slightly sick, there was no more nausea. This was a great progress for him because he immediately rushed to look for the search for the desired functions. Nano quickly opened up the entire available list to him, which turned out to be just infinitely huge. What he was most interested in right now was information about repeated battles in the augmented reality where experience could be gained. Nano explained that all you have to do is enter the base of who you want to analyze, and you're all set. Cheon chose Jongku Moon as his opponent, who was possible to create with the information previously available, but not completely. He decided not to waste any time and try it right now, because everything was going to go smoothly. The activation of the simulation avatar in the appearance of the selected user has started. This avatar in the augmented reality looked just like his abuser in life. The most interesting thing was that only the master could see the avatar in question. Nano asked the master to set the influence percentage, that is, the number of attacks received, which Cheon set to 100. After completing the whole process, the avatar even spoke in a similar manner to Jongku Moon, with insults and threats. Cheon was a little confused that such a silly part of the battle was also part of the simulation. The guy was finally happy that he could do whatever he wanted with it and not get punished, since it was just an avatar. The simulated avatar continued to provoke the young lord to attack. Immediately after his words, the avatar took the fifth element of the clan's first stream technique called Roaring Stream. At this moment, Cheonu clearly realized that this was not just a simulation of an avatar, but a complete replica of his opponent. Without wasting any time, he began to immediately fight back and dodge, slightly recalling Jongku Moon's movements. The guy decided to change the direction of his attacks a bit to test their effectiveness. Unfortunately for him, none of that helped, and he still got hit hard even from the avatar simulation. Cheon, just like in the fight with his real opponent, flew back again, not realizing what he had done wrong this time too. He also didn't understand why he felt a lot of pain, to which Nano explained to him that he transmitted the same amount of pain as he did in actual combat. The machine asked if the master wanted to change the exposure percentage, but Cheon wanted to gain experience, so he declined. The avatar's stimulation was repeating all the dirty phrases exactly like the prince himself, annoying Cheon even more. He realized that by his habitual actions, he would not succeed in this endeavor. So he decided to change his attack tactics once more and rushed towards the avatar at full speed. This attempt was again unsuccessful for the young gentleman, as were the next 10. The guy was lying on the ground with no strength and checked with Nano how long he had been here. Nano replied that it was about 11 at night now, so the guy realized he had been here for hours without a break. He fought the avatar a total of 15 times and only managed to win the last time. The first battle ended after 5 elements, and he couldn't defend himself properly. Cheon was well aware that if he fought this way against a real opponent, he wouldn't even get to his head, let alone win. Nano recommended that the master keep practicing as skills would increase according to experience. Cheon was angry at the machine and himself because he couldn't beat the avatar repeating his moves time after time. At this point, the guy still decided not to give up and continue the fight to show everyone what he is worth in 7. The young lord finally finished his training and went to the academy dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside his group's room, he immediately started looking for his bed. The guy couldn't help but notice the stares that everyone in the room was squinting at him. Cheon noticed that after he had beaten up the Creek clan heir, the other guys would disperse to the sides at the sight of him. Unexpectedly, the very same cadet Hobong ran up to him and began to politely greet him here. He began to show him where to go and said he would be happy to escort him to his bed. The other cadets didn't understand why this kid was acting like this in the presence of the 7th prince. Cheon himself was curious, and he asked if Hobong had changed his attitude toward him, or if he just needed something. The frightened guy already realized that Young Mu Kum had abandoned him, so there was nothing to lose, since he was probably going to die sooner rather than later. That's why the cadet decided to risk taking the oath of allegiance to Cheon-yoon. He quickly dropped to one knee and solemnly said that he wished to serve the seventh prince as his master from this second on. The other guys were astonished by this act of Hobong, as the seventh prince had no title, fame, or any other powers. Cheon didn't immediately realize what was happening, and clarified once more if he definitely wanted to serve him as his master. Hobong began to shout that he was madly sorry for his past actions, and in the future he wanted to do everything to atone and prove his loyalty. Cheon was lost in doubt because he didn't know how to take a servant to him due to his lack of trust in people. He took another look at Hobong, who was literally begging to serve him and unwilling to take no for an answer. The seventh prince pondered the prospect of a servant who would serve him faithfully. Unexpectedly, he nodded in agreement, surprising Hobong, who had not even hoped for such a thing. Hobong immediately began to say that he would not let him down and would try his best. Just at that moment, 2 more men came up to them, and one of them said that the room must not be left unattended for a moment. It was Jong-moo-kum and his loyal servant Ja-hyun who pounced on Hobong with accusations of infidelity. Hobong was incredibly scared, but he decided that he couldn't show his fear anymore. At that moment, Cheon himself intervened in their conversation and asked what kind of person this Ja-hyun was that he dared to reproach another man's servant for something. He also clarified that all those insults hurled at Hobong are about himself, because he is the one running after his master. Ja-hyun literally boiled at such words and started saying that no one dares to talk to him like that. Cheon only laughed and replied that he would only be willing to talk to him if he learned good manners. Hearing no response from Ja-heng with his teeth clenched tight with anger, the guy asked if he was afraid of him. This was the last straw of the cadet's patience, lashing out at Cheon in a vicious rage. Not even a second later, Ja-hen was hit hard from the back, missing with his punch. A moment later, the guy was already face down on the floor, having been rammed a couple meters forward. Cheon felt that this cadet was too weak and not even close to matching the avatar. Hobong himself dropped to his knees in surprise and gazed at the Lord with admiring eyes. At that moment, he finally realized that he had finally made the right choice. Cheon saw the Stream Clan heir's disgruntled face and asked if he would like a refill. Jong-moo-kum responded for the self-proclaimed prince to be careful because having a servant doesn't make him an important person. Everyone present was stunned that the very embodiment of the Creek clan's evil would just walk away so easily. One way or another, everyone understood that even after this incident, the Brook clan would not have less authority. Either way, they would find out about that later, but for now they were better off staying on neutral sides. They all looked closely at Cheon-eun and realized that this guy was the one who would bring change to the Demon Academy. So another week passed, and the day of the second group test at the Academy's main training ground came. The instructor informed the cadets that he had taught them everything they needed for enrollment, and further all responsibility for everything rested solely on their shoulders. He habitually checked with all the guys to see if they understood everything, and heard, "That's right," in response. Before the start, the 4 groups had to draw lots amongst themselves to see who would be battled. The Fire King commanded the leaders of the first 4 groups to come forward. He noticed that the second and third groups had changed leaders, unlike the unchanged first and fourth groups. The Fire King checked with the leaders to see if this was the final composition of the groups and got down to business. He explained that the first leader would now pull out a piece of paper and determine the fate of all groups. The leader of the first group advanced to the draw, delivering a rival in the form of the fourth group. Then an announcement appeared on the board that the second group was competing against the fourth group. The boys in the first group cheered and shouted solemn words to their leader. The Fire King commanded the leaders from groups 5 through 8 to come forward. Some cadets were quite surprised that the leader of these groups changed during this time as well. The left bodyguard turned his full attention to the 8th group, visibly interested in the sight. The leader of the 8th group was Cheon-eun, who had apparently dethroned Jong-moo-kum, but not yet officially. The heiress of the Sound clan clearly did not expect such a turn and felt irritation along with confusion. She had already thought 100 times about how she had repeatedly warned Jong-moo-kun to be careful, but he still chose to act like an idiot. On the last night before the second test, the Creek clan heir waited for the training to end. The guy went off to watch everyone else from afar from the cliff opposite. The heir to the Brook clan thought those who stayed behind to train after the school day were fools. He didn't understand why he would do that, when all their strategies and moves were visible to everyone else. The guy realized there was nothing more to see, and decided to go practice somewhere farther out in the woods. Just at this moment, A Sound Clan heiress joined him on the cliff. Young Mukum remembered her last statement to him, so he was surprised to see her here. He decided he didn't want to make her appearance a huge deal and just walked away. The girl wondered if he was ignoring her, but without waiting for an answer, she quickly got in his way. Young Mukum grudgingly inquired what she was doing and why. The girl was annoyed that this arrogant guy didn't want to talk to her, even though she was the one who had called him. She clarified that she had thought about it for a long time, but still decided to tell him something, and he was doing this to her. Jongmu Kum resentfully moved on and reminded her of her recent words about the Stream Clan guys being complete idiots. The girl rolled her eyes and with obvious displeasure repeated it all again. Only two said she would speak quickly next. She blocked the guy's path and showed him her bandaged hand, forcing him to stop. He wondered perplexedly where she had hurt herself. The Sound Clan heiress replied that she had this trace since yesterday. She anxiously reported that when she was practicing alone last night in the woods, she was attacked by someone. Jongku Muk was surprised that someone had the guts to attack one of the heirs of the 6 clans. Jongwon Ryu couldn't tell as she couldn't see the faces of her attackers because of the masks. Jongmukum said it didn't matter at all whether the attackers were masked or unmasked, as it happened because of her carelessness. The girl was angry at such an unreasonable conclusion to her behavior, replying that he didn't understand anything at all. The guy clarified if she was hinting for him to be careful from now on, and the girl said he could definitely be next. She thought so because they were in competitive groups of 4, where almost all the leaders were heirs to the clans. Jongwon Ryu was also sure that they were assigned to such groups for a reason, rather than being forced to fight just against each other. Youngmu Kum still didn't quite understand where the girl was going with her facts about the groups. She persisted and asked the guy why they were told which teams would be in which groups. Jongmu Kum finally began to guess that this way, it was easy to figure out who would have to fight against whom and make the leaders the target. The heiress of the Sound Clan exhaled in relief and praised the guy for being smart, because then it would be harder for the team to maintain their position. She was on her way out and lastly informed him that she had told him this just in case, so that he wouldn't go training alone. The girl didn't want to hear about the heir to one of the 6 clans getting his ass kicked without the opportunity to take a second test. After saying that, she pushed off powerfully and strode away to the dormitory. Yongmu Kun was annoyed that the weakest of the heirs was warning him of danger. In any case, he realized to himself that such information could not be ignored all the same. At this time, he was already being watched by one of those masked assailants. Cheon-Yoon sat on the cold ground after numerous training sessions and asked the nano what his winning percentage was against the avatar. The guy realized he couldn't keep his promise and completely overpower his opponent's simulation when he heard the 60% answer. Nano began to say that practically the skills and perfection of the master's positions had gotten much better. The guy asked if his nano was thus pitying him, to which he heard that it was purely an analysis of the available data. Cheon was about to head back to the dormitory when he heard some strange noise. He became alert and, listening to the source of the sound, ran in the right direction. At some point, the guy stopped and realized it was definitely the sounds of a struggle. Cheon quickly navigated the terrain and took the right path to the scene. He definitely saw some cadet, but because of the pitch darkness, he didn't realize who it was. After a few seconds, the guy noticed someone's unconscious body on the ground. The young gentleman used the nanomachine to activate the night vision mode on his eyes. After scanning the movements of the unknown in the darkness, he realized that Jongmu Kum had been attacked by an unknown masked man. It really turned out to be the Creek clan heir standing next to the unknown person. The assailant was wearing a mask, making it impossible to see anything at all, but Nano managed to scan him well. Cheon got in just in the middle of the battle and noticed the unknown man continuing to attack Jongmu Kum. The prince tried to dodge all sorts of blows, trying to avoid serious injuries and wounds. Cheon quickly assessed the situation and realized that since the unknown was able to attack even this guy so easily, he shouldn't underestimate him. Unfortunately, it was impossible to recognize the unknown person because of the mask, even to the prince himself. He flew in a counterattack on his opponent and didn't notice when he took a hard hit on his knee. Upon landing, the guy felt a sharp pain to the point of sparks in his eyes and realized that this was the end of his defense. At that time, the unknown masked man didn't seem to be about to stop and was only gaining momentum. It was noticeable that the assailant wanted to do everything to bring his case to a cherished end. As much as Cheon wanted to help Youngmu Kum, He just couldn't let his group leader get hurt the day before the test. He decided to take advantage of the moment of surprise and called out loudly to the unknown masked man. He managed to get his attention and turn the attack to his side. Cheon only did so because he was confident because of his increased strength and the surprise effect, so he was going to strike first. This made the unidentified masked man have to fly back a few meters as a defense. Cheon realized that such a quick reaction time only indicated that this guy had a pretty high level of fighting skills. The masked, unknown man looked menacingly at the two boys and realized that today's plan had failed. A moment later, he pushed off powerfully and scrambled away from the place. Cheon-yoon looked after him and thought that he definitely shouldn't pursue him. He next turned to the heir of the Stream clan and inquired if he was all right. Jong-moo-kum started shouting that he wouldn't accept help from a filthy bastard like this, but he had no choice, so in just a few minutes, they were both in the dormitory. The guys who were in the room at that moment were shocked by the picture they saw. Cheon stood in the doorway, with an unconscious Ja-hyun lying briefly on his shoulders, and Jong-moo-kum dragging himself under his arm. Everyone immediately rushed to ask what happened, but Cheon asked them to take care of them quickly and then set up an interrogation. Hoban immediately ran up to the seventh prince and began to ask if his lord was injured. The young master asked Nano to scan Ja-heng's wounds and let him know if he was going to be okay. Nano immediately informed that this guy has a sword wound that needs to be stitched up after disinfection to make everything okay. Suddenly, he heard someone start shouting that the Creek clan heir was bleeding. Cheon realized at that moment that he had completely forgotten about his prince because of Ja-hyun, noticing the excessive pallor on his face. He immediately shouted to Hoban to immediately call for their instructor. After a while, Jong-ku-moon's wound was cleaned, disinfected, and stitched up. The instructor reported that he has now administered first aid. Everyone heard something else in the mentor's voice that he wanted to hide from them but couldn't. The instructor reported with great regret that Jong-moo-kum would not be able to walk normally for a while. The Creek clan prince was infinitely angry at the masked guy's attacker who had robbed him of his most precious possession. The guys on the team began to panic about the fact that tomorrow was already a test and their leader couldn't walk. Suddenly, Jong-ku-moon was abruptly picked up off the bed by the instructor and asked everyone to calm down. He indicated that he would take him to the infirmary right now, and they would discuss everything later, but Cheon stopped him, saying that they had another casualty. Hobong asked to carry him to the infirmary himself, but the seventh prince told him to rest as he would do it himself. Cheon-yoon hoisted Ja-hyun onto his shoulders and ran to catch up with the instructor. He asked him to wait, as he was carrying another casualty with him to the infirmary. The mentor said with a smile on his face that he was sure the boy would follow him. Cheon asked him if he had purposely ignored the second victim to make it so, and received an affirmative answer. The boy suddenly wanted to know the reason for this, but the tutor said there wasn't one, because there was a test tomorrow. Once they reached the main academy building where the infirmary was, the mentor took the second injured man on his other shoulder. He urged the lad to return to the hostel now, as it was already too late. Cheon immediately nodded in agreement and headed back to the room to rest. Suddenly he stopped and thought about what had happened today. The thought occurred to him that this could have been one of the opposing team's dirty ways to pass tomorrow's test. He was well aware that no one would be able to find out who exactly was hiding under the mask, and thus he didn't even get his hands dirty. At that moment, the young gentleman noticed a flock of ants on the ground at his feet. He drew the analogy of ants banding together to destroy the strongest of them without suffering serious losses. This episode reminded him very much of what had happened in their dormitory between groups. Cheon figured that's what the instructors and bodyguards were trying to accomplish by turning the opposing teams against each other. It was as if they gave them the opportunity to choose the best tactics to pass the test. In that case, it meant that there were no more rules to honor. Meanwhile, in the room, the guys were dejectedly talking about how there was no hope for them and they were definitely doomed to fail. One of them even said that it might be better to lose than to suffer such a fate as the prince or his mate. They continued to argue about what should be done until Cheon returned. Cheon informed everyone that they don't have time to whine because they need to choose a new official leader before tomorrow's test. The cadets still didn't know what to do because they didn't see anyone better in the role than their prince. At this moment, Hobong quietly approached them and suggested that they think hard. He reported that he has a great candidate to be the new leader. The boy rushed to Cheon-yoon in joy with the news that he could be the one to become their leader. After all, this guy was also a prince, though not as privileged as the other 6 heirs. The guys on the team looked at each other in silence for a while. Some of them raised their hands, voting in favor of Chiang's candidacy, and others joined in. The guys closest to Yungku Moon reluctantly raised their hands, clarifying that they couldn't pass the test without a leader. Cheon calmly said that he accepts the fact that everyone voted him into the leader's seat. He smiled cheerfully and informed me that he was glad about that, because he would do anything to make sure they didn't fly out tomorrow. Cheon clarified that he wouldn't just do everything, he would tell them the perfect plan right now. It was something between late at night and early morning, when all the boys were sleeping peacefully in their rooms. Almost everyone was asleep, because Cheon put on a mask and asked the Nano to turn on night vision mode. Nano immediately obediently activated the desired mode, and the young master could see almost everything that was happening in the dark corners of the dormitory. For a while, the guy picked a suitable plan of action so as not to meet anyone in his way. In just a second, he was already quickly dashing across the stairs to the high ceiling beams. He landed at the suspiciously open window of room 7 at this hour. It was quite strange, for it could have been the cause of someone's awakening. The guy immediately began a detailed analysis of the room and everyone in it. After analyzing the data, Nano reported that all 20 people in that room were in deep sleep. Cheon was satisfied with this answer, and he began to search further, jumping through the window. He asked the Nano to scan everyone's face for matches to the masked man. Nano reported that no matches were found in the room in question, and then the guy set to work. He quickly jogged between a row of sleeping cadets, who he quickly poked at one of the circulatory points. Approaching the last of the sleeping guys who was the leader here, Cheon found that he was awake. The guy jumped up abruptly and started asking who and what was doing here. Luckily for Cheon, he managed to disable this guy in time, as there would have been more problems than in the beginning. The young gentleman was startled that the fool had almost woken the whole room. He decided not to waste any time and quickly pulled out his acupuncture needle. Cheon made a few quick movements with the needle in the leg of the leader of this group. The guy didn't want to hurt anyone, but he really wanted to pass this test, so he decided to cheat since someone tried to do it to them as well. He was finally done in this room and decided to move to the next room to finish the job. After thinking for a bit, Cheon decided that the unknown masked man was definitely not a girl, so he skipped the 5th room and headed for the 6th. He decided to see if he could find his attacker among these cadets. Nano quickly scanned the room and reported that all 16 cadets were asleep. It was here that he realized that even with the 3 girls from the women's section included, there still weren't 20 of them. Next, the young gentleman quickly turned on facial recognition to find matches with the masked guy. Since no matches were found, Cheon didn't know what to do next, for he was sure it was someone from the leaders. In any case, there were no rules against injuring a leader, so he did what he had to, for protection and justice. The next morning, the Fire King looked at Cheon-Yun and realized that he was now the new leader of the 8th group. He was amused by this fact, so he found the second test at least amusing. The leaders from the 4 groups stood before the Fire King, who asked if everyone was ready to begin. The left bodyguard said he knows exactly how everyone has been preparing for this test, so we'll have to follow the rules. All 4 leaders were puzzled after the words about some rules. They walked silently down the long staircase back to the range, back to their groups. Cheon noticed that one of them was acting suspiciously strange. He even thought the face of this cadet seemed quite familiar to him, so he took a closer look at him. Cheon decided to make sure for sure and asked Nano to turn on face recognition mode. The nano machine immediately activated a detailed facial scanning protocol. Within seconds, the Nano reported that this guy's profile matched the masked John Doe 100%. Cheon smiled unanimously and thought contentedly about finally finding him. The Fire King announced the start of the first round of the second test, where the team that defeats the opponent will win. When he was sure that everyone and everything understood, he shouted loudly that the test was starting right now. The enemy teams immediately took their respective positions, where one stood in a defensive posture while the other preferred to attack. The leader of the first team, named Jongmu-un, commanded his guys to line up. The Fire King appreciated the guy's unusual strategy and quickly visualized it in his head. The teams were attacking each other just as he had envisioned. As soon as both groups made contact with each other with their shields, they felt resistance from the opponents on either side. The leaders of both teams were quick to give orders to their guys to win. Suddenly, one of the opposing team was pushed out of the row and hit hard with his shield, knocking him to the ground. The leader of this team realized that the advantage was not on their side and shouted for everyone to retreat quickly. He had no time to say or do anything more as he himself was wounded and fell to the ground. In front of him stood Chongmu-en, who suggested that the guy surrender before he suffered damage. The leader of the losing team had no choice but to admit defeat and surrender. The Fire King noticed that the match ended too quickly due to the large power differential. He congratulated the first team on their victory and said they had passed the second test. Next, it was announced that it would now be a battle of Team 5 versus Team 8. Cheon was glad it was finally their turn, but noticed the consternation on the other guys' faces. He realized that he urgently needed to cheer them up somehow, so he started talking to them. Cheon tried to reassure them and said that things are changing very quickly here, so they better focus on that. The guy reminded them that they had to pass this test or they would be expelled from the Demon Academy. Cheon solemnly declared that he wanted to become the strongest in the history of this academy. He then turned to the guys and asked if they didn't want to be the same, clarifying that they just couldn't lose today. Cheon raised his sword up and told everyone to shout along with him that victory would be theirs, which the guys did. The Fire King noticed how this kid boosted the team's morale, but was sure it wasn't enough to win. He was really curious whether this illegitimate prince would become a victim or a hunter. It was announced that the team that defeats the opponent wins and passes the second test. Jong Won-ryu, who was the leader of the fifth team, was not prepared for this turn of events, as she was hoping to fight Youngmu Kum. She hated the mere thought of having to fight this low-blooded brat without a nagan, but she wasn't about to give in to him and hold herself back. The Sound Clan heiress loudly commanded her bandfellows to immediately attack. Cheon immediately commanded the nanomachine to activate the training battle mode. Nano turned on the scanner and training battle mode in a second to scan and analyze all of the opposing team's movements. Cheon responded to the fifth group leader's command by shouting to his guys to stay in their seats. The heiress of the Sound Clan asked the cadets to quickly line up in 2 rows for the offensive. Nano informed the master that the leader of the fifth group had changed formation, and they were now preparing for a spear attack. Cheon replied to Nano that he thought so, because the heirs of the 6 clans were willing to do anything to avoid fighting him further. He quickly realized that his team would lose if they stayed in the same positions and attacked head-on. At this point, the guy loudly and clearly commanded the guys to immediately change the formation to a 6th formation. In just a moment, all the guys had already regrouped and were getting ready to attack. The Fire King noticed the new line formation of the 8th group and didn't understand why such a stupid decision had to be made. He knew that such a formation was useless if the team leader was weak, and decided that he had pinned his hopes on good training with his right bodyguard for nothing. Jong Won-ryu was already flying at the 7th prince in a rage and yelling that he had no right to do such a formation, making her team look weak in front of everyone. She pounced on Cheon and met him with her shields in battle. It was a primary leadership confrontation as the rest of the team awaited orders. What was the girl's surprise when she realized that Cheon had put up a block with his shield, which was powered by Nigan energy. Even the Fire King was surprised and confused by such a sight, for no one had placed high bets on this guy. Only one Cheon-un knew for sure that thanks to absorbing the healing Dragonstone, Nano, and Sobmi's training, he had much higher Nigun than this girl. He smiled contentedly, for he was calm and confident that everything was going according to plan. Jong Won-ryu realized after colliding shields with the opponent's leader that her team's formation would be quickly destroyed if it continued like this. The girl could not understand how it was suddenly, and when this bastard became so strong. A second later, the Sound Clan heiress was gone from the battlefield as she realized she was forced to retreat. She ran ahead of her team and yelled for them to quickly regroup for the first formation. Nano reported the tactics for the first formation, and Cheon ordered his guys to regroup for the third formation. The leader of the 5th clan heard something and stopped to see if she had gotten it right. Jong Won-ryu smirked contentedly and cheered up again, for she was sure that such a formation was not for them. The girl knew for sure that the opponents would not be able to defeat them in the same way that the first group used to win. She knew that even with her Nagong, Cheon wouldn't be able to go against her attack, so she shouted to her guys to change formation to 6th. Jong Won-ryu was sure that with this tactic, the 8th group simply wouldn't be able to move freely because of their friends on the other sides. That was why she figured Cheon's movements would be restricted as well, but was surprised at his foolish decision to attack her head-on. Cheon, on the other hand, wasn't just confident in his abilities, but knew exactly how this fight would turn out before him. He ran to attack and started doing some tricks on the way, scaring the heiress of the Sound Clan. The girl noticed that the other members of the 8th group had also moved towards her team and didn't realize what was happening. After a few seconds, She realized that her opponents were changing their formation on the fly. There was nothing to do, so Jongwon-ryu ordered her guys not to panic and to fight. Right as they approached the fifth group, Cheon commanded to change their formation back to the second group. Jongwon-ryu was visibly intimidated by Cheon's tactics and didn't know what to do against the second formation. She only quickly warned her boys to be careful of the coming attack. The cadets from the fifth team started yelling to each other that their opponents were attacking them both from the back and from different sides at the same time. The girl was on the verge of an outburst of rage at the actions of the opposing team and her boys. Within a moment, all the members of the eighth team were standing in one even row. To be more precise, it wasn't really a row, but a circle, because they managed to surround the fifth team in a matter of seconds with the help of Cheon's tactics and strategy. The fifth team was well aware that they had no avenues of escape left to fall back on, which was quite humiliating. The evening before the second test, Cheon gathered all his team members together and asked them to listen carefully to their plan of action for tomorrow. He had already then come up with the idea of abruptly changing the second formation to another without giving his opponents a chance to come to their senses, to defend, or to attack. Just like that, Jongwon-ryu finally realized that this illegitimate scoundrel had just fooled her. Cheon wasn't going to stop there, so he ordered his guys to move forward on the offensive. The cadets from the fifth group guessed what was about to happen and began to tremble with fear. They saw that the opposing team was not going to slow down and were coming straight at them with spears. This was the final straw for the fifth team to make an independent decision for themselves without the admonitions and orders of their leader. In the next second, the entire team dropped their shields as a sign that they were surrendering and didn't want to fight, because everything was already obvious. The Sound Clan heiress simply couldn't allow this to happen, and angrily shouted for everyone to immediately raise their shields. None of the members of the fifth group even came close to following her orders. At this moment, Jongwon-ryu realized that she didn't want to hear the voices of men shouting at her about the impossibility of being a girl in a demon academy anymore. She didn't want anyone laughing at her anymore, so she gripped her sword tighter and made her decision. The heiress looked straight into Cheon's eyes in fury and shouted a couple of insulting comments. Lastly, she added that she would never give up, especially not to a brat like him. In the same second, the girl pushed herself hard from where she stood and moved to attack. Together with her weapon with a searing fire sword attack, Jongwon-ryu flew at Cheon. The seventh prince had no trouble anticipating her movements and deftly dodging her with a powerful punch before doing so. It didn't end there, so the young lord prepared for the next attack. There was a serious fight between the leaders of the rival teams. At one point, Cheon landed a crushing blow right on the shoulder of the enraged heiress. The girl from shock didn't immediately feel or realize what had even happened. All those present there saw everything and were just wildly horrified by what had happened, including the Fire King. Cheon remained standing still while flying somewhere in the air. Jongwon-ryu finally turned back around and saw what had happened. The girl immediately could not fully realize that she was flying without one arm. It was a second later that she landed and wailed at the top of her voice about her infinite loss in the form of her arm and the sharp pain. An instructor rushed to her and tried to calm her down to be able to stop the bleeding. Cheon listened to all this shouting and stared into the reflection of his sword, trying to figure out if he had done the right thing. Generally, that wasn't his plan, as he just wanted to block her blows and force her to surrender. He heard that the fight was over, and decided for himself to practice more with the sword in the future so that something like this wouldn't happen again. Someone loudly congratulated the boys on their victory and announced that the entire eighth group, including their leader, had successfully passed the second test. The cadets had fun watching their leader and did not hide the joy of winning and passing to the next stage. The Fire King had to admit that this guy really wasn't bad, as he used quite interesting techniques in addition to Negan. He couldn't believe that the drunken bodyguard had been able to teach the guy something really useful in such a short time, along with refining the Naigun. The guy's technique also showed good strategy, so he shouldn't have been so underestimated. At this moment, the left bodyguard strongly regretted not taking this kid as his apprentice. There was a chance that they were now facing a martial arts genius, but the most interesting thing was ahead of them. Again, a new round of the second test was announced with the third group taking part. Their leader was the heir of the Venom clan, Jong Jun-sum, who was clearly unhappy about something. He, like practically everyone else, could never think of the power that Cheon-yoon was hiding. The guy thought about it, not because of the previous fight, but because of how the guy was able to dodge his attack when he had masked attacked the cadets in the forest. Somehow, the Poison Clan heir was sure that this illegitimate was just toying with him. In fact, this vile bastard kept his potential, all the skills and great power secret. He was sickened by Cheon's satisfied smile alone, not to mention any of his victories. Meanwhile, the leader of the other group informed all his guys that if they attacked directly, they would easily win. Youngjun-sum was sure he was right and commanded everyone to use the sixth formation immediately. The cadets on his team were a little confused as to the correctness of their leader's plan when they saw their opponents rushing towards them at full speed. The prince noticed this too and quickly ordered the boys to regroup for a second formation, thinking the leader of the other team was crazy. The entire third group saw their opponents approaching and tried to maintain their wedge formation. The leader of the other group, for some reason, decided that this formation was sure to bring defeat to the third group. The heir of the Poison Clan already had his sword firmly at the ready, confident in his strength and the strength of his boys. At the most crucial moment, when both leaders were a few centimeters away from each other, Youngjun-sum rushed to attack. He deftly and quickly attacked his opponent, leaving him without his only defense. The poor kid looked up into the sky at his far-flying shield in bewilderment. In the next second, both teams saw Youngjun-sum pierce the opponent with his sword. Both teams moved at each other, forming a real spectacle on the battlefield. The guys on the team left without a leader began to realize that they were not strong enough and were being thrown backwards. The third group was doing a great job and was ready to end the fight. The senior instructor and the Fire King watched all of this closely, listening to the shouts from all sides for the third team to crush the opponents. The Fire King and the instructor were a bit stunned by what was happening at the training ground, but there was nothing they could do about it. The heir to the Poison Clan stepped closer to the injured leader of the opponents. Youngjun-sum stood triumphantly and solemnly above the cadet, showing his superiority with his entire appearance. At this point, he turned his gaze with no small amount of fury on another guy. It turned out to be, of course, Cheon-un, who the prince of the Poison Clan had big bloody plans for. Cheon was quite intelligent and quickly guessed that he had a new annoying enemy, but even that fact would not mar today. After a while, another team victory was announced, and the action moved to the main hallway of the senior building. On the first floor of the building was the faculty office, where almost all of the instructors were already present. One of the mentors handed the Fire King a stack of papers with a list of failed contestants with their grades. The fiery bodyguard told the senior instructor that many failed this time, implying great clansmen. He quickly explained that the heirs would have made it to the third test if not for the group test on the second, so there might be misunderstandings among the remaining princes. The Fire King grimaced and said that nothing like this would happen if they used the usual rule book of the demonic academy. The head teacher clarified that if they didn't reevaluate the departed heirs, the higher clans would revolt against them. The Fire King clarified that the higher clans would be fine with access to the healing stone and the reserved library, which was not the case for the middle and lower clans. On the other hand, he realized that that was where everyone who had passed the second test was gathered right now. The Fire King proved to be right, as all those who passed were heading towards the Demonic Academy's reserved library. Cheon wasn't exactly sure if he had imagined it, or if it was actually true that the library looked much more grand than the main hall of the academy. He also realized that the other cadets had already visited the first floor of the library while he was in the infirmary, so today would be the second. The boy remembered the words of Sabmi, who had asked him to devote all his time to learning swordsmanship and the stream dance breathing method of the butterfly dance, as everything else was a waste of time. Even then, the young master clarified with the right bodyguard if he meant the reserve library. The teacher then asked him not to worry about the first floor, as he was already learning what was available on the fourth and fifth floors. The right-handed bodyguard clarified that there was nothing on the first floor that could even come close to his martial art. Cheon listened to the teacher carefully and memorized everything, not forgetting that he had an assistant in the form of a nano. The guy took a candle from the table and asked the nano to scan everything from the first to the second floor. He arrived on the first floor of the library and was surprised to see such a huge number of books, having correctly guessed earlier that he would be alone here. The young gentleman remembered that he only had 2 hours to get to the first floor, so he hurried off. He immediately informed Nano that he was quickly flipping through the reserve books, which he would have to scan. Everything was going according to the plan he had set out in advance. Cheon quickly leafed through all the books he could think of while the nanomachine scanned them. After a while, the nano had already reported dozens, if not hundreds, of times that the scan was successfully completed. Cheon carried another scanned book to the shelf and asked Nano how much more time he had left. Nano said the wizard had about another hour or so, to which the guy asked how many books had already been scanned. The nanomachine replied that there were 55 books in total, but Cheon asked that the information from them not be transmitted to his brain just yet. The young gentleman noticed that he had only looked through the outer shelves of the first floor and decided to inspect the inner ones. Suddenly, he stepped into the center of the first floor hall and came upon a huge stone column. Next to her sat some formidable man, apparently the caretaker of the first floor of the library. In any case, it was unclear what this huge rock was doing in the middle of the library. Cheon went forward and didn't even notice that the caretaker at that moment opened his eyes and looked at him carefully. He informed the guy that it was a tombstone left behind by the main founder of the academy, who was the ancestor of the heavenly demon. The young master had absolutely no information about the heavenly demon ancestor, so he was surprised. The caretaker also clarified that this founder carved his inscription on the sapphire. Cheon found something in those words like a carved poem that reminded him very much of something. At some point it came to him that all the writing on the tombstone was carved with his finger. The caretaker began to talk about how amazing it all was really, because you had to concentrate all your Naigun in your finger to do that on a sapphire that even with a sword and very strong Naigun was almost impossible to even scratch. He also clarified that almost no one pays attention to this stone, as he is busy reading books, but since the guy noticed, then perhaps the blood of this ancestor flows in him. Cheon replied that he himself had noticed it at the last moment, so it was unlikely. The caretaker said that he had been protecting this stone for 20 years now, but no one had ever looked at it, including the heirs of the 6 clans. Lastly, he said that he had already taken up a lot of the young master's time, so he would not interfere with him. Cheon Yun was about to go further away when he suddenly noticed something interesting. There were someone's scratch marks on the tombstone, as if hiding something else. The guy was not confused and immediately asked the nano to scan and analyze these traces. The nanomachine immediately began scanning and analyzing the surface of the tombstone. Nano informed the master that these marks were left by a sharp sword, which surprised the guy quite a bit. He wondered who could have done such a thing on such a precious heavenly demon ancestor stone. Nano immediately answered him that, according to the analysis of the depth of the footprints, there were 2 people who could have left them. Cheon highlighted the scratch marks once more and realized that he himself would never exactly answer his own question. He asked the nano to show him the sword marks in 3-dimensional augmented reality. The guy noticed a huge difference in how much force and at what angle the sword strike was delivered, because under the nanoscan it was very visible. Looking more closely, the thought occurred to him that these scratches might have been hiding the original scratches. Perhaps Cheon could have been right, and these haphazard marks on top of the old ones were left by someone on purpose. The guy asked the nano to get rid of all the marks on the stone down to the very first ones. The nanomachine did as it was told by the master, who had already noticed something. The young lord stood by the tombstone and was able to notice that these sword movements were not quite ordinary. Such movements were formed by an unknown bundle that combined them into a single technique. Cheon lacked the comprehension to determine such complex movements on his own. That's why he asked Nano to analyze the traces and create their stimulation in augmented reality. Before doing so, Nano informed the master that since ancient times, the hardness of sapphire has been a way to measure a person's strength. At this moment, a caretaker came up to him and inquired if the lad had gone to read books. He noticed his genuine interest in the tombstone and asked if the guy was interested in the mess behind the stone. The caretaker added that it was quite unfortunate, for there were rumors of the heavenly demon ancestor leaving his epiphany in sword technique here. He also preceded the boy with a question and answered at once that none of them knew who had done the outrage. Most likely, these people wanted to be the only ones who could capitalize on the ancestor's legacy. Cheon couldn't believe that those scratch marks could really be someone's act of vandalism. Finally, the caretaker decided to leave and said it was time for him to make his rounds in the library. Nano had just informed the master that the hardness of a sapphire could be measured if you simply put the palm of your hand against it. The young gentleman didn't hesitate for a second and immediately rushed to place his hand on the tombstone. It began scanning and analyzing the data received by touching the stone. Nano reported that the hardness measurement has been completed, and if you set the standard at 10, it would be a solid 7 here. One way or another, the guy couldn't stop wondering who had destroyed the present sword mark after all. Nano, using hard sapphire analysis, recreated the sword marks in augmented reality. Cheon looked at the simulation in bewilderment and even asked who he was, but Nano said the simulation didn't support the conversation. He only wanted to say that he didn't understand anything as the simulation of sword strikes on the sapphire began. The simulation portrayed the striking so believably that it was hard to distinguish it from reality, except for the way it looked. Cheon was surprised by this sight, considering the fact that only he could see it. The simulation quickly, motion by motion, exactly replicated all the scratch marks. The young gentleman couldn't quite make out whether it was one solid movement or several. Nano finished putting all the bindings together and said that according to their martial arts, it was all one movement. The guy couldn't believe it, as even the butterfly technique consisted of 8 bindings. It was very difficult for him to master the technique itself, not to mention that it took him about half a year to perfect it. As it turned out, it wasn't even close, and couldn't compare to what a certain person had done here. Cheon didn't even expect to find such valuable knowledge on the first floor of the library, and encounter a unique opportunity, so he asked Nano to quickly save this movement for later. He thought about how he could have missed such a treasure because of the haphazard tracks above, but luckily, he was craftier. Cheon was also perfectly aware that he was the only one who had gotten this move, so he was eternally grateful for it. Nano reported that after removing the surface traces, 45 intertwining movements were found. The young master was not prepared for this after learning of the single initial movement. The movement analysis also showed that all these footprints were carved at different times. That's why the guy decided that these marks weren't made to cover up the original marks. The guy asked to create a nano-augmented simulation in order of sword movement, starting with the first one. Cheon scrutinized each of them until the 45th movement of the simulation. He noticed that all these movements were becoming more and more perfect each time. Nano finally finished playing the simulation in augmented reality. Cheon felt squeezed like a lemon as he watched everything that was going on. He asked Nano to copy right now the originally saved sword movement and the 45 following ones to present as an augmented reality battle afterward. The nano machine quickly analyzed the 2 swords and recreated both simulations. Next, the augmented reality battle mode between the 2 simulations was activated. The simulations immediately rushed to attack each other, dodging mutual blows with lightning speed. The young lord scrutinized their strength and skills, trying to catch something in common. He quickly noticed one thing and guessed that the movement had simplified. The first movement at the beginning had seemed perfect to him in contrast to the bunch of others, but now he could clearly see that it was not at all an attempt to get rid of the original movements. Cheon quickly found the caretaker and asked if there was still a sapphire tombstone on some floor of the library. The man wasn't exactly sure, as he only worked on the first floor, but replied that there should be one on every floor. That was what Cheon was thinking about when he guessed that the 45 sword marks were a record of the long process of simplifying the original movements. The boy thanked the caretaker for the conversation and went to the 2nd floor of the reserve library. Cheon was glad to see that the guys on the 2nd floor weren't done yet, as this floor was given 3 hours, not 2. The boy looked around carefully at everyone sitting in the library reading something. Among everyone, he noticed the only one here of the heirs, Zhong Yu Chang from the Blade clan, as everyone else was too confident in their family's martial arts. Cheon immediately realized that this guy wasn't as easy as the rest of them, and he was a guy to watch out for in the future. He quickly flashed past everyone in search of the right tombstone and decided to examine the back of it. As soon as Cheon walked around the tombstone, he rejoiced that he was right after all. The surface of this stone was completely covered with sword marks, so the guy asked Nano to do the same thing as on the first floor. Nano reported that there were sword marks from the first floor here, but the first movement consisted of 24 bundles. The second man's footprints, on the other hand, consisted of 56 movements that looked like some kind of study. Cheon wanted to check things out right away, but it was a bit difficult due to the amount of people around, so he just asked the nano to highlight the sword movements and memorize them. The guy got 4 incomparable moves and couldn't wait to translate them to his brain already. After a while, the 7th prince aroused the other boys' morbid interest by his actions. They looked at Cheon more and tried to figure out what he was doing after all. They didn't understand the meaning of what was written, even when they read every word, and Cheon just flipped through book after book. At some point, the cadets realized that they only had an hour left, so there was no point in paying attention to the bastard and his illogical actions. Meanwhile, Cheon continued to scan book after book with an evasive smile. After a while, the heir to the Blade clan himself couldn't help himself and peeked at Cheon, or rather at the way the guy just picked up and flipped through book after book without reading a single word. Jung Yu Chang guessed that everything with this boy is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Nano reported that 156 books had been scanned, and the master asked that all the data received today be saved. The boy hoped that would be enough for further testing. The young master knew that although the original butterfly technique was one of the top among the top 10 martial arts academy, but he shouldn't be overconfident. In order to achieve mastery in martial arts, one must practice the movement of a binder hundreds or thousands of times. The most important part among all of this continued to be the lessons learned. Sobmen always told Cheon that he himself had to go through many hardships and battles with enemies to understand martial arts. All the guy had to do was try out the augmented reality ability for a wide variety of experiences. Cheon finally finished with everything and ran out of the library, where he was told at the entrance that he was just in time before time ran out. The secretary put him in a special register for marking and told him he could go. Lastly, he reported that someone was asking about when the 7th prince would be coming out. The guy wanted to check more with this secretary, but he said he didn't know anything else. The thought crept into his head that someone might be waiting for him, though that wasn't the most important thing right now. He so already remembered the talk about the individual training rooms that would be available after the second test, and he wanted to get there as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Cheon immediately moved towards the enclosure where the individual training rooms were located. The young gentleman was about to approach the gate of the enclosure when he heard something. One of the cadets literally ran out to him out of nowhere and said he was looking for him everywhere in the dorm rooms. It was the leader of the 6th group, and coincidentally, the heir of the Poison clan, Jongjun Sum. Cheon asked why he was looking for him, to which Jun replied in a tone of voice that he should know. Jongjun Sum asked if Cheon really thought no one would find out what he did to his other team members' legs. After all, he absolutely recognized him under the mask that very night before the second test. Cheon didn't even want to talk about the topic right now. He was already too busy as it was. He could see that the man was definitely looking for a victim to fight, and calmly said that he shouldn't have left his guys alone in the room. Jongjun Sum replied that he had figured out a very bad person because of that. Cheon noticed that the overlay was acting calm enough for provocation. He also knew very well that this guy had quite a bit of power, so he needed to be careful. Just as the boys took up their fighting positions, I heard someone call out loudly to them. Both guys didn't react in any way to the extraneous noise and focused on each other. Cadet sighed unhappily and said that the two didn't even notice him. To draw attention to himself, he moved lightning fast to a spot between the two guys. The cadets really didn't hear him, as the Poison clan heir was quite surprised by his appearance. Cheon was equally surprised to recognize the guy as the heir of the Blade clan, John Yu Chang. John Yu Chang cheerfully said that they both have excellent concentration, which is what is supposed for group leaders who have passed the second test. He appealed to the Poison clan heir to let him deal with Cheon first, clarifying that he had waited too long and it wouldn't be long at all. The guy even bowed graciously to the prince, asking for his request to be granted. Jongjun Sum was surprised that this heir was bowing before him and asking for something so kindly. Either way, he wasn't going to give in, so he yelled out that he had been looking for this bastard all day. Jung Yu Chang replied that he didn't even know what to do in such a situation, because he had been looking for him all day too. Jongjun Sum was just furious about such unheard-of rage and wasn't going to back down. He didn't like the fact that this heir was looking down on him, so he rushed to attack him. Jung Yu Chang rather remarked to himself that this guy is quite daring. In any case, it wasn't that important, as he had studied martial arts intently from a young age until now. That was why the Blade clan heir easily dodged his opponent's attack and even gave him a warning gesture. The 7th prince watched the unfolding picture with interest. Jung Yu Chang, without hiding a smug smile, asked the other prince how he was feeling. Cheon noticed that this guy easily modified the movement he had seen for the first time. Jongjun Sum also realized how advanced his opponent's technique was. He started saying that the guy's arms were tense and lacked balance, which could indicate bruised ribs or something similar. Jongjun Sum realized that this heir was far above all the other cadets in terms of strength, and right now his body was already not in the best shape, so he had to escape. Jong Yu Chung noticed the doubt in the guy's eyes, so he took his hand away and asked him to just wait. The heir to the Poison clan realized that there was nothing more for him to catch here today. He immediately pushed off in a leap and gave one last shout to do whatever he wanted. Zhong Yichang only laughed at this, while Cheon wondered why he needed him after all. The young lord realized that no matter how it was, There was no way he could handle the prince right now. Just in case, he asked the nano to activate augmented reality with the training battle mode and set the butterfly sword technique. The Blade Clan heir noticed the boy's overly puzzled and serious face, so he quickly asked him to relax. He wondered if the guy was tensing up like that just because of his position, or if there was something else. Zhang Yuchang went on to say that there's no need to give such an attitude, since it's just an acquaintance of brothers from the same father. He even folded his hands in polite greeting, which further alerted and surprised Cheon. Next, the Blade Clan heir greeted Brother Cheon in an almost friendly tone. Cheon Yun continued to stand silently, at a loss for what was happening. The young gentleman had definitely decided that this guy was just laughing at him or mocking him. Jung Yuchang said that they hate him too much, though he himself can understand the boy who has been treated in a bad way by the 6 clans all his life. Cheon Yun replied that he shouldn't expect a warm welcome since there wouldn't be one, and offered to tell him why he was looking for him after all. The heir to the Blade Clan convinces the guy otherwise, saying that it's just their new acquaintance because he's just like Cheon. He clarified that they are both on the same intended path, so there is no reason to antagonize each other. Cheon still didn't believe that this whole performance was done for that reason alone. Zhang Yuchang said that after that incident on the second test between him and the heiress of the Sound Clan, he became a real fan. The 7th prince couldn't stand it and shouted for him to immediately stop this whole spectacle and tell his true motive. For a while longer, both boys stood silently looking at each other for an answer. Zhong Yuchang finally spoke up, clarifying that it seemed like it was really useless to argue with this kid, so there was no easy way to get close. He decided to try again and said he wouldn't offer twice, so it was better to agree now. The heir looked into Cheon's eyes and offered him, in all seriousness, to work for their Blade Clan. Now Cheon realized what this guy really wanted from him, though he was a little surprised. Zhang Yuchang noticed this and said that something like this might really surprise you, but it's a realistic suggestion. Cheon clarified if the prince was serious, to which the prince replied with a smile that he wouldn't have waited under the library for so long for fun. The heir further excitedly stated that he didn't know about all the others, but personally he himself didn't consider Cheon as his enemy, but instead wanted him to become part of the Blade Clan and protect them together. Cheon guessed what this was about, and wondered if Zhong Yuchang was trying to talk him into giving up his status as heir. Zhong Yuchang laughed naively and said cheerfully that it could only seem that way, but it really wasn't like that. After a moment, he reported that even that was proving too difficult for Cheon. Cheon didn't understand what he was talking about, so he clarified what he meant by saying that. The heir to the Blade Clan only raised his hands up and solemnly announced that he had already said everything. He clarified that if the guy went the way of the Blade Clan, he would have to meet with him as there would be no other choice. But at the same time, as the prince said earlier, he has become a real fan of Cheon, so the latter will have a brilliant future if he goes down the same road with him. Cheon took that to mean that this cocky heir doesn't even see him as an opponent. A few seconds later, the young gentleman replies that he refuses such a generous offer. Zhong Yuchang described everything so vividly and colorfully that there was no way he expected to get rejected, so he was a little surprised. Cheon confidently stated that he needed something completely different and no one could handle him, so it was best not to stand in his way and maybe he would let him live in peace. For several more minutes they stood in silence, staring menacingly into each other's eyes. It was noticeable how Zhong Yuchang was starting to go into a rage, so it was better to prepare. Nano quickly scanned it and informed him that the strong energy was quickly focused in his right hand, so it was best to use the second position of the butterfly dance with a slight circular motion. Cheon had to prepare for possible self-defense, for this could be the beginning of a battle. The guy quickly made a shift to the left half a step to use the technique recommended by the nano. Zhong Yuchang was surprised that his interlocutor had chosen that particular position to defend. The next moment he laughed loudly, and Nano reported that the strong energy in the enemy's right hand was dissipating. The heir said he did get angry at first, but afterward he felt funny for some reason. He repeated Cheon's words that it was better not to block his path, and said that it was quite a bold statement. Cheon looked at the cheerful heir and realized that only his mouth was smiling, and he was full of hatred and anger. Zhong Yuchang dejectedly exhaled and let him know how sorry he was for the lost time and Cheon's decision. He added that they will definitely meet again since they are on the same path. The heir of the Blade Clan wanted to say something else, but Cheon noticed the appearance of the nagun in his right hand. Nano immediately analyzed and reported that there was a strong energy focused in the enemy's right hand. The heir to the Blade clan made a powerful dissecting kick in the air, raising dust and earth. Cheon was amazed at this sight, for he knew exactly what this ability was. In his opponent's right hand, the power of the blade was concentrated in his right hand, notable for its power and majesty. Young Yu Chang said, with a caustic smile, that the seventh prince was not even close to being in a position to threaten his life. Cheon looked at the crack in the ground from the blow and thought that this guy had already reached maturity since he could do such a thing, and the rumors of him fighting with the heirs of the Darkness clan for position were not exaggerated. At this moment, Cheon clearly realized that he was on completely different levels with this man. Young Yu Chang, meanwhile, looked at his interlocutor enigmatically. Suddenly, he put away his blade ability and waved goodbye, saying that they would see each other again. Cheon was upset that he was wrong about being in the same position as the rest of the heirs after fighting with John Mu Kum and defeating John Wan Ryu. The young gentleman realized that he should not be hasty in such matters and be more careful in his future judgments. He knew perfectly well, after all, that his only goal was not to tackle all of them at all, but to become the best. Meanwhile, the heir to the Blade clan was thinking about something on the way to the dormitory. He was surprised by the fact that this bastard had calculated all of his attacks in advance. He was about to strip the guy of his right arm in one motion, but he was out of his trajectory before he even released the blade. At that moment, the heir realized that this boy was different from the others. Cheon finally managed to get into the individual training room of the teacher's house. The young gentleman walked through one of the doors and was surprised to find that this ordinary, unremarkable room was for training. He quickly figured out that it was no more than 3 meters wide and 3 meters long, which was extremely insufficient for practicing the stance using shadow steps. Checking the wall of the room, it seemed pretty solid and secure to him. This pleased him, and he took a comfortable seat to study quietly without distraction, figuring he could even get enough Naigun gathered here. Next, the young gentleman asked the Nano to recreate augmented reality. Next, Nano created a simulation of positions scanned from a sapphire tombstone from the second floor of the reserve library. Cheon began to scrutinize each sudden movement of the simulation, which were a little more complicated and faster than the ones on the first one. He realized that even if he used the last stance from the butterfly dance, he wouldn't be able to block a single move. Next, Nano created a simulation of the positions left by the other person in ascending order. Cheon scrutinized all 56 positions with a wince from start to finish. The guy realized that this was just crazy because it was impossible to perfect such a technique without having an obsession with the sword. He watched the rough and unnatural position become impossibly perfect by the 56th movement, which gave him goosebumps. The next step, Nano created a battle with the original 56 positions initially carved in order. After a long battle, finally on the 56th movement, the second simulation defeated the original. Cheon noticed that, like the first floor, there were absolute positions here, previously carved by the first, which were later modified with a difference of one movement. The guy assumed that he could originally go against this absolute stance using the butterfly dance, since the sword stances originally couldn't block any movement from the back of the stone. It was all too complicated to understand and any logical explanation. But despite all this, Cheon Yun had no intention of giving up, so he decided to give it a try. He created his own simulation and wanted to find at least one way to counter it with the butterfly dance. His simulation reached for his sword while Cheon himself prepared to attack first. He stood firm and confident on his feet, wanting to win at all costs. His simulation possessed exactly the same power as himself, only it also possessed positions carved in stone. Within a second, they were already lunging at each other when Nano reported that the neural activity in the master's brain was rapidly increasing. Cheon controlled himself in augmented reality using Nano and Nugun. The fight between the two identical opponents was no joke at all, quickly exhausting the young gentleman. Cheon was in a state a bit like a trance or hypnosis, only he could come out of it on his own. Nagin's power swirled around him in a whirlwind like this, fueling the augmented reality. At some point, the guy woke up abruptly and opened his eyes in bewilderment. Cheon didn't understand what had just happened to him, for he had no intention of waking up. He knew for a fact that he was only focused on the fight right now. The thing was, this time, he had never before been able to reach a state where he was in complete control of his body in trance. He couldn't believe what had happened and decided to quickly test his strength and energy. Cheon happily noticed how his Nagin had risen sharply to 40 from 30, which meant the guy had gotten the realization. The young master thought about the fact that all of these positions were truly deserving of the title of the best among the martial arts of their cult. Cheon decided that he would definitely be able to use the butterfly dance much better from now on. He could feel how the movements cut through the air differently now, and the consciousness achieved not only increased the nagan. The guy couldn't stop practicing everything he got from those moves in the simulation. At one point, the young lord noticed that he was able to concentrate the nagan in one place, forming something tangible. For now, he couldn't translate it into a solid form due to the lack of nagan, but after another absorption of the healing stone, the strength would already be 60 years, and that would greatly reduce the difference between him and Jung Yu Chang. Cheon wondered how long he had been in this state for, very surprised to learn that he had been here for 2 hours already. The boy knew it would be difficult to translate all of this into the body, but asked the nano for now to simply transfer into his brain the positions that were originally and later carved into the sapphire stone from the first and second floors. In that second, the rapid transfer of all 4 positions into the guy's brain began. Cheon felt a sharp, severe headache and wondered how long this process would take. Nano was told that, according to the analysis, the process of changing his muscles and energy flow would take 10 hours. The guy was quite upset about such a long sentence, but there was nothing else for him to do here. When Cheon returns to the 8th group's dorm room, he notices that not all the cadets have returned yet, probably from training. Hoban approached the young master and, bowing, informed him that he had returned first. Cheon noticed a pile of some scribbled papers in Cadet Hobong's hands. He realized that all the cadets were studying what they had memorized in the library and asked the boy if he had found anything useful. Hobong replied that not much because it was only a 2nd-grade martial art, and he himself had studied the stepping technique because he was not strong in fistfights. It was a moment when everyone was fully committed to work, and they used these 4 days given for rest wisely. They all understood perfectly well that if they wanted to get ahead, they should not waste time. At sundown the next day, Cheon was in his individual training room, completing the process of transforming his muscles and energy flow. Immediately after finishing, the nano turned off sleep mode, and the guy jumped up like a scalded man. At this point, the most unpleasant part of the transfer process began. Cheon was nauseous again. As he vomited on the floor, Nano reported that the body's biological response to the transformation was stabilizing. Finished with the unpleasant part, the guy finally exhaled and said he could rest now. There was no way he could get used to responding adequately to this process, even though he had been through it many times before. Cheon decided to test his strength and began to rapidly clench and unclench his fist. He felt the strength in his hands on a whole other level, and he himself became much stronger than from the perfection of the butterfly dance. Since the process transfer was for muscles as well, Cheon decided to check what kind of shape he was in now. The guy, like a little kid, marveled at his new body, which looked completely different. He had every muscle responsible for a particular function. Cheon decided that just now he could use some practice, and had already taken a fighting stance. Meanwhile, in the neighboring training room, Jongjun Sum was training. He thought about how his skills were lacking last time because of his self-confidence after attacking Yong Mukum. The guy realized that he still had a lot to learn to at least get close to that guy from the Blade clan. In order to do so, he needed to first forget about Cheon Yun for a while. He decided to focus and aim for something more important than this whole showdown. Just when Yongjun Sum thought of this, the wall to his training room broke through with a rumbling sound. Even the guards standing at the entrance of the faculty house were startled by the loud sound of the explosion. The exploded wall with its debris piled the peacefully sitting cadet. He fell to the ground with no strength and thought it might be an attack with the mercenaries. Through the shroud of thick smoke and faint light, Jongjun Sum noticed someone's figure across the room. The boy could see almost nothing clearly, but he began to recognize familiar features in the blurred face of the stranger. After a second, he could clearly surprise a confused Cheon Yun standing in front of him. That was the last thing the guy had time to see before unconsciously passing out. Someone had already come to the noise and started asking Cheon how he could punch through the wall to the other room where the other cadet was studying, because he might as well have destroyed it. It was the instructor who spoke of being thankful that this cadet was alive. Otherwise, there would have been instant expulsion from the academy. He added that this case will definitely go to Chiang's personnel file. From that point on, the guy was banned from using the training rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors and was shown that there was space in the basement. But if he did something like that there too, he would not be able to train in that building ever again. Cheon replied that he understood, apologizing for what happened, and promised to be more careful from now on. The instructor looked at the departing Cheon and thought about the fact that breaking through a wall of stone that had stood for decades only meant that the guy's Negan had exceeded the allowable limit. Cheon asked Nano why he was able to break through the wall, since he hadn't even thought about being able to do that. Nano explained that this was due to a strong transformation in his body, due to which the master could now leave physical force marks on Sapphire, which had the highest durability. Cheon was shocked to hear the information, because the movements themselves were not shown, and he only got the data after analyzing the traces. He also realized that the power was limited by the limit of his body, due to the fact that the Nano made sure the power matched his body without destroying it. All of this was limited to Cheon's growth process, which couldn't even be affected by the Nano, except for the stimulation of the growth plates, so all that was left to do was wait. Cheon was already in a basement with separate training rooms. The Nano had transferred information into the guy's brain with a technique that had been practiced for decades, but he was still nervous because it was the first time he was going to practice it. It was decided to start with sword-wielding and general warm-up exercises. A second later, Cheon was already rushing forward with the confidence that he had gotten it right. At one point, the young gentleman stopped and mentally repeated everything he had done. He realized he had made a mistake somewhere, so he decided to try again. The boy accelerated and made a few sharp and quick movements, but quickly stopped, realizing that wasn't it either. He was frustrated that nothing was working, even though he was sure of the opposite. Cheon quickly gathered himself and took the starting position, slowly repeating all the movements all over again. At the end, he sped up considerably, repeating and perfecting the movements with each time. The young gentleman remarked that it finally worked out, especially the first and second positions, which were perfectly executed. Either way, something wasn't quite right, and Cheon asked Nano to compare his movements in the three-dimensional image with the one that had been scanned earlier. The guy felt that the absolute sword technique was somehow incomplete and very different from what he had seen in the library. Nano has launched work on an augmented reality program based on user-generated information. It began comparing the movements of the simulation of the man who had left marks on the stone and Cheon himself. The guy noticed that his technique looked unnatural, as he was just stringing together movements, and even more so with a delayed rhythm. Cheon sprawled on the floor in frustration and pondered what the real problem might be lurking. He realized that even if he was short of breath, the techniques themselves were still wrong. Here, Cheon stopped the flow of his thoughts, focusing on his breathing. In the next second, the prince remembered that the last secret of the martial arts method didn't work without energy rotation either. It finally came to him that due to his extreme fatigue, he had been so focused on just the sword technique that he had completely forgotten about breathing. Cheon remained seated in the basement training rooms, imagining a sapphire stone nearby. He asked Nano to show him a three-dimensional image of the tombstone on the side where some poem had been written. Nano said that he could only show the exterior of the column from the stored information. Cheon quickly ran his eyes over what was written, where it said about a brave warrior and the defense of the city. The young gentleman wondered if there wasn't some hidden clue or something. Nano explained that this is a tale that the future founder of the Han state, Liu Bang, wrote after returning from battle. Just in case, he asked again Nano to see if there were any altered lines in the poem, receiving a negative reply. Cheon urged Nano to carefully analyze each word to make sure there was not a single clue. After a while, Nano reported that he had checked every letter, including the small holes at the bottom, and analyzed them. Nano displayed one of the symbols on the screen, which was different from all the others, even with the number of dots. Cheon thought they might be acupuncture points, though he wasn't sure. He saw matches in the picture where the hieroglyph had 4 holes and 4 dots that could mean something. Cheon remembered that the first book he scanned was just about acupuncture, where all the points were numbered in order. He started to remember where the 4th point was, but it seemed strange to him because the main flow of energy started from a different place. In his head, the guy still remembered a few dots and seemed to realize something. The picture actually had 3 large lines and 4 dots, which totaled 7. It was in this manner that the boy began to scrutinize the other hieroglyphics as well. At last he laughed and shouted with joy, for he had found what he needed. The young gentleman noticed the hidden airway amongst all this and was beyond excited. He shouted at the entire faculty house that he was a real genius, so much so that even the guards heard him. In the evening of the same day, Cheon left the training room and walked around the academy grounds. He wanted to get back to the training room as soon as possible to try out the technique along with his breathing. Suddenly, the kid heard someone greeting him politely and stopped. The cadet even folded his arms in a welcoming gesture and smiled sweetly. It was a guy named Yempa who asked Cheon to spar with him if he wasn't busy. Cheon didn't fully understand why someone in the middle of the street would do such a thing. He went further and replied that they were not in an exam to fight. Besides, he had a lot of things to do and was in a hurry. Yempa ran after the seventh prince and said that he somehow hadn't thought of that, annoying him even more with his presence. Strangely enough, the cadet still managed to get Cheon Yoon's attention. The cadet said that if Cheon won, he would share the information about the third stage exam with him and give him something as a gift. Cheon became interested in this information, so he agreed and went with the guy to the edge of the forest. He still didn't understand what the reason was for being so stupid as to change the information for a duel. Yempa honestly admitted that he wanted to test his strength, which was why he had approached him. He couldn't deny Cheon's obvious strength, especially after fighting the Sound Clan heiress, but he wanted to show the technique that his clan's strength was proud of. Oddly enough, Cheon Yoon agreed to help the guy and let him attack first. The boy was running at breakneck speed at Cheon, parallel swinging for a punch. He tried to launch a right-handed attack at Cheon's head, but Cheon deftly dodged it. Yempa attempted his next attack immediately, missing and just swiping his hand near his opponent's face. Getting a little closer, the cadet still didn't even touch Cheon, who was quickly defending himself. After a few more attempts, the seventh prince shouted that it was too slow and delivered his first powerful blow. From such a blow, the cadet flipped in the air and rolled several more times on the ground, leaving a bloody trail behind him. Cheon waited a bit and walked over to the guy, seeing the power he now possessed. He hadn't meant to hurt the guy so badly, but he accidentally miscalculated and put too much force into the blow out of habit, which was now much more. Yempa, crouched down on the ground, sadly thought about the fact that after all the battles, Cheon should have definitely used a few dozen cool techniques on him, but made a mistake and was defeated too quickly. It even occurred to him that the seventh prince had been hiding his abilities all this time. The cadet began to slowly stand up and marveled at Cheon's strength, clarifying that he definitely had the blood of a heavenly ancestor flowing in him. He said Cheon had the ability of a first-class warrior and was going to share the promised information. Cheon interrupted him and wondered why the guy had decided to fight him after all, since it was disadvantageous to him, regardless of the outcome of the fight. The cadet dejectedly replied that he knew the seventh prince wouldn't believe him. He said, as he had said before, he just wanted to test the strength. Cheon clarified whose powers he was talking about now, to which Yempa replied that he was talking about both his and his powers for the sake of the third test. The young gentleman didn't understand what this fight had to do with the third test. The guy replied that there was a good chance they would be split into teams. Cheon didn't want to believe it, because it had been said earlier that there would be no more team divisions. Yempa revealed that much more personal ability will be needed this time around, as the goal of the third test is to become a high-level warrior. Only the best who possesses at least first-rate martial arts will be able to become such a warrior. Cheon knew that those who passed the second test were few and far between, so they too would have to borrow strength from the Order of the Magic Dragon. Yempa agreed with Cheon's statement and added that there is a bigger problem. Cheon wondered if it was all about top-notch martial arts. The guy agreed to this as well, because many people in a hurry simply didn't have time to study it in the library and would fail the exam, and so there was only one thing left to do: give out martial arts manuscripts on the test. Cheon thought about everything he'd learned and said that it probably wasn't over yet. Yempa smiled sadly and added that the test would be too easy then, and so mastering martial arts could only be mastered by 80%. He also clarified that if his father was right, these manuscripts would contain the secrets of the sword technique of the strongest warrior. Cheon knew that this warrior they were talking about now was indeed the strongest. He remembered being told that there was one rare technique that was invented by a swordmaster. Bodyguard Chan said that even though this technique was considered the best, there was one oddity about it. The strange thing was that the more people mastered the technique, the more techniques in it appeared. An ordinary martial art was transformed into a dangerous technique, and the martial artist gained the power to resist. Father Yempa said that once the cadets were able to learn the technique when there were 12 in their group. As it turned out, it was a standard number for martial arts sword techniques, but unless one was an outstanding warrior, it was difficult to understand even the basics. Cheon now realized that the guy had made this fight to test his martial arts. Yempa clarified that he wanted to test the abilities of other cadets to see if the test could be trusted. He added that he forgot the most important thing. On this test, the cadets act on their own, starting with mastering martial arts. The group leader can only give advice based on the results of the second test. The conversation revealed that the established leaders choose the rest of the team. Yempa believed that the third test was mostly for the heirs of the 6 clans and nobles. Cheon had already guessed that it would be a fight for the academy head position, and those who couldn't master the sword technique would automatically fail the test. He clarified that some cadets may refuse to join groups, but would it be to their advantage if they want to take the test? Yempa explained that the cadets will use any method, including confrontation or rejection, in order to strive after the most capable leader. Next, the guy reminded him that he wanted to give Cheon something and offered himself as a gift. Cheon wasn't sure he would become a leader, but Empa had convinced him that he would, and that was why he'd better take skillful cadets to pass the test for sure. The young master still thought this guy was somehow strange, so he decided to be a little devious. He wondered why the kid had chosen him, since there were a bunch of other cadets capable of taking a leadership position. Yempa replied that he didn't want to say that to avoid misunderstanding, but he had already made that suggestion to the other 2 princes. Cheon found out that he had already been turned down there due to lack of seats, and he was his backup. The 7th prince glared menacingly at the guy and asked if that was definitely the end of it. Yempa noticed the sudden change in Cheon's facial expression and said that he wasn't asking to be accepted, he just wanted to take a test. After a few seconds, the guy asked hopefully again if Cheon would take him in. Cheon Yun looked at the guy with a smile, but didn't answer him anything. Empa mistook the 7th prince's smile for agreement and was already ready to swear an oath to him. He immediately got down on one knee and started to thank Cheon, but the latter abruptly cut him off and said he was refusing him. Yempa was confused because he was sure it had been resolved. Cheon noticed the misunderstanding on the guy's face and reiterated that he was turning him down. Cheon was already rushing back to the academy and thought about the fact that when he noticed something strange, he always relied on Nano. When Yempa said that the other 2 princes already had it all nailed down, Nano scanned him and informed him that he was most likely lying. When Yempa started asking Cheon to take him in to take the test, the likelihood of lying increased dramatically. It was only a possibility, so he couldn't be completely sure. He then remembered the words of Zhongyu Chang, who said that they were walking on the same road, and that was exactly what Yempa had told him. That's how Cheon realized that things weren't going so well with this guy, so he turned him down. A while later, 2 people met on the bridge, one of whom asked if Cheon had turned him down. It was Zhongyu Chang and Empa, recounting in detail everything that had happened. The heir of the Blade clan only laughed because the guy had laid out all the information about the third test to Cheon and was still hoping for something. The guy realized at this point that their whole plan had failed, and going again would be foolish. Zhongyu Chang said it would have been funny to be on Cheon's team and then run away the night before the test only to be disqualified for not having enough people. He added that if Cheon wasn't his rival, he would have pulled him to his side. Yempa threw himself on his knees and begged the heir to give him another chance. Young Chang replied that it was too late and he better find a team soon since he didn't need him anymore. Yempa clearly didn't expect this turn of events and was simply shattered. The heir to the Blade clan laughed and told the boy to get out of his sight. He also talked about the fact that there are many more cadets he wants on his team. Yempa continued to kneel and beg for the prince to take pity on him. Young Chang smiled evilly and replied that he didn't need such a worthless cadet. Yempa was beyond grief and disappointment, for now he had to seriously look for a good team. Walking away, Empa wiped away tears as the heir thought about how Cheon had handled this guy in one punch. Zhong Yuchang didn't understand how in just a couple of days, Cheon's abilities could have grown so much, or was it just ordinary luck? Meanwhile, Cheon Yun visited the individual training room in the basement of the teacher's house again. He wondered if what he had been told about Yemp's third test could be true. If that was the case, he already had someone from the 8th group in mind, but it still wasn't enough. Plus, there was no guarantee that these guys would go after him. Anyway, needed to finish my afternoon workout and think about it all on the way to the dorm. The guy asked Nano if it was possible to create a hologram of a certain person after analyzing their strength and body movements. Nano replied that it was possible, just had to choose an avatar, about which Cheon was already pretty sure. Just then, a hologram of John Kum appeared, insulting Cheon, who shouted for her to attack already. The hologram rushed lightning fast towards the young master. Jong Kum's copy of Jong Kum also used sword techniques in his attack. This time, Cheon could easily dodge all the attacks flying from his opponent's side. He was even able to not only defend himself, but also get into an attacking position. Cheon's next move was a powerful, crushing blow to the hologram. Nano reported that the avatar had died from a wound to the neck, much to the guy's surprise. Even 4 days ago, Young Kum's hologram was only thrown back by this blow. Cheon realized that he had overtaken Young Kum in ability, even though he didn't want that at all, because that wasn't his goal at all. The guy also realized that even if he set the avatar to an average martial arts level, it wouldn't help much. Cheon asked Nano to create 10 avatars of Jong Kum with different levels of martial arts. Nano started the process of creating 10 avatars for the simulation with various combat skills, including butterfly dance, sword technique, great sunlight blade, and air-splitting sword. At this point, Cheon wondered if he had gone overboard and wanted to reduce the number of avatars a bit. To this, the avatars immediately rushed to shout foul insults and threats at the guy in a similar manner to how Young Kum himself usually does. Nano asked if the number of avatars needed to be reduced, but Cheon was already too pissed off, so he said just start because he planned to destroy them all. In the next second, all 10 vile simulations flew at him with different techniques as Cheon prepared to retaliate. He knew not to let the avatars attack at the same time because it would be hard to stand, so he moved quickly across the field. The young gentleman handled the first blows perfectly, but that was just the beginning. He realized that he had only defended himself against the first wave of attacks and was afraid to even imagine what would happen next. There was no time to think, or rather no time at all, so he only had to quickly fend off attacks and, if possible, dodge them in time. At one point, Cheon jumped so high from his opponents that he painfully crashed straight into the ceiling of the training room. From the surprise, the young gentleman fell to the floor with a clatter, and the Nano reported that the augmented reality temporary stop had activated. Cheon raised his head and grabbed his head as it rang like a bell tower he had been hit hard. He slowly got up and thought about how he'd completely forgotten how small this room was, while the avatars were rushing at him with renewed vigor. The guy looked up to assess the possible damage and noticed with annoyance that there was a huge spiderweb-like crack left in the ceiling that he should report. Of course, Cheon didn't even think of hiding it, and soon called an instructor over here. The instructor's head snapped up at the thought of what one could do in this training room to make such a thing appear on the ceiling. He turned to the guy with a shout, telling him that he had warned him before and there was nothing he could do, but Cheon could no longer use the individual training rooms. The instructor added that he was truly sorry and left the room, asking the boy to follow him. He walked toward the exit of the faculty house, and the young gentleman followed exactly behind him the whole time. The instructor led the guy to some building, saying it seemed much smaller than the previous one, but there was a lot more individual classroom. He clarified that Cheon would be studying here from today, something he didn't seem to expect after what happened at the teacher's house. The mentor smiled and said that if he was left in the training rooms, he would break them all, and they didn't need that at all. Cheon asked what this place was, clearly several times larger and more comfortable than the previous one, to which the mentor told him that it was a trained faculty, only accessible to those who had reached expert level or passed the 4th test. Cheon couldn't even think of that, so he was even more surprised that he was allowed here so easily. The instructor noticed the misunderstanding on the boy's face and explained that although he hadn't passed the test yet, but after the 2 previous incidents, with the permission of the head of the academy, it was decided to give access here early. Cheon didn't understand how the instructor knew that his level was already expert, and heard back that it was obvious because how could he destroy the walls of the building into the instructor's houses? The instructor tapped on the walls of this room and informed him that they were much stronger here, so the guy could do whatever he wanted. He also asked the boy not to worry about anything and to practice quietly, receiving a huge thank you in return for this opportunity from Cheon. Finally alone, Cheon thought about the fact that he would have no problem using augmented reality now and decided to use the remaining time to practice. He pondered whether he needed to continue dueling with Jong Kum's 10 avatars when one was clearly not enough for him. At one point, the guy got the idea to fight the avatar of Sabmi's teacher, to which Nano informed him that it was quite feasible, based on his butterfly dance moves they'd seen in the infirmary. This pleased Cheon, because Sensei was far more useful in a fight with even a single butterfly dance than some Jong Kum. A second later, the augmented reality in the user's vision began to load with a selection of martial arts. Cheon chose the martial art of butterfly dance for Sabmi's avatar, anticipating a strong battle. Even though the guy knew that the avatar in front of him was just a simulation of the right bodyguard's avatar, but it was much cooler than even Chongmu Kum's 10 avatars. The battle began, and Sob Benya's avatar began to ask the boy if the student had gone against his teacher, which only made Cheon laugh. The young gentleman urged Nano to make an avatar of Sob Me next time without the ability to talk. Cheon knew very well that the right bodyguard was one of the 10 greatest warriors of the demonic cult. He was yet to compare to Sobmen in terms of success in martial arts, so he decided to aim at his weaknesses with a warning attack. It seemed as if Cheon hadn't attacked the avatar at all, so quickly he was able to put up a block defense while remaining completely calm. The guy himself didn't understand how the opponent was able to put up a defense so easily and not even take a step. While he was pondering this, the avatar wasted no time and had already approached the guy with a powerful attack. Cheon felt a hard punch to his jaw and some crunching, not expecting such a quick reaction from the avatar. The impact sent the young gentleman flying backwards into the wall, losing ground and balance beneath him. The Sob Me avatar wasn't going to stop there, and while the guy was flying into the wall, he was already rushing at him with his sword in a new attack. The avatar used the third element of the butterfly dance with 7 flutters, quickly reaching the guy. He gave him a mega-crushing blow that, in reality, could have easily destroyed the guy. Cheon, who had not yet recovered from the previous attack, was already flying into another wall with another strike, unable to see anything in front of him. He knew very well that he wouldn't be able to handle Sobmen, but to fall down after a single technique, this was something he hadn't expected in any way. This was the skill of one of the 10 greatest warriors of the demonic cult, surpassing many others by dozens if not hundreds of times. Nano heard all of the master's thoughts and so asked if the avatar's martial arts should be changed to more simplistic ones, but the guy was adamantly against it. The young gentleman stood up and indicated that he wished to continue the fight, surprising both the avatar simulation and the nanomachine with this one. The nanomachine triggered the resumption of the battle, and Cheon decided to use absolute technique. The young lord took a fighting stance and was ready for another avatar attack. The simulation of the opponent was already rushing at full steam with her attack on the boy, confident of her victory. Cheon had taken a different, stronger technique this time, so he was also quite determined. A moment later, they were both within centimeters of each other, each with their own attack. Both participants in the fight were able to quickly and deftly dodge the back blows. Both were able to inflict one minor attack on each other, quickly gathering their new forces for the next assault. In the next second, Cheon used his absolute technique and hit the avatar powerfully in the chest. The guy noticed it was working and immediately decided to make another finishing move, swinging his arm for another strike. He hit his opponent on one of the acupuncture points on his face between his eyes, angering the avatar with it. Cheon himself felt himself taking the recoil of the powerful blow. The guy was instantly thrown far back with a thud into the wall of the training faculty. The young gentleman fell to his knees and couldn't move for a while from the pain, which Nano had also simulated for him based on the available data. The boy thought with annoyance that even with absolute technique, he still couldn't match his teacher. At one point, he did raise his eyes to the avatar and saw something interesting that contradicted his musings. There were numerous wounds all over the avatar's body, simulated Nano similar to what would happen to a real person using a master of such a fighting technique. He also saw that his finishing move had also left a mark on the avatar's face, but all of those wounds were superficial. The guy realized that even if he could surpass his teacher in the butterfly technique, he still couldn't match him in critical impact because of the big difference in combat experience, even using the absolute technique. In any case, he still had 4 more years to pass all 6 tests of the Demon Academy. Over these next 4 years, he promised himself to surpass the Sob Me teacher, starting with his avatar. 4 days later, all the cadets gathered at the Demonic Academy's main training ground. They had already quickly and without a hitch lined up in familiar rows in front of the pedestal. Cheon was still dejectedly thinking about the fact that he had only been able to fight on equal footing with 10 Chongmu Kum avatars in all of yesterday's training, so he would still have a lot to learn. The Fire King came out to all the boys and inquired if they had made good use of these 4 days of rest. The cadets immediately responded clearly and simultaneously with, "That's right." The Fire King began to say that, as they had promised earlier, the cadets would now be told in detail about the 3rd test, and a black medical dragon stone would be handed out. He went on to tell us that on the 3rd test, 12 people would have to present outsiders. The boys looked at each other in awe, hoping that everything they had heard about the 3rd test was a lie after all. Cheon thought about it too, accepting the fact that Yempa was telling him the truth about the coming ordeal. The Fire King clarified about the minimum requirements for members belonging to a formation of 12, Master Advanced Martial Arts. He placed his hand on the books beside him and said that this was the base for the demon sword stance that their cult was proud of. Standing up from his throne, the Fire King added that here lay the secret books for the advanced martial arts sword of the 7 demons. It was said that if the guys took the medical dragonstone and studied the books diligently, they would have no problem reaching the advanced level. Cheon-Yun realized that things didn't seem that complicated so far, but something was still bothering him. The Fire King informed everyone that the 3rd test would be on the 28th, the countdown to which begins right now. Each group representing the formation will have to battle the martial arts instructors currently standing in front of them. The Fire King said that it was simple, except that the cadets didn't share that opinion because the instructors had an expert level. The boys began to talk among themselves about how this would be an impossible task because they all knew about the power of the mentors. Cheon thought again that so far all the explanations were exactly as Yempa had told him, so the leaders would have to be announced now. The Fire King said that the process would be different from the 2nd test because they were leaving everything on them this time, so they had better get into groups soon and learn the sword stance. He added that he would now explain to the group leaders how to choose the other members to join them, and afterward he would hand out secret materials and medical dragon stones. Cheon was sure that the leaders would be chosen based on grades, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Each of the 17 martial arts instructors in the front row had a name tag on them. Students who can pick up these yellow nameplates within 7 days and will become group leaders. This is where the cadets got even more anxious, deciding that this was their last week at the academy. Cheon quickly counted the number of planned groups of 12 in his head and realized that 3 of them were already doomed to leave right now due to lack of seats. The Fire King asked everyone to calm down and not to worry so much, because the instructors would not use special techniques, but only the 7 dragons sword, which did not really calm the guys down. Cheon guessed that this wasn't just thought of to increase the difficulty, as the confrontation would require a deep understanding of sword movements. The 7 days they were given to learn was a very short period of time to learn such a technique, so it was done on purpose for chaos and panic. The Fire King was just thinking about how he was able to drive the guys into a state of stress and fear, so he was about to say something else. He said that although the boys have 7 days, they can challenge the instructors right now. The left bodyguard waited with a satisfied face to see if anyone would agree to such an offer. The Fire King involuntarily exhaled as he realized that he had expected too much from these guys, but this was a good chance to make a reputation for himself. He started to say that they all probably didn't have the guts for something like that, but he didn't have time to finish because he saw someone's hand. The left bodyguard finally exhaled contentedly upon seeing at least one volunteer. It was the leader of the former 1st group, the heir of the Darkness clan, Jongmu-eun. Next, almost simultaneously with him, leader Cheon-Yun of the 8th group also raised his hand. Behind them, the leader of the 12th group immediately raised his hand as well, defeating the Poison clan's heir, Jongjun-sam, and taking his place, a cadet named Baek-gi. The Fire King somehow didn't expect these particular guys to volunteer in any way, so he was hoping for an interesting sight. Jongmu-young glanced sideways at the other 2 cadets who had volunteered for the duel. Cheon, on the other hand, looked at Baek-gi, who had deposed the Poison clan's heir and gave the impression of a strong warrior. The Fire King laughed loudly, praising the cadets for their zeal, and asked the instructors which of them wanted to fight these young men. His gaze immediately fell on the curators of the 1st, 8th, and 12th groups, whose leaders had challenged them to a duel. The Fire King had already told them before the announcement ceremony even began not to place futile hopes on their cadets. The first to volunteer to fight was the most experienced senior martial arts instructor named Ho Jin-chan. The left bodyguard was somehow surprised by this desire of the senior instructor. The other instructors also noticed the older man and were puzzled as to why he wanted to do this. The curator of the 8th group of the 2nd stage of the exam, martial arts instructor Im Pen, realized that since a senior had intervened, he didn't stand a chance. He only mentally wished Cheon-Yun to be strong and act wisely because no matter who his opponent was, there would be no favors from anyone. The Fire King grudgingly thought that the elder's plan was to fight everyone present at all but his former underlings to deny them the opportunity to become leaders. He went out to everyone and loudly asked the instructors who among them was willing to challenge the cadet from the 1st group. The curator of the 12th group, martial arts instructor Ye Sun, quickly raised his hand and started shouting that he was willing to give it a try, noticing that behind him, a senior had also raised his hand. The senior instructor simply became furious, not believing that this impudent man dared to do such a thing, and suspecting that he had guessed his special interest. The curator of the 12th group mentally apologized to the senior, but he simply couldn't do otherwise, as he knew that the instructor wouldn't be able to restrain himself in battle, and personally, he wanted Jongmu-en to become a leader, not a laughingstock. The senior did not hesitate long and shouted loudly that he would take on a cadet from the 12th group, shocking the curator of that very group. The Fire King immediately realized that this was this kind of senior instructor's revenge for not originally getting what he wanted. Only one instructor, Sang Moon-ye, who was the supervisor of the first group, stood and silently capitalized on other people's quarrel because he himself wanted to fight Cheon-yoon. Finally got everyone sorted out and announced the first couple's bout. It was Chung Mu-yong from the Darkness clan and the curator of the 12th group of the second test. Cheon immediately focused on their movements and asked Nano to scan everything carefully. The Fire King waited until the welcoming part was over and shouted to begin the battle. The heir of the Darkness clan was the first to rush out of his seat, pushing himself off the ground with lightning speed. The guy was quite serious and focused on the outcome, pondering the next plan of action. He decided to use Yu Enunchang's three-finger technique against the instructor. The instructor couldn't believe that the cadet had used that very famous special technique of the Darkness clan, considering it a great honor, and had already swung for a strike himself. After a few seconds, the rivals were almost maximally close to 1-1. They were both able to block their opponent's attack by being repelled by each other's mutual energy. Cheon looked at all of this and didn't understand why these movements seemed awfully familiar to him. Jongmu-un was not going to give up his position and was ready to fight until the very end. At one point, he managed to outwit the instructor and quickly flew up to him in turns from different directions with new attacks. It was then that the instructor realized that the guy was at the peak of perfection of his skill, and in skills superior to the average cadet. He decided that it was definitely a high level of skill mastery, making the guy impossible to be perceived as a normal cadet. Jongmu-en, on the other hand, was amazed at how the instructor was able to fend off his Yu Enunchang technique with ease, and even began to suspect that he was using advanced martial arts. Cheon finally realized what it all reminded him of. There was a slight difference, but the basic movements were the same as those left on the sapphire stone. He couldn't say for sure, but there was a possibility that Jongmu-un had gotten these techniques from the Lord himself. Instructor and heir once again met hand in hand in a new bout. The energy of their great powers threw them off in different directions again, creating a kind of ejection field. Jongmu-en realized that the instructor had extraordinary experience, as he could easily block his techniques. Also, the heir was well aware that if he lost, it would not be to his advantage at all. One way or another, there was nothing to be done, so it was necessary to fight on until the end. At one point, the instructor noticed that the guy quickly changed his fighting stance. He guessed that the guy wanted to use a special technique to win, so he prepared to do his best to block him. Jongmu-young accelerated again and rushed forward at his opponent with more hope of victory than last time. The instructor had already thought out in his head that to begin with, he would put his right hand forward as a defense, and after that, he would attack. What was his surprise when the cadet started attacking with his left hand, which he hadn't even paid attention to in time. The heir to the Darkness clan quickly dealt the instructor his first blow with his left hand. The instructor, on the other hand, saw that he had literally just had a similar technique, but the leading hand had changed. It was hard for him to even react to such a quick change of hand, so he wasn't sure if he would have time to block the attack. Missing this about a beat, the mentor was collected and threw his first punch, sidestepping the cadet from the side. Both were angry and tense as neither wanted to give in. Jongmu-en concentrated all his strength and nagong in his right hand and gave his opponent a crushing attack. The instructor flew backwards from such a powerful blow and stretched on the ground for a few more meters. Everyone present there looked at the heir with admiration. The other guys quickly realized that this guy was much stronger than them and was most likely the closest to the Lord since he had already reached the highest level in martial arts. The Fire King considered the heir of the Darkness clan to be a true genius, as the techniques of the two sides had only been used by a couple of people in history. The instructor approached the lad and, removing his name tag, gave it to the winner of their duel, rightfully deserving of his place as group leader in the third test. The guys stood and marveled at the fact that the martial arts instructor himself had given up his badge so easily. Cheon didn't really like the way they expressed it because no one would just give the token away. It had to be earned. The curator of the first group and Cheon-yun himself was the next to fight. The young gentleman realized that it was not important for him to get this token. What was important was that he must now show everyone what he could do, because this moment could determine his entire future. The instructor stood opposite the guy and could already feel a considerable amount of power emanating from him. Cheon, on the other hand, knew that the battle with the instructor didn't scare him, but instead motivated him to give his best. The instructor was surprised that the seventh prince was still here, as he didn't think he would even pass the first stage. He was already burning with impatience to get the fight started as soon as possible, certain that this was the end of the boy's adventures. Cheon sensed the emanating hatred from the instructor and wasn't going to give up too quickly either. The mentor noticed the kid using the butterfly technique and suggested he attack first. Cheon, on the other hand, knew very well that although he had reached the peak of the initial stage, his Nigan was insufficient compared to the instructor. Proof that his mentor didn't consider him a strong opponent was that he suggested Cheon attack first. Cheon decided not to waste another moment and rushed into battle, thinking that his 10-star technique would determine who would win. The instructor seemed to expect something else, because he was quite surprised to notice the guy's technique. Cheon changed his technique right as he jumped and accelerated, swinging in for a follow-up punch. At this moment, the instructor's eyes were fearful, for he had not expected such a speed of movement from this guy. Cheon was already practically touching the instructor, who was trying to quickly put up a defense. To the instructor's great regret, his reaction speed was not at the highest level, so he had to press his feet into the ground with all his might to stop Cheon's attack. He fought hard to defend himself with a 7-star attack, but the guy still pushed him back with 5 steps. The instructor, of course, understood that having Negan was good, but this time external force was very important since one couldn't fight off the opponent so easily. The instructor put both crossed arms out in front of him in defense, worried about having to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Cheon pushed off in a leap and swung again for a powerful punch, closing in on his opponent. The instructor this time was able to realize in time and fought back, where after the two met, the two streams of energy threw them both off in different directions. When it worked out, he decided that the guy hadn't reached full perfection yet, so he decided to fight on with the confidence of an imminent victory. He quickly chose the 7 demonic sword technique, pointing them towards the boy. Cheon, even without the analytical skills of a nano, could see that the instructor's blade skills weren't perfect. Compared to the Blue Jade's annihilating attack, it was just a joke. The instructor swung in another attack, but Cheon slid his foot down and dodged, but his opponent thought the move was very rash and foolish. He even decided that after such a disadvantageous position, he had 2 elements left to do before victory. Everyone around saw how badly the instructor had miscalculated, and that right now Cheon was going to beat him. Even the Fire King was surprised that the kid had destroyed the 7 Swords Master technique with just 1 butterfly dance. The instructor himself was just furious that some brat had thrown him off with his attack. Since that was the case, he decided that he would not give any more indulgences and would damage all of this bastard's internal organs as revenge for such humiliation. The Fire King noticed that the instructor was no longer in control and decided to use Salcho's technique, which was aimed at destroying his opponent. Cheon didn't know what kind of attack it was, so he decided to hold it back with his usual physical strength with the addition of Nugugug. The guy flew backwards and felt a lot of pain, and Nano reported that his internal organs were too badly damaged from his opponent's attack. Nano immediately offered the guy an accelerated self-repair mode of internal organs. Cheon instantly accepted this and started the self-healing process, while the instructor was still trying to land the finishing blows. The mentor looked at Cheon and didn't understand why he was still able to not only stand on his feet, but also defend himself. He was pretty sure he'd done irreparable damage to the guy, at the very least with a loss of consciousness. The instructor didn't know what else to do against this boy, because he was sure that this would be the end of their fight. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't the end at all, at least not for Cheon-yun, so definitely. He felt a new wave of attack from the guy and decided he should hold out a little longer with the energy wall of self-defense. While the instructor was thinking about it, Cheon, without too much regret, landed a powerful crushing blow on 3 of his opponent's ribs at once. Mentor experienced a hellish burning pain in his right subcostal region and didn't immediately realize what had happened or why he couldn't move. He let out a loud shriek of pain before collapsing to the ground with a clatter. The rest of the guys watched the whole thing with horror, literally opening their mouths in amazement. The instructor, with his mouth bleeding, kneeling down and grabbing Cheon's shoulder one last time, tried to say something to him. The only thing he had time to say before he fell unconscious to the ground was that Cheon was a real monster. All the people in the training ground froze in surprise and fear as they looked at the unconscious body of the martial arts mentor and Cheon. The young gentleman didn't look his best, but thanks to the nano, he stood firmly on his feet. For a while, there was complete silence in the demonic academy's training ground. Zhang Yuchang realized at this moment that Yempa was right, and this bastard was truly dangerous. The Fire King knew that the seven sword technique was considered incredibly resilient and difficult to break, which was why Cheon could be called a true martial arts genius. He realized he had underestimated him, because right now the kid was barely inferior in skills to the right-handed bodyguard who had trained him. Someone on duty interrupted the awkward silence and shouted that Instructor San needed to be rushed to the infirmary. Other instructors came up to him and said San had 3 broken ribs. The Fire King suddenly remembered that he had completely forgotten to tell the instructors about how this cadet had broken through the wall of generation stone in the training rooms. He figured that if they had known about it earlier, they wouldn't have been so surprised at what had happened. The name tag of the fallen unconscious instructor was deservedly passed into the hands of the winner. The young gentleman looked at him and thought only that he had succeeded. The guys, looking at the instructors, thought that maybe at least now they would not look down on them, having already suffered 2 defeats. The senior instructor looked at the other mentors with some disdain. He realized that while there was obvious joy in having a generation of such talented fighters, it was all completely out of their own hands. Though the elder decided not to be hasty in his judgment anymore, after all, he had made a mistake when he underestimated Cheon and chose another cadet as his opponent. The Fire King came out and loudly informed everyone that they still had one last fight left. The leader of the first group, Baek Ji, and the senior instructor entered the battlefield. The other mentors were whispering amongst themselves about not falling foul of the mud finally, even though they were confident in the invincible Ho Jin Chan. The boys were only thinking that after such an unpredictable spectacle, they could win this time too. Baek Ji immediately honestly informed the elder that his abilities were not enough for now, but he wished to get a good lesson from him. The senior instructor replied that there was no need to be modest, but rather to give both of them their best. As soon as the fight was announced, both opponents took up fighting stances. The senior instructor, even without having done anything yet, looked quite confident in himself and his powers as a powerful warrior. He was able to create a certain atmosphere that reached the cadet with his great niggle and inner energy. Baek Ji couldn't even immediately believe that it was the same person who had smiled at him a few seconds ago. Such a powerful and intimidating force emanated from him. Anyway, he knew very well that he would not regret anything in any case, so he rushed to the attack. The guy is quite cocky, rushing in to attack his opponent from the top. Cheon spotted an interesting foot attack for himself, asking Nano to quickly scan Baek Ji's every move to create a new avatar for himself afterward. What was interesting was that Jongmu Eun used an attack with both hands, and it might not be particularly informative, but it definitely wasn't useless. Cheon even decided that it would be quite nice to compete with Jongmu-an himself someday. Meanwhile, the duel between the first group cadet and the senior instructor was in full swing. Ho Jin-chan easily dodged all of his opponent's attacks because they were nothing to him. Although Baek Ji knew about his opponent's strength, he was still amazed at how easily he could dodge with just his upper body. From the outside, the fight seemed quite exciting, given the skill and experience of the senior mentor. At one point, the senior instructor even managed to admonish the guy to watch his foot and not leave it open. Baek Ji wasted no time and took the instructor's advice, quickly removing his foot. The next second, he pushed his foot back against the arm of the older man, who pushed the guy away with all his might. Even the senior mentor himself was surprised at such a deft movement by the cadet. The leader of the first group pushed off and took off in a mighty leap, taking advantage of the whirlwind ability. With that motion, the guy was rushing straight at the senior instructor. The boys didn't see exactly, but were almost certain that their cadet had hit the exact target. What was their surprise when the senior instructor not only repelled the blow with ease, but also attacked from above himself. Baek Ji felt a strong, sharp pain in his leg as if from a sword strike, which the senior instructor embodied with a nai gun in his hand. Guy flew far backwards from the punch and subsequent shove of his opponent. He fell to the ground with a clatter with a bloody gash on his leg, agonizing in pain. He didn't want to believe that the instructor was able to create a sword in such a short period of time, because it was only available to a warrior of the highest level. The instructor, on the other hand, was merely using a simple sword-wielding skill that was more powerful than 2 fractures, so now he was wondering what the cadet would do next. He had still applied a special technique that literally sealed all the functionality of the leg, so he was quite surprised to see the guy up. Baek-gi knew that he was unlikely to overpower the senior instructor with their skill difference, but he wanted to use one trick. Ho Jin-chang noticed that this kid was determined and had a real fighting spirit. Despite all the searing pain in his leg, the cadet still pushed off for the jump and rushed into the attack. He whirled in the air again and flew quickly towards his opponent. The head teacher was pleased that even with his injured leg, this kid was still strong. He was about to make his next move, but didn't have time because Baek-gi deftly dodged the blow. At this point, the instructor guessed that his opponent was using a false trick to distract his attention in order to deceive him. While he was thinking about it, he was about to be attacked again by a cadet, pushing off the ground with his hands. Ho Jin-chang quickly assessed the guy's abilities and realized what he was going to do next. Having fought him for quite some time now, the instructor recognized that this kid was the best of the best. Either way, it had no way of affecting the future outcome of events, so he took advantage of the residual image. Baek-gi quickly realized this and accepted the fact that it was definitely over from now on. The senior instructor quickly jumped over and sat down across from the frozen guy, smiling at him achidically. He said he was glad to fight him, as the boy was quite good. At this point, their battle could be considered over, because Ho Jin-chang delivered his decisive final blow. Baek-gi wasn't just swept aside, he was flung away with wild force and power at breakneck speed, paralyzing and stiffening every muscle in his body. From the outside, it was quite an epic spectacle, involving 2 fairly strong warriors, including a cadet. The leader of the first group with the peas finally landed and stretched a couple more meters. The boys discussed among themselves that this was to be expected from a senior instructor, although the leaders of the 1st and 8th groups had performed well. Everyone saw that it was a perfect defeat. Vedi the instructor stabbed the guy in the chest. Cheon looked at everyone present and thought about the fact that Ho Jin-chan had picked the wrong opponent. If Baek-gi fought any other instructor, he would have a chance to win, and so after this, the other instructors would definitely be released. The senior mentor informed everyone that if they could gain the trust of their opponent, they could confuse him even more and win. Baek-gi stood up and bowed politely to the instructor, thanking him for the advice and the fight. Limping badly, but without asking for help, the boy still managed to reach the rest of the cadets. Cheon immediately turned his attention to the guy, noticing something quite strange. Baek-gi all looked quite pale due to blood loss and fatigue, but his neck was strangely red in color. Cheon asked the nano to scan the guy and give him all the information after the 3rd test was over. The duty officers opened chests with wooden swords, which were intended one for each cadet for the 3rd stage. That's why the guys had to handle them with care. The Fire King announced that if any of them could get a name tag, they would become a leader. At this point, the introduction ceremony was over and everyone was free to go. Everyone took the things meant for them, and Cheon decided that the first thing to do would be to take the healing dragonstone and then check on a few things afterward. He was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that someone was blocking his way. These were some of the cadets distinguished by their great strength. Hobong decided to break their awkward silence and turn to his master, inquiring if he had any business for him. Everyone immediately turned to the guy who called the bastard a master and was willing to do his bidding. Cheon loved that this sly little guy came up so timely and showed everyone his attitude towards him. As late as last night in the dormitory in the 8th group room, the guys were discussing among themselves something important concerning the leaders of the 3rd test. Cadets named Ma Chil, Un Cheong, and Ho Dai Men asked the 8th group if they were afraid of becoming hostage to the situation and failing because of the great risk associated with the 6th clan. Hobong chatted with them on behalf of the entire 8th group and replied that they were certainly afraid of a lot of things, but it was definitely worth it. He shouted that instead of being a weak clan for the rest of his life, he was willing to risk everything he had with his master, because thanks to him, there was hope for the likes of them. Such a solemn speech could not leave the guys indifferent, and they thought about his words. Un Cheon asked if Hobong himself sincerely believes what he's saying right now, because their future fate literally depends on it now. Hobong, without further thought, immediately replied that he even more than believed it, making the boys seriously consider the prospect of joining the young master. A few minutes later, in the half-light of the room, the boys agreed to play this gamble, and Hobong asked them all to take turns swaying their allegiance to his master Cheon-un. So Hobong wanted to explain to the seventh prince himself what had just happened and who these guys were, but Cheon decided to find out the details himself, asking the cadet to rest. After the explanations received and the successful personal introduction, another cadet named Go Van Huel approached Cheon with a welcoming gesture and thanks for his good service. Go Van Huel said that since he is a straightforward person, he will get straight to the point, clarifying that he wishes to join Cheon's team. Cheon couldn't believe his ears for a moment and asked again if this kid was sure he wanted to join their group. The boys, who had become part of the young gentleman's group a little earlier, were already rejoicing at their leader's quick success and whispered among themselves that this was the kind of man they should have chosen as their commander. Guo Wan Huel introduced himself as a member of the top clan of the Magic Circle, currently ranked number 1 in it, and promised to never let the leader down. The next cadet from the Dark Magic clan named Woot Hocken reported that he was still at level 2 in skills, but after absorbing the medicine stone, he would become a first-class warrior immediately, so he would never pull the team down. One Il from the Blade clan claimed that he would be very useful for Cheon to ascend and reach the top rung, while Cho Umin from the Golden Gate clan asked to be put on the team not because of his good fighting skills, but because of his good singing. The boys noticed that, of the 16 people gathered, 5 were from top clans, and there were only 2 spots left on the team, so the other cadets would have to literally fight for them. Cheon realized it was time to intervene, and began to say that despite the large number of people gathered wanting to join his team, he had to say that he wasn't putting together a team just to pass the 3rd round of the test. Everyone who had already joined the ranks of his team was stunned by such a sudden statement and fell silent. He went on to say that he wasn't just looking for people to team up with, but loyal comrades willing to spill blood with him if necessary. People who will not be his blood brothers, but will become brothers in spirit and walk this path back to back. The cadets did not expect to hear such a thing, so they began to doubt their choice and whispered that it was better not to have enemies in the form of the 6 clans. Cheon saw the doubts on the boys' faces and added that it didn't matter to him whether they were from a great clan or a small one. The main thing was to join willingly with sincere intentions, because at the end of the journey, none of that would matter. He also informed everyone that he was going to personally change the foundation of all 6 great clan schools. After hearing this, the guys finally realized that they had made the wrong choice, as they didn't want to declare war on the 6 clans, provided that the 7th prince had absolutely nothing under his belt. Cheon suggested that everyone should follow him to establish a new heavenly deity school, because that was his condition for joining the team. The boys finally worked up the courage to take turns to approach him, apologizing for just wanting a strong team for the 3rd test and nothing more. One by one, the cadets began apologizing and asking to leave Cheon's team to choose another. Hobong gritted his teeth and realized that E was over in this, for he should have thought about it before enlisting everyone to join the young master's team. The 3 guys remained standing in their seats and silently looked straight into Hobong's eyes, not intending to go anywhere like the rest of them. The first was a cadet from the highest clan of the Magic Circle, Guo Wan Huel. Standing behind him was a fellow from the Middle Golden Gate clan, Cha Wu Ming. Rounding out the top 3 remaining was a cadet from the middle of the Blade clan named O John. Guo Wan Huel began to say that he had seen many leadership candidates, but only Cheon emanated a powerful aura, unlike the others, although at the same time, the path he spoke of was quite dangerous. He went on to say that, to be honest, he initially wanted to give up too, because many people can be confused in the process. Cheon thought so, because in the end, the bangs of the higher clans should deserve the support of a stronger and more stable leadership candidate. Guo Wan Huel said that people born as warriors should always dream of superiority over others, and when he heard about Cheon's intentions, he realized what it was that attracted him to him. In just a second, a member of the top clan of the Guo Wan Huel Magic Circle dropped to one knee to swear an oath in front of the young master. He folded his hands in a solemn form and swore that he would always be loyal and honest to Mr. Cheon-un. Guo Wan Huel clarified that although it wasn't enough, he would never bow down to anyone other than Cheon, and also allowed himself to be used as the first swordmaster. Following his example, 2 other cadets kneeled in the same manner. They also took turns introducing themselves and swore their loyalty and honesty to Cheon-un, Even though Cheon didn't show it much, he was actually very surprised and happy about what was just happening. He too bowed his head and made a solemn gesture in the name of accepting the cadets into his command, thanking them for it. Hobong decided to seize the moment and told Go Wan Hyul that he was not at all interested in any of his great titles because the young master's #1 assistant would still be him. Later at the gate of the teacher's house, Cheon said that after receiving the Dragon Stone, the cadets should be taken to study the ancient writing system. He also clarified that from tomorrow they will start training together, where he will show them the 7-sword technique. In that moment, the boys realized that they had chosen the perfect leader for themselves, one who not only cares about themselves, but also about them, while others fight each other. Cheon knew for sure that he would try his best, and had already become like his former teacher, Sob Men. Now, young master, we will suggest that the cadets all take the Dragon Cure Stone together, and afterwards meet between 9 and 11 p.m. Everyone was about to disperse when Guo Wanhul caught up with the gentleman and asked him to stop for a moment to talk. He started to say that he might not be right, but it would be nice for them all to move into one place together to avoid extraneous disagreements, since they were still living with the former groups. He was also worried that one of them would want to take possession of the yellow name tag. Cheon thought about it and remembered an incident where he had recently overheard several cadets talking about nothing but how they wanted to get a name tag by any means necessary. Guo Wanhul also said that there were a few candidates stronger than his master who would definitely want to get involved, so it was best to be careful, for which Cheon thanked the guy. He also added that he uses a personal training room adjacent to Cheon's room. Cheon calmly replied that he hadn't trained there for a long time, pointing to a spot in the training department where only advanced-level warriors could get in, shocking the guy. The guy immediately lit up and excitedly declared that he would improve as soon as possible to take over the next room and here. Finally, all the formalities were over, and Cheon was able to go to training. He tried again to concentrate all of the Naigan into a ruga, forming a sword in its place. The guy had reached the highest level and was looking at a technique that was over 60 years old, thinking that if he used this technique in combination with a sword, he could increase the depth of his strike. Cheon thanked Nano for his help in absorbing and controlling body resistance, and much more. Nano replied that everything was really because of him, to which the guy asked if he had a limit to his modesty. Next, the guy decided to start training and asked Nano to show him the saved video of the last fight. Nano immediately opened an extended version of the reality video at the user's request. The holographic screen showed a close-up of Baek Ji at the end of the fight. Cheon asked the Nano to stop the video and maximize the picture. Nano captured the right area with the cadet's neck and magnified it 500 times. It wasn't enough to get a good look at what Cheon needed, who asked the Nano to zoom in some more on a specific part. Nano was quick to respond to the master's request, and then the young master could see what he had doubted for so long. The guy's face was very pale with eyes red from burst vessels, but there were bright red spots on his neck, totally out of place in this picture. At that moment, all of Cheon's doubts vanished in an instant, and he realized that he was right after all. Meanwhile, in the main training ground, someone was fighting. It was a martial arts instructor named Hong Du-wei, who believed that his opponent's capabilities surpassed the skills of many cadets. His opponent was at the peak of the highest level, against whom it was clearly useless to use the 7-sword technique. This guy reacted quickly to changing conditions during battle and learned great technique in such a short period of time. The instructor thought this guy was as brilliant as Jongmu-un and Cheon-un were, and we were talking about the heir of the Blade clan named Jongyu Chang. At one point, the instructor stopped the fight and said there was no point in continuing, because he already understood everything. Jongyu Chang, not hiding the satisfied smile on his face, asked what it meant. The instructor took off his yellow name tag and handed it to the guy. He hoped that this fellow and his comrades would make a lot of progress, for which the cadet thanked him. The heir to the Blade clan tightly clenched the name token in his hand and said that he already had one. Jongyu Chang looked around quite a bit, and as if to ask himself who would be next in line to give him his token. At that time, Cadet Baek Ji was in the academy's dining hall, which was located in the faculty house, enjoying a meal. Suddenly, another cadet came up to him and put his hands on the table, as if hinting that he was about to say something. It was a supreme martial arts candidate from the Blade clan named Chong Ken-woon, who began to speak as he enjoyed the spectacle of his duel with the senior instructor. Baek Ji abruptly stopped his meal and placed his chopsticks on the plate of food. The next second, he said in a rage that he was busy eating lunch right now, so he asked me not to bother him. Jong Ken-woon noticed the guy's ill will, but continued to talk about how impressive his skills were, and that he was probably already at the peak of the top level. He said that instead of being the commander of some pathetic group, you can do the right thing and go much further. Baek-gi, after hearing everything, continued to eat quietly, not paying any attention at all to his interlocutor, who felt uncomfortable about it. In the next second, Jong Ken-woon quickly gathered himself and simply became furious at such insolence. He immediately realized that he had to calm down immediately, or his plan to attract him wouldn't work, so he quickly pulled a smile on his face and suggested that the guy think hard about his words. Baek-gi chewed his food diligently and began to get even angrier at the fact that this was already the second such suggestion in one meal. A guy from the Blade clan named Jian Yu Chang had also approached Baek-gi a little earlier to ask to become his right-hand man, even though they're all actually enemies to him. Baek-gi wasn't interested in a leadership position or a higher position, and he had no intention of returning to someone else's subordinate, because his main goal was to become stronger. As he finished his meal without looking up, someone politely asked if he could have a little talk with him. This cadet also clarified that if they didn't talk now, Baek-gi might just die later. These words still made the guy break away from his food and look at his interlocutor. Suddenly, he saw Cheon-yoon in front of him, who looked quite calm and personable. Baek-gi took everything literally and started shouting that this guy was even more insolent than the previous ones, even though he wasn't even the heir of the 6 clans, since he had started with such a thing, and that he wouldn't be able to recruit guys for the team like that. Cheon quickly guessed that the guy had misunderstood him completely, so he tried to explain himself. Baek-gi immediately jumped up from the table and began to shout in a rage that there was nothing to understand, because after threats, no one is invited to join the team. Cheon grimaced and exhaled and said that he meant something else entirely, because he was probably poisoned. Baek-gi's fervor subsided a little and his face changed, but he still didn't believe what Cheon was saying. The young gentleman began to explain that he had recently watched his fight closely, at the end of which he had turned all pale and bright red spots had appeared on his neck. Baek quickly thought about what he had just heard, and he still couldn't believe it, as he had been very careful with the Poison Clan heir after taking the position of the leader of the 12th group. He looked at Cheon, and he was even more curious as to why this guy was the one who came to tell him this, even if it would suddenly turn out to be true. Baek still decided to apologize for jumping to conclusions, and said that if they were trying to poison him, he would have noticed it during breakfast. Cheon didn't know before that food poisoning could be felt immediately because he hadn't studied enough information about it, but he was definitely sure that Baek had been poisoned. Suddenly, Dr. Baek appeared in the dining room, merrily looking toward the food distribution table. The doctor must have been very hungry, for he did not even hear someone calling him at once. He finally noticed Cheon and said that even though it hadn't been that long yet, he was still happy to see him, wondering if the guy had already eaten lunch. The doctor was pleased by Cheon's negative answer, for he didn't like to eat alone. Cheon was forced to interrupt the doctor and ask to examine his buddy first, as he was sure he had been poisoned. Dr. Baek was easy to tear himself away from food with just such statements, as happened this time. He quickly set his plate aside and told the boys to follow him to the 2nd floor of the main academy building where the infirmary was located. The doctor had already prepared some kind of mixture, the vapors of which had to be inhaled through the mouth. Baek was a little surprised by this, but the doctor clarified that he'd better make it bigger. There was nothing to do, so the cadet agreed and began to inhale deeply the vapors of the potion. It didn't take long for the result to come, as within a second, Baek felt a strong, tearing sensation inside his throat. He immediately jumped up from his seat and started coughing, straining his neck hard at the same time. That's when the doctor and Cheon noticed the very red spots on the guy's neck. The doctor confirmed Cheon's fears and theory that the guy was undoubtedly poisoned with mytoxins. Baek began to say that he always eats alone, and none of the cadets simply had a chance to poison him, to which the doctor replied that this poison worked differently. The doctor began to explain that the mytoxin does not spread through the blood vessels, but is activated over time, accumulating in the lungs and stomach. So not only could this poison be poisoned through food, but also simply inhaled in powder form at night while sleeping. The doctor said that if mytoxin was used several times in small amounts, no one would ever even guess it, asking if he had someone in his dorm who was good with poisons. Baek-gi immediately recalled the first night in the Demon Academy dormitory when the incident in the 12th group happened. That night, Baek-gi defeated the heir of the Poison Clan, Jeon Jun-som, to take his place as the leader of the group. Back then, Beck had told the guys nosing around with the prince of the Venom clan that it didn't matter the origin, it mattered who you were. He then stated that everything in the demonic academy was decided by force, so he was their new leader from now on. Jung Som wished him to enjoy his momentary fame even back then. Lastly, the Poison Clan prince clarified that even his fingernails were impregnated with poison, so revenge was not far off. That's when Baek realized that this scoundrel Jung Som wasn't joking at all, but was telling the truth. The doctor hurriedly reassured the boy, saying that if he took the medicine, all the poison would be out in 7 days, but Cheon thought that at this stage, the process was already irreversible. Dr. Beck explained to Cheon that the guy had been punched in the chest during the fight, thereby causing the lung irritation that caused those spots on his neck. If the symptoms of poisoning appeared in a quiet and ordinary life, such a person could no longer be saved. The doctor finished his story and wondered how Cheon himself knew so much about it. Cheon replied that a few years ago, his mother had passed away from methoxin poisoning, and they had tried to destroy him then too. Baek-gi immediately jumped up and started apologizing for everything since he didn't know about it, and thanking Cheon, and the doctor wondered if he had heard of something like this before. Cheon replied that he just didn't want anyone to die from that vile poison. Baek-gi once again thanked the young master, who informed him that there was something else. The cadet froze with surprise and wonder, waiting for Cheon's response. With an acerbic smile on his face, the 7th prince revealed that he was looking for the one who had tried to poison the boy. The doctor intervened and asked Beck if he would like to spend the night in the infirmary tonight. He added that if the cadet went back to the dorm, that guy would obviously continue to bully him further. The doctor cheerfully asked if Beck was going to find and get revenge on his abuser right now, because apparently his leg was also hurting. A cold sweat broke out on Baek-gi's face, and he hesitated, mumbling that he didn't mean to do it, but he did. Cheon informed him that first he needed to undergo treatment and get all the poison out of his system, and he would deal with this Poison Clan heir himself. The doctor asked Cheon what he was going to do, to which the guy replied that he just wanted to talk to Jung Som about something. The doctor quickly realized that the guy from the Poison Clan was clearly in trouble when Cheon heard someone's voice. Someone from behind the screen informed them that the guy they needed would be in the woods across from Building 5. Cheon only replied that if it was true, he would send him to the seat next to that guy. Dr. Beck and Cadet Baek-gi looked at each other in confusion and silently escorted Cheon out of the infirmary. The cadet peeked out from behind the curtain and chuckled quietly. It was Cheon Moo-kum, stuck here because of the masked unknown man's injuries, who was thinking that he himself would have loved to see Cheon and the Poison Clan nutcase kick each other. At the same time, the heir of the Poison Clan was just in the forest opposite the 5th building. He knew that the 5th building was where the instructors lived, so no one would dare to poke around here, so it was the perfect place to collect poisonous plants. His Nayan had already almost reached the highest level, and it wasn't long before he would have to access the 5th floor of the library to improve his martial skills. He was sure that it would not be long before he would make that fool Baek-gi kneel before him and beg for mercy, which of course no one would grant him. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by someone's voice, asking why he was suddenly smiling so broadly. Jung Som quickly turned around and anxiously asked who was here and what he wanted. He hoped it wasn't the instructor, though the light from the lamp was very faint. Cheon moved closer so the guy would recognize him, and wondered if he liked poisoning people with my toxins so much. At first, the Poison Clan heir had been surprised by Cheon's mere appearance here, but now he was far more surprised by his awareness of the mytoxin. Cheon started to ask the guy, did he really think no one would guess anything, seeing the red spots on Baek-gi's neck, further surprising the prince. At some point, it reached the Poison Clan heir, and he laughed loudly. He continued to laugh like a lunatic, and said he could have guessed immediately, of course, how Cheon knew that. Only Jung Som started to talk about how his mother was also poisoned in a similar manner when he felt Cheon's fist on his cheek. Cheon Yoon didn't listen to this vile type for a second longer and rushed to attack with all his might. He gave the guy a rather powerful fist punch to the face, considering the fact that it was also a moment of surprise. From such a strong strike, the Hell Clan heir flew high into the air, making several spinning movements. With those spinning motions, Jung Jun-sung landed with a thunderous crash in one of the mountainous places. He was lucky enough to fly right into part of one small rock, smashing it to pieces with his body. Jung Jun-sum was shaking and hot and cold from what had happened, and he couldn't believe it, while Cheon asked his KO not to make a martyr out of himself because it was just beginning. Covered in his own blood, the Poison Clan heir thought for a second that Cheon might actually finish him off, but then realized that it wouldn't happen, as it would result in instant expulsion from the academy. He wished he could do something, but he couldn't move absolutely nothing while Cheon was telling him how far he'd come. Jong Jun Som at this moment could only think of his motionless body, which was mentally begging to move in any way. The guy didn't even notice Cheon walking up to him, and when he did, he practically stopped breathing out of fear. The young gentleman swung around again and began shouting that no one dared insult his mother, especially a freak like him, or even mention anything about her at all. All this time, the Poison Clan heir hadn't even listened to him, trying to gather the last of his strength to strike back at his opponent. At one point, he managed to take a swing, and he was already hoping that he was about to take revenge on his offender, but it wasn't to be, because Cheon easily stopped that childish push. The prince didn't want to admit defeat and the fact that Cheon was able to stop his punch with remarkable ease in a matter of seconds. But that wasn't all, because Cheon was so thoroughly pissed off that he really wasn't going to stop there, clenching his opponent's fist tightly. The exhausted Jongjun Sum screamed in pain at the cracking of his bones and thought about what his revenge would be for everything that had happened. At some point, Cheon sensed something and quickly pulled his hand back, looking at it carefully. At the same moment, he noticed the emanating vapors of some kind of poison from Jongjun Sam's hand, guessing that he had used his only trump card. The heir to the Poison Clan finally managed to gather his remaining strength and get to his feet, throwing the remnants of the poison at Cheon. Cheon tried his best to hide and protect himself from the poisonous effects of the unknown substance, but to no avail. The poison began to quickly eat away at his skin while Jongjun Sum thought about how great he had it all worked out after all. The prince approached Cheon and talked about how out of the 7 poisons allowed for his use, this one was the most dangerous, and he was even asked not to use this poison in the academy to avoid accidents. But after all, there wasn't much of a problem with that now, as it was clear from his appearance that it was Cheon who had first decided to take his life away from him, and he was only defending himself. Nano informed the master of the changes taking place on his skin and internal organs due to the effects of the poison and started the emergency defense mode. After just a few seconds, the Poison Clan heir was already frozen in place with surprise when he saw what was happening right in front of his eyes. Finally, the full recovery of Cheon's health state was finally complete, and Nano deactivated the emergency defense mode. The prince was simply shocked, not understanding how this could even happen, since there was no trace of the wounds without any antidote. He was still looking at Cheon with bated breath, and remembered that such an ability was beyond even the strongest masters. From fear and horror, he could not keep on his already shaky legs and fell to the ground with a pee. The Poison Clan heir realized that he was doomed, but he still decided to ask what kind of monster this Cheon-un was. Cheon was angry at the prince's latest prank and said that he could have come up with something more original, although he shouldn't have been expected to do anything else. Except that the young lord was tired of watching the likes of this prince poison the rest of the academy and go unpunished, creating problems that they themselves were unable to solve. The heir of the Poison Clan was scared out of his wits and tried to crawl away from Cheon. He didn't have time to do that because Cheon stepped forward and delivered a crushing leg kick, knocking the guy back. Jongjun Sum finally fell to the ground and began to spit out his teeth one by one. He started screaming loudly for mercy and that he would never do such a thing again. The guy was even able to get down on his knees and beg to let him live, endlessly begging for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, Cheon walked over to the heir and placed a hand on his shoulder, wondering if he wanted to live as badly as they were shouting about it. In a moment, he was like a raging beast that screamed at the prince that he should have thought of this earlier, like when he made his mother die in terrible agony. Youngjun Som cried out in tears that it wasn't like that at all, and he just misunderstood everything. Cheon grabbed his opponent by the shoulder, who was already sure that he would never forgive him for anything, suddenly remembering that they were right in front of the 5th building where the instructors lived. Only Youngjun Som opened his mouth to call for help when he realized his voice was gone, and Cheon told him that he guessed his intentions right away, so he managed to prevent it in time. The young gentleman approached, and with all his might stepped on the heir's hand with which he had sprayed his poison. Cheon finally took his foot off the Poison Clan prince's hand and said that he would favor him today, but only because he didn't want to be expelled because of trash like him. Lastly, he added that he wouldn't even have to go to extreme measures, because from his own suffering, Jong Jun-sam would beg for his own demise. The heir to the Poison clan was literally turning inside out from the pain of the fractures that came one after another, leaving the guy alone with thoughts of how he deserved all of this, and when he even found out about this ill-fated poison. Suddenly, the guy was immersed in a memory from 6 years ago in a certain drugstore. There was a young boy named Jong Jun-sam who happened to overhear something about the effects of some drug. He discreetly looked out and noticed his mother, Mrs. Beck, there with another woman who was learning some details about the effects of a certain poison. The stranger wondered if the man would suspect he had been slipped something if he had never studied a martial art. Mrs. Beck assured the stranger that everything would go very smoothly without too many questions, wondering what the woman's purpose was after all. The stranger took the vial of poison and replied with a smile on her face that one could only guess about that. At that moment, this strange woman, who was hiding her face behind a veil, noticed little June. She hummed strangely somehow, looking straight into the eyes of the future heir of the Poison clan. The boy learned the news a year later that the Honorable Lord's 7th wife, Lady Hua, had fallen ill and passed away. The boy's mother disliked the woman because of her low class, so she was quite happy about this unexpectedly pleasant news. But only when everyone learned that it was poisoning, the mood in the house immediately deteriorated and the father came just in a rage, but the boy's family still managed to avoid punishment. Because their cook committed suicide, no one was ever able to unravel this long story to the end, putting it behind them. Except that this little boy still remembered how his mother had talked to a strange woman a year ago, and more importantly, about what? After that incident, the boy's grandfather was immediately banished from the Poison clan, and his father severed any relationship with all of his wives. Afterward, Jong Jun-sam's mother cried for days, sitting on her bed and telling her son that it was not her fault because she had no idea what this woman really wanted. The woman also asked her son to forget the story forever and never tell anyone about it, because the father might despise them for the rest of his life because of it. The little boy at that time was still not well versed in anything, but he knew for sure that he would never tell anyone about it. A few years later, Jong Jun-sam's mother passed away, and the boy desperately wanted to tell everyone the truth, but was unable to break the promise he made to his mother. The boy only vowed that he would definitely achieve everything, and when he became the new lord, he would definitely find that despicable woman and avenge her for everything. Regarding Cheon, the guy promised himself to find him and destroy him with his own hands because his dirty-blooded mother was the reason for all this grief in his family. Unfortunately for him, this was not destined to come true as he was unable to fight this monster. Cheon said that if he left the guy here, he would continue to poison everyone, so it was decided to just lock him in the basement. The young gentleman noticed the boy desperately trying to say something to him. He tried to listen, but couldn't make out anything because of his knocked-out teeth. Jong Jun-sam kept trying and whispered something about how it wasn't his fault, and it wasn't his clan's fault, but Cheon still couldn't tie it all together. Cheon asked Nano to analyze the data and learned how the guy was trying to say that his mother's demise was not his clan's fault. The boy didn't believe it, and Nano made an analysis of the prince's next words that his mother had actually been poisoned by one of the other wives of the 5 clans. Jong Jun-sam was already ready to go all the way and tell how it really was, but in that case, Cheon wouldn't remove his suspicions from his family because it was his mother who sold that woman the poison. Cheon noticed that the guy suddenly interrupted the conversation and seemed to start lying, so he asked the Nano to do a lie test. Nano quickly did an analysis of everything the heir had previously said and reported that it was very unlikely that the guy was lying about this. In that case, Cheon realized that if it was all true, he was punishing an innocent man and decided to clarify one point. He looked the kid in the eye and asked if his mother was somehow involved in what happened to his mother 5 years ago. Nano scanned the Poison clan heir's changed emotions and reported that the guy was now lying with an 80% probability. Cheon-eun moved closer to Jong Jun-sam and said that he was right about him after all, swinging in for a punch. The young master placed his hand on the heir's chest and began to suck the life force and energy out of him. The Poison clan prince himself stopped realizing what was going on here and decided that he was dying. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Dr. Beck sits and sensed that something untoward was coming. He even thought of preparing some sort of antidote beforehand, just in case. Just as he thought this, the main doors of the infirmary rattled open, lifting the startled doctor from his seat. Cheon walked into the infirmary with Jong Jun-sam on his shoulders and asked to examine the guy immediately. Two other cadets in the infirmary rushed to the sound and immediately wondered what could have been done to the man to put him in such a state. Even Jong-moo-kum was shocked by this sight and could not contain his emotions. He pounced on Cheon, asking what he had done to the guy, while the doctor went over to whisper for a pulse. Dr. Beck quickly realized that the guy's own defenses against the poison were badly damaged. He knew that according to the Poison Clan's Book of Secrets, once one's own defense was damaged, the poison would immediately penetrate into every cell of the body without any obstacles, which was what happened to Jung Jun-som. The doctor looked at Cheon unhappily and said that he knew something like this would happen today, so he shouldn't have let him go. He took his tools and started sticking acupuncture needles into special points on the guy's ribcage. Abruptly, there was a stinky smell, yes, so strong that Dr. Beck didn't understand how this cadet could still be alive at all, though perhaps there were special antibodies in his blood. The doctor had no idea what to do with him, because by all accounts it was obvious that the boy was going to die in his infirmary. After a moment, a brilliant thought occurred to him, and he quickly brought out some sort of pouch, explaining that it contained an antidote his teacher had once prepared. He held the baggie with the vial up to the barely alive guy's mouth and told him that he absolutely had to drink this, even though he realized how disgusting it was, but it was necessary for survival. Cheon realized at this point that he just couldn't leave this guy to die, so he asked Nano if he could temporarily move into Jeon Jun-sum's body to heal him. Nano replied that it was absolutely impossible since it was completely registered in the master's genes, but Cheon was still trying to find some other solution. That's when Cheon noticed the guy's blood on him and asked Nano to scan it and analyze it for poisons. The nano machine quickly analyzed the blood and reported that it contained up to 7 different poisonous components. Cheon braced himself for the nano to clue him in on what of everything the doctor had available that he could use to mix in as an antidote. Nano began scanning all the available ingredients in the infirmary, pointing to the right shelves. The doctor at the bedside of the half-dead heir of the Poison Clan exhaled heavily and mentally thanked his teacher for that pouch of antidote, since it didn't make things worse, hoping for some positive effect. Suddenly he smelled a sharp and distinct odor of different herbs, but he didn't immediately understand from where. The doctor went to smell and noticed Cheon in his private room mixing different ingredients. He inquired as to what the fellow was doing here, hearing in reply that he was preparing some special remedy. The doctor didn't believe the guy and was about to make a remark about the mess on the table, but suddenly he noticed something very interesting. He noticed that all the ingredients were indeed compatible, but the right proportions had to be followed to get everything exactly right. Dr. Beck decided to taste a little from what the boy had already managed to make and realized it was just the perfect combination. The doctor didn't understand when this guy had time to learn pharmacology so well, and asked him to list everything there was and in what proportions. Cheon named all the components of the antidote he had made one by one, much to the doctor's surprise. The boy looked Dr. Beck in the eye and asked him to trust him this time. Since Jong Jun-som's condition was extremely grave, the doctor had no choice but to just acquiesce to everything Cheon did. After the whole process, he took the antidote himself and went to feed it to the Poison Clan heir. The doctor said that since the kid had eaten every last drop, he was obviously not going to die, so the only thing left to do was to fix everything with acupuncture and just wait for him to get better. He told Cheon that it did turn out right this time, but next time he'd better tell him everything in detail. Cheon apologized again for that and agreed, to which the doctor still wondered if there was such a strong need to go that far. Mr. Back added that after such a serious case, neither the Lord himself nor the great Poison Clan would leave him alone, so he didn't even know how the latter would get out of it. Cheon thanked the doctor for his concern and replied that since he had done such a thing, he would take care of it himself. The doctor only looked at the boy and felt that he was acting like a great man, but in fact he was still a 15-year-old boy standing in front of him. He replied that he had no right to tell him what to do, but he hoped the guy would act more reasonably in the future. The doctor knew for sure that here the strongest survived, so it was not worth it to run ahead of everyone else without noticing anything around. Suddenly he said that it was getting late, so they should all go to bed. At this moment, Cadet Beck Ji came under Mr. Beck's arm and asked if he too could go to rest. The young gentleman obediently said goodbye and left the infirmary building, followed by Beck Ji. Suddenly he stopped and thought about the fact that he just wanted to get stronger, and thanks to the nano it worked, but it still wasn't enough. It would seem that the guy was heading in the right direction and had almost reached his first little goal, but at the very last moment, he still managed to stumble so stupidly. Baek Gi was just approaching him at that moment, clearly about to say something. He was a little confused at first, but he still wondered why Cheon had destroyed his own defense against Jung Jun Sam's poison. The young gentleman, without turning around, quietly replied that he just couldn't stop, but there was more. Cheon realized that if this bastard wasn't besieged now, such unfortunate incidents would continue to happen and go unpunished, and it wouldn't even be about him anymore. Baek Gi didn't know what to add to all that was said, and just looked at the guy carefully. He figured that although Cheon wasn't perfect, he was thinking much deeper than the rest of them, rather than just trying to outbid each other at every opportunity. Baek Gi only dared to say something when suddenly someone's loud voices were heard from the darkness, shouting something to the Lord. It was Ho Bong and the rest of the guys on their team who quickly ran over to them and decided that someone might have made an assassination attempt on their leader. Cheon remembered that they had agreed to meet at this time, so he apologized to everyone for the inconvenience, but the guys were happy that everything was fine. Baek Gi silently watched everything from the sidelines and sadly thought about what a loyal army of comrades Cheon had. He knew very well that if he went to his team's dormitory now, it was unlikely that anyone there would be happy to see him back. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so Baek went ahead and informed everyone that it was time for him to leave. Cheon reminded him that he'd been interrupted and wanted to say something, but Baek only waved his hand and told him to forget about it, since there was nothing important there. Ho Bong intervened in their conversation and informed the young master that, in that case, they should hurry up too. Cheon thoughtfully replied that he would be right there, but he was completely absorbed in his own thoughts about what had happened. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Cheon gathered all the guys around him and detailed everything that had happened in that forest. Go Wan Ho was sure that their lord didn't just do this out of boredom, there was a good reason, and he also knew that although everyone outside the academy had no right to interfere with what was going on here, but this time, the heir of one of the great clans was involved. It was clear that this matter would not just go away, so now they needed to quickly build up their combat strength and prepare for any outcome. Cheon reported that because of all this, the Poison Clan would definitely want to settle the score, which is why absolutely everyone should be prepared. Ho Bong voiced his worries about what the Lord would say about all this, although nothing terrible happened in the end, but it was still uncomfortable. Cheon thought that the rules didn't mention the prohibition of damaging one's own defense, but on the other hand, it could be equal to the value of life itself, so he was willing to suffer any punishment anyway. The next day, guards took Cheong from his room and brought him to the third floor of the main building, to the left bodyguard's office. The young gentleman himself realized that the situation was getting worse than ever, but there was nothing that could be done. The guards knocked and reported that they had brought the delinquent cadet, leaving him alone with the Fire King. Cheon immediately folded his arms in greeting and said that he had come here on his orders. The Fire King turned his attention away from his writing and turned to the boy, scrutinizing him from head to toe. There was an awkward silence between them, but Cheon knew it would be too disrespectful to speak first, so he remained silent. He still held up his hands in the same polite manner in greeting, and his head was at a semi-tilt to show respect. The Fire King still continued to watch the guy's reaction in the same silent manner, but he didn't see anything suspicious. At some point, the left bodyguard just decided to finish his writing without paying any attention to Cheon. The Fire King finally put the finishing touches on his papers, neatly writing out the last character. He looked up and said that because of the guy's antics, he had to write a long letter of explanation, so don't let the guy take offense. The Fire King stood up from the table and ordered the boy to sit at the long conference table across from him. Cheon nodded obediently and quickly took a seat at the indicated table in anticipation of a long, enlightening conversation. The Fire King took a seat across from the lad and indicated that he would first say a few words on behalf of the Lord himself. Cheon was somehow surprised that the Lord himself not only paid attention to the situation, but also made some comments. The Fire King began to say that he had never seen anything dumber than this, and this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the history of the Academy. So if they just turned a blind eye to it, it was likely that some fool would do the same thing in the future. Since Cheon was previously announced as the leader of the new 7th group, the Fire King addressed him that way. The left bodyguard with the fiery stare announced that Cheon must return his name tag and train for 5 consecutive days facing the wall in a jail cell. Cheon seemed to be very surprised, but not at the way he was being punished, but clearly something else. He stood up and asked if he would be expelled from the academy for this, to which the Fire King replied in bewilderment that he should not think of such nonsense. The left bodyguard explained that there were two ways to get out of the academy. The first was by failing the exam, and the second was by destroying another cadet outside of the competition. Cheon immediately exhaled in relief and only thought about how much luck he had this time. The Fire King added, "If the guy really realizes that he has been wronged, there is no need to rejoice then." Cheon realized what the left bodyguard was saying and mentally agreed with him, because if he gave up his badge now, he would no longer be the leader of the group, and when he returned from his imprisonment, he would only have 1 day to get it back. He even began to worry about whether the teacher would even wait that long or just find a replacement for him without question. The Fire King clarified that, according to the rules, the offender should be sent to confinement for a week, but then the guy just wouldn't stand a chance, so he could consider it his gift. The Fire King seemed to be done with the introductory part, because in the next second, he abruptly changed his pose, which made the table shake. There was a powerful burst of Nigan from the legal bodyguard to the entire room, and he himself looked quite stern and reserved. Cheon himself at this moment felt all the anger and rage emanating from within the Fire King. He saw this incredible power and mighty aura that was impossible to even just define, let alone truly great. The Fire King said that it was a tale from the Demon Academy Lord, and now they would proceed to receive friendly guidance from him personally. With his power, he blocked anyone from eavesdropping on them, because he didn't think it was necessary for outsiders to know what they would be talking about here now. The Fire King looked at Cheon-Yoon rather sternly and began to speak. He said how he thought this kid was worth so much more, but it turned out to be a disappointment. Cheon apologized sincerely, to which the Fire King became even more furious, and said that instead of apologizing, he would have been better off immediately figuring out how to get out of the situation himself, instead of getting to the point he eventually got to. Cheon raised his eyes to his left bodyguard in bewilderment, then mourning not at all expecting the latter to actually mentor him. Fire King went on to say that since Cheon found out about the poison young Som used, he immediately thought it had something to do with his mother, so he did that to him as a spot, and when he came to his senses, dragged the guy to the nurse's station to avoid expulsion. He began to shout loudly that if one started to do something, one should see it through to the end, and if he didn't want to do it at all, then he shouldn't have used such a method, because from now on, the Poison Clan wouldn't give him any life. The Fire King added that if the guy doesn't get smart, he won't get back up if he falls, so he'll have to be craftier if he wants to continue on his way. He also explained that in the future, it is necessary to think not 1 step ahead, but 3 or 4 steps ahead to avoid such things. When Dr. Bayek had told him literally the same thing, the guy hadn't really caught the gist of what was being said, but now, hearing it from the Fire King, it all made sense to Cheon. Suddenly, the left bodyguard asked Cheon why he had joined their academy in the first place. Cheon hesitated a bit, but still replied that he entered this place to become the strongest. The Fire King suggested that anger and hatred were definitely the main activators of Cheon's development. Anyway, it wasn't something trivial at stake, but the post of Junior Lord, which was why it was time to get smart. The left bodyguard asked the guy if he was going to conquer the place by such nefarious means. He added that the guy's strong feelings would set a whole forest on fire, not just one tree, which is why emotions can wait, unless of course he wants to end up in a ring of fire. At some point, the Fire King decided to clarify whether he was explaining everything clearly to the guy, to which he quickly replied that he understood everything. Then he yelled for the guy to remember that he had nothing, and if he continued to behave like this, he would not only get himself killed, but also endanger others around him. The Fire King had already finished with his cautionary speech, and leisurely got up from the table. He turned to the boy and asked him to keep his heart warm and his head cool, because otherwise the path would be cut short before it began. It was then that Cheon realized how right the Fire King had been, and he was simply seized by a wild rage at that unfortunate moment. He realized that the end goal was much more important, and each of the 6 clans should be punished, but it required thinking more globally and being more cold-blooded. The Fire King looked at the boy carefully and realized that he wasn't the kind of guy who looked at everything through his fingers, but took out something really important for himself. If Cheon finally realizes what he is missing, he will be able to overcome any obstacle. In that case, Cheon could become an invincible monster like never before in the history of their magic cult. The Fire King rather thought that if that happened, he would be the one behind it, not that drunken teacher. In the next second, he removed the action of his Nagin from the room to end the conversation without too much suspicion. Cheon, as he was required to do, unbuckled and returned the yellow name tag to the left bodyguard. The boy stood up from the table and, folding his hands in a form of respect, informed the Fire King that he would forever remember every word he said to him, thanking him for everything. A few seconds later, guards appeared on the doorstep of the office, and the Fire King ordered them to lock the guy up in a jail cell for 5 days. Cheon in no way expected to be taken to a cell right out of this office, and started asking to be given at least a couple minutes. The guy didn't want to leave without explaining to his comrades what had happened, but the left bodyguard was adamant in his refusal and clarified that the order of his punishment would still be posted in public, so everyone would know without further ado. Besides, from today, Cheon was a former leader for his team, so there was no need to observe this kind of formality. The guy didn't want to agree with it, but he realized that the Fire King was implying that these were the consequences of what he had done, and he should just accept it. Just a couple hours after the guy was taken to his jail cell, a bulletin board outside the main training ground posted all the information about his punishment. The board detailed the incident between cadets Cheon Yoon and Jongjun Sam, for which the former would be punished appropriately in a jail cell for 5 days and stripped of his team leader title. The cadets gathered around the booth were discussing Cheon's crazy psychopath and what the Poison Clan would do to him afterward, with a high probability that he wouldn't live to graduate from the academy. The general discussion was interrupted by someone's loud burst of laughter, which made everyone turn to its source. It was Jong Yu-chang, laughing just to the point of unconsciousness at the fact that that idiot Cheon had gotten to the point of damaging Jong Jun-sam's own defense. It seemed like his laughter would never stop, and everyone present was even beginning to get annoyed by it. It was noticeable how relieved the heir of the Blade clan was at this occasion, because Cheon was his only major rival for the position of junior lord. The guy kept worrying about how to eliminate Cheon, but now it was no longer his problem since he had done something like self-destruct. The heir from the Sword Clan named Chong Gen-wung was also happy about this unexpectedly pleasant coincidence. Only the heir of the Darkness clan, Jong Mu-un, did not show his joy at all, perhaps being the only one who really understood that Cheon had really done a fair deed. Afterward, all the guys from Cheon's team gathered behind the academy in the forest at the edge of the forest to think about what they should do next. Go Won-ho noticed how the other guys were all shocked, and even if their master did return, he would have exactly 1 day. The moment with the token that was taken away from Cheon and stripped from him as leader was still in question, so it was unclear whether he would be given another chance or fight for a spot in another group. At that moment, someone joined them from behind and called out to everyone. Bakji himself came to meet the 7th group left leaderless. It had already been 24 hours since Cheon had been imprisoned in the prison cell that was guarded by the guards of the demonic academy every second. The young gentleman himself wasted no time and practiced hard, as there was nothing else to do there. The guy honed his martial arts skills with each new move, of course not without the help of the nano. Upon completion, Cheon always thanked the nanomachine for the training and asked to turn off the augmented reality mode. After the training session, Cheon spat on the ground and only dreamed of eating a proper meal. Instead, he quickly stuffed beans into his mouth, except for which he had nothing else in his cell. One way or another, he needed to feed on this stuff from the pouch for the next 3 more days. The conditions in the prison cell were truly hellish, because the high humidity and lack of fresh air made it impossible to relax at all, and it would probably be impossible for a normal person to survive a day in there. On the other hand, he was more relaxed here because he didn't have time to be distracted by any extraneous things, so he practiced non-stop. Suddenly, at some point, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a ray of light coming from the entrance to the prison cell. He knew very well that it was still too early for him to leave here, and any visitation was forbidden. Cheon walked closer to the exit and saw an unknown person dressed in all black, trying to figure out who could be with such an incredible bloodlust. In the next second, the guy only had time to see a hand with long fingernails that was creating a nagan. An unknown powerful force lifted Cheon into the air and clutched him so tightly that it was even hard to just breathe. The unknown old man looked at the boy with hatred and rage and said that he had finally found that famous Cheon Yun. Last night, in the western part of the magic cult where the Venom clan's manor was located, everyone found out what had happened. They were delivered to them unconscious, all mangled and scarred, Jung Jun Sum on a stretcher. A goodly number of people had gathered near the lad, especially from the highest ranks of the community, among them the boy's furious uncle. The man's name was Baek Moon-un, who was the boy's uncle on his mother's side, who asked that everything be reported to their lord immediately. Someone quickly read some letter, clearly on the subject of what had happened to their clan's heir, and crumpled it in their hands. The man's hands trembled with anger and irritation, and his head was trying to digest all the information available. One of the council members shouted loudly that they couldn't just let this all go, much less wait for that boy to graduate from the academy. Some of the council suggested secretly sending a mercenary to the academy so that there would be no suspicion, and some suggested choosing one of the teachers or a cook who could discreetly slip the poison in. Apparently, the head of their clan had told everyone to immediately shut up and not even think about such a thing, unless, of course, they had forgotten what had happened to their clan 6 years ago after what had happened to Lady Hua. Someone jumped up and yelled that they were not going to let things go unpunished, because then they would trample the honor of their ancestors. The old man said that there was no need to jump to conclusions, because if everyone did that, any of the clans would have intervened long ago. The lord of the Venom clan named Beck explained that after that incident, the lord had already started to shun them and use harsh measures on any occasion, so if Cheon were to die, they would definitely not do well. The boy's uncle was just shaking with rage and didn't want to believe that they would have to wait for graduation. The overlord stood up from the table and informed everyone that this would be the most correct solution in this situation. When the old man went away, he said that he first wished to meet this bastard Cheon himself. And now this same lord had somehow entered the prison cell and literally had Cheon under the control of his Nagan. Lord Beck had no intention of making a peaceful acquaintance over a tea party here at all, and only clenched the cord around Cheon's neck tighter. Cheon felt that there was no way he could resist, because this old man was incredibly strong and powerful. The young lord could clearly sense a powerful bloodlust from the uninvited guest, and although he had no idea where this master had come from, it was obvious that he had not come with good intentions. Cheon quickly realized that he had to at least try to fight back somehow, or he was definitely finished. Lord Beck noticed the apparent resistance and was quite surprised by such a thing. He was both angry and surprised at the same time at the fact that this boy was not only trying to stand up to him, but that he had the strength to do so. He was absolutely not happy with this turn of events, so he exerted even more effort and squeezed Cheon harder. Cheon at one time could only see the might and the emanating nagong from the old man's hand. At one point, the old man walked up to the guy and grabbed him by the throat, squeezing harder each time. Nano informed the master that there was an overwhelming energy coming from the opponent's hand that could destroy him, so it was necessary to quickly activate the defense mode, but Cheon immediately stopped him. The guy let the Nano realize that this only made the old man even more angry, so he should not provoke him, but rather find out why he had come here, because there was obviously some good reason. The Lord sensed that the guy wasn't even trying to resist, for which he praised him for being smart. The old man said he was curious to see the guy who beat up his grandson, and then Cheon realized it was Jun-Sam's grandfather. In that case, the Venom clan Lord Becco himself was standing in front of him, saying that the guy had probably already guessed why he was here. Cheon began to think quickly about why this old man could have come here, other than to destroy him, and since the Lord's hand was gripping his neck tightly enough, a single movement would have sufficed. Oddly enough, it was at this very second that the guy was only thinking about how unfortunate it would be to leave right now without even starting his revenge. At some point, the Lord's grip loosened a bit, and he noticed something strange on the boy's face. Despite the fact that this could possibly be his last second of life, the guy wasn't trembling or convulsing, but instead exuded incredible anger. Old Man Beck grabbed his staff and said he noticed that the usual admonishment to the lad wasn't enough. He pointed his staff at the guy, and with all his strength with a nay-gun, he threw Cheon back into the wall behind him. The guy was thrown back by the mighty power of the Great Lord into the wall, shattering several rocks. He didn't even have time to fall before the old man picked him up again and dragged him with all his might to his side. As soon as Cheon was near him, the old man immediately grabbed him by the throat and decided to test how obedient the guy had become after this. The old man's face exuded only wild hatred and rage, so forgiveness was out of the question. To his great surprise, Cheon didn't even raise an eyebrow and looked exactly the same as he had a few minutes ago, determined and brave. The overlord couldn't believe that there was still rage emanating from the kid after that. The old man, of course, assumed that Cheon had ill intentions for his grandson Young-Som, but he didn't expect such hatred, so he had to nip it in the bud. Cheon asked the old man if he had any intention of accidentally breaking the rules of the academy and ending him, but the Lord wasn't worried about such statements. The old man said that all he had to do was pour acid on the boy's body, and there wouldn't even be a trace of him, and no one would even know he was here. Cheon replied with a smile that the old man wouldn't have time to clean up after himself, because if he suddenly disappeared from the academy, it would be the Poison Clan that would be the first suspicion to fall on. The Lord was struck by the fact that even at the point of death, this boy never once trembled or showed weakness. He didn't even want to think about what would happen to him in the future, so he just asked why such a smart kid attacked his grandson, thus ruining his life. The old man removed his hand from Cheon's neck and added that he was absolutely right, and there was nothing he could do to him on the academy grounds. The next second, his eyes lit up with real evil, and he said he promised to hurt the guy so unimaginably that he'd never imagine in his worst dreams once he got out of here. He also promised the guy to destroy his own body defenses so that the torment would be several times stronger. Lastly, the old man once again squeezed Cheon's body with his Nigong energy with all his might. The boy once again squealed in pain, but didn't stop looking at the Lord with anger. The old man finally stopped it and started pulling out something from his supplies, saying that he had prepared some sort of gift for Cheon for last. It was a substance, thanks to which absolutely anyone could be found anywhere by the power of thought, which the old man forcibly pushed into the guy's mouth. As much as Cheon resisted, he had no choice but to swallow it if he wanted to breathe. The old man explained to the boy that these balls were smeared with a special poison that was not dangerous to life, but if he dared to tell anyone about it, Baek-oh would appear immediately, and no rules and regulations could stop him. In the next second, he pushed Cheon back against the wall with all his might. The boy flew backward again with a whoosh, crashing painfully into the rock. The Lord was on his way out of the prison cell and turned around at the end to tell the boy that they would meet soon. Cheon remained lying motionless against the stone wall for a while longer as the old man left the cell. As soon as the Lord left the place, Cheon immediately opened his eyes and looked after the old man with hatred. Immediately upon the Lord's exit from the prison cell, the guards quickly sealed the entrance there with a huge slab of stone. The Lord had already been met by someone at the entrance and told that the old man hadn't kept his promise about the boy. It was the Fire King who had given his permission for this old man to visit Cheon. The old man only replied that this was what anyone would do if they came face to face with their enemy who had abused his family. The Fire King continued to look sternly at the old man, who immediately said he understood and even apologized for what he had done, assuring that nothing serious had happened there. The left bodyguard exhaled and was glad the old man was finally leaving. The Lord thanked the Fire King for his help, to which he replied that he had only done so because the old man had promised not to touch the boy for the next 4 years. The old man promised to fulfill everything and even stated that he would take this secret with him to his grave. In just a moment, there was no trace of the Lord, so lightning fast he disappeared from here. The Fire King only raised his head and looked after the disappearing old man. He looked sadly at the prison cell and thought about the fact that, to his regret, even he would not be able to protect Cheon for more than the agreed-upon term. The Fire King knew only that the boy's fate depended entirely on himself. Cheon slowly got up and tried to recover from what had happened, coughing loudly and breathing heavily. Nano reported that a poisonous substance had entered the master's body through his mouth, to which Cheon asked that it be taken out immediately. Nano reported that the analysis revealed that the entirety of a master's nagun is blocked when attempting to extract the substance, but that the toxin can be tapped into as an activator of one's own defenses and thus can increase strength. Cheon realized that the old man had done this so that the guy's strength and all of his Nagong would decrease when extracted, and when he tried to take the exam, he would immediately fail, thus falling straight into the hands of the Poison Clan. The young gentleman mentally apologized to the old man that his plan was destined to fail. Cheon knew that he could easily draw the poison out of his body without any consequences for himself, so he'd have Nano help him with everything, which he started to do. Within minutes, the guy was covered in a viscous, sticky substance and smelled a disgusting stench. After the successful extraction process, the Nano triggered the wizard's power recovery process. After a few more minutes, Cheon decided to repeat the good old breathing technique, which was going to work out much better now than before. From the outside, it looked more like a normal meditation, but at that moment, quite powerful processes were going on inside the guy. Now Cheon could use the breathing technique not for an hour, but at least for an hour and a half, which was due to the shell that contained the poison. Thus the old man had really given a gift to the boy. He was just thinking about how quick the reaction was from the Poison Clan to what had happened, and if it wasn't for the nano, he probably wouldn't be standing here by now. At this moment, Cheon realized that hasty decisions lead to unnecessarily serious consequences, and he might be so unlucky next time, so he must get serious from now on. Suddenly, he remembered that he was wiping his face with a disgustingly dirty and smelly t-shirt, throwing it away from him. At some point, the guy felt a cool and quite fresh air from somewhere. He looked around quickly and noticed a large crack in one of the walls. This crack was formed the moment the old man threw him into the wall, and he himself had felt some kind of crack even then. Cheon walked over to the wall and started banging on it, realizing that there was some kind of emptiness behind it. After banging his fist on the rock a couple times, our hero punched a hole that led into the cave. Peering into the darkness, Cheon thought, if it was so easy to break down, it would be easier to make a passageway. With a little effort, the young man managed to crawl into the cave he found. The boy looked around. It was a huge cave that definitely led somewhere. Cheon ordered the nano to activate the night vision module. The system complied with the order. As he went deeper and deeper into the tunnel, the young man wondered if the cave had been closed off on purpose. If so, he might find something interesting here. The system reported that a flicker was seen at the end of the tunnel. The boy assumed that glowing stones had been placed there. The young man came closer and closer to the bright passage. He could already see clearly around him. Cheon commanded the system to turn off the night vision. The passage led our hero to an exit into an obscure space. The tunnel stopped abruptly at the edge of a rounded room. A column stood in the center. The ceiling was studded with glowing holes. The young man marveled. How could such a hall be hidden in a prison? Cheon saw the blocked passageway. It seems that this was an exit in the past. Judging from the fact that it was blocked, this place had been empty for a long time. On the floor of the room, our hero saw footprints. There must have been huge boulders standing here. The guy seemed to have figured it out. He asked the system to reproduce the picture in augmented reality with the image of the sapphire monolith. The system replicated the copied monolith from the first floor of the library. Now the fellow commanded to correlate with the marks on the floor and tell whether this stone had stood here. Nano confirmed that according to detailed analysis, he had indeed been in the room before. The young man replied that his eyes did not fail him. He now ordered the monolith from the second floor of the library to be moved here. The system responded that the location of said facility has been restored. Our hero smiled. Great, so that's where they came from. But Cheon didn't understand why they were placed on different floors, and why that column in the center. Walking around the column, the guy read the inscription on one side, Heavenly Demon Sword Wielding Technique. When one remembered the founder of the Heavenly Demon cult, they would talk about his martial skills, one of the strongest techniques in all of China. Cheon wondered what kind of technique, controlling a sword with internal energy, or maybe a completely ordinary one. The young man recalled Chang saying that the powerful martial art the current cult leader was learning was something similar. Could it be? The boy ordered the nano to compare the lettering on the column with that on the stone blocks. It's a perfect match. Cheon remembered being told that the clumps used to have the techniques of the progenitor himself painted on them. Our hero thought that now everything was as clear as day, and he smiled. And the scars below the inscriptions looked like an upward-pointing dragon. The guy was trying to figure out what the significance was. Maybe the secret was the number of holes. When he counted, he got 24. The young man sat down on the floor. He assumed, apparently, this technique is just that, a technique consisting of a given number of techniques. There was no other explanation. There's a reason why there's such a clear correlation with the dragon pointing upward. Our hero looked up and was blinded by the glow of some object at the top of the column. The young man's eyes were slitting from the bright light. He realized that someone seemed determined to keep secrets with the piercing light. The boy said to himself that nothing comes right off the bat. He thought about it for a minute. Cheon ordered the nano to adjust the brightness of the luminescent elements. Incredibly, there was something written on the glowing stones on the ceiling. Our hero ordered the system to scan every single text, to reconstruct the big picture so that he could study them. The system reflected everything scanned in an augmented tri-det projection. The young man now commanded that only those elements related to combat techniques be left. Nano reported that there were only 24 similar elements found. The guy shuddered. That's it, and the network. Cheon realized what the dots on the pole were for. He ordered that only the colored elements be left. Our hero began to examine the first inscription. It seemed to be a technique for controlling internal energy. The young man studied the written instructions in detail. The young man realized that this was one of the 24 components of the heavenly demon's sword control technique. He was astonished. Each of these stones contains instructions on how to properly manipulate the inner energy. They are usually taught to focus it lying down. This is where the struts are described. It's weird, but the guy decided he had to try it. Cheon ordered the nano to store in his head one by one all the actions described. Guy closed his eyes and proceeded to test the first point, breathing in the air, immersing himself and following along with the flow of Nagong along the meridians. The hero's body began to emit a powerful pressure. The system began to analyze. The young man opened his eyes and performed the movements indicated on the stone with ease. The active training began. Recovering, the young man asked the system, how long had he been practicing? Nano replied that the host had been under continuous physical attack for 2 hours. The guy couldn't believe it had been that long. Cheon listened to his body. No fatigue. On the contrary, the weakness was gone. Each repetition felt like a surge of fighting power. The system alerted that the energy recovery rate had been increased. The young man thought he'd take a chance and meditate. Our hero closed his eyes and felt a powerful flow of energy pass through his body. Opening his eyes, the guy realized that he could indeed emit it with such ease. This is the secret of invincible technique. When performing each technique, it is necessary to follow the correct sequence of movements, perfectly feel the flow of energy, and hold the sword correctly. It is now clear why he is listed in the title. The founder of the demonic cult was indeed God. The young man knelt down and bowed to the floor. Turning to the great ancestor, he asked him to accept his immense gratitude. 4 days later, our hero's team sat around debating how many plaques had been dismantled and who had become head men. Hobong said, a ridiculous situation. Coach Ho Jin Chan had the only one left in existence. Go Van Ho agreed. What was least expected had happened. Ho said the 3 purchased the plaques with money, but no one's judging them. The skill of these guys is rightfully superior to the others. Guo Wan replied that according to rumors, they had already reached the highest stage. Each of them had been expanding their influence for a long time. Cho Woomin confirmed that they were in a dangerous situation. John said, who knows, maybe it's for the best. At least now it's definitely just us. Machil said thoughtfully, it turned out that Un Cheon and Ho Dae Myung were traitors. Guo Wan replied that it was no big deal. It was just that their paths had diverged. Hobong replied that still those two were acting weird when they found out that Young had destroyed Jung Jun Sum's Dantian. The guy lamented, as soon as the headman was punished, they immediately merged. Detailed opportunists can hardly get along with others either. There was silence in the team. Everyone was thinking about what to do next. Hobong, seeing that everyone was downcast, urged his friends to think positively. Pointing to the team's newcomer, Bon happily announced that Baek Ji had joined them instead of the 2 traitors. He'll replace 100 devils. Baek replied that it was too much. Go Wan Ho smiled and said that Bon was right. If it wasn't for Baek Gi, the situation could have turned out even worse. Ojan supported that if Baek had played the plaque 4 days ago, their band would have been disbanded long ago, and he thanked the whole team. The newcomer replied that he just owed their headman. He doesn't know what he himself would think. Hill supported his comrade by saying that if they hadn't become friends, Baek wouldn't have helped. There's no need to worry. The young man, having calmed down a bit, exhaled. The others began to reason that they needed to practice. Tomorrow, the headman would be released from prison. In the evening, the team was heading to the mess hall. Baek Gi didn't go in. He went the other way. The comrades asked what about dinner. Baek said he doesn't usually eat dinner. He just eats in the evening. But tonight, thanks to the band, he stopped by. So he doesn't mind skipping dinner. Guo Wan replied that he would have to skip dinner too. The comrade was surprised at this decision. The boy explained that, though temporary, Baek was currently the head, so they have to protect him. The newcomer said he was going to an individual room. After that, he's going to move around in a crowd, so there's nothing to worry about. Guo Wan pondered. The team members couldn't understand why he himself was a glutton, but couldn't choose what to do. Oh, John interrupted the pause. He said that he and Ho Bong would go after Baek. Ho was surprised at this news, and Go was glad. The comrades had exchanged pleasantries that they would see each other later and were now relying on Oh John. Bon stood there wondering if they had forgotten to ask him. The guys caught up with the interim leader. He asked if they shouldn't. John replied that they wouldn't starve to death. The young man said they'd go either way. It wasn't enough for Baek to get beaten up by someone. The three companions set off together. Baek-gi said he imagined how they would take care when the real headman returned. Coming to the courtyard of the building for individual training, Baek explained that it was a closed room. No one would get in here. Ojan said, "It's not a big deal." The young man asked, now that they had come, where to go now. There was a stomping sound. Ojan didn't realize what had happened. Everyone froze in anticipation. Here our comrades were surrounded by a crowd of warriors with wooden swords in their hands. Baek-gi stated, judging from the wooden swords in their hands, they had come here a long time ago. Ha Il-meng stepped forward from the crowd of warriors. He looked at his comrades with a smirk. Baek-gi trembled with anger. His former subordinates were also in the ranks of the attackers. He asked, them too. Former associates began to scoff that the headman was no longer amused. "How's the new group? It's nice to realize you're a traitor." Oh, John, looking around, shouted, "What are they doing?" Ha-il grinned and replied he really didn't understand or was just asking. Wiggling his fingers, the young man told Baek-gi his yellow plaque to give it to him. The guy grabbed his breastplate and replied, "Did the enemy really think he would just hand her over?" The haughty Il-meng said that if the young man didn't cooperate voluntarily, he would have to take the hard way. Smiling sinisterly, the enemy informed him that since they were all walking a tightrope behind the 7th cadet, he had no thought of treating them nicely. Ojan angrily replied that such a thing he was saying, and Baek-gi was in a panic, wondering what they should do. Baek realized no matter how high his skill level was, they would have to fight against 30 fighters, plus Ha Il-meng. To be honest, he's about on par with him. Baek whispered to Ojan to take the yellow sign and try to get away. There was no escape together. The comrade was surprised. Baek was going to fight on his own. The provisional headman replied that he would hold them back, but the comrade replied that this was not allowed. Guy looked menacingly at John and said, "Doesn't he understand? If they don't keep the plaque now, their group will fall apart, and then the friend wouldn't have a chance." Oh, John replied, no matter how strong he was, it was unlikely that he could defeat the teacher. The enemy realized that the comrades were communicating using chonim. Something's not right here. With a shout, "You think you can escape?" Ha Il-meng directed his warriors to attack the three comrades. Baek-gi handed his yellow placard to Ho-bong. He rushed to repel the attack. Looking at his enemy's face, Baek thought, even though he failed as a headman, he can't forgive such filth. The young man was scattering the enemies attacking him. Il-meng, watching the battle, noted that the energy coming from the punch wasn't that powerful, but still, the guy would not yield to him. After scattering the enemies a bit, Baek-gi shouted for his friends to run to save the yellow sign. The comrades rushed to escape, though they did not want to leave the headman alone. There was no choice. One of the warriors noticed that Bon had the tablet and shouted that the bald man must be apprehended. The chase began. 3 warriors chased after our friends. Ho-bong was far behind Ojan. Looking back, Ojan realized that Bon was too slow. He wouldn't be able to break away. The young man slowed down. He yelled for Ho to give him the sign. Then he ran the other way and didn't look back. The lad obeyed and the comrades split up. Ojan continued to evade his pursuers. Ho-bong ran and thought that if they caught his friend, they would surely kill him. "We must hurry to the dining room and call Go Wan Hyul." Running into the dining room, Ho-bong saw the rest of the team eating quietly. The first person to notice the young man was Go Van Hole. He asked why he was sweating so much. "The panting guy told me to run to the training building sooner rather than later. There was an ambush." At the moment, Baek-gi and Ojan were fighting there. Comrades rushed to help the rest of the group in distress. Go Wan Hole ran and thought, so what he feared most had happened. Jumping onto the roof of the training building, Guo Wan saw the ring of enemies shrinking around Baek-gi. As he approached, the young man saw that Ojan was already lying unconscious at the feet of the temporary headman. All the comrades from the group gathered around Hill. He shouted out what was going on. Zhang Yuchang came out smiling at them. He said that there were some uninvited guests. Guo Wan shouted, "Who's the intruder?" He had ambushed the whole group, and now he wanted to blame it on them. Baek-gi took his friend by the shoulder and asked him to calm down. He told me that they were not the ones who had attacked them. The heir from the Blade clan, turning to Baek, said the boy owed him a debt, advised him to consider his offer. Especially since he didn't have the tablet, he had nothing to lose. The young man replied that he was grateful for the help, but he would refuse the offer. The interlocutor offered to think about it. There was plenty of time. Noticing that his comrade had been clawed during the battle, Hill asked Baek how the wound was. the young man replied that it was not deep. The frustrated headman replied dejectedly that another thing was important. He had failed to keep the plaque, and apologized. Hobong held the hand of his friend lying on the ground. He said that Ojong had done all he could, all that was in his power, and he cried. Gowon Hoyle asked Baek Gi what had happened. The headman began to tell the story in order. After receiving a yellow plaque from Hobong, Ojung tried to run away. But he ended up surrounded by 20 opponents. He simply couldn't withstand the attacks. At this time, Baek Gi was fighting Ha Il-man. Even if he had excellent skills, he wouldn't be able to defeat him alone. Just when the young man thought that it was already the end, Cadet number 5 Chong Yu Chang from the Blade clan appeared. He said he had noticed the kid a long time ago and asked Ha Il-man to leave him alone. The enemy shouted for the young man to stay out of other people's business and get out of here. All the more reason for them to be outnumbered. Chong Yu Chan scattered Il-meng's warriors with ease and came close to the guy. He smiled and said it didn't matter how many there were, if his guys are worthless, and asked if he should continue. Ha Il-meng gritted his teeth and ordered his warriors to get out of here. Headman Baek Gi called out to Jung Yu Chan and said that he owed him a debt of gratitude. Then the young man replied, I think Baek lost the plaque. There's no way to get it back, and offered to go over to his side. The guy said that of course he turned down the offer. And at that moment the rest of the group showed up. Guo Wan said thoughtfully, he didn't expect the 5th disciple to be waiting. Is it really about this infamous junior master rank? Hobong slammed his fist on the ground. He said, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that they can't change anything on their own now. Cho Umin offered to round up the guys and repay them in kind. His friends looked at him skeptically. One Hull replied that in that case, even those who might turn out to be opponents of their headman would have to be culled. That was not the case. Seeing that the guy was up to something, Baek Gi asked what the guy was offering. Hull said there was one chance. The headman said if the guy thinks about the plaque being kept by the teacher, he knows better than he does. It's literally unrealistic to get it. Go Wan replied that his interlocutor would know better. He was not the one competing with him. Besides, since the other candidates are also unwilling to fight, we should still trust him. The frowning headman sat at a loss, whether he would have to fold his arms after all. Hobong, taking Ojan's weight, said he would take him to the infirmary. Taking his comrade on his back, Bon said he was thinking and needed to put in his 5 cents. He believes in Yo Woon too, even more than the others. The friends listened attentively. Just waiting was not the right thing to do. Since they were subordinates, shouldn't they act accordingly? If there is no other way out until the time the headman leaves the cell, isn't it better to try to recruit more useful, like-minded people? After thinking for a bit, Guo Wan laughed and replied that they would at least try their best. Ho Bong is truly a loyal comrade. The boys walked together and encouraged Bone that once in a while a stick shoots too. The next morning, a couple of teachers headed towards the prison to let the cadet out. Im Ryong, one of them, hoped the boy was okay. As they approached the cave, the man said that the term of confinement had come to an end. We have to let Cheon Young out. The stone from the cave entrance was removed and announced that it was time for student number 7 to go free. The teacher, seeing the changes in the lad's body and look, remarked that after sitting in the cave for 5 days, he looked much better. When the boy came out, the teacher asked him where his clothes were. The boy showed his sweatshirt. It stank. One of the men went inside and made sure everything was in order. He told his comrade that everything was in place. The boy exhaled. He covered the entrance as best he could with rocks. In the end, no one noticed. On the way to school, Cheon asked the chaperones how many signs were left. Im Ryung thought that the young man hadn't given up hope yet, so he replied that there was only one. Our hero assumed that it was at the head teacher's house. The interlocutor confirmed his assumption. The man suggested that it was possible to try and take away another one. Our hero replied that he knew from other students. The young man told the attendants to take him to teacher Ho Jin Chan. Im Ryung was very surprised at such boldness. He asked the guy to stop being smart. The less time there is left, the more judicious one should be. Our hero thanked me for the advice. Said if he realized he was losing, he'd quit. He just needs a chance. The teacher wondered if the boy hadn't realized anything in all this time. He was acting strangely. The man wouldn't stop. He asked if the guy was going to give up in the middle of the fight. Did he think his opponent would let that happen? In the end, Imryan gave up and said since the young man insists, then be as he wishes. The teacher admonished him to try not to hurt himself. In any case, this was his last opportunity. Meanwhile, the team members were campaigning to pull people over to the seventh disciple's side. But no matter how hard Hobong tried, he received rejection after rejection. He was told that it was the first time he had heard such an idiotic proposal. Despite 4 consecutive refusals, the young man still did not give up the idea and convinced himself that he would try again. As he passed by the square, Bon heard a commotion and saw a crowd. To find out what was wrong, he came closer. Everyone was talking about some sudden decision. Cheon-young was standing in the square. The cadets were discussing whether he was really going to fight. Why did he think he could do it? There was a whisper that he was coming out when Teacher Ho appeared on the school's doorstep. Ho-jin looked at the 7th disciple and thought that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Cheon said that the 7th student greeted the elder. The teacher asked if the boy was okay. It would not be hard for him right after prison. The older opponent offered our hero a choice, wooden or hand-to-hand combat. Every now and then one heard talk around that he had ventured into the challenge. Ho-bong, looking at what was happening, even sweated from the exertion. After selecting a melee attack, Teacher Ho-jin Chang stood in a fighting stance. A powerful stream of energy flowed out from him. The audience gasped. What grandiose power! Part of it was certain that Cheon would lose. Our hero thought the punishment had stomped his reputation into the dirt. In order to gain support, he's going to have to do something amazing. The teacher ceded the advantage to the student, allowed him to attack first. Cheon-young thought about survival of the fittest. The best way to surprise is to show the overwhelming difference in fighting power. The boy thanked the teacher for the honor. The fight has begun. From the first seconds, the teacher noted the speed of our hero. But he thought that, unfortunately, he knew all his techniques. After a series of blows, the teacher realized that the guy had decided to use one of the Zord control techniques. He didn't expect anything similar. The man decided to raise the degree. He used 4 techniques simultaneously from the combined sword technique. The spectators were shocked from the incredible combination. This was what a top-level demonic sword wielder was like. Cheon responded with a technique to control the heavenly demon sword. The audience couldn't understand what they were seeing. The tension in the battle was not insignificant. Both warriors fought at the limit of their strength. The guy realized that he couldn't do anything against the master. After an incredible bundle that shocked observers, our hero left Teacher Ho crouched on his knee. The young man exhaled. He had succeeded. He had finally recreated the full sequence. Compared to what he had seen, his tricks were worthless. The young man assumed a fighting stance. He thought that the coach's fury had not yet died down, so the fight goes on. Ho-jin Chang thought at this. It was good that he had time to strengthen his body. If they had fought with real swords, he would have already died. The man put his hand to the ground. It was shaking. He thought it was foolish to put all his trump cards on the table, but he wasn't trying to spare the young man. Getting up and dumping energy, the teacher thought that Cheon-young himself had decided to fight to the end. Watching his opponent's actions, our hero marveled that he had gotten rid of the foreign energy. The boy concentrated. He had heard that masters of the highest order were capable of such things. He assumed it would be even harder next. Ho-jin Chang initially gave in to the rage boiling in his eyes, but after a few seconds, he came to his senses with a shudder. Cheon didn't understand why the teacher first gathered all the energy in his fist and then abruptly calmed down. His opponent smiled and said that it was amazing how Yoon was advancing higher day by day. Taking off the yellow plaque, the teacher thought, who knows, maybe in the future the kid would become as all-powerful a monster as the long-ago ancestor. To the murmurs of the crowd and exclamations of surprise, the teacher handed the yellow plaque to Cheon-young. The man said he lost today, and the plaque rightfully belongs to the 7th student. Our hero rejoiced and thanked Teacher Ho-jin Chan. The audience could not believe that he had actually succeeded. At this moment, Hobon rushed tearfully toward our hero with a cry of, "Headman!" Cheon turned around and saw his comrade. As he approached, he cried and began to tell him how long he had waited for his return. Our hero patted Hobong on the shoulder and apologized for making him worry. The comrade replied that he was not. Teacher Ho Jin Chung watched everything that was happening with interest. He was surprised by this attitude. Cheon heard someone call out to him. It was Baek Gi. He wondered why he had called him. Baek approached and hesitated a bit, not knowing where to start the conversation. Our hero didn't understand what was going on, if he wanted to ask something. Baek Gi kneeled down in front of Jung. The other comrades were very surprised at this development. Cheon Young was confused. He couldn't understand what the young man was thinking and why he was kneeling in front of him. After a few seconds, the young man began to thank our hero loudly. It was because of him that Beck escaped death at the hands of a student from the Poison clan. Cheon saved his worthless life. As our hero stood in shock at his comrade's act, voices began to rise around him. The Poison clan was trying to poison him. Ji continued. Cheon got into the prison cell only as a result of an ordinary desire to help. He asked for forgiveness. He admired the act to the core. Our hero stood in confusion. He even opened his mouth in wonder as to what all this could mean. There were whispers in the crowd that the seventh was being punished for standing up for him. Surely Bei would have kneeled as well. Baekgi said he owes Jung his life. That's why he's swearing to him right now with immense loyalty in front of all people. Cheon was still perplexed. He wondered who the organizer of the buffoonery was. He wondered if it was his own idea. The crowd continued to discuss. Did Bei know Jung? So the seventh was just protecting his man. Go-wan came over and told Baekgi using the thought transmission technique that everything was fine. But he's playing terribly. Red as a cancer, Beck replied that it was the first and last time. He would not be dragged into such ventures again. Huel agreed. At that time, head teacher Ho walked into the school building. Im Ra-young caught up with him and asked if everything was okay. The man replied that he was afraid he would become bitter because he had lost face in front of the kids. Without turning to his interlocutor, Ho Jin-chang said he agreed that the guy was indeed worthy of the plaque. Ryong stated that he too was impressed by the level of skill. He asked what the older comrade thought. These were the techniques Wu had taught him. Teacher Ho replied that he did not know for sure, but there was a high probability of that happening. Im Ryong wondered if he didn't base most of his training on hand-to-hand combat. Where did Yong come up with this kind of technique? The young teacher went to another room, and the old man told him not to wait for his neck. Ho will get some fresh air. Climbing up to the roof, the first teacher saw the master of the school. He replied that the man had come after all. Ho remembered hearing the message to stop during the fight. He said that if it wasn't for his master's order, he would have continued the fight without a doubt. The interlocutor replied that this is what anyone in his position would do. Teacher Ho said that he had participated in many battles when he was young. He had seen the founder of the demonic cult fighting. Turning to his interlocutor, he said, thinks in the past the host was a left guard and also noticed. Young's sword control techniques completely copy the heavenly demon's sword control technique that the progenitor possessed. Even they are more precise. This technique was invented by the creator of the cult. The style is considered invincible. It is inherited by the next chapter. The heavenly demon was an expert of the ultimate level. The master thought that from the looks of it, the boy's actions really resembled some kind of obsession. But the reality was quite different. His sword control technique dominates that of the heavenly demon's counterpart, which to this day is considered to symbolize the unattainability of the founder's stage. How could he possibly know? Did he manage to read the commandment on the sapphire monument? The left guard tried to make out what was written there, but it was no use. The surface of the stone was completely covered with sword marks. Teacher Ho voiced his master's thoughts. He assumed that the boy had somehow managed to read the ancient scriptures. The interlocutor asked the old man to keep this moment a secret, at least for the time being. Ho Jin-chang replied, meaning the host was thinking the same thing, and agreed that it was best for them to turn a blind eye to this moment for now. Meanwhile, our hero was approached by Ho Sang-hwa, a student from the Fabu clan. Kneeling down, the girl turned to Cheon. She was fascinated by the story of how he had stood up for a good man. Ho Sang said she heard that gender doesn't matter to a guy, just skills and abilities. If he accepts her into the team, he promises to serve faithfully until the end. Go-wan-ho suddenly blushed when he saw such a brave girl. Beck, noticing this, couldn't understand what the reason was. A boy jumped out of the crowd. He fell to his knees and shouted, asking to be accepted too. He is a weak fool, but he swears he will not fail. Cheon-young replied to the guy that this case can always be pulled up. He thanked him for such a rejection, and said, welcome. It was Jin-guk of the Jin family. He bowed to the floor, thanking and swearing his loyalty. Ho-bong, watching what was happening, said that the guy was overdoing it. Go and Beck said in unison that there was a second Ho-bong in their squad. Go-wan-ho reflected that there weren't enough people. He had expected a greater effect, but since the headman had gotten the plaque, he hoped that people would be found. After looking around, our hero asked the older members of the team where the others were. Baekgi frowned but remained silent. Guowan suggested going to a quieter place. The full team walked off the school grounds into the nearby woods to talk quietly. The headman was a little upset by what he heard. It turned out that Unchung and Hodai Myung were wrong. Cheon said that, for what it's worth, Machil and Ja Umin did a great job, too. The guys started to guffaw, thankful that Young was back. Turning to Hobong, our hero said that it was clear with those two. But then, where is Oh Jong? The boys frowned. No one could dare to tell the negative information. Cheon Young became very nervous and sternly asked what had happened. After hearing the reason for Oh John's absence, Young thought that Ha Il-myung had done some unnecessary things before, and he still hadn't corrected himself. Baekgi, watching the headman, noticed that the guy had changed. Even when he was furious, he tried to think coolly. Baek thought the young man had learned the right lesson from everything that had happened to him. Guo Wan-ho interrupted the silence by asking what they would do. Cheon thought about it. It's not forbidden to take away plaques, so technically, Il-myung is not guilty of anything. And there's absolutely no one here who cares about etiquette. Looking at his boys, the headman wondered if anyone here was willing to forgive Myung. After a little thought, the head of the group replied to his comrades that debts must be paid, and apparently the time had come. Baek was a little confused when he heard that. He thought the headman must be joking. Meanwhile, outside the school, one of the students was reporting to Jung Yu Chan that he had followed orders and pushed Ha Il-myung to take away Baekgi's yellow plaque. The heir from the Blade clan inquired if the leader of the saboteur group was him. The young man explained that Wu Ryung-hak was badly injured and was now in the infirmary. He demanded to fulfill his promises. Jong Yu took out a yellow plaque from his pocket and shook it in front of the boy. He said that their agreement had not been completely fulfilled. The young man became angry with his interlocutor. He began to ask why. The heir to the Blade clan grinned and replied that they had promised to help conquer Baekgi. Where is he now? Could it be here? He asked Yuchan what to do now. He said it's nothing. To get Baekgi, we have to show him how ugly reality can be. The heir of Blades said to know the sweetness of life, one must also know its bitterness. And come to think of it, there doesn't seem to be anyone among them who could become a headman. He told the boy that Cheon Jongsob had been beaten up. The young man shouted, "What?" in horror. Jung Yu approached Yompa. He said he would give him a chance. The young man was happy. The headman explained that he should take the guys with him and destroy Baekgi's group, no Cheon Young's group, and take away the yellow plaque. Chan clarified, because the guy knows how to do it. He won't screw it up. Yompa bowed and promised not to let him down. Afterward, he said that if he could get the plaque, he would become the headman and would be under his direct command. Looking at the past interlocutor, he said that they would be run by a smart person. The young man was angry. He thought Chan wanted them all to fall at his feet. At the training ground where Ha Il-myung was practicing with his subordinates, a group sent by Young Yu Chen came in. Yompa came up and introduced himself and bowed to Il-myung, asked if he was the former headmaster of the 6th group. Ha Il recognized those guys behind him as the ones who attacked Baekgi yesterday. He asked what Yom needed. The young man smiled and replied that he was asking for help. You need a yellow plaque to pass the 3rd level exam. Myung replied that the boy made him laugh, as if it would do him any good. He said to leave and stay out of the way. Pa smiled and asked Myung what if he said he wanted to fight with Young's group. The interlocutor perked up. Yompa noticed that. He said he had a personal grudge, and it was very deep. The guy kept urging his interlocutor that if the plaque was taken away from him, the group would break up. Who will follow the headman who could not defend his place the 2nd time? Pa argued that by doing so, Cheon would fail the intended test and be expelled from school. Ha Il-myung thought for a moment. He wished he could finish yesterday, but this power, and if you take it in numbers. Myung agreed. Yompa thanked him for agreeing. The interlocutor asked when they were performing. Hearing that the attack would be right now, Ha Il-myung replied that he liked the kid. At this time in the forest, Cheon Young's group was discussing the upcoming test. Someone called out to the comrades, calling them rats. When they turned around, they realized that yesterday's enemies were approaching. Approaching the opponents, Il-myung said, as they constantly hid in the shadows. Our hero stood up and answered Ho Yil that he had been walking for a long time. The guy was about to look for him himself. Thank you for that. The opponent shouted that Jung was laughing in vain. He didn't seem to have realized what was going on here yet. Approaching his opponent, our hero replied that he was sorry, but would have to disappoint the guy. The guy who was talking to Jong-yu earlier yelled for Ho-il and Yom-pa to drop their weapons immediately. The attackers couldn't understand what was happening and looked around. Our hero, looking at the confusion of his enemies, said he would ask them one question. Who among those present is really an idiot? 4 hours ago, in the backyard of the training camp, a couple guys were talking. A young man we know from Jung-yu's group asked if Ryung-hak would really go alone. He replied that there was nothing to do. That was the request. Huck told his interlocutor if he took the sign, they could organize their group. He replied that one would not be enough for 20 of them. On the contrary, they might start fighting among themselves. The comrade said that it was impossible to sit idly by. Ryung-hak said to survive in Madokwan, you have to fight to the end, to take and surrender only because of weakness. The interlocutor replied that he did not want to win at that price, and thought for a moment. Ryung stated that there was no other way. It's better to think of his own skin first, and if he became the head man, he would guarantee it. The boy didn't have time to say anything. Young approached them. When he saw the guys' reactions, he asked what they were so scared of. The whole group stood behind the back of their headman, Cheon-young. The boys were very angry. Baek-ji asked his opponents who attacked him yesterday. It turns out like this. Ryung-hak asked, the guy came to avenge them for yesterday. Go-won said that they did a very dirty thing by organizing the ambush. Now he hopes to get away with it quietly. Behind Ryung's back, whispers began. Baek had come with that monster. If he got angry, he could destroy the Dantian. He must not be disturbed. Hak turned around and shouted that everyone was a fool. There were far more of them than Cheon's group. Our hero said the guy's manners were clearly not taught. I don't think we need to talk. Cheon went to attack Ryung-hak. He thought he should be more careful. Although Yoon held back the force, the opponent flew several meters away from a single blow. He fell to the ground. His buddies were shocked at what was happening. They opened their mouths and watched as the young man flew over them. Cheon-young himself was a little surprised and upset that he was unable to control the force of the punch once again. Hobong grabbed the conspirator by the breasts and demanded to know where the yellow plaque was, which he and his cronies had taken from Oh-jong, breaking all his fingers. The young man was frightened and told him that 108th disciple Ha-il-myung had the plaque. Guo-wan stated to the headman that the obvious was near. Cheon said that it was foolish to assume that the creep would give her away. Hobong began beating his foe as hard as he could. Baek-gi stopped Ho. The guy yelled, Baek stopping him because he used to be in the same group with this guy. Ji asked his comrade to take his time. A few minutes ago, the guys were talking about some kind of deal involving him, asked for clarification. The young man said that Chong-yu of the Blade clan ordered them to take away the yellow plaque and cornered Baek to force him to his side that way. Baek-gi couldn't believe that young Yu-jung was a conspirator. He thought he was saving them from harm. So it's all part of a fucking plan. Baek asked his former comrade, and they agreed on a plaque in return. The young man asked for forgiveness. Ji said he was a coward. Hobong pounced on his enemy again, shouting that he would do to him what he had done to Oh-jon. This time, the comrade was stopped by Guo-wan. He said they wouldn't benefit from his suffering. But there's a good plan. Ho asked Disciple 670 if he was sure that Jong Yu-chung would follow the arrangement. The young man didn't understand what Go was saying. Van Hull clarified that it was indeed whether Jong would give them the card. Wiping the blood from his abrasions, the guy thought for a moment and said that Chen had promised, right? Go-wan clarified that the enemy had agreed to give them 2 cards because there were 20 people in the group. The young man was slow to answer, and the team members began to resent him. He had promised them 2 cards. He said they would be on the same team. Hull said not only were the boys being used, but they were being forced to fight among themselves. The boy asked what he meant by used. The cunning Jung Yu-jung handed over a plaque and foresaw that there would be a conflict, and the guys would fight amongst themselves, which in turn would benefit him. There was a murmur in the group. The boys began to ask questions. It meant that they had been manipulated. Heil asked, the young men will continue to stand like that. Do they not want revenge? And now, 4 hours later, the 670th disciple and his companions ordered Yom-pa and Il-myung to surrender their weapons. Pa asked what they were doing. The former comrade replied, they thought they could fool the boys and make them look like fools. Yom-pa, looking around, replied that it looked like someone had set them up. Hobong said that they were already worthless, so they couldn't take the plaque in a fair fight with the teacher. They decided to attack their own comrades in a mob. Ha Il-myung was furious when he heard the words that he was nothing, and this was coming from a man who was running away in fear. Go-wan laughed and replied, "A guy means even now, no matter what happens, he is not going to scramble off with all his legs." Our hero replied that it was fine. They didn't plan to let Il-myung go either. The guy realized he was in a lot of trouble. No time to think. But if he did, he wouldn't pass the 3rd level exam. Yompa thought if he failed this mission, Yu-chan would give up on him. We have to try to talk them down somehow. We can't lose. Yum, turning to Galyong, said, "I think the guy misunderstood something." Pa said Jung Yu-chang personally promised to bring their group under his command, so the guy doesn't believe him. But now the young man was smarter. He asked how many plaques Chan would share. 2. The interlocutor could answer nothing. Galyong explained that there were 19 of them now, and in order to keep everyone warm, there simply couldn't be any less. Yum Pa was angry. He realized what had driven the boys to rebel. If he couldn't persuade Yum Pa, the mission would be doomed to failure. But he can't make any promises on his own. The guy started to make up his mind. He said he would ask Yu-chan to share the 2 plaques with them. Galyong looked at Yompa in bewilderment and interjected, he would offer. The trickster grinned to himself. It's not a lie anymore, he would offer. And if Chan refuses, it's not his problem. The young man replied that he was almost persuaded, but Pa would be able to answer for his words. Yom hesitated, to answer for his words. At that moment, our hero dealt him a blow by telling him exactly what to answer. Ha Il-myung lunged at Cheon-young with his wooden sword, shouting insults. Our hero easily broke his opponent's sword in one move, so Myung was shocked. Ha-il looked at the splinter of wood and thought that he had put a 7th-level internal energy into it. In the next second, Baek-gi gave Myung a blow that sent the guy flying a few meters away and falling to the ground. The enemy trembled and tried to rise from the ground, and Baek said he was his target. Il-myung said he was a coward for trying to get up because he was attacked from behind. He touched his ribs and said he thought he had broken them. The young man thought the chances of victory were minimal, but it was impossible to escape from this place either. Ha-il's boys, frightened, tried to run away, pushing their former comrades out of the way, but they were not allowed to escape. The battle began. Yompa looked at what was happening and realized that he couldn't defeat this monster Cheon-young and his gang. He had to escape by any means necessary. Headman Ho Il-myung, glaring at the cowardly boys, began to shout what they were doing. But then Baek-gi called out to his enemy, asking where he was looking. Gi said he was his victim. Ha-il tried to assume a fighting stance, but the broken ribs were making themselves felt. But Baek-gi had already attacked. The enemy had a hard time in this battle. Go Wan-ho crunched his fingers, saying that it was time to stretch. Team rookies Jin-guk and Ho Sang-hwa finally waited for their debut. Friendly, Cheon-young's team rushed into the general crowd of warriors with a battle cry. Yompa, seeing what was happening, panicked, wondering what was going on here. The young man realized that they had lost. There was no other way out. Resistance would create heavy casualties. Since it was impossible to win, Yompa chose to surrender. He bowed to Chief Cheon-young with the words that they had won. Our hero was very surprised by such behavior. He asked the guy what he was doing. The opponent, without rising from his knees, replied that the outcome was obvious. Why resist when it is clear that this is the end? They admit defeat and ask for mercy. The sly man thought at the same time that no matter how strong the rage in his chest, he still wouldn't be able to hit the man crouching at his feet. Yong lifted the enemy off the ground by his hair and said like this, he begs for mercy. And why should he spare him? Our hero added, if the opponent didn't want to fight, there was no need to start such a scam. Feeling the strength in Cheon's hand increase, Yompa yelled out what he was doing. The guy had given up, hadn't he? Young said to the enemy to shut up, and with all his might, he slammed the traitor to the ground. Lifting the boy by the hair again, the headman said that one must be held accountable for one's actions, and he hadn't started yet, and hit him again. After realizing that his plan had failed, Pa started yelling, insulting Young that Jung Yu Chang wouldn't turn a blind eye to his actions. Continuing to hold his opponent's head, our hero interjected, meaning that Jung Yu Chang would punish him. Yom realized that those words were unnecessary. Clenching his fists, the young man was still hopeful. After all, Chong Yu was currently the most powerful disciple in Madokwon. Young wouldn't choose to clash with him. Cheon sighed and thanked the guy for the advice. Yompa remembered that the man had almost killed Yoongjun Sum. Our hero slammed the guy to the ground one more time. He lost consciousness. Young said he was weak. If he pinned him with full force, his head would burst. The group of opponents put down their swords and sat trembling on the ground waiting for Headman Yong's verdict. Moving closer and looking at everyone present, Cheon asked where Ha Il-myung was. Baek-gi showed the opponent sitting sideways on his knees. Guy explained that he had resisted for too long, so they had to block his meridians. Baek suggested that maybe they should unblock him after all. Cheon replied that there was nothing to talk about. Taking a seat next to his enemy, Jung took his hand. Il wondered what the man was going to do. The headman took his opponent by the finger and broke him, just as his men had done to Ojan. The surrounding people watched in horror at what was happening. No one could even move out of shock. Our hero continued, running his fingers over Ha Il-myung's fingers. He said that Oh-jung was in as much pain as he was now. The seated, bowed heads of Myung's men thought in horror that Oh-jan was worse. After all, he was lying in the infirmary now. They were the ones who had beaten him then. They're finished. The blocked enemy couldn't move. He mentally scolded Cheon and said that he would destroy him for sure. Looking into our hero's eyes, Ha-il mentally conveyed to him that he would finish him off, for sure. Cheon slapped his opponent with a slap that sent him flying back with a crumpled face. Rising up, the headman announced the punishment for Ha Il-myung and all the members of his group, breaking the fingers of both hands and one leg. Gal Yong thought in horror that if he had agreed to Yeonpa's terms a few minutes ago, he and his comrades would have fallen into that number as well. Abandoned on the ground, Il-myung became furious. His eyes lit up with the red energy of rage. He gathered all his strength and rose up behind the back of Cheon, who was moving away from him. Hoban, seeing that the enemy was about to attack, shouted, warning the headman. Looking back, Cheon-young saw Il-myung flying at him, frantic with anger. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the school, Jung Yu-chung was practicing with his group. After another sequence of actions, the guy realized that they weren't working. It didn't look like a technique from the forbidden book of the 7 demon swords. Looking at the panting boys, he thought that all of them were excellent students. Therefore, learning the sequence of techniques was definitely not a difficult task for them. Then why can't they combine their energy? Chan gave the boys time to rest. He decided to check the book again. He called Woo Kyum-phil over and asked how the group looked from the outside. They had at least made some progress. Seeing that the young man was hesitant to answer, Yu-chung said that he would not be angry. Therefore, he could speak frankly. The guy said, in truth, it seemed as if everyone was performing the same movements at the same time. He had never seen the result of combining energies. But this picture is unsightly. The headman answered, so it seemed to the boy as well. One of the students interrupted the conversation, turning to the Lord and pointing at something. Jong Yu-chen turned his head and saw the members of Myung's group carrying the unconscious guys towards him. A man with a bandaged face approached Chan. The young man asked who he was and ordered him not to approach. From the voice of someone approaching, Yu-chung realized it was Yeonpa. He asked what was wrong with the guy's face and who he was carrying. Yeonpa threw the unconscious Ha Il-myung at Chung Yu's feet. The rest of the guys also dropped their burdens. Jong looked at the guys lying on the ground and recognized Go Wan-hul and Baek-gi. They were Cheon-young's subordinates. Looking at the guy lying on the ground with his face bandaged, Yu-chung asked if it was Cheon-young himself. How did Pa manage to catch him? The young man told him if it wasn't for Ha Il-myung, they probably would have caved. It turns out that he was learning reverse blood circulation magic. Chan shuddered at what he heard. Reverse circulation magic was a way to achieve explosive power by reversing the internal energy in the body. But this technique has its side effects. With each use, the meridians inside the body are destroyed and the person ceases to think rationally. Therefore, it was banned in the cult. Looking at Il-myung's red eyes, Jong realized that he was not in his right mind. He seemed to have lost his mind and started attacking everyone indiscriminately. After taking another look at the defeated opponents, Chen said that it was a good job. He didn't have high hopes for Yeonpa, but he was happy with the result. Smiling wryly, Chan said that before he sent the guys to the nurse's station, he would leave them a present. With one swing of his energy sword, Chong Yu severed the hand of Cheon's right arm. Crouching down next to his opponent lying on the ground, Chong Yu said that he was taller than Cheon, since he didn't destroy the Dantian. Gal Yong looked at what was happening and realized that he was going to cripple the guy, a monster. You shouldn't mess with him. Asking with a smile, so, does it hurt? Jong Yu-chen ripped the mask off the guy's face. What he saw shocked him. His man Yeonpa was lying on the ground in front of him. After only managing to shout, "What the what?" Chan turned around, and Yung was already approaching him in an attack. From the blow of the guy with a blotched face, Chong Yu Chen flew back a few meters. The members of Chan's group rushed forward shouting that Yom Pa was letting himself go. But then the first Wu Kum Phil who approached was rebuffed by Go Van Huel, who stood up from the ground. The guy, rubbing the place of the blow with his fist, confusedly asked where it came from. Guo Wan commanded, "Get up, guys," and the members of Cheon's group started to get up from the ground. Ho Sang-hwa said, thinking they would lie down some more. Beck replied that everything was going according to plan. Oh, Jiran of the Red Wind clan looked at what was happening and said, "They've been screwed over." Looking at the dust that had not yet settled after the headman's attack, the guys wondered, where was Jong Yu Chen? He had lost consciousness. Wukum Phil shuddered as he thought about it, realizing then that the guys who brought them were their opponents. Gal Yong and the members of his large group stood in a fighting stance. Jin Yu from the Invincible Fist clan started shouting that Yom Pa was a traitor. How dare he betray Master? The guy with the bandage on his face laughed, and taking it off replied that no one believed in him. Well, it was a masquerade for nothing. When the mask fell to the ground, everyone around him saw that it was Cheon Young underneath. A few hours ago, when Il Myung, using magic, tried to attack Cheon, Baek Gi repelled his blow. After fending off the frenzied enemy's attack several times, Guy couldn't understand how the enemy managed to build up incredibly dense energy so quickly. Cheon Young joined the fight. He realized what was happening and used his strength on the enemy. Looking at the unconscious Mayung, our hero thought that he wouldn't die. Since he had learned the reverse circulation magic, he should be able to withstand it. Bong said it was the first time he had seen such magic. Go Wan added, since Ha Il Myung used the forbidden technique, he will definitely be out of Madakwan. Cheon asked how the other opponents were doing. The guys replied that everyone was grounded. The only thing left to do was to send them to the infirmary. Ho Bong said they avenged Oh John and found out who was behind it. All that's left is to punish the instigator. Go Wan asked his friend to calm down. He understood the guy's resentment, but for now, they weren't enough. Cho Umin agreed. To fight Chan, even considering Baek Gi, they still lacked 2 people with high skill levels. Sang-hwa's girlfriend suggested that if she and Wang Hyul teamed up, they could defeat a strongman. The boy blushed again. Gal Yong said that if they are short of people, his group is willing to help. Cheon thanked the guy but said it was very dangerous. We need to send the wounded to rest first and then decide what to do. Cheon Young stood there thinking, if only there was someone alone to help. After a while, the headman commanded everyone to get ready. They're going after Young Yu Chan right now. Go Wan asked if the guy had come up with some kind of plan. He answered in the affirmative. And now looking at Cheon Young standing in front of them, Chan's men didn't understand. After all, they had heard Yom Pa's voice. Our hero asked the nano to disable the voice change, and, to the surprise of his opponents, he began to speak in his own voice. The guys in Cheon's group began to chatter. Such funny opponents. Saw their faces, looked still in shock. Jin Yu, filled with rage, shouted that the opponents had decided to make fun of him. With a frantic yell, Jin Yu rushed forward to attack Cheon Young. Wu Kum Phil shouted in his wake not to do that. Jin thought that Cheon was unable to defeat him. But in the process of attacking, he was surprised that his opponent got away from the blow so easily. Our hero easily dodged all the attacks and took the guy's yellow plaque, said he was going to take it for himself. With increased fury, the guy lunged at him again. Now Cheon hit the restless opponent back. Looking at the way the young man flew off but stood on his feet, Young thought either it was because his skill had reached a high level, or if there's another reason, but the guy is holding on. In the next second, the nano reported that an incredibly powerful burst of energy was detected 60 meters away. Cheon guessed what it might be. Turning to his group, he commanded everyone to lie down. All the members of the group pressed themselves against the ground. An energy sword whistled above them. The guys were shocked. Our hero, dodging the attack, shouted that the enemy had missed and responded to his attack. A column of dust kicked up. Gazing at the outline of the person approaching from the dust clouds, Young said, Jong Yu Chang. Approaching with an energy sword in his hand, Chan said he wanted to catch his brother off guard. But it didn't work. Our hero turned to him and said he was finally awake. What a retard. Yuchen asked, was the guy really expecting him to hit him? Cheon replied that he did, in case he would say later that he only lost because of the suddenness of the attack. Chan thought the guy seemed like a kid last time, but now he sees that he's grown incredibly. Wiping the abrasion with his hand, Yu Chen thought that he should have cut off his hand last time. That's okay. He'll do it now. The guys in Jun Yu Jung's group were amazed. This was the first time they had seen the headmaster so serious. He really thinks that Cheon is a match for him. The members of Cheon Young's group thought that their headman shouldn't lose. In an instant, Chong Yu Chen, who was standing in front of our hero, disappeared somewhere, as if he had vanished into thin air. A moment later, the opponent was right in front of our hero with the magic blade's second technique of Huan Doil-chan. Cheon realized that this was the Blade Clan's crown technique, a powerful thing, not bad. Young realized that one cannot hold back in front of an opponent who is more skilled in skill. You must respond with determination. Chan realized that the young man had activated the sword energy, but he didn't understand what he was going to do. But the opponent easily repelled Cheon's attack. He said that such a simple move was nothing against Huang Doil-cham. Saying that he wouldn't dream of such a thing, Zhang Yu used his crowning trick again. Young couldn't fully dodge such a powerful blow. He flew back a few meters. Our hero hesitated. He thought he could win back easily. He didn't expect Zhang to attack from such an angle. Cheon analyzed his opponent's condition. Such techniques put a lot of strain on his arm, and he had a very developed arm. And he's better with energy, too. Our hero concluded that even a teacher would be in an unenviable position. Young Yu Chen said the guy was lucky. He wanted to cut off his limb. Too bad it didn't work the first time. The opponent said that Jung had had enough of using decrepit techniques. Let's do the crown. Our hero roused himself. Decrepit, then. Chan, laughing, said he thinks he doesn't know what it was. Cheon Young couldn't believe it. Did the guy really manage to read the commandment from the Jade Monument? But then Yu Chen said, seeing the young man added something to the Zeven demonic swords, only all this nonsense is pish compared to him. Young exhaled. It had passed. A very confident Chan warned our hero that he was giving him 5 moves. If the enemy keeps using garbage, they will say goodbye to the right very soon. Cheon was not afraid and suggested that they could make a bet. The opponent himself said he would win in 5 moves. It'll be interesting. Young Yu asked about the terms of the bet. Cheon replied that the winner would get all the yellow plaques. Yuchen laughed. Then he said that he would have bigger plaques. Not too fair. The opponent announced his condition. If he wins, he takes back Ji forever. Becky gritted his teeth in anger. The Blade Clan's heir could not be appeased. Our hero hesitated for a moment. Beck Ji mentally conveyed a message to him that he hoped everything would be all right, and his faithfulness was not in vain. The young man bowed in agreement. The enemy cheered, saying that everything was perfect. The opponent was so pleased with himself that he let Cheon attack first. Yon replied with what pompous confidence he had. The opponent said to shut up and attack. Our hero went on the attack. Yu Chen thought he'd strip him down to his bare bones and take the last of his money. He doesn't know how many times he reread the forbidden scriptures to prepare for the fight with his trainer. Maneuvering to defend himself, Chong Yu thought he knew all the existing vulnerable points. As Yoon approached, the opponent didn't realize what was happening. It had nothing at all to do with the techniques he knew. Zhang Yuchen realized that he couldn't defend himself. That way, he would lose. The young man was about to use the 5th technique to attack the magic blade. But our hero repelled Chan's energy sword without even letting it fully deploy. The opponent panicked as he quickly. A few quick moves by Cheon and the opponent realized he was being sucked into the vortex. After falling into this energy vortex, Chong Yu Chen was caught like a meat grinder. Blades from all sides simultaneously wounded his body. He lost his arm. Young Yu Chan is the candidate of the Blade Clan. He looks like an ordinary man, but there's no limit to his cruelty, especially to himself. He trains to the death until he achieves supremacy. When he entered, his skill level was already over the high bar, but he continued to train hard and almost reached the ideal. Many of the surrounding disciples exalted him. They considered him the most suitable heir to such an enviable position. But today, for the first time in his life, he lost. Cheon Young said he won. The members of his group suffered. The gentleman had lost. Yes, how could this be possible? In just one move. The guys from Zhang Bi's team wanted to come to the Lord's aid, but our hero said that if anyone came near, their headman would lose his other arm, so they retreated. Bringing his energy sword to his opponent's neck, Cheon said, as agreed, the latter must hand over the yellow cards. Yuchen asked how Jung had done it. How could he defeat him using cheesy techniques? Our hero replied that since they seemed unsuccessful to his opponent, it turns out that he has not yet grown to appreciate the power of the true martial art. The young man remembered his self-confidence and saying that Cheon-young was still far from his level. Chan thought, holding on to his wounds that he had been preparing for so long to become a junior master. Yuchen kept his word and ordered his men to give his opponent all the yellow plaques. The guys in the group were surprised. The young man gathered his last strength and told Cheon-young not to think it was the end, and he fainted. Giving the plaques back, Woo-Kum-Fil said that they would still definitely take revenge, just like the master said. Cheon punched the brute once, causing him to fall to the ground. The people around him were surprised by such power. Trying to get up, the guy said they honored the terms of the bet, what he's letting himself do. Our hero, smiling, replied that he had not said the wager was the only one. It was worth ending them once and for all, after all. Woo-Kum-Fil started insulting the young man. He said how dare he attack the losing side. Cheon slapped the insolent man in the face. He flew off and fell to the ground. Young replied, "It's okay to attack someone from the outside. But to expect a retaliation is unfair. From now on, they would use their heads. All the other members of Jung Yu-chung's group were ordered by our hero to break one arm and leg each. Chung walked over to Gal Yong and handed him 2 yellow cards. The young man was surprised. He asked why. Cheon-young smiled and replied that he had enough to do without that. He went about his business. Looking after the young man, Gal Yong thought that only the strongest survive here. He could have kept them, but he gave in. He's different. Yong realized that the Blade clan would now view his group as enemies. Protection would be needed. Maybe he should help him become a junior master. Our hero heard some movement behind him. When he turned around, he saw that Gal Yong's group was kneeling down. The guy was very surprised at this behavior. He asked what they were doing. The whole group bowed to the ground, and the headman replied that they expressed their heartfelt thanks and swore allegiance to the Lord. Without getting off the ground, Gal Yong asked Cheon to shelter their group. Our hero smiled. The members of Jung's group who were watching from the side were chatting. Beck said, "Everything is according to plan again." Go was smiling. Bong replied that the guy has a golden head. On the second floor of Madovkan, in the medical station, the doctor mentally thanked Jung. Looking at the pile of maimed boys, he was glad. There was no way to treat them now. One of the teachers standing nearby could not understand why so much joy, glared at the wounded, and the doctor was wondering who to start with. He was excited. Another man standing nearby said, "Only recently delivered one barely alive." The interlocutor replied that who knew he was such a monster. The doctor interrupted the conversation, asking the men to come over and hold the boy so Yum Pa wouldn't move. Oh, John, lying beside him, wiped away his tears and thought that he had waited. He would be loyal to Chief Young for the rest of his life. In Master Madokan's room, Il-myung was lying unconscious on the floor. The man looked and said, meaning reverse blood circulation magic. The master leaned over and, placing his hands on the lad's forehead and chest, began to affect him with his energy. The boy opened his eyes. He coughed and sat up. The man said, seeing he was fine. He couldn't figure out how he had gotten here. He had just fought with Cheon-young. The master sat down in his chair and told the boy that he had one question for him, how he had learned this forbidden technique of the ancients. Il-myung started to yowl, saying that he didn't understand what the host was talking about. The man sighed, and with one movement of his hand, he lifted the boy into the air. He started screaming, "What is the Lord doing?" The master moved his finger and the boy's arm began to twist. He screamed in pain. The gentleman explained that no sound waves escape his office thanks to the barrier. No one would hear his scream. Opening the records, the man read, Il-myung is from a small red warrior sword clan, not affiliated with anyone else according to official records. Tapping his finger on the table with the paper, the owner stated that this was what the guy had written when he was admitted. He thought he could cheat. Walking up to the guy, said, "This technique is under strict taboo. He's only 17, so their clan was at the mercy of traitors." Continuing to influence the young man, the man said, Ho then would not mind if everyone involved in his existence was executed. Taking the boy by the throat, the master asked, the fact that he was a left guard didn't hurt the young man in any way. He thinks he can't find out on his own. Or the guy thought that master wouldn't guess that the Red Warrior Sword Clan was only one division of the Poison Sword Clan. At that moment, the boy clenched his jaws tightly. The master loosened his grip. The young man fell to the floor, and the man barely managed to pick him up. When the man saw what had happened, he was shocked. You should have bitten your tongue off. Now the master couldn't get the boy's energy in order. The master was angry at what had happened. The young man decided not to say anything at all. Ha-il lay on the floor and thought that he had hoped to be a hero, but he would die a traitor. He lost consciousness. The dining room at Madaukan became lively at the sight of Cheon. Yo-eun was being called from all sides and asked to pay attention. There was a real crush. Hoban, bouncing above the crowd, started swearing and told everyone to line up. The crowd quieted down a bit. The young man commanded the boys to sort themselves out first. For the headman's blessing, get in line and wait. Ho was seething with indignation. The crowd obediently dispersed. They started talking about who was there first. Go Wang remarked that it was a great job. Cho Umin seconded, saying that Ho seemed to have found his calling. Van Hul thought to himself that word of mouth had worked promptly. It was to be expected, though. Jung, after all, defeated Master Ho and made Jung Yu Chen himself kneel. Now their headman is the main rival of Young Mu Young of the Darkness clan. A crowd of those willing to enter his submission built up in front of Cheon. Our hero realized that it was a lot. If you talked to everyone, it would take an awful lot of time. Young turned to the applicants. He thanked everyone for such a decision, but before he gave anyone a positive answer, he offered to listen to his confession. He's not just looking for loyal people. He is looking for like-minded people who will join him in radically changing their demonic cult. He realizes that there is a hard road ahead, but to go through it with his comrades is the ultimate reward. The young man explained, if the guys had no intention of following him through countless obstacles, it was better to leave now. Cheon Young announced that he expected to abolish the cult's dependence on the 6 major clans. There were surprised gasps from the crowd. Guo Wan thought he used to be obsessed with hatred. Now he began to think about the cult as a whole. The newcomers had been let go. As a candidate for junior master, he showed himself. The murmur in the crowd didn't subside. The guys whispered that compared to the guys from the ruling clans, there was no one to cover for him. Regretful people began to rise from the crowd. They asked for forgiveness but could not stay as their families were under the patronage of the ruling clans. Heel, looking at what was happening, thought it was to be expected. It was a pity, of course, but there was nothing to blame the boys for. Our hero smirked. There were a decent number of guys left anyway. A young man stood up from the rest and said that Cheon's words had encouraged him. He hoped to become part of the team. The comrades standing behind him said, kneeling down, humbly requesting to be taken into their group. A young man stood up from the crowd. He turned to Cheon Young and asked for a chance to talk to him. Cheon's teammates recognized the guy, and through thought transmission, Cho Woomin informed the headman that they should get this guy on their side. This was Moon Gyu, the grandson of Mr. Moon Young, the 9th elder of the Demon Palm Clan's demon cult. At the top of the demonic cult is the Overlord. He is followed by 12 elders. Among the elders, the rulers of the 6 ruling clans take center stage. Next are the people who have occupied this post on their own merit. Moon Young of the Demon Palm Clan became the 9th elder for his many accomplishments in war, incredible strength and intelligence. Now every candidate for junior master wishes to win over a major descendant to his side. Mong Gyu began to walk up to Jung's group. The guys noticed that he was limping. Go Wan suggested that maybe he wasn't feeling well. Gyu, approaching our hero, inquired if he really had 6 yellow plaques. Hearing a favorable answer, the young man declared that one of them rightfully belonged to him. The young man said that representatives of the clans wanted to poach him. He turned them all down. But Yu Chen came and said that he was offering for the last time. Moongyu refused this time too, saying that he wanted to stay back and quietly continue his studies in Madokwang. In the end, Jung Yu Chen beat the guy up and he had no choice but to admit defeat. In the end, Gyu lost his plaque and was left with a broken arm and leg. Zhang threatened that he would have to become his subordinate in order to continue studying. Baek Gi got angry and said that Young Yu has some kind of mania for gathering excellent students around him. Moon said he planned to get into any group first, and when he was cured, he planned to take revenge. But no headman dared to take a maimed warrior into his group. Our hero hung back a little. He replied that since the boy was a master of anything, the headmasters of the other groups could wait until he recovered. Gyu replied that one headman had agreed, but changed his mind after 2 hours. It turned out that it was Zhang Yu who had put everyone up to it. Hobong said that Jung Yu Jung is sick. He was punished by the mayor. Jinguk supported his comrade. The young man didn't care about the exam. He wanted revenge. But soon, he found out that Cheon had cut off his hand. Now, he doesn't know what to do. Moon said that since it's like this, he's asking him to take care of him. Yeah, Cheon has to take responsibility for him now. Our hero was outraged by such a statement. He expressed regret for what had happened, but why on earth should he waste his time? The young man got down on his knee in despair and said he apologized. That's not the right way to put it. Asked Yoon to be kind and take me under his wing. Ignore the broken limbs. Anything he can do to help. Cheon clarified whether the kid shares his position or just wants to be on the team. The young man thought for a moment, remembering his grandfather's admonition to always try to skirt the extremes. But if you find a person to play the role of patron or just like someone, you need to take a good look before you make a decision. Moon replied whether it is possible to just participate in the processes for the first time and decide in time. It would not take a long time to think about it. To the surprise of his group, Cheon replied that no way. Ho Bong and Go Wan Hyul even opened their mouths. The bewildered young man hesitated. He still hoped for a positive answer. Cho Umin turned to the headman and asked him to think again, mentally conveyed that Jung might regret it. Everyone wants to gain this guy's trust. Go added, the guy was also the headman, and now he bowed his broken knee to Yaong. There was a high probability that he would become like-minded. Cheon replied that he was better than others who had been rejected on the same principle. The headman could not deny his own words. The boy asked then to give him 3 or 2 days to think about it, but Cheon was adamant. Young questioned why Moon-gyu wanted to join this particular group. While waiting for a response, our hero commanded the nano to activate the facial muscle analysis module. The guy replied that he wanted to be in this group to get to know Cheon Young better. The system generated an error. The analyzer could not be connected. Faux leather is not analyzable. Our hero has noticed that the texture and color is really different. Does he really wear a mask? The system reported that the body analysis showed the person to be about 16 years old. The sex is female. Moon wondered why the headman was looking so closely at the ear and neck area. Had he really guessed it? Even the left guard couldn't. Cheon Young, a little confused, asked Gyu, "She's a girl." The challenger jumped in surprise. Moon shouted that he was ready to obey, asked to forget all the recent foolishness. He asked me to take it, promised to give his life and not to move. In his thoughts, Gyu told the headman that he would explain everything later. Really, as soon as he could. To the delight of his group members, Cheon Young agreed and accepted Moon into his team. Cho Umin walked over to his new comrade and helped him stand up, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The rest of the team happily welcomed the newcomer and gave their names, and began to talk. Cheon watched as they became so many. We should split up. There were 53 participants in total. Everyone was divided into 6 divisions. Accordingly, 5 new head teachers were chosen: Go Wan Hyul, Baek Gi, Ho Sang-hwa, Cho Umin, and Gal Young. Cheon became the most respected in the school. In the evening of the same day, Cheon Young and Moon Gyu met in the backyard of the training hall. The new member of the team revealed the whole truth to her headman. The boy interjected, "Twin brother's face." Moon revealed that their father died in the war before they were born. Her mother could not survive the depression and died in childbirth. Due to complications, my brother developed a serious pathology. The grandfather decided to conceal the true information from everyone. Young said, "Fortunately, the girl has an innate talent for martial arts, but she realizes the truth will come out. Why take the risk?" Gyu explained, "The 6 clans want to subjugate their clan by any means necessary. In the past, a matchmaker was often sent to perform a wedding." Cheon realized that the Demon Palm clan was traditionally led by men, and if Gyu got married in such a situation, your brother would have been sent to Madakwan. He was soon killed in an accident. This triggered a takeover of their clan. That's why she went to Madakwan. Once she had gained authority, no one would dare to stir up the nest. Yoon asked why she was using her real name. Moon said when they find out the truth, it's like she made it all up and no one else will be held responsible. Looking after the departing girl, our hero thought about the fact that she grew up without parents. Turning around, the girl said that the headman now understood why she wore the mask. He must keep this conversation a secret. The young man replied, "Okay." And he asked, "Did she change her voice too?" Coughing, the girl said in her own voice, "Of course. After all, poor training could easily give it away." Cheon was surprised. The changed voice reminded him of a young boy, but now the features of a girl were clearly audible. Gyu smiled. It felt good for her to relax for a while at least. Her throat had been particularly troublesome these past few days. Looking around, the girl asked what time it was. She had almost forgotten. Pulling out a bottle, Mongyu said she needed to reapply the glue to the mask. Removing the mask from her face, she explained, If you don't do the right procedures every night, it could fall off at any time. Our hero looked shocked at the girl's manipulations. There was a slight hitch, and she was not immediately able to take it off. Moon finally managed to take off the mask. The elastic band had accidentally come off. Smiling, the girl explained that it wasn't easy for her after her injury to do the job with one hand. Our hero looked at the beautiful girl who was under the mask and felt himself starting to blush. The new acquaintance said that it's still good that Cheon is now a young gentleman by her side. Moon asked Young to open his palms. She put the mask there and put glue on it. Looking at the confused young man, she smiled even wider and said that there was nothing difficult about it. Our hero thought, so this is what they call beauty. And the girl, giggling, replied that it was not so silly to reveal the secret. There were advantages. Returning to the building, the girl explained that now she was not in the best shape. That's why training is difficult. As they approached the dormitory, Moon asked where their room was. The guy answered, Pavilion 4, Room 7. Gyu said that since she was a member of their group, she should bring her things with her. When she said goodbye, she said she would see her later. Looking after her, our hero observed that she was still limping. But then suddenly it hit him, like the 4th dormitory. At this time, the fight for yellow cards continued on the school grounds. Han Pyungwon of the Devil Bone clan was attacked by Jong Mugim. The heir from the Brook clan angrily kicked the injured guy already lying on the ground. His servant thought as he watched, in the 10 days of Mugim's hospitalization, the level of the disciples had increased. They can stand against him for longer than 30 seconds. By absorbing the Dragon Ball, the Lord strengthened his inner potential. However, due to his haste, he was only able to get a fraction of the effect. After receiving the yellow placard, the young master commanded Ja-hyun that they were leaving. The boy was in a hurry. To stand up to Cheon, he needed to achieve influence that would easily topple even someone like him. After returning to their dorm room from practice, Cheon Young's group discovered a new tenant, Moon Gyu. Moon smiled happily, saying welcome back. Young was tense. Thanks to the artificial skin, no one would reveal her, but there was a problem. Coming from practice, Ho Bong stripped naked and ran to wash without covering himself. Our hero covered his face with his hands. He couldn't keep track of Ho. Now he felt uneasy. After being told to go bathe, the guys bare their torsos and with a homonym went to the bathroom. Left alone with the girl, the headman asked if she was all right. Gyu replied that she was fine. She was used to it. She had been through a lot already. The girl asked the young master not to worry about her and to go wash himself too. Young looked at the girl and thought, she's used to it. She's used to it, and she can't even look up when the temperature spikes. The headman scratched the back of his head and thought, we should forbid the boys to flaunt their nakedness around the dormitory. The next morning on the day of the exam, Cheon Young and his subordinates came to the main pavilion of Madokwang. They were allowed to take the exam. Only 16 teams out of 17 registered. Sima Tso kept 2 plaques. Therefore, 15 students did not get admission. After breakfast, gathered in the vacant lot behind the dormitory, Yeong's group discussed plans. Beck wanted to teach the newcomers the sword technique of the 7 dragons. Gowon turned to the master and said that it would be difficult for him to train everyone. Therefore, the unit commanders would each train their own group. The headman wasn't happy, even though the comrades said they wanted to help. But he had heard the young men arguing in the dining room. Bak Gi and Van Hull had a bet over how much they could train their groups in the 7 demons sword technique. Gal Yong also intervened in the conversation. He said that their group already had a training plan and he wanted to stick to it. In the end, Cheon agreed and told the unit commanders to do as they know how. Looking at the guys arguing, the headman thought to himself, competition then. But healthy competition doesn't hurt anyone. Cho Umin said that he still needs to recruit people for the team. Ho Sanghua replied that she would do the same. The 2 commanders asked to take care of their students while they went to find the newcomers. Young replied that they shouldn't worry. Cheon thought about the composition of the groups. It's not easy to find the missing people. Baek Gi is still recruiting people too, but he doesn't like help, so he'll figure it out. Cheon Young lined up a combined squad of 2 groups of students in front of him. Moon, watching the training process, noted that there were so many people. It is difficult for the young master to pay attention to everyone. The recruits were happy. They thought they were lucky because the headman himself would teach them martial arts. Taking the wooden sword in his hands, our hero thought that he had never been a teacher before. It's a bit exciting, but we must begin. The headman said he would start by demonstrating a technique to the students. He will slow down, so they need to watch carefully. Everyone froze as they watched Cheon-young's movements. He was like a picture of a secret training exercise. Observers were amazed. Is it possible to so accurately embody a new, barely mastered technique? Yu was amazed. 5 days out of 7, he practiced in a cramped cell, but his movements are flawless. No matter how outstanding her intelligence was, she wouldn't be able to replicate a barely mastered swordsmanship style so skillfully. The young man ended the demonstration and asked the newcomers if they had seen everything. Now, he would give everyone instructions on how to use the 7 demons' sword technique. The group was ecstatic. What a stroke of luck. They would get advice from the headman himself. Hoban, the most impatient student, shouted, "Who will the headman start with?" Cheon explained that it would be faster if everyone performed the technique at the same time. What year will they finish if they watch each one individually? The recruits began to crumple, repeating as best they could what they had seen. But all the movements were disjointed. Young was shocked. Moon thought it was hardly possible to identify everyone's flaws at the same time. She should probably look and help, too. Hobong, with his usual optimism, commanded the others to at least give it a try. The headmaster commanded the students to show the first formation. They started practicing. To Nano, he commanded the training module to analyze the technique of the 17 students and report any errors to him. All fighting techniques consist of formations, steps. We started with the first formation, the first sword. The girl watched the actions of the group. On the whole, everything looked right, but most of them had errors in their stance. Gyu didn't notice too many mistakes, but she still wanted to inform the master. She decided to use chonim to transmit her voice mentally. The headmaster said that he would call the students by number during training. He began to analyze the mistakes. Number 31. Jung explained that he put little strength into his hand on the first step, so the rest of the steps were weak. Approached a student who had lost his balance and explained what he was doing wrong. The next one is told that on the step of the third sword, the right foot must be in front. You have to watch out, or the whole technique will collapse. Ho, he said as he takes the steps, the latter lowers the tip of the blade downwards. On the third sword step, the back moves by inertia. The girl was astonished. She had watched Hobong most closely. But the headman had pointed out everyone's faults. Did he really keep track of everyone? Moon watched Cheon's actions. She realized that a keen eye was not enough for such a complete analysis. The training continued with all the corrections made by the headman. Guy watched his charges and realized that adjustments were still needed, but the path would get used to the movements for now. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. The students' stances had improved dramatically. The head teacher is an incredible person. Cheon, watching his boys, thought they weren't stupid enough to repeat their mistakes. A week of training would be enough. But it took more time. The disciples of the distinguished clans did it quickly. The others were stuck on the last step of the complicated formation. Oh, John, who was stuck in the infirmary, fortunately, due to his outstanding ability, mastered the 7 demons sword technique in 5 days. 10 days later, Cheon-young's entire large group gathered in a vacant lot to practice. Baek-gi grudgingly muttered that he had blown Guo-wan's bet on the speed of his disciples' training. Van Hul, rejoicing at the victory, cheered up his comrade, said that he was a real man for admitting defeat. Baek didn't understand. Even Gal Yong and his group took 7 days to master. How Wang had trained his own in 5. Van Hul smiled slyly. He said it was no big deal. You force it in until they mastered it. During these 10 days, we recruited the missing people in the teams. We found a skillful man who came of his own accord, just like the headman. This is Jae Taekyum, the Western Gate clan. Didn't want to see the cult wasted on fighting between clans. I believed in change. Ho Sang-hwa brought an acquaintance, Woo Sojong. She said if Yeon convinces her with her abilities, she'll be loyal for life. Cheon only needed 3 steps of the butterfly technique for the girl to lose to him. During these days, Ho Sang-hwa and Go Won-hyul, who had failed to hone their skills, had gotten on the path of masters. To the headman's congratulations, Ho Sang-hwa responded with deep gratitude. Van Hul replied that he still lacked many things, but as the best blade, he would improve so that no one would take away that title. An argument broke out among the guys. The different teams argued that Baek-gi or Moon-gyu were more suitable for the skills of their team leaders. Van Heel's group entered the argument, shouting that their headman's skill was quite enough. And the claims are mockery. Head Chief Cheon-young looked at the discontent brewing and became confused. Through Chonam, Taekyum said that he expected such a scandal because of the large number of people. Young needs to clearly distribute the ranks. The guy said loyalty is important too. But for a cult, the main indicator is strength. We have to remember that. Cheon thought for a moment. The young man was right. There should be a clear hierarchy among the large number of subordinates. The third round of the exam is coming up. It won't be good if someone gets hurt in the heat of argument. What's the best thing to do? The headman called for silence. He said that he had decided to use this occasion to introduce a clear ranking system. He will choose the 6 strongest masters among those present. There will be no distinction in rank between them. They will be the 6 blades. A relentless Wusojong asked the headman if there was a reason for the 6 blades. Our hero explained that they would have to face the 6 strongest clans after graduating from Madaukan. Cheon needs the 6 strongest blades that can stand up to them. Go-won wondered, if they wipe out the 6 strongest clans, they would take their place. Wouldn't the sad history repeat itself? Young continued. If one becomes one of the blades now, that title is not forever. Everyone will decide the annual competition, even when they reach the goal. Baek-gi liked the idea. If Young sticks to it by becoming the head of the cult, it will eliminate the bad effects of power. Since the 3rd stage is upon us, the choice of blades has been simplified. Those on the master's path will remain in the lead. The others step back. Those who stayed in front and would become the 6 blades were Wanhul, Sanghwa, Baek-gi, Moon-gyu, Wusojong, and Taekyum. There were no objections. Cheon wondered who to appoint as the first blade. Baek asked to speak. He suggested, if a first blade selection is planned, a clear hierarchy needs to be established. Wusojong supported her comrade. She said that it would be right to give ranks from the 1st to the 6th blade according to skill. Young agreed that it made sense. But in order to avoid injury, you can't use Nagun above the 3rd level when competing. Moon-gyu expressed that she had not recovered yet. Therefore, she withdrew from the competition. Baek said it was a shame. He wanted to compete with his strength. Gyu replied that there will be a chance next year. Taekyum summarized, Moon-gyu is the 6th blade. Go-won threw off his outerwear, bare his muscle relief, and said that it was time to start the competition. The girls wrinkled their brows and called the cocky guy a bear with muscles, and they went on the attack together. Taekyum, turning to Baek-gi, said, maybe inferior to Moon-gyu's strength, but hopefully they'll get along. A strong comrade ceded the primacy of attack to a novice opponent. The latter responded, so that the comrade would not regret it. The battle to determine the rank of the blades began. The comrades fought, trying to do as little harm to each other as possible. Cheon-young, watching the fight, thought that they had been fighting for half an hour. They should have decided something by now. But gradually, the places started to be distributed. Go-won and Baek-gi struggled the longest. The result was a hierarchy. First blade, Baek-gi, 2nd, Go-won-hul, 3rd, Ho-sang-hwa, 4th, Taekyung, 5th, Wusojong, 6th, Moon-gyu. The headman chose blades to fight the strongest clans, but that's not enough. He needs to become many times stronger so that no one will look down on him. Early in the morning on the day of the exam, the approval of the test item for the exam was discussed in the office of Chief Madakwan. Chief Bodyguard Marakum told the master that the item was brought up at the Leadership Council the day before yesterday. Yesterday, the Lord gave it final approval. Usually, the method of the exam is set by the Lord and combat mentors. It is then approved by the Leadership Council. There has never been a precedent for revisions to be made on the day of the exam. The host angrily pinned the sheet to the table. He thought that making changes because the method of conducting is too idle was too much. Furthermore, earlier, the Lord who implemented the policy of containing the strongest clans had personally approved it. The leader had doubts. Seeing the schoolmaster's doubts, the head bodyguard showed him a letter from the Lord. After reading the self-destructive letter, the man replied that he listened and obeyed. It turned out that the 6 strongest clans were up to something during the 3rd stage. Trying to stop them would only make things worse. From 9 to 11 o'clock in the morning, all the squads lined up in the main arena of the school for the 3rd challenge. Cheon, looking at his guys, was satisfied. It wouldn't be easy, but everyone had mastered the demon sword technique and was confident in their abilities. Everyone stared at the empty porch. There was a strange, long wait. There weren't even any mentors, who usually came before the students. In the courtyard of the academy, the instructors led the prisoners, rattling their shackles. The boys didn't understand who it was. The head of school appeared on the porch, announcing that changes had been made to the trial. There was an uproar among the students. The change frightened many of them. They did not understand what was happening. To everyone's surprise, not wooden swords, as previously announced, but real swords were brought for the students. The leader explained that, in the beginning, the cadets were to attack the mentors with the combined demonic sword technique. The changes are small. Before them stand the renegades of the Murim Alliance. To pass the test, they must not be defeated, but destroyed. To put it simply, this exam will be the first real battle for the students of the school. If they win, their enemies will be pardoned. So they have plenty of motivation. Negligence will cost the students their lives. Cheon looked at his charges. Everyone had a change in their faces. Now the task isn't a matter of passing the exam or getting out. It's a matter of surviving or dying. The first to be called to the test was Sima Tso's team from the distinguished Shaman clan. The mask and shackles were removed from the first prisoner. The leader commanded to begin. The group surrounded the man. The prisoner is confused. If he kills the students, he'll be free. But they're still boys. The headman commanded the third sword formation, and the group went to attack one enemy. The opponent realized that the boys were serious, and he started to defend himself. Young watched the group's actions. Looking at the synchronized execution, it seemed like they had mastered the technique. But mistakes could be made. The prisoner dodged as best he could. His body stiffened without training. He couldn't make the formation. An experienced fighter saw a gap among the young warriors. He rushed into action. But looking at the young lad's frightened face, he froze with his blade near his neck. At that moment, the other members of the group pierced the man with their swords from the back. The crowd cheered the students' victory over the seasoned warrior. And the victors were morally broken. They had won the battle, but they were disgusted. The results were announced. Only 7 out of 11 passed the exam. The rest were expelled because of the collision during the formation. Cheon only now realized it's all in the hands of the students. The technique is built by the team. But everyone is judged individually. Jong Mugim's group was being tested next. The perpetrator attacked them before the formation even began, injuring one of them. Taking advantage of the fear of some of the retreating disciples, the enemy successfully destroyed the unified demon sword technique. But Jong Mugim waited until his opponent lowered his guard and pushed him back with a single blow. The other 6 finished him off. Unfortunately, Ja Hyun's loyal henchman failed the exam, thus depriving his comrade of half of his power. Next came the teams, most of which failed, but only one, John Mu-young's team, passed with flying colors. The head of school has been watching the trial closely. So far, there have been no problems. Looking at Cheon-young, the man thought for a moment. The trap in the trial must have been prepared for this young man. The left bodyguard realized that the clan leaders were ready to destroy him right now, but the Lord keeps them in line, and the rules of the academy. They decided to act officially by changing the method of conducting the exam, only whether their plans will come true. Cheon-young's team was invited to the trial. His teammates were horrified when they saw their opponents. Ho Bong said they were in trouble. Even with the overlapped acupuncture points, the power and ferocity of the opponent's spirit could be felt. He was definitely not a clan follower. Cheon looked at his opponent. He seemed strange. He was relaxed and looking around as if he was looking for someone. Senior teacher Ho, using the thought transmission technique, informed Young to tell the boy to be careful. The young man wondered why the master had warned him. It was suspicious that the method of conducting had been changed. Something was not clean. On the command to start, the group surrounded the enemy. But Cheon didn't realize what was happening. His opponent got into a fighting stance but didn't move. Was he really that confident? Cheon-young commanded the group. 4th sword formation, opening. Just then, the enemy turned around looking at him and said he found it. A confrontation began. The enemy had so much power that a simple touch of his sword shattered the guy's weapons. The head of the school jumped up from his seat. This guy is no match for the great masters. Baek Gi and Go Wan-hul were amazed at what was happening. The guys realized that something had gone wrong. Head teacher Ho Jan shouted that the exam was stopped. It's dangerous to fight with an exceptional master. Cheon's team backed up. The mentor didn't understand what had happened. He was testing the man's nagun himself. Apparently, the man had hidden his abilities. The prisoner continued to attack the boys in Young's group. He threw one of the students at the teacher who rushed at him. Master Ho was astonished. What power was hidden within him? If even he, who was on the path of an exceptional master, could not stop him. To the horror of everyone present, the enemy used reverse blood circulation magic. He said that nothing would stop him from destroying Young now. Looking at the boy, the opponent was surprised. He didn't see a single bit of fear in his eyes. On the contrary, Cheon was burning through him with anger. The monster lunged at our hero, screaming that it would tear him to shreds and make him suffer. But Cheon calmly replied to the enemy, "Shut up," and with a single swing of his sword with the heavenly demon technique, he slew him. Everyone around him was shocked at such a swift reprisal by a young apprentice against an exceptional master. And Yong Mogum, shaking with anger, said that this bastard is a real monster. Our hero, analyzing his blow, noted that the recoil was stronger than expected, and the sword did not go in deep. After a couple seconds, the magic-supported opponent was back on his feet. Young said he knew it. The monster let out such a horrible scream that the students covered their ears. Some began to suffer organ damage. The system reported to Cheon that powerful high and low frequencies were detected in the roar's sound vibrations. The sound waves have been blocked. The enemy looked at Cheon standing straight, was surprised that the man withstood the growl, said, understandably, why he must die here. Our hero replied that the enemy needs to survive first, and then they'll talk. But then, Sob Meng's right-hand bodyguard Mad Blade Sob Meng came between the guy and his opponent. As always with a smile, the man asked if the opponent was even aware of whose student he had raised his filthy hand on. Mentor smirked. He had been told the most important thing was to bring this prisoner alive. In the blink of an eye, the huge monster fell at Cheon Young's feet like a sack of potatoes. The boy hesitated. The mentor cut all the muscles and vessels in a split second, a butterfly dance technique available to the perfect master. The enemy lay on the ground and could not move. He thought he would have to go to extreme measures. Sobmen took the man's head and asked. The man decided to please himself by reversing the flow of Negong throughout his body. Saying that no one was letting him die, the mentor affected him with his energy. The enemy rolled his eyes and passed out. Placing his sword on his shoulder, Sobmen said that fighting these scum was a waste of time. The left bodyguard, standing amidst the crowd of defeated who had used magic, shouted to his comrade that he had taken one down and was already fluffing his tail. The disciples were amazed. The leader defeated 7 people in an instant. This is the level of a perfect master. The right bodyguard replied that he was a bore. That's why he has no friends. In the next instant, many masked people appeared in the square. It was the founder's security squad gathered from the great masters. The schoolmaster commanded that all criminals using reverse blood circulation magic be arrested and taken away. Cheon Young walked over to Sob Menu and greeted his teacher by bowing. The mentor replied that the guy had gotten stronger, but it would be better to use the butterfly dance sword technique. The man wanted to comment on the young man's technique, but the supervisor mentally ordered him to keep his mouth shut. It couldn't be told. Besides, the 3rd stage of the exam was not yet over. The tutor was rudely asked to get the hell out of there. Sob Min patted the boy on the shoulder, said he hoped for a good result, wished him good luck in the fight. Looking after his teacher, Jung thought that they would probably meet in 4 years. He would meet his mentor as the cult's heir. Left alone, Sob Men wondered about the Lord's true motives. Everyone thought he considered Young a tool and used him as bait. But watching the young man from cover, he discerned for sure that it looked like the technique of the Lord himself. Since the red-haired man understood what he meant, he must have seen it too. There can be no mistake. If Lord Truth has any sights on Yoon, the demonic cult is in for reform. Sob Men said that he needed to deal with the remaining matter. He commanded the Lord's guards that they go to the Sword Clan's estate. Hobong asked Ma Chil if he was okay. The guy replied that his mentor caught him, so there were no injuries. Our hero is deep in thought, so bold that they attacked him in full view of everyone. They did it in front of the left guard, a trusted lord. So even the teacher was aware of the situation, waiting for the right moment. So he was a pawn the whole time. The boy remembered that his mother had never doubted his love until her last breath. But the Lord hadn't come when she left. I guess he didn't love her. Cheon became angry. If his father only used them to suppress the 6 clans, the guy would make him regret it. The head of the Sound clan and part-time 5th elder Han Soyu, having given into emotion in the first exam, is penalized for a year. After breaking the inviolable rules of Madokwang and feeding Cheon a toxin pill, Baek Oh, the head of the Poison clan, is imprisoned for 2 years. A prison overseer, an associate of the Sword clan, was implicated in the incident. The Sword clan has been stripped of its power because of its involvement in magic. The head of the school thought that the Lord achieved all this using his son. It's too smooth. The clans are disturbed by the young man's unqualified victories. So they decided to take extreme measures and massacre him. Just like when Lady Hua was poisoned. The man couldn't shake the bad feeling. The leader announced that Cheon-young's team is passing with the entire squad. The rest will continue the exam by fighting with the mentors. Hobong sighed. Luck was not in their favor. At least it's good that the remaining 4 teams out of 7 have Young's wards. But Hobong was wrong. The other teams were judged much more strictly. The fight was not easy because the mentors were familiar with the technique and formation. Of Cheon's 72 men, 38 were eliminated due to poor combat skills. Those who passed the 3rd stage became first-class warriors. The students were allowed to get the rare weapons they came to the academy with. Hobong rejoiced at the medal of a first-class warrior. One of the teachers announced for all unarmed students to come up to receive. Young hesitated for a moment. Mentor had said, a rare monk sword would reveal the full power of the butterfly dance sword technique. Does such a thing exist for the 7 demons? The disciples were gathered in the main arena. The master said that now they were not ashamed to be looked at, and he began to tell them about the next stage of their training. Students were informed that after the 3rd exam, there were no longer any time constraints. They can take the 4th exam whenever they want, meaning the next 4 years they spend in Madaquan. The students began to interject. 4 years. That means the stage could take all 4 years. How difficult it is. The supervisor replied that the 4th stage of the exam is very simple. The students choose their own weapons and battle arts. The goal, to defeat the mentors. Again, there was discussion that even leaders can't beat mentors. That's why it's 4 years. Our hero understood the point. To single-handedly defeat a martial mentor was to at least reach the level of a great one. Gowan thought that it was impossible to rise to this level if there was no understanding of Qi. Bakji noted that the 4th round will clearly show who is worthy and who is not. When they enrolled, they were warned that if they failed the exam even once, they would be expelled. The supervisor said to keep this in mind. Cheon stayed with his boys in the square. He apologized for not being able to take care of them properly. The guys who failed the exam replied that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been allowed to take the exam at all. They wished him good luck in the battle for the title of heir. Young said he was disappointed. He wished he could spend more time with them. The boys' conversation was interrupted by Sangmyo's mentor. He called out to our hero. Hobong furtively informed Go-wan that this mentor Cheon had broken a rib and had been in the hospital for 20 days. The mentor asked the boy to follow him to the main pavilion of the school. The young man asked what was wrong. The man snidely asked if the student had the right to ask the mentor questions. Our hero told his subordinates to return to the dormitory without him. Cheon walked and pondered, wondering if it was about what had happened. Mentor Sang Munyu led the young man to the part of the school not yet in use. Young froze. The attendant also stopped and said that it was a great place. The guy understood and asked, so the head didn't call him out. The man turned and said he said no such thing. He drew his sword. The mentor said that the youngster's attempt to pass the 4th stage of the exam will be held here. He was just waiting for the kid to pass the 3rd round. He'd embarrassed him in front of everyone. He'd shamed his pride by barely setting foot on the path of greatness. Cheon realized if he used his own 10th formation technique, it would be enough to send him to the other world. Munyu was already moving to attack, thinking that the young man would not be able to open his mouth after this, and he would say that he had challenged him. Our hero met the enemy with burning eyes. He replied that he was successful. San himself said that this was the examination of the 4th stage. At that moment, the mentor was afraid. His attack should have knocked the boy back, but he stands there without moving, but only Munyu's hand is trembling. Our hero threw his opponent away with a single sword movement. He wondered how a boy who had barely mastered the 1st stage could improve his nagun so much. The man said that Young's skills have increased, so he can't be pitied anymore, Cheon Young said as he pleased. The angered mentor went on the attack again with shouts of insults. Our hero using the butterfly dance technique and easily stopped the slashing ki. The opponent was shocked that the kid could use it too. The opponent recoiled. He realized that the young man had surpassed the level of a great one. This was not an opponent that could be attacked thoughtlessly. A few manipulations with our hero's sword and his opponent stood unarmed with a blade at his head. Sangmyo recognized that he had lost. Cheon Young asked his mentor if he had passed the 4th step of the exam. The man spread his hands. In a trembling voice, he said, "Right. They'll stop there since the guy won." In fact, the enemy was waiting for our hero to let his guard down and lower his sword. He planned to rip the young man's head off with both hands. The internal energy flowed through them imperceptibly. As soon as our hero turned his back and put his sword away in its scabbard, the insidious enemy attacked from behind. But Cheon-young could not be taken by surprise. He turned sharply and punched his opponent in the chest so that he flew away, spinning in the air. Nano reports the energy in her hands is gone. The danger has been reduced. The young man asked if the mentor wanted to hide the energy in his hands with such a lie. Young was getting closer. The opponent thought his strength wasn't enough to overpower the guy. He apologized and promised not to lie. The man admitted defeat. He said he was going to go and tell the head that Cheon-young had passed the 4th stage. Half an hour later, the mentors gathered in the head of school's office. The injured Sang Mun-yu was lying on the floor. His colleagues were discussing what he had done. Attacking a student for revenge was childish. The head thought that Mun-yu wouldn't even have to listen. Since the 4th stage was a competition with the mentor, everything was within the rules. This time, Yeon didn't go overboard. He didn't cripple Mun-yu too much, or he would have displeased half of the mentors. He's gotten smarter. Head teacher Ho stated that change was change. The head replied that it was only a matter of time anyway. The leader ordered the 2 teachers to move Sang Mun-yo to the infirmary. The head congratulated the boy on passing the 4th exam early. In just 2 months, Young had regained his name and was on par with his mentors. The left guard handed Cheon a medal for passing the stage and tore off his apprentice badge from his clothes. Our hero was now the leader of the squad. Teacher Im Ryong congratulated leader Cheon on his surrender and handed him the Demon Dragon pill. Mentor explained that there are 2 other awards for passing the 4th stage. First, he would be given a private room. This news made the boy very happy. Secondly, the young man needs to come to Madakwang's Northern Forge tomorrow morning. Cheon was surprised. The head teacher explained, the cult would make whatever weapons they wished for the leaders. This is the privilege Jung needs most. Cheon was overjoyed. 2 problems had been solved at once, the rare weapons and housing. It was inconvenient to share a room with Mongyu. To our hero's surprise, the head said he would now tell him about the 5th stage. The essence of the 5th stage is to pass the sealed demonic cave. The evidence of passing will be mastering the exceptional level. Meanwhile, Munyo's mentor was brought to the infirmary. The doctor, surprised, said that it had only been a couple of days since his discharge. The young man knew that if he achieved this, he would be on par with the cult's strongmen. He would have to master 3 stages before he could master it. It could take a long time. The left guard explained that it was rare for anyone to pass the 5th stage. 1 out of 10 warriors could do it. He advised me to take my time. There's no rush to realize it, and wished me luck in battle. Our hero thanked those present with a courteous gesture and said that he would live up to their expectations. Cheon-young's first order of business was to go to Maddoxan's library. The young man couldn't wait to see the sapphire tombstones on 3 of the 4 floors. The librarian was surprised not to see a student's name tag on the boy's suit. Cheon pulled out the squad leader plaque he had just received. The man couldn't believe his eyes. The library patrons broke away from their business. It hasn't even been half a day since the 3rd stage. He has a plaque like mentors. He really passed. The librarian was shocked. In the last generation, the best result was 5 months from admission. Here it took 2 months and 4 stages. The man stood up and apologized for his ignorance to squad leader Cheon. 4 hours were allowed on the 3rd floor. There is more time for reading than on the 2nd floor. Walking through the library hall, Jung saw that his boys were head over heels in researching the teachings. Our hero, just like last time, went around the bookshelves and saw the sapphire artifact. The young man ordered the nano to retrieve and preserve the sword marks on the tombstone. Everything would have to be analyzed later. Now, it was the turn of scanning the books. Again, those present were shocked at what was happening. They tried to move away from the strange guy. On the 3rd floor, 176 rank 1 martial arts drills were scanned. As they went up to the 4th floor of the library, Cheon-young saw one feature on the monument. One of the corners had been cut off. Judging by the smooth edge, it had something to do with the movements of the sword. Studying the huge sapphire, the boy pondered, why is the tombstone so damaged? The scars are much deeper. After analyzing, the nano replied, the power with which the scars were left was double that encountered on past stones. The guy really wanted to take a look in augmented reality. There'll be time in the training room. For now, just scan it. The young man noticed that the higher the floor, the smaller the room, and the fewer books on the shelves. The noblest martial arts are gathered here. After reading the titles, Young noted that half of them were teachings of the strongest cult schools. The rest were teachings of prominent clans and occult groups. This knowledge could come in handy in battles with the strongest masters. With 6 hours to spare, we should start with the cult teachings. Cheon rejoiced. He had gotten everything he could today. It was not necessary to keep the teachings of the great level secret. We should distribute them to the subordinates of the middle clans. On the way out, the librarian said the guy was late. It was after 1 o'clock. He apologized. The man told him to go to the dormitory. Training has been rescheduled for tomorrow. The group met the leader with great surprise. Ho shouted, "Was it really Young who was on the 4th floor?" After learning everything, congratulated the comrade for passing the 4th stage of the exam. Mongyu was amazed at Master's success. He is the strongest contender for the inheritance. The leader announced that tonight was the last night he would sleep with the team. The guys didn't understand what was wrong. The happy young man told me that he was now given a separate room. He will move there tomorrow. Hobong began to lament that the leader should not leave them. His comrades reassured him that he was not moving. And Mongyu stepped aside. Her eyes lit up at the thought of a separate room. The next morning, our hero went to the northern forge of Mataquan. The man who met him inquired. He was the one who took the 4th exam before anyone else. Saying hello, the young man looked at the blacksmith with interest. No eyebrows, no hair on his arms. So much for working with the brazier. The man understood why our hero froze. Laughing, he said that it was the cost of production. The blacksmith bowed courteously and introduced himself. Ku Yaja's descendant, Ku Sonnen. I am pleased to meet you. Our young man opened his mouth when he heard about Ku Yaja's family. He had read about it in the chronicles. Ku Yajia lived in the Chungkyu era. Half of his swords have been called glorious swords. Even the people of Murim wanted them. The blacksmith laughed again. Great-grandfather has a pond of descendants. He's not as good as his ancestor. Young replied, however, the blacksmith has incredible skill. The man said he would do his best to forge him a weapon. Examining the lad, the master noted that he used both a sword and a dagger. Cheon asked if the blacksmith could forge both, but the blacksmith replied that only one was allowed. I'll have to choose. Our hero is seriously considering the choice. It's not a simple matter. During the fight, Young didn't notice, but later he discovered small cracks on the sword. It would most likely disintegrate using the second formation. So the young man chose a sword. The blacksmith approved the decision, saying that his specialty was swords. Before proceeding, the master needed to see the guy's fighting style. Kusonen explained. It was the only way he could figure out the right blade length, hardness, and shape. Our hero drew his sword and demonstrated the heavenly demon technique. The blacksmith noted the young man's power. At one point, he was even repulsed by the flow of accompanying energy. After performing a few formations, Cheon inquired if it was enough. The master confirmed. What he saw made the man think hard. He remained silent for a long time. Then he tried to formulate an answer. Cheon Young, seeing this reaction from the master, was confused and asked what was wrong. The blacksmith answered honestly that he could not forge a sword for our hero. The boy was surprised. He asked. The foreman said it was impossible. Kuseonun asked to give him the sword for a moment. Cheon handed it to the master. The man struck the blade once with his hammer, and the entire blade shattered into pieces. The young man was amazed. He didn't think the sword would break so quickly. After all, this wasn't even a fight with a human. Demonstrating the splintered weapon, the master explained that an ordinary sword would not withstand his technique. Cheon asked if it could be made stronger. The blacksmith admitted if he could make up for it with craftsmanship, he would. For a sword to resist Yoon's technique, it must be forged from cold iron at the very least. Cold iron is a metal hardened by the icy energy of the northern sea. Its hardness is many times higher than ordinary iron. It is available to rare craftsmen. Our hero knew that the heavenly demon's sword control technique was very powerful, but that it was so powerful, the blacksmith apologized. Looking at the young man's incredible abilities, he felt his blood boiling in his veins like a master. The guy replied that there was nothing to be done. The only thing left to do was to pass the 5th stage. The man offered to make him a saber for now. Fortunately, after seeing the butterfly dance technique, Kusonen confidently stated that his skill was enough for that. Come back in half a month. Back in the training room, Jung felt more traces of presence, so the number of master-rank disciples had increased. Cheon knew he couldn't lose. One must rise to the rank of exceptional. Looking at the 2 boxes of dragon pills, the boy wondered whether to take one at a time or both at once. Deciding that time was short, he popped both pills into his mouth. Yun ordered the nano to help digest the demon dragon pill to begin testing the new technique. The system responded. Substances came into the body in large quantities, and the regeneration rate along the 12 meridians increased incredibly. The energy prevented the substance from dissipating, but as the metabolic rate increased, the acupuncture points could expand greatly. Bak Yu, the Lord of Poisons and an expert in medicines, failed at creating the dragon pill to perfect the drug. Therefore, the size of one pill is limited for safe absorption, without unnecessary stress on the acupuncturists. Our hero began his workout, but the metabolic rate increased. Acupuncture points began to rupture. The young man realized if it wasn't for the nano, he would have died from the rupture of all the acupuncture points. Despite the terrible pain, the guy convinced himself that he couldn't be careless, or he'd pass out. He had to endure it. 4 hours later, Cheon was kneeling in the training room. He thought, I almost made it to the end of the world. He wouldn't abuse the pills again. Our hero wondered how much his Nagong had grown. Should have reached 40 years of accumulation. However, analyzing the condition, the guy was surprised, increased by 60 years. And not only that, the flow of energy has stabilized considerably. The points thickened and became stronger after cycles of ruptures and restorations. The boy rejoiced. At this rate, he would more than double the power of his attack. His sword ki became purer and increased in length. His ki was now stronger than that of his mentor, Hojing Chan. So far, it lacks to break through and cannot reach the level of exceptional, but has successfully formed a basic foundation. Young decided to study the second component of the demon sword technique. He ordered Nano to retrieve the technique from the stone on the 3rd floor and download it into his brain. After loading, the young man asked here, randomly, the steps are not for several formations. The system replied that the 3rd formation of the heavenly demon sword technique consisted of 93 steps. Therefore, the footprints on the tombstone were more chaotic than the previous ones. The 3rd formation is many times more powerful than the previous 2. Our hero asked if the nano could now introduce the 3rd formation into the muscles. At the moment, the guy had reached his limit. Nano replied that the body was overloaded. However, it is possible to do the formation once. Young was curious if the 2nd formation is more powerful than the 1st, so he decided to try it once. The overload caused all the muscles in her body to tear. Nano embarked on an emergency recovery. The guy realized that without embedding the information directly into the body, it would be difficult to replicate. Young looked around. The mere energy of the formation made the floor crumble. Now the young man understood why it had been increased to 93 paces. How powerful is the 3rd destructive formation? I'll have to check it out as soon as my muscles recover. After muscle recovery, our hero did another workout. As expected, unbelievable. There is not much strain on the body, but the construction of the steps is very intricate. Apparently, there is a limit to how much it can be mastered by ordinary swordsmen. If it took so many steps to break the 3rd formation, what to expect from the 4th? The young man ordered the system to introduce techniques and destructive formation from the sapphire stone of the 4th floor. The boy hesitated. It was kind of weird. He couldn't come to any conclusion. Cheon commanded to launch augmented reality and simulate the fight. The outcome of the battle stunned the guy. The destructive formation was unable to break the heavenly demon's sword technique. No matter how many times Cheon repeats the simulated fight, it still ends up being a draw. It's weird. In the last step, rotation was added, which provided a powerful attack, but it was blocked. The system reported that on the 24th step of the last formation, the corner of the tombstone was cut off. You can't cut a sapphire with a simple attack. You need chi energy. Maybe the chipping was a surge of anger at not being able to break one step. It's unbelievable how immersed you had to be in your business to get angry without finding a way to break the technique. Strengthening the physical body and expanding the consciousness to break through to a higher level has a limit. It remains to become stronger. The headman was pleased to see the hype of everyone gathered around the same table. The boys had come up with a good idea. The day before, Guo Wang, turning to the leader, said that it would be good for everyone to have dinner together. Cheon replied that everyone must be getting busy with personal training. The other guys supported the initiative. Personal training is important, but you need to nurture a sense of team spirit. And now, sitting at the common table, Jung realized that they could not become stronger alone. They must grow together. And for that, he had an idea. The boy came to the room with the inventory. The mentor said that as a squad leader, he could use the inventory at any time. But the man wondered why Cheon needed so many sheets and writing utensils. What was going to be rewritten? The young man replied that it was for teaching. Perhaps it would not be enough, and he would come back again. The mentor thought that so many sheets would be enough for 60 books. Did he really intend to memorize it all? Half a month later, the leader gathered all his disciples, saying he had an important announcement to make. Mongyu thought for a moment. Young had been acting a little strange lately. Several times she met him late at night. He was soiled all over. Even his face was stained. Moon tried to rub the stains away with a handkerchief. The young man fidgeted and said he had some rewriting to do. That's when everyone saw Cheon. He was carrying stacks of books in both hands. Cheon reported that he has gathered everyone today to report on the next steps. Young announced that he would dedicate himself to secluded training starting tomorrow. The group was surprised by this kind of decision. The guys wondered, why so suddenly, how their training was going. Gowon raised his hand and asked if the leader knew how long it would take him. The boy honestly replied that he hadn't thought about it, but he would return only when he had achieved satisfactory results. Van Hel noted, judging by the look in his eyes, that he was determined. The young man wished the leader to reach a new level. The rest of the blades also bowed their heads and wished to reach the expected level. Baekgi thought that they might have to go into seclusion after passing the 4th stage as well. Cheon reported before he left he had 2 orders for the group. First, by the time he returns, all members of the group must have passed the 4th stage of the exam. The members of the distinguished clansmen replied that they listened and obeyed. The disciples from the ordinary clans, on the other hand, are quite discouraged. The goal is good, but it won't be easy for them. Second order, master the books he would hand out, and the leader slammed his hand on the stack beside him. The boys were amazed that Cheon Young had prepared a drill for them. Moon grimaced as she looked at the boy. That's why he was overwritten. It's not easy to rewrite all this. He should have asked for help. Chae Taekyom wondered if he was going to give them the secret drills from the 4th floor of the library. The squad leader said to come up one by one to those he would name. First, Hobong. Our hero handed the guy 3 books: the illusion sword technique, the fallen petal sword technique, and the iron leg strike. Bon was immediately surrounded by guys asking him what he had been given. It was all great martial arts. The distraught young man bowed at Young's feet, saying that he would put his life on the line to become stronger and repay. He would definitely follow orders. Gal Young almost and tearfully thought that Cheon took care of even those from small clans like them. Ojan reflected that at all costs he must show his loyalty. Upon receiving their books, the guys had no idea yet that the books were not copies, but contained completely different great martial arts. Ho-san thought that in the library the leader had gotten a bad reputation as a troublemaker, carelessly going through the shelves. Gowon was amazed. Could it be that the young man had memorized all these books by heart? Our hero, a little confused, confirmed. Blade was amazed. He said that Young was simply incredible. He truly admired the leader. Gowon knew the time restrictions in the library, so they couldn't master many techniques. The leader handed out teachings to their 6 strongest. With these books in hand, they will be able to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the clans. It turns out that Young sees a much bigger picture than the others. The boys whispered, "Who is capable of learning a mountain of doctrine? He's just a monster." Cheon said, "Enough of this idling already. Get your books and leave." After receiving the books, the squad formed up and thanked the leader. They said they would pay back with their lives to fulfill his expectations. Baekgi, with the help of the Chonim, informs Cheon that they have one problem. Even though they had already mastered spirit training, the natives of the small clans still needed it. Ho was leafing through a book at this moment and shouted, "Is this training to increase Nagong?" But then the guy heard leafing through his books. Guys are finding breathing techniques in there. Baekgi realized he was talking nonsense. The leader had already thought of everything. Even for his blades, he had picked up breathing techniques they were hearing about for the first time. Moon-gyu was also amazed. How could such a drill exist? It was hard to admit, but it was far superior to her clan's spirit training. Jae Taekyum, who was so emotional, shouted, "Where did the leader get such techniques?" When he saw the stern look, he apologized. But then Cheon smiled and revealed that this breathing technique was hidden on the tombstone of the 4th floor. Even 2 days ago, after finishing rewriting the drills, Jung wondered, what breathing technique would be best to give to the boys? The young man turned to the nano. The system sorted out the training methods that could increase the energy of the Dantian. The most effective Nagun cultivation would be the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Jung dismissed this option. Next came the Creek Dance breathing technique. The leader said he wouldn't go either. Next came Sample 37. The young man wondered what the sample was. There was no such thing. Nano replied that it was compiled according to the analysis of the book Origins of Nigong and reference materials from the first to the fourth floor. Our hero was shocked. The system had developed the Nagong breathing technique. Nano reported that it was a byproduct of the analysis. Cheon asked if Nano had analyzed the sword breathing technique as well. She replied that the analysis had not been completed. Cheon Young asked for more details about this sample and tried it out. The young man is surprised. The new technique is almost as good as the brook dance breathing. On the contrary, it is more stable. It combines perfectly with any martial art. Starting the recording, our hero wondered what to call the new technique, the primordial yin and yang breathing technique. And now, standing in front of the group, the guy was telling them that this technique was hidden on the fourth floor of the library. The guys got excited. Jae Taekyom said he knew there was a lot of treasure there. Go suggested that it was from a long-defunct clan. The leader commanded, since everyone had gotten the drill, we should study them in the dormitory and destroy them before tomorrow. The next morning, several disciples from Cheon's group gathered near the secluded practice pavilion. Young thanked them for coming to see him off, and instructed the blades to help the lagging comrades learn the martial arts. Baekji told the leader not to worry and to concentrate on training. Jae Taekyom replied that teaching is also part of training. He would do as the leader said. Cheon Young wished everyone success at the end. The guys replied that they wished their leader good luck. Stepping into the room and looking around, the young man was surprised that it was a place for privacy, even more so than a training hall. Seeing the stockpile of provisions, the guy said that with that much, even for a couple years, he shouldn't have to worry about anything. Now our hero is thinking the level of exceptional. It sounds kind of vague. Dropping his clothes, the young man asked the nano to download all the great teachings from the fourth floor into his brain. While taking a bite to eat, Young thought, although these are teachings from eminent schools, they are not on par with the butterfly dance and heavenly demon's sword. Guy decided to divide the day's training into 3 phases: formation training, avatar combat, and breathing training. Since it was already lunchtime, the young man decided to start by fighting. He asked Nano to activate Jung Yu Chan's avatar. Looking at the resulting avatar, Cheon thought that 1 was enough for now. But then, the number and skill level of the opponent should be increased. The young man set the avatar of his mentor Sob Mi as the ultimate goal of his training, to surpass the moves he used against the prisoner. At that moment, no one could have guessed how long this training of Young's would take, not even himself. On the 7th day of Jung's training, Jung Mu-young from the Darkness clan passed the 4th stage, Madokwan's 2nd fastest result. On the 10th day, Moon-gyu became the 3rd person to overcome the stage. On this day, she was first seen happily receiving a room. The 4th was the Sword clan's heir candidate, Jong Gyununun. He had planned to pass before anyone else, but his preparation was delayed. In the 2nd month of training, Cheon, Jong Moon-young, and Jong Kyung-gun went into secluded training. Moon-gyu also felt the need for secluded training, but postponed it to pull up students from weaker clans. The next to pass was Baek-gyu's 4th stage. The subordinates were happy, but the first blade wasn't so happy as it passed after Moon-gyu. In Young's 4th month of training, candidate Jong Mu-gim passed the 4th stage and went into secluded training. 2 more passers appeared among the blades, Go Wan-hul and Woo So-jong. Then 5 students failed and were expelled. In the 5th month of Cheon's training, the remaining blades, Ho Sang-hwa and Jae Taekyom, also passed the exam. 6th month, middle clan disciples Jia Wooman Oh-jan, Im Yu-hwan, and Kon Jin-ho failed. In the 10th month, Jia Wooman and Im Yu-hwan passed. The total number of people excluded during this time amounted to 15. Exactly 1 year later, the duel for the title of Blades took place. Ranks in descending order: Moon-gyu, Baek-gi, Ko Wan-hul, Woo So-jong, Ho Sang-hwa, Jae Taekyom. After distributing the blades and breaking through a third of their comrades in the exam, Moon-gyu, Baek-gi, and Go Wan-hul went into secluded training. It was the 2nd year of Cheon's training. Of the 120 students in the school, 71 passed. 19 of Young's group had been expelled. Hobong practiced the hardest. In 2 years, he had fully mastered the level of the great. Within 2 years, 1/8 of the apprentices had gone into secluded training. The blade competition was postponed. 70 students completed their training and came out of seclusion, but less than a quarter broke through to the exceptional ones. 2 years and 4 months later, Jong Mu-young was the first to overcome the 5th stage, the sealed demon cave. After 2 years and 8 months, 6 students passed the 5th stage. Among them are Jongkyung-gun, Moon-gyu, Go-wan-hul, Baek-gi. In addition, 7 disciples, including Jong-mu-gim, were unable to pass the cave. When 3 died, the cave was not carelessly challenged. 3 years later, there was a blade competition. This time, all the subordinates participated. The result was radically different. The ranks were distributed. Best blade Go Van-ho, then Moon-gyu, Baek-gi, Ho Sang-hwa, Woo So-jong, and Ja Woo-min. After another 2 months arriving at the gathering place, Van-ho asked, not everyone had come yet. Cho Woo-min replied, thinking Moon-gyu and Ho Bong went to that place again. Baek-gi said, they're taking away the secluded practice pavilion again. Sang-hwa said, it's good that it's just the 2 of them. Go-wan replied that even so, he's not at ease. Baek reassured, with Moon-gyu, there's no need to worry. Hell said that the fight for the air seat has intensified recently. Didn't Jung Kyung-gun try to poach Baek-gi? Baek was indignant. Would one think he would defect to him? Guo-wan clarified that he wasn't talking about betrayal, but it's not clear what they're up to. Cho Woo-min supported the leader. Jung Kyung-gun and Jung Yu-chang are all one. They don't know what those are planning. Gi replied, that's why they go together. Heil said, for some reason he has a bad feeling about this. We should go get them. At this time, there was a whole group standing outside the secluded training pavilion in front of the 2. Ho Bong shouted what they were doing. They were pushed back by the crowd and with guns. Opposite Moon-gyu and Ho Bong stood Jung Kyung-gun. He told Ho to stay out of it, not interested. The heir candidate, addressing Moon-gyu one last time, asked him to think about the proposal. The girl screamed at how many more times to be rejected. She already has a leader to follow. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the enemy said for a pawn to become useful, you have to teach it a lesson or two. A treacherous adversary has offered to fight. If she wins, he will let her go. If she loses, she becomes his subordinate. Ho Bong stood up for his comrade. He shouted that it was coercion. Even for a candidate, it's too much. Chan gritted his teeth and asked them not to interfere. He ordered his men to attack. Ho Bong was already staring into the face of his doom. 3 warriors were flying at him. But suddenly, under the influence of some unknown energy, the young men froze. Their bodies suddenly stopped moving. Ho Bong and Moon-gyu, looking at what was happening, didn't understand what was going on. The attackers at one point seemed to start beating themselves up and falling to the ground. Jong Kyung-gun shouted in panic, what do these assholes do? And then everyone heard the footsteps of bare feet on the snow on the porch of the enclosure. Ho Bong and Moon-gyu were surprised, but looked around and were pleased with what they saw. Finally, their leader Cheon-young came out of his secluded training session. The guys lying by the steps were discussing that whether it was a technique for spatially moving objects. Jong Yonung was seething with anger. He realized Young had broken through to the perfect stage of exceptional, but he persuaded himself that it was some kind of trick. Cheon knew that if he retreated, everyone would look down on him, so he ordered his group to surround Cheon. Moon-gyu shouted, who let them be thrown off. Ho Bong, attacking in a mob. What a lowlife. One of Chan's minions shouted that Ho was an upstart, and how dare he dare a weakened lowly clan stand in the way. Ho Bong in turn thought, by eliminating at least one, he could lighten the leader's burden. Moon-gyu rushed to her comrade's aid, but she was cut off by Jong Gyununun. The enemy shouted where to, and the girl narrowly escaped an arm injury. She realized that this was the sword of the dark demon of darkness. To face her opponent, she would need to concentrate, but she couldn't keep her excitement down. 3 guys rushed at our hero, shouting that they would send him to the wrong world. But with a single movement of his palm, which emitted a powerful stream of energy, Cheon lifted the attackers into the air, and with furious force flung them away at the rest of the attackers of Jung Kyonun's group. The warriors Yeon had defeated lay motionless in the snow. The remaining members of the group couldn't believe their eyes. They only whispered that it couldn't be. Kyungpyo, a direct descendant of the Darkness clan, gritted his teeth. He knew that they couldn't match Jung's power. No one could defeat this monster. Realizing that they needed to retreat, Kyung shouted to the young master that they had lost and let's stop. At the young man's icy stare, Pyo replied, he thought it was worth it to corner them like that. Even as a young master, destroying them all. Cheon-young silently sent his opponent into a distant flight with one single fist strike. The guys in the group were in a panic after seeing such incredible strength. Looking at them over his shoulder, our hero informed them that they were next. At this time, Mongyu was fighting Jong Kyung. The opponent was surprised, using such a powerful martial art with such a puny body. The girl realized that her chi had dissipated. The enemy aimed his sword at her and shouted goodbye. She squeezed her eyes shut. But nothing happened. Looking furtively, Moon saw that Young was holding Chan's sword with his hand. Jong Yunun shouted out that it was crazy to go crazy. Young really is on the step of perfect. With a single movement of his hand, our hero severed his opponent's arm. He didn't even have time to realize it. The young man walked over to his opponent who had fallen to the ground and kicked him with his foot. Jong turned to him, Mr. Cheon-young, and asked for mercy. But our hero replied that it was too late and affected him with the power of energy. At that moment, the rest of the blades came to the square. Huel shouted for Hobong and Mongyu. The comrades who ran to the rescue were astonished at what they saw. Hobong was piling up the guys who had attacked them. What's going on? They saw that Mongyu was also intact and talking to someone. As they approached, they were surprised. Guowan Hul got down on one knee and shouted out the first blade, saluting the leader. Just then, Moon-gyu dropped to her knee and reported, "The second blade welcomes the leader." The next in rank was Baek-gi, but the guy was literally dumbfounded. Cho Umin called out to him, but there was no response. The young man stared at the leader as if mesmerized. Such overwhelming power that it was difficult for him, who had mastered the exceptional level, to breathe. After coming back to his senses, the guy also kneeled down and said, "Third blade Baek-gi," saluting the leader. Sanghua giggled. It was the first time she had seen Baek so sincerely use respectful speech. Ah said it was embarrassing to act like that. Fourth blade Sanghua and sixth blade Cho Umin also greeted the leader and said, "Welcome back," with a chorus. Cheon-young smiled with a respectful gesture and thanked them for waiting for him. And then the general jubilation began. The boys were jumping and fooling around with joy. But then Wang Hul noticed a body lying on the snow. He asked the leader. It was the candidate from the Sword Clan, Jong Gyeonung. Guowan asked in surprise, "Is it possible that you have broken through to the stage of perfection?" Our hero didn't say anything. He only looked at his comrades enigmatically and grinned. At the doctor's cheerful words, he came out at last. Along with the news of Young's return came the news of the complete defeat of Gyeongun-gung's squad. 5 of the 6 candidates for heir fell from Cheon-young. The thought arose that this was the first time someone not from a great clan could become the heir. The subordinates of the remaining candidate, Jong Mu-young, had a hard time. He focused on improving his own martial arts. Meanwhile, there was a discussion going on in the office of the head of Madokwan. The leader asked if they thought that Young was at the perfection stage. Mentor replied, speaking plainly, "This is not a guess, but a statement of fact." The man said he saw his technique of moving objects with his own eyes, barely out of seclusion. The head pondered. The seclusion was longer than thought. He had to reach the initial stage of exceptional. And here was perfection. There wasn't someone in Madokwan who had reached perfection without passing the 6th exam. It could not be explained by innate talent. The head was torn from his thoughts by his mentor, asking if there was a problem. The master replied that it was true. Someone knocked on the door and addressed the head. He asked a guest to come in. If it wasn't for the report, the master would have thought it was someone from the elders. His sense of ki encompassing the entire Madokwan revealed an overwhelming power. Cheon-young walked into the office. The head got up from his desk and said that the guy had really improved a lot. The leader inquired as to what brought squad leader Cheon here. A group of people were approaching the sealed demon cave. Cheon, accompanied by her mentors. Senior teacher Ho said, "Not even 4 hours after coming out, and the guy has already gone to the exam. He must be in a big hurry." The young man replied that while he was in training, his charges had already moved to the 5th stage. He does not want to lose a minute. The boy surprised the teacher. He had been honing his skills for 3 years and had broken through to the level of exceptional. But Yoon's success pales in comparison. Mentor Ho Jin-chang opened the door to the cave and told our hero to go there. As he stepped inside, Yoon noticed that the wind was colder than the winter chill outside. The cave was much wider than he had expected. Standing near the entrance, the teacher said, "The 5th exam consists of passing traps in the dark, relying on the sense of ki." After the kid got in, within 2 hours, the teachers would be waiting for him at the east exit. If he didn't meet the deadline, they would think there was trouble and turn off the traps. Young realized there was a device that activated the cave's mechanisms. Seeing the lad's confidence, the tutor announced that the exam was starting. The young man thought, the sealed cave is a dungeon that harbors a demon. The darkness thickened. The boy activated the night vision mode. Cheon walked down the sloping stairs. He could smell oil. No, it was more like blood. There were so many odors mixed together that it was hard to know what exactly it smelled like. He noticed the passage. Apparently, this is where the traps start. Since he can see everything, he decides to use the qinggong to quickly overcome them. At the next step, arrows flew at our hero from all sides. With a single movement of his hand, Cheon was able to repel the attack. 1,000 arrows cracked. Yeon realized, in pitch darkness with a low skill level, it was easy to fall into a trap. I don't care about qigong. It's better to go on foot. The next trap was the falling ceiling. The young man jumped out from under a slab of stone falling on him. Analyzing the triggering of traps, the guy realized that one wrong step triggers the mechanism. You gotta watch your step. With a nano, it's nothing. After half an hour, Cheon came to a fork. The cave diverged into 3 paths. The young man noted, if you don't watch the airflow, you can get lost. But then a memory struck him like a bolt of lightning. He'd seen this structure before. Young recalled that 3.5 years ago. It's a secret cave in the prison. It's fortunate that we were able to study the equipment that was left behind. If the head of the Poison Clan found out, he'd be outraged. The guy decided he needed to erase the marks that indicated the formations of the tech. He wasn't going to share it with anyone else. Without noticing, Cheon stepped on the same button stone on the floor. The whole place shook, and there was a cracking sound. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling. After a few seconds, there was a path on the floor like a pole in the center. The young man counted. There were 24 stones. This was the description of the technique formations and instructions. That's when our hero realized that there was a hidden device in the room. Twirling the fallen stone in his hands, he noticed some kind of curved line on the backside. Jung placed the stones in a certain order, and a map emerged from the lines on the backside. At that time, he couldn't understand what this place was. Analyzing the map scanned then, the young man realized that the map and the cave had the same shape. So this is the treasure map of the sealed cave. Nano, to the young man's surprise, said that the coordinates of their location were marked on the map. The boy realized he would have to go back. There was plenty of time. It was unlikely the ancestor would have pointed out the place without a reason. We should go there. Advancing forward, our hero heard some strange sounds resembling growling. Young remembered that Moon-gyu had talked about some strange sounds that made being in the cave creepy. The sounds are too distinct to write them off as hallucinations. No trace of it can be felt, even with chi. Moving deep into the labyrinth, the guy noticed that the road is strange. It doesn't lead to the exit, but the number of traps is many times more. Our hero came to the place indicated on the treasure map, but there was a dead end waiting for him. On the stone wall, he saw a seal, huge, sprawling writing. He read, "Heavenly Demon." And then he heard that eerie sound again. Maybe an ancestor had sealed something under that rock. The guy could sense a powerful demonic nature, so that's why the cave is called sealed. Will careless actions lead to irreversible? Why then the map to this place? Young decided there was no time to ponder. If the ancestor had left a map, it was unlikely that there was anything there that could mean trouble. The guy pulled out his saber and decided to start by destroying the wall. Applying the Heavenly Demon technique, it produced the same deep marks on the stone. Nano reported that the strength matched a sapphire tombstone. Cheon realized it is sapphire, only it seems like a different material. Young concentrated his energy. The human body was unable to endure something like this. It was only at the stage of the perfect one that he had difficulty mastering the formation. He thought that because of his immense power, he wouldn't get a chance to use the formation unless there was a worthy opponent. Who knew that the formation is brought here in a sealed cave? The stone succumbed to the 4th formation of demonic technique. A hole appeared in the wall. The young man shuddered, that nauseating odor he had smelled at the entrance. Nano has issued a warning about a surge of chaotic plasma energy. The atmospheric sprite phenomenon is approaching. Through the hole, there was a heavy thump. Our hero was thrown to the ground. Cheon felt as if he had been knocked to the floor of the cave by the impact. He didn't understand why he couldn't block the blow. From the hole, a huge snake rushed at the boy. He rushed away. Running away from the monster, the guy thought if the inner walls were sapphire, he could lure it in there and it would be all over. As the snake's tail slipped out of the opening, the young man dodged and slid inside. His feet were stuck in some black liquid. The odor was so foul that it gave him a headache. The next second, the head of a snake slid into the hole. The next second, the head of a snake jumped into the hole. Because of this viscous liquid, the young man could not fully utilize the qigong energy. While striking, our hero heard a metallic sound. Even the demon's sword formation left no wounds on the monster. Its body is stronger than sapphire. The young man noted that the water beneath the monster did not ripple. When he entered the cave, the liquid level should have increased. But no. Cheon activated augmented reality. Nano confirmed the anomalous surge of dark plasma energy throughout the cave. The energy increased anomalously and reached electron ionization. There's no scientific explanation. It's called a spiritual phenomenon. The system warned us that an atmospheric sprite was approaching. The snake is on the attack. The young man bounced away. The liquid monster rammed its head into the liquid, and the water didn't even ripple. Only a crackling sound could be heard below. Nano reported. 24 pieces of iron hovered in the air, emitting powerful plasma energy. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Dodging another attack, the young man commanded the system to illuminate the pieces of iron it spoke of. The young man saw that the pieces of iron were arranged according to the direction of the main steps of the heavenly demon sword technique. Steps that Young had continuously honed for 3 years, along with mastering the breathing technique, and now they can be used simultaneously. Cheon Young combined the breathing technique and the fourth formation of the heavenly demon sword technique and went on the attack. There was an explosion. The boy heard the sound of metal falling to the ground. He did it. Looking back, the guy saw a glowing pattern of metal plates. This is the true essence of the water serpent. The plates became magnetically attracted to each other. They clicked together. As a result, a sword was assembled in front of the young man. After reading the writing on the weapon, the young man learned that it was the sword of the heavenly demon, the symbol of the founder of the demonic cult. As soon as our hero grasped the hilt of the blade, a vortex of energy appeared around him. The boy didn't realize what was happening. He was in the dark. It was dark and gloomy. Not a single sound could be heard. Even his own voice was drowning in darkness. It was as if every sense and sensation had left his body. But there was no fear. On the contrary, Cheon felt an incredible calmness. He was drowning in it. Suddenly the boy opened his eyes. He shouted to himself, "You can't!" And it was as if he woke up from a dream. There was a crackling sound, and everything shone with white light. A little more, and he would have lost himself. The darkness would have swallowed him up. The young man called for Nano, but received nothing in return. The water in front of him stirred. A huge white serpent emerged from the depths. The boy was surprised that there was another one. The monster roared. Its horns grew longer and its body larger. Jung thought it couldn't be. The monster was turning into a dragon. The young man saw the memories of the sword. A certain warrior cut off the horn of a white dragon. Its scales began to turn black. Who was this warrior? His sword was completely black. He attacked the dragon time after time. Our guy opened his eyes and crawled out of the black slurry of the cave. He was nauseous. Now the young man heard the Nano. The system asked if he was okay. Cheon replied that he must have taken a few sips of the black slurry. Gross. Jung asked how long he had been unconscious. The system replied that he hadn't passed out. Suddenly he fell down, touching his sword. But it seemed to the boy that he had been in unconsciousness for a very long time. He asked how long it had been since he had entered the cave. Less than an hour. Nano reported, touching the sword infused dark plasma energy. The brain's nerve cells activated 100%. The absorbed dark energy dissolved into the user's Nigong. The dark energy dissolved into the user's Nigong. Looking at his trembling hands, the young man realized why it was as if a raging rage had entered him. Why did the Nagin change so much? Was it really the influence of the black sword? Cheon Young wondered where the sword he had grabbed had gone. He was holding it tightly. Looking at his hand, the young man saw a pattern spread out on his wrist. It was like a snake wrapped around it. Cheon sincerely didn't understand why his hand was empty. Where could the sword have gone? There were teachers waiting for the boy at the exit. With his skills, it wouldn't take more than an hour to get through the cave. It was almost 2. Something must have happened. The cave is famous for having a demon sealed in it. Since the founding of Madaquan, it has become the 5th examination. Teacher Ho had heard that in the past, only the worthy could enter the cave. That's not Cheon Young. Finally, the door of the cave creaked open, and the leader of the Cheon squad appeared on the threshold. He was soiled and carrying a dragon horn in his hand. There was such a suffocating odor coming from the guy that the teachers almost choked. Covering his nose and stammering, the young man was congratulated on passing his 5th exam. The head teacher saw a strange object in Young's hand. It looked like a stag's antler. Our hero lay in the warm bath with rapture. How wonderful it was after all his adventures. The young man sniffed himself. He didn't stink much. He had been soaking in water for an hour. Looking at the basin of clothes and the horn lying nearby, the boy remembered what had happened to him. The black sword obtained is able to withstand the sword technique of a heavenly demon, but what is most striking is its black aura that cleaves the sapphire like tofu. The stripe on his arm could not be moved by either his nagun or physical force. It reacted to the demonic energy merging with his nagun. From then on, the guy's body felt like it was burning still and sweating terribly. Nano reported that the fluid absorbed by the young man was circulating through the meridians and flushing out any remaining toxins. Young was surprised. From the breakthrough to the perfection stage, the QE had already taken out almost all the dirt. The grease had rid him of the remnants. The slurry is apparently the blood of a water snake. It can be very helpful to the subordinates. Our hero thought to take it with him, so he began to draw the liquid into the scabbard. Suddenly, there was an earthquake. The boy managed to jump out of the serpent's shelter before the floor of the cave collapsed. Standing on the edge of the resulting abyss, Youn felt pity. With that much blood, they could have increased the power of the entire cult. It was then that the lad noticed the horn of a water serpent on the edge of the precipice, which the man of illusions had severed. Now the young man held the extracted horn in his hand and wondered how to use it. The young man held the horn in his hand and wondered how to use it. Touching the horn, Cheon ordered the nano to analyze it. The system responded that it was made up of components not in the database. However, horn is as hard as the hardest diamond. The boy realized that it is many times harder than sapphire. Yun tested the horn with an aura. It didn't just remain intact, but resisted with an unusual shockwave, because it was the horn of a spiritual being. It struck him that he could make a sword or a saber out of it. Even though the horn was strong, Master Kuyajda would be able to handle it somehow. The boy was called over by the leader. Looking at him, the leader noted, having spent about 2 hours in the cave, he had increased his qi considerably. That's not all. Young has successfully completed the stage, but there's a strange, demonic energy emanating from him now. If Mentor Ho is right, according to the lines of the legend, only the worthy will face the demon hidden in the sealed cave. First the swordsmanship technique, now the demonic aura enveloping his entire body. Maybe he really is the true one. The headmaster's musings were interrupted by the head teacher. He coughed tactfully and called out to the head. The man stirred and turned to the boy. Squad leader Cheon, so he should now be called the clan leader. He congratulated him on passing the exam. Since Cheon Young had now truly become a cult master, he was given a badge and a blade. The boy looked at the blade. The teacher explained that it was a sharp dagger made of black iron, given to air candidates after the 5th stage. Pulling the dagger from its sheath, he saw the engraving from which the sword's qi emanated. It was made by a sword master. The teacher told me that the engraving was done by the Lord himself. This honor is reserved for the heirs. The young man thought that if it were up to him, he'd throw the blade away right now. But everyone's watching. To everyone's surprise, our hero asked then if he could find out about Stage 6. The leader replied that the head of the Kaon clan was fully entitled to do so. The junior mentors were surprised. The 6th stage could be passed by someone who had broken through to the perfection stage of an exceptional master. The head teacher thought he had witnessed the birth of a new legend. Could it be that in 70 years, someone who bears the title of worthy has appeared? Cheon was told that the 6th exam was a challenge to one of the 12 elders, the best masters of the cult. The head asked if the young man had an elder he would like to fight. Walking to the library, Yun thought about the 6th stage. In any case, when Marakwan was over, the fight against the strongest clans would begin. He must crush the 6 great clans. To do so, he must master the last formation of the heavenly demon sword technique. The head of the school was thinking about Young. He was all grown up now. He was waiting for him to choose the head of the poison clan because of his mother. But our hero asked for a little time. He will think a little and give an answer later. He's become much more judicious, considering he could officially challenge Baek O. It's pretty dangerous to get into a fight because of a thirst for revenge. The 4 years in Marakwan where he could get protection were almost up. Maybe the clans will be the first to release their claws. How will the guy get over it? Going up to the 5th floor of the library, our hero was surprised. There were only 20 books. Cheon recalled Sobmi's mentor's words that he had taught him the butterfly dance sword technique and the stream dance breathing method from the 4th and 5th floor. Our hero actually found this book on the fifth floor shelf. One book may not be scanned. As he approached the last sapphire, the young man thought that the long-awaited moment had arrived, the last formation of the heavenly demon sword technique. The young man ordered the nano to scan the writing and make an analysis of the breathing technique from the stone. Going around the tombstone on the other side, the guy was very surprised. There were no sword scars. Young pondered. If the ancestor didn't leave any traces, then the destroying formation doesn't exist either. Cheon asked if the nano could see anything. The system replied that there was a sword scar. The young man activated augmented reality. Bringing the focus closer, the guy said, "Is this trace really a sword technique step? It can be used even like this." Walking around the monument, Young considered that the hole was through and through. He hadn't noticed it initially since the hole was in writing. How is that possible? Perhaps the power had concentrated together and then burst out like an explosion afterwards, forming such a power. There is no destructive formation on it, not because they couldn't discover it, but because they couldn't find a way to destroy it. The deeper meaning that an ancestor learned, we need to unify fencing, not expand it. Collect the aspirations of the sword invested in techniques. The aspirations embedded in the sword are the will of the swordsman. Then everything will come together. The young man sat down next to the stone and began to meditate, concentrating his energy. Bursts of energy began to appear all around. The room lit up with a bright light. Books began to fall from the shelves. A terrified librarian ran into the room and shouted what was going on here. A couple of other people who came up next were also surprised at what was going on. One of them answered with a chonim that it was a defense formation. One of the people watching realized that it was the unification of the chai of the 5 organs. He didn't think he would be able to see it with his own eyes. For the stage of perfection of an exceptional level, the energies of heaven, earth, and man unite and clear the meridians. When the 5 chi organs merge with the energy of the 5 elements, then the limit of the stage of perfection is reached. The people present heard a crackling sound. Energy in the form of plasma flowed through the room in an even greater stream. There was a small explosion that reverberated off the sapphire. The librarian thought, this is certainly a breakthrough to a new stage. After a second, the energy clots dissolved. Everything went quiet. The people around them froze in surprise. The library keeper noted that just now, he had been enveloped in a powerful energy. But now it was as if he'd taken control of it. It didn't feel like anything. Perhaps now, even the head wouldn't be able to feel the chi of the clan leader. The young man, opening his eyes, was surprised. There were people standing around congratulating him on his breakthrough. Young could feel the changes in his body. He had managed to reach the true stage of perfection, the first time he cognized the formation without nano. Our hero thanked those present for guarding him during his meditation. Seeing the chaos going on in the library, Cheon apologized for making such a mess. The librarian responded, the one who made the breakthrough. It was just a little mess. He shouted at his subordinate to be careful with the books. In this turmoil, our hero decides this is his chance while everyone is busy cleaning up the drill. He walked over to the sapphire, putting his finger on the stone, deciding it was best to deprive the others of the opportunity to learn the technique just in case. Leader Cheon was informed that everything was in order and he could begin reading. The first teachings our hero scanned were the martial arts of the 6 clans. Not the best, but considered the best martial arts. Then Young encountered a red flame sword technique. It seems to be the right guardian's technique. It goes with the name. Next, saw wind spirit steps. Assumed it referred more to breathing or scurvy techniques than martial ones. This book was just what Cheon needed. His qigong was not up to par. Turning the pages, he wondered who had donated the teachings to the library. In the evening, the 6 blades gathered in Cheon Young's private room. They congratulated the leader for passing the stage. After the traditional greeting, the boys pounced on the headman asking if he had heard the latest news. Manhwa looked frightened and asked her not to talk about it. Such monsters don't exist. Wu Sojong was surprised that her friend could be frightened by something. The friend wanted to tease the frightened girl and started to say that she was a monster, but she got a slap in the face. Our hero looked at what was happening and realized if he told the whole truth, he would raise more noise. The young man said he had gathered the blades for this, and he placed a cauldron of slurry from the cave on the table. Everyone plugged their noses at the horrible stench emanating from the liquid. Van Hull asked the leader what it was. Young understood. It's hard to explain about the snake's blood. So he answered that he found it when he got lost in the sealed cave. Everyone continued to gasp at the stench. The group was surprised, and one of them asked what it was for. Our hero, with a smile on his face, handed the caddy to the boys and told them all to drink. The people present were shocked. Young explained that he had accidentally drunk it, and the liquid had removed all the toxins from his body, purifying his chi. Cheon felt it would be a great waste to spend it only on himself, so he brought it to his comrades as well. But like-minded people thought that drinking such a thing was too much. Guo Wan thought it was impossible. Hobong shouted that they were hesitating. The leader did it for them, and dared to drink first. The brave young man scooped up the glass and quickly gulped down the contents to the last drop. The people around him were watching to see if the guy was okay. For a few seconds, he didn't lose his optimism. Then, to everyone's horror, he fell to the floor, clutching his throat and letting out an inhuman growl. Moongyu shuddered, and it's a miracle cure. A little while later, Hobong got to his feet. He informed everyone, just as the leader said, the body is unusually light, the circulation has increased. In the end, after seeing the effect, all the students drank the blood. Except for Sanghua, who flatly refused, and Moonkyu, who was worried about the disguise. Our hero traveled to the northern forge of Mataquan. He had important business to attend to. The blacksmith, Kusonen, tried to work the horn brought by the boy, but all attempts were in vain. Breaking his sword against the horn, the man shouted where the young man had gotten the thing in the first place. Young replied that he couldn't say. The blacksmith said that with such a magnificent material, he would create a weapon that would be unrivaled. The boy trusted Sonen's choice. The master also added that the boy is now entitled to cold iron. He can forge a sword out of it. Cheon was surprised. Earlier, Ku had said he could only make one weapon. The blacksmith explained that this did not apply to the head of the clan. The blacksmith explained that it didn't apply to the clan head. The boy rejoiced at the news. He thought that the black meh would hide it until he knew the reason for the inscription, Sword of the Heavenly Demon. The master said it would take a month to make one blade. The prospect of waiting 2 months did not please Jung. He asked for a horn saber first. When he returned to Madoquan, the young man went to the head's office. He listened to the boy and asked if he was sure of his choice. Cheon confirmed that he relies completely on the head of the school. The man wondered if the boy was in his right mind. It's hard to call it simple courage. The head of the Darkness clan, Mu Jiwon. He has reached the pinnacle of excellence and has become the strongest martial artist on par with Maragyom. The chief realized that the boy was still reckless. To eliminate the head of the strongest clan was beyond the boy's power, but he agreed to send the petition. For the first time in 10 years, a messenger from the Murim Association has arrived at the residence of the demon cult. The event is significant for the entire cult. A week before the 6th stage, the head urgently called our hero to him. Entering the office, the boy inquired whether anything had happened. The manager was thoughtful. The head of the school apologized to the boy and informed him that he would have to change his opponent in the exam. The young man began to resent why. Had the first elder changed his mind? The manager replied that it was not that. He energetically sealed off the office space from the outside world. Young realized that the conversation was secret. The man could not give all the details. However, only the elders from the 9th to the 12th place remained in place. The young man realized that all the strongest elders were missing. Therefore, he would not be able to fight the heads of the 6 strongest clans. The leader was reluctant to offer, but he explained that there had been a recent change in the positions of the elders. To the young man's surprise, he learned that Poison Clan head Baek-oh had been demoted to 12th elder. Our hero grinned. He realized that he was being offered a chicken instead of a pheasant. The next day, there was a discussion going on in the office of the head of the Poison Clan. The elder thought the challenge was too sudden. He assumed that Mu would deal with the pesky boy. Right now, Young is like a cup of poison. The Darkness Clan is more powerful than the Poison Clan. They were hoping Mu Ji-won would eliminate the guy in a sparring match. Then the Lord would do anything to weaken the power of the Darkness Clan. However, Murim's messenger fundamentally changed the situation. An audience member replied that Baek-oh should recuse himself. He just got out of prison and was reinstated. The Lord is keeping an eye on them. Another youth supported the first one. If they were to be pressed further, it could shake the balance between the 6 clans. The third expressed that to refuse would be to admit that their clan had grown weaker. Their nephew still lies. How long to endure this? The fourth person in the conversation supported that the guy didn't graduate and the level of excellence. It would be better to eliminate him. The second opponent objected, Yoon has no authority or support. Will he become a threat? Their threat right now is the Lord. The old man stopped the noise in the study. He said he wanted to destroy Cheon with his own hands, but by interfering now, the clan would suffer great losses. Gritting his teeth in anger, Bayek-o announced that he would decline the offer. Coming to the bedside of his sick grandson, the old man apologized and said he could not help him. A servant reported that the head of the clan had a visitor. The old man was indignant about the guest in the middle of the night and asked him to send him away. The speaker reported that it was Mrs. Mu of the Darkness clan. Send her away anyway. She's waiting in front of the infirmary. The head of the Poison clan agreed to a meeting, said he was on his way. As the door opened, the guy lying in the hospital bed saw the very woman who had bought the poison that had poisoned Lady Hua years ago. The next day, an agreement to duel was brought to the office of the head of Madokwan. On the morning of the 6th stage, our hero looked into Master Ku's forge. The blacksmith focused on his work, didn't even look away. The boy saw him making the hilt. An hour later, satisfied with the job done, the man shouted that it was done. When Cheon Young asked the master if he had finished, the man flinched in surprise. He took his saber and noted how soft it was in his hand. The blacksmith had engraved White Dragon's Saber, as the boy had requested. The master asked to turn the saber over with the sharpened side up. He lightly threw a thin flap of silk over it, and the blade cut it. The young man was delighted. A saber so sharp it could cut even a hovering flap. When asked if he liked the weapon, Young admitted that he didn't expect to get an incredible saber. Master Ku is the best at what he does. The young man thought that with such a saber, he would surpass the strength of his teacher's butterfly dance technique. It was the moment of completing the White Dragon Saber that would become one of Cheon Young's symbols, along with the black sword. On the day of the 6th exam, the Madokwan training field was crowded. Young heard whispers from all sides. The monster was about to pass the 6th stage, had risen to a level of perfection. Would it be able to resist the elder? The onlookers saw the head of the academy appear on the porch, but who was next to him? Next to the leader, a 9th elder stepped onto the porch, the head of the shaman clan, Sima Yi. A direct descendant of the shaman clan, Sima So Table in the crowd of onlookers. He was excited to see his father. Bayek-o, the head of the poison clan, appeared from a side passage. The guys were talking. The poisoner. Had Young chosen him? Our hero has heard talk behind his back that those poisoned by the elder don't even leave a body behind. Before the duel began, the head thanked the elder for accepting the challenge. The leader introduced the witness to the duel, the head from the shaman clan, Sima Yi. The head, assessing the old man, noted that after 2 years behind bars, his venom level had increased. The rivals met each other's gazes. The head of the academy commanded the start. The old man immediately went on the attack after the head's words without any warning. The guys in Jung's group were worried about the leader. They shouted that it was low to attack like that. The old man used his magic, but only the image of the young man was left in front of him. Using the wind step, the fast movement technique of Ma Ragyom, the king of wind, our hero was already behind the enemy. The 9th elder recognized the technique. It was used by the head guard. The head was also surprised if it was his movement technique in the library. The poison lord attacked with a U-turn, but Cheon was able to get a safe distance away. The adversary noted for himself that the young man is quick-witted and imitates decently. The elder decided to start by paralyzing the guy's legs using an explosive staff. The spectators watched the violent explosion. Behind the clouds of dust, it was impossible to see what had happened. But our hero managed to literally jump out of the enemy's attack. Taking his saber in hand, Yoon analyzed his opponent, targeting his legs to immobilize. Both warriors utilized their powerful techniques. Neither one's energy was inferior. The crackling of the battle weapons nearly made the surrounding people's ears pop. Both opponents bounced away from the epicenter of the battle. The energy flows of both were strong. The old man was amazed. What a saber! Despite the thin blade, it not only did not shatter from contact with the staff, but left scars on it. Bak-o assumed that a guy at the perfection stage would lack experience in battle, but he was like a warrior who had been through many battles. From the start, the elder attacked 10 times more powerfully than he should have, but it didn't even succeed in dispersing the force entangling the saber. And the guy still wasn't hitting his full stride. This was the first time Baek-o had seen a monster developing fighting skills so rapidly. Now the old man understood Madame Mu's words that she had said 6 days before the exam. The night guest angered the elder with a sudden request. The man replied that even a lord's wife had no right to order the head of the clan. The woman's argument was information about the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. Madame Mu said that this healer can bring everyone but the dead back to their feet. He might be able to save Baek-o's grandson. The elder replied that it was impossible for anyone to know the doctor's whereabouts. The woman showed him a plaque her grandfather had given her. With it, he could meet the doctor wherever he went. Madame Mu ordered Young to be destroyed. If the situation goes public, their clan will deal with the consequences. After all, the heir has been determined. Standing in the arena, the old man understood the reason why he was chosen over the other elders. Such a warrior could be opposed by the first 3 elders. Baek-o understood. One mistake, and the 6 great clans would make the worst of enemies. Gathering all his poisonous power, the elder thought that Cheon-young must die here by all means. The head and the watcher were in a panic. They were yelling what Baek-o was doing. He released the poison. Did he plan to destroy the guy? The audience also realized that poison had been released into the arena. Cheon might die. The guys in Cheon's group were blacker than a cloud. Hobong prayed that the leader would remain unharmed. The old man walked slowly towards our hero. His whole body exuded a dangerous poison. The young man, unafraid, lunged forward at the approaching threat. Moon-gyu, who was watching the fight, shouted, "Young master," in panic. Swinging his black staff, Baek-o said that the boy had brought the trouble on himself. This poison is enough to burn even bones. But the man was shocked to see an unharmed guy jumping out in front of him. Swinging his fist, Cheon-young told the old man that it was his turn. The elder couldn't understand what was happening. The guy's energy was so strong that his flesh would melt and immediately regenerate. The young man attacked the old man. The old man flew back from the blow. The pain was unbearable. Because of the smoke in the arena, the spectators couldn't see anything. They screamed in panic at what was going on. Hobong was already mourning the leader. Wan-hul thought that Jung had made a mistake. No matter how strong a Nagun was, such a powerful poison would corrode even bones. Mong-yu was also crying, shuddering. She wondered why Cheon had chosen the Poison Clan. The sounds in the arena died down. The spectators shouted that the fight was over. Head teacher Ho Jin-chang thought it was impossible. He knew it was. When the dust and smoke cleared, everyone saw that it wasn't Cheon-young lying on the ground, but the head of the Poison Clan. Our hero stood and covered his face from the poisonous vapors still in the air. The 9th elder was stunned. There was no way to stand up to Elder Beck's poisons. Sima Yi saw the clan head's poison art during the war with Murim. His power is so terrifying that Master Ok Myung didn't even leave behind a body. The head of the academy couldn't believe what was happening either, even though he had seen everything with his own eyes. The old man struggled to get up. Thought even with the protective energy wall, his ribs were broken. The guy's power is beyond imagination. Also, that amazing power of regeneration. Baek-o wondered who he was. He could be called a human. Our hero saw the old man saying got up, so he went on the attack with the butterfly dance. The head of the Poison Clan realized that he had dropped his staff somewhere. There was only one way left for him to find it. Nano reported that the enemy eliminates toxic substances that have seeped into the body and repairs damaged areas. Although the white dragon blade managed to reflect the poisoned ki, it was getting stronger and stronger. The old man's chi energy became so strong that our hero was pushed back a few meters. Cheon didn't understand what was wrong. It appeared that the old man was not using his poisonous ki to its full potential. The head of the academy realized that no one present could stop the poisoner now. The old man applied the last 8th degree of intoxication, the level where you yourself turn into a poison capable of melting rock. Baek-o thought, wow, got the old man to use the 8th degree of intoxication? Let him stop him with his saber this time. Our hero was well aware that the blade of the white dragon would not help here. The young man thrust his saber into the ground with all his might. The resulting impact sent dust and stones flying into the air. The spectators again stood in a shroud, preventing them from seeing what was happening in the arena. The elder, concentrating his poisoned chi, shouted that the guy would use his tricks until the very end. The old man caught waves of primal ki. It was our hero preparing his black dragon sword to attack. Baek-o realized that this was undoubtedly dangerous. He must attack first. Our hero dissected Baek-o's poisoned ki in front of him with his black sword and advanced towards the enemy. Cheon-young struck the strongest head of the Poison Clan with his sword. The people around them were wondering what was going on in the arena. The dust made it impossible to see anything. Gradually, the outline of a man appeared in the scattering dust. The spectators looked on and wondered who won the fight. After a few seconds, everyone saw Cheon Young. The guy was standing there unharmed. He was holding the old man's head in his hand. The onlookers were horrified. Some of them even covered their faces with their hands so as not to see the horror. The academy leader and the ninth elder froze, numbed by what was happening. Gradually, there was a clamor in the crowd. Cheon Young had severed the head of the Poison Clan. How is that possible? The head of Madokwan thought that even he wouldn't be able to resist the poisoner's venom in close combat. A boy who had barely begun to learn martial arts. In just 4 years, he became a cult master. There's only a handful of them. Young Master Jong Mu-young clenched his fists bloody with anger. He left the square. The head teacher thought that this was the blood of the Cheon family. However, although there were plenty of reasons for this, there was no telling what would happen next. Cheon himself had expected to fight using the butterfly dance, but the poisoner's form made the fight serious. We need to get stronger. The rest of his enemies might as well have a couple aces up their sleeves. From now on, he's going to avenge his mother. The head of Matakwang congratulated the head of the Cheon Young clan for passing the 6th exam. The group also came out to greet and congratulate their leader. The boys, chuckling amongst themselves, discussed whether the leader shouldn't be called an elder now. The 9th elder went down to the disciples and called out to his son. He asked if they were well. Sima Yi asked his son with a thought if he had found a leader to join him in the battle for the position of heir. Sima Tso replied that he tried to find a leader among the 6 clans, but no matter how much he thought about it, his soul still lies with Cheon Young. To the lad's surprise, the father smiled and said he recognized his son. The old man respects his son's decision. Joining Cheon Young is a worthy choice without a doubt. Sima Yi added, "If it works out, he will become your son-in-law. Try to help him in every way you can." The head of the academy asked the mentors to wait outside, and he himself led Cheon into the study. The head of Matakwang got down on one knee and said that the young master had done a hard job, congratulated him on passing the 6th stage. The young man was shocked at such a greeting from the head. He replied that it was so unexpected. He did not understand what it meant. The man bowed and explained, "Since all the stages have been passed, the boy is treated as a true representative of the Chan clan." The head asked for an honest answer. The young man was given a task by a heavenly demon. Our hero replied that he didn't understand what the leader was talking about. The supervisor said that, of course, it was still hard for Yoon to trust him. Li Huamyong, the left guard of the great cult, vowed to support the young master in the fight for the title. Inverted the guard's nameplate. Cheon Young was at a great loss. The head handed him a plaque and asked him to accept it. The young man replied that he did not see why he should trust a guard who was an intimate of the Lord. Li Huaman thought that Young had become cautious and gained experience. He said that according to the regulations, he had no right to take sides. However, the guardian can turn a blind eye and make it a top priority. Our hero asked what the head meant. The man replied that what he will tell only a few people know. We must keep it a secret. The heavenly demon sword technique passed down to lords from generation to generation is not a true technique. Cheon Young was amazed at what he heard. He asked again, "It's not true. What does that mean?" The head explained that the present machinery was lost 500 years ago. Guardian families were the founders of many schools and had accompanied the lords from the beginning. There were no 6 clans with a bunch of heirs. The lord before the sacred fire on the altar of the palace took the chosen or blessed one as his wife. Since the blessed one's child was becoming the heir of the cult, the clan meeting was not particularly focused on. 500 years ago, a terrible thing happened. The Lord must make a pilgrimage to Tianshan 10 years after ascending the throne. The ruler of that period, Chon Muhui, also went to the mountains in the 5th year after ascending the throne. He and most of the attendants returned from the pilgrimage corpses, including the left guard. Cheon was shocked. He asked, who had slew the Lord, nicknamed one of the 5 great masters of the plain. The head of the academy said that everyone was destroyed by the unrivaled sword spirit. Our hero thought for a moment, recalling the spirit of the sword. He had heard of it once. A sword demon, considered a rare cult master, is the only one that the unrivaled sword spirit has not been able to defeat. Chon Muhui's wife gave birth to a daughter. Blood inheritance and martial arts transmission were impossible. The Lord died when she was 8. The Lord's father died suddenly of an illness. The Council of Elders chose Sword Demon, the first elder, to replace him. The Sword Demon was talented in more than just combat and soon stabilized the situation in the cult. Next, the most important issue was the lost Heavenly Demon Sword technique. It could not be recovered without the breathing technique and controlling the Negong. He was the first to enter the cave without being related to the Chan family. However, even after entering the cave, they cannot take possession of their ancestral knowledge. The sword scars on a tombstone can be used to reconstruct formations, but without breathing techniques and Negong control, they cannot be put into practice. After 3 years, the sword demon came out of the cave. Taking the scars as a basis, he formulated his understanding of the heavenly demon sword technique. This technique was as good as the lost one, and was recognized by the elders and passed on to the Lord's daughter. The teachings were moved from the cave to the library. The young lord had seen them himself, but the chaotic scars on the backside had been left by the sword demon. Our hero asked, why did he do that? Was there any other reason than to spoil the legacy left by the heavenly demon? By then, the scars from the tombstones had already been copied, and the demon had personally arranged the formations and left them in the library. Damage was inevitable. 2 years later, one of the great masters, the monk Sorima Gong-un, died on Mount Sun at the hands of an unrivaled sword spirit. Another 2 years later, the sword spirit in Jianghu brutally massacred the great master king of hand-to-hand combat, Yuk Chongyum. The young man clarified, another one of the 5 great masters. The head replied, an unrivaled sword spirit targeted this 5. After destroying 3 of the 5 great masters, everyone in Murima recognized the sword spirit as the strongest, although Daos Cheonmyong and the sword demon remained. The sword demon was an extraordinary master. The power was beyond imagination, but skill was not enough to win. You needed a superior technique. That was the scarring on the tombstones. The elders allowed him to hone his skills on tombstones. The guy understood where the destructive formations on them came from, but why they consisted of simple steps. 4 years later, the sword spirit appeared on Mount Shawandashan. The sword demon was the last one. The battle lasted 4 days and 4 nights. The battle ended in a draw. The sword demon suffered an invaluable loss. He lost his right arm, which is like a treasure to a warrior. Afterward, the sword spirit never appeared in Murima again. It was said that it died of ki exhaustion, that after receiving the title of the best and last sword master, it disappeared. After what happened, the cult changed. The sword demon, having exhausted his ki and lost his arm in a fight, left the lord's post. The lord's daughter was already 16 at the time. She became a lord, but she had no power. The era of clan rule had begun. Chan Muhwa had 5 husbands. 2 were disciples of the sword demon who had adopted his knowledge, the founders of the Sword and Darkness clan. The other 3 were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd elders and founded the Poison, Sound, and Blade clans. At the same time, to raise the younger generation, the sword demon founded Madokwan. The head interrupted the story and asked if the young man understood why he was being told this. Our hero replied, hearing this means that Madokwan's true purpose is not just to make disciples. The school has 2 goals. The first is to find a successor who will inherit the true knowledge of the heavenly demon. The sword demon lacked the understanding to recreate it fully, but he believed that someone would be born who could do it. To protect the caves from clan interference, he founded Madokwan here. The goal, to promote to lordship whoever mastered the true knowledge. 500 years have passed, but the covenant was passed on by word of mouth in the guardian families, until Cheon-young appeared. Li Huamyong has often accompanied the lord in battles, but it feels like this is the first time he's seen Cheon's technique. Even 3 years ago, after observing Young's fighting technique, the academy head realized that this one was much more skillful. Back then, he wasn't sure if these were the heavenly demon's last true teachings. So he decided to observe some more. And so, during Cheon's passage of the 4th stage, the head was able to see that it was not a formation handed down by the current lord. As a left guard, he often accompanied the lord and had seen the heavenly demon's sword technique on the battlefield. But this was the first time he had seen one like Jung's. The head asked the young lord once again if he had inherited the knowledge of the heavenly demon. Our hero had nowhere to go now. He nodded his head affirmatively. The leader bowed to the floor and said, Li Huamyong's left guard welcomed the true heir of the heavenly demon. The young man asked if he could ask the left guard one question. The man said there were 2 reasons for the founding of Madokwana. What was the second? The chapter welcomed the guy to the library building. When asked by the librarian what brought them here, he said he wanted to go down to the underground treasury. The guardian hesitated, asked, since they were talking about her, if it was possible that the 6th exam had been passed. The head nodded. The three men started to go downstairs. Cheon had heard that there was another floor under the library, but being here is amazing. On the bottom floor, 3 guards stood in front of the large doors. They saluted the head. The man ordered the doors of the underground treasury to be opened. The guards hesitated. The young man had passed the 6th stage. He's not exactly an expert in martial arts, but if he can take down an elder. The guards thought that the doors wouldn't open for the rest of their service. 3 men put 3 different keys to the holes in the door. On the count of 3, they turned them at the same time. There was a strange rumbling sound, and the huge door opened, letting out the air that had been preserved inside. The young man felt cold and a strange odor similar to his skin. It smelled unusual. Leading the guy inside the secret treasury, the head said, "Here comes the second reason." Young saw a severed hand and skin fragments on the table. So it smelled like embalming agents. Why do they keep them? These wounds are scars from saber blows, but they're not simple cuts. They emanate a subtle energy. After imagining the course of such a fight, our hero realized that the level of this technique was so high that he would only be able to parry 2 blows. Yoon asked. The master of the hand was a sword demon, the head agreed, and the pieces of skin belonged to the Lord, and guards attacked 500 years ago. It was also where the secret teachings left behind by the sword demon himself were kept. The boy read, New Demon Sword, Sword of the 24 Demons, Analysis of the Saber Formations of the Unrivaled Sword Spirit. He realized Madaquan existed not only to find the true heir, but also to find someone who would adopt the teachings of the sword demon. The head clarified, for the sake of raising a successor that could destroy the saber technique of the unrivaled sword spirit. The sword demon's last words were about a draw. In fact, the unrivaled sword spirit had disappeared in the middle of the battle. During the battle after the sword spirit severed the sword demon's arm, he said he would still come back and disappeared. Since the opponent didn't show up after 4 days, the fight was declared a draw. After 15 years of the sword demon's life, the sword spirit still hadn't shown up. The head doesn't think that the sword spirit heir will suddenly appear, but asks him to find a way to destroy his technique by the scars he's inflicted. He handed the young man the key and told him that there was no time limit on his visit. You can get out with the door closed, but you can't get in without the key. The head walked away, leaving the boy alone. The young man took to scanning the sword demon's secret teachings. The new demon sword is superior to clan techniques, but inferior to the heavenly demon sword. It's not a bad thing to pass on to the subordinates. Formation analysis. Notes taken while looking for weaknesses in the technique, but without much progress. Sword demons are an improved version of the destructive formation. But if the battle went all the way to the end, Sword Demon would undoubtedly lose. Cheon decided to check and had Nano activate augmented reality. Scan the saber wounds and reproduce the formation. The system launched a 3-dimensional image based on the counted movements of the Heavenly Demon's saber formation and 4th sword formation. The result was astonishing. With a difference of only 1 blow, the saber formation was shattered. But with its power, it pushed the enemy back 3 steps. The Heavenly Demon sword technique is more skillful. But the unrivaled sword spirit saber formation is superior in terms of power. If the marks on his arm aren't the last formation of the saber, it will be the only one capable of resisting the Heavenly Demon technique. The guy was smiling. He has the nano to reproduce the formation from the scars. He could match the Heavenly Demon's technique. A week later, business at the academy. Since enrollment, 56 have passed stage 4, 7 stage 5, and 1 stage 6. Only 64 out of nearly 1,000 enrollees remain. This is the best result in 100 years. The course of the battle for the position of heir has undergone significant changes. Previously, after the 5th stage, the candidates fought each other. But Jeon Yu-chan, who was considered the top candidate, dropped out. Jung Kyung-gun, who lost his arm, also withdrew from the battle. 5 of the 6 candidates left Madakwang early. Only Cheon Young and Jong Mun-young remained. The battle for the right to be the cult's heir began. A group had gathered at the training field in the west of Madakwang. The disciples resented that Mr. Mu-young was not here, and there were no orders from him. They asked if they should definitely discuss the method of eliminating Cheon Young. They were gathered by Mu Jin-yoon. He informed them that the Lord had focused on perfecting the martial arts. He's in charge of the rest. Guk Shin supported Mu. But what could they do against Young, who defeated the head of the Poison Clan? Wouldn't it be better to focus on recruiting disciples? Jin-yoon agreed. First, they need to get Simatso and Huangya. With those two, they'll have a significant advantage. Their fathers are the 9th and 11th elders. Shin said, Simatso is a good one, and Huangya. But they were in no position to choose. Jinyun heard the other day that Young locked himself in the training room. It's a good time. Let's cut off Cheon's arms and legs and eliminate him. Kyuk said the comrade was out of his mind. 2 candidates lost their hands by touching his subordinates. 1 had his dantian destroyed. Mu replied that they should not do anything themselves. There is an expression, to dominate the barbarians by using them themselves. Gyeokshin wondered who would stand up to Cheon Young. The comrade replied that there were 4 people who had extreme hatred for him. The next day in the training room, our hero practiced a new technique. Young rejoiced in his success. He and Nano had embodied the first formation of the saber technique of the unrivaled sword spirit. Although from the dungeon, the guy got 6 steps counted from his skin, it was impossible to complete them without a breathing technique. Numerous stimulations have helped to recreate the breathing technique as well. It plays a key role in the formation of power. The young man said, the sword demon would be surprised at how the formation recovered from just the saber marks. Walking into the cafeteria after practice, our hero smelled spicy food. He was craving something like that. Cheon noticed that the worker pouring him food had his hands shaking. Our hero asked if he was all right. The guy replied that he just got a little hot in front of the hot boiler. Young sat down at his table, but he was in no hurry to eat. The young man was watching him, and he wondered if he had figured it out. After tasting a little, our hero shuddered, but then he ate his entire portion. The watcher smiled slyly and thought it had worked out. Cheon Young's group gathered outside the individual training room. Guy, warming his hands by the fire, asked, the leader is going to skip dinner tonight too. Hobong asked if he didn't eat every other day. Hool replied that he hadn't seen him in the dining room yesterday. Maybe he's having dinner now. Moongyu rambled that if Ho Sang-hwa and Baek Gi hurried up a bit, they could all have dinner with the young master. Go Wan thought that Moongyu was not much different from Hobong right now. Sometimes he felt that Moon was in love with the leader. In addition, despite the power of his martial arts, Moongyu's body is fragile like a girl's. Hale shook his head to get rid of the intrusive thoughts. I'd thought of that too, a woman. As the rest of the team gathered, Gyu began to mutter that they needed to be more punctual. So they headed for the mess hall. A group led by Kyukshin blocked the path of Cheon's wards. He walked ahead of them and smiled wryly. Cheon Young himself was also being waited on by 4 people. He said with a smile that they reminded him of someone. The only thing missing was the Stream and Darkness clan. Then the set of 6 clans would be complete. Baek Cholgu shouted that after everything Young had done to the Poison Clan representatives, he thought he could walk around unpunished. Pu Yangang said while pulling out his sword that placing an heir to someone like Cheon just because of bloodline was nonsense. Our hero replied, do his opponents really expect to overpower him just because they attack with 4 men? Baek smiled. The food that Young ate was flavored with poison. He had no idea how much effort had gone into it. Even someone as vigilant as Cheon couldn't assume that the cook he sees every day could hurt him. Perhaps he could use Kui to block the poison coming in from the outside. But that wouldn't work with ingested poison that had already mixed with the blood. Due to the Negan-destroying poison, he wouldn't be able to increase it for 6 hours. This poison should melt all his meridians and organs. After that, all that's left is to die. Baek says that Cheon is so careless that he'll be able to meet his subordinates in the infirmary soon, if he survives here. Young wondered if the bastards were in league with the Darkness clan. It would be dangerous if Jongmyong interfered too. Our hero said he didn't have time. We need to finish this quickly. Han Yujik shouted that Young was an arrogant bastard. He'd had enough of bluffing. The guy yelled, since Yoon cut off his sister's hand, then Han will cut off Cheon's both. After a second, only a stump remained of Han Yujik's attacker's sword. After another moment, the guy was already standing without his right arm. Cheon Young looked back at him and said he didn't have time. The heir of the Poison Clan couldn't understand how this was possible. He said he saw Cheon swallow the soup with his own eyes. Our hero understood his opponent's thoughts. He stretched out his arm and asked the guy if he meant it. Our hero squeezed a drop of unidentifiable liquid from his fist. That drop landed on the wounded guy's leg and began to burn through him. Cheon Young smiled evasively and asked if Baek Chulgu thought his ploy would work. Even in the canteen, our hero suspected something wrong and asked Nano to analyze the soup. The system reported that the broth contained harmful toxins and components that dissipated internal energy. Yun realized if he pretended to guess, The poisoner wouldn't reveal himself. He ordered the nano to block the toxins from traveling through his body. The young man asked to hold the toxins until he spoke, and ate all the soup. Cholgu couldn't believe it. Young had managed to concentrate the poisonous qi and remove it from his body. But even he, Beck, couldn't do that. Our hero took advantage of the wind. Beck saw and told his subordinates to beware of the attack from behind. The first to fly out of formation from Cheon's attack was the guy from the Pu Yangang Blade clan. Kyung Pyo looked at what was happening and thought why he had only listened to Chulga. There's no escape from that guy now. His past wound hadn't healed yet. Yeon put his foot over Yangan's head. His comrades pleaded with Cheon to stop, but he was ruthless. The opponents couldn't believe it as they watched Young's actions. Was their friend really dead? Our hero looked intently at the two remaining guys and said it was their turn. And then Kyung Pyo realized his mistake. There was no way Cheon would let him go alive this time. But Beck was still full of courage. He asked if the guy was crazy and didn't fear the wrath of the great clansman. Cheon Young grinned. That's who's afraid of who. He used his qi to pick up the fragment of Yujik's sword from the ground. With this debris, without touching the metal, he struck Kyung Pyo, who was frozen with terror. Seeing Cholg's reaction to the death of another comrade, Cheon said if they were so shaken up they shouldn't have started all this. Suspecting that something was wrong, he was not in the vicinity of the training hall. Cheon's team had already gone to look for him. But it didn't take long to find him. The leader himself jumped down from the roof of the dormitory to his subordinates. The panting Mongyu, who saw that everything was fine, said, "That's a load off my mind. There was no need to worry." Cheon replied that he was fine. He asked if they had been attacked by Jong Mu-young's men. Go Won-hel wondered in surprise how the leader knew. Gukshung, who met him, said that Cheon Young was only strong in Madakwang. When he graduates, it's unlikely that he'll be able to stand up to 6 big clans. But Mr. Mu-young is generous enough to shelter the members of Cheon's team here. He hopes they won't make a rash choice. Hobong replied, "Did those think they would fall at the feet of the Darkness clan? And you shouldn't disparagingly repeat the leader's name. To them, he is an elder." Gukshin said that Hobong is bold for a weakling from a small clan. "Not lost," Ho replied. "Why don't they get into a fight with a weakling?" Kik shouted that he was getting in trouble. Mu Jinyun came out of the crowd. He reassured his comrade, saying that they were not here to fight. Gowan said, hoping that the enemies will stop thinking that Cheon is alone, since they are willing to give their lives for him at any moment. Mu smiled, saying, "The elder has benefactors," seeing them from this side, even more reluctant to back down from the proposal. Retreating back, Mu Jinyun asked the guys to think carefully. The conditions were not that bad. Cheon Young was surprised by what he heard. He asked his comrades again. The opponents had just left. Van Hool replied, they may have had a plan. But seeing that there were as many of them as Cheon's group, they decided to take their time. The leader is thinking. A trap had been set to eliminate him, but the Darkness clan simply made an offer and left. Young realized they hadn't planned to poach subordinates from the beginning. They had delayed them and diverted their attention. Cheon said, "Dominate the barbarians by using them." His comrades did not understand what he was saying. Meanwhile, in the training room, Mu Jinyun was reporting to Jong Mu-young. Whether Young died or survived, they wouldn't lose anything this time. Chan replied that it was hard to predict the outcome since he had withstood the poison of the elder himself. Mu replied, "In any case, if Cheon dies, Master will be the victor. If he survives, he will incur the wrath of the great clans." Mu-young thought, even if it's a chance to destroy Young, to defeat his minions, brute force won't do. You have to hurt their pride. The helper said, not by force but by cunning. He had learned it from the master. And there was a knock at the door of the room. Jinyun wondered who it could be. Everyone knows the room is occupied. They shouldn't be disturbed. The Darkness clan heir candidate ordered the assistant to open the door. Mu opened the door. Standing outside the door was head teacher Ho Jin Chang. But the teacher was not alone. He had a group of armed mentors with him. Mu Jinyun shuddered. He excitedly asked Teacher Ho what brought him here. An armed group burst into the training room. The boys were stunned by the surprise. Ho Jin Chang reports that the boys have been ordered to be taken to the head of Madakwang. Doesn't want to force, so hopes there will be no resistance. The young men were accompanied by a convoy. The heir of the Darkness clan could smell the scent of blood as he approached the group of people standing on the road. The guy saw a terrible picture. The men they had sent to eliminate Cheon had all been eliminated. Seeing the head, Teacher Ho reported that he had delivered Jong Mu-young and Mu Jin-yoon. They greeted the head of the school. The man said he'd get right to the point, asked if it was theirs. Mu Jin-yoon shouted that he had no idea what the academy head was talking about. Mu-young replied that he and his assistant were in the training room. From there, they were brought here. What makes you think they were involved? The head looked at those lying on the ground. The guys saw that Han Yu-jik had died from blood loss, but he had also been poisoned by the poison. The leader summarized the following. Kyungpyo was eliminated by the sword of the demonic Pipa of the Sound clan. Jin-yoon realized that someone had made it look like the guys had destroyed each other in a duel. Something had gone wrong. The next victim's back was bruised from the fourth formation of the Darkness clan's Black Cloud Palm formation. Moon-young didn't understand how traces of this technique could have been here. Looking at it, one can only blame him and the assistant for the crime. Mu wanted to reply something to the head, but Chong mentally ordered silence. Said it was a trap. There was a Black Cloud Palm teaching in the library. The clan heir ordered the aide to keep still. He'll figure it out for himself. The young man realized that Cheon-young had framed it skillfully, but using the Black Cloud Palm was a mistake. Mu Jin-yoon thought that the elder was right. Perhaps Cheon had mastered the technique after completing the 5th stage. The head of the academy said he would now show the young men the last body. Seeing Baek Cholgu's body, the guys were shocked. Apart from the marks of the Black Cloud Palm technique, the Black Demon's destructive sword scars were on it. At this moment, Chong Mong-yong trembled in bewilderment, left sword, right fist. The head of the Darkness clan, Mu Jin-won, was famous for his ability to use 2 powerful techniques with 2 hands at the same time. Everyone knew that only Yongmyeon had mastered this martial art besides the clan head. He demonstrated it at the 3rd exam. The young man was beyond angry. Cheon reproduced the formation he had used, which he had seen over 3 years ago for a fraction of a second. Mu shouted that it was some kind of trap. All this time, Jeong had been practicing in the gym. How would he be able to ruin them? The head was surprised to hear the word trap. He asked, sounding like the guys knew why the 4 of them were here. Jin-yoon realized, this is a failure. To explain, they would have to admit that they were accomplices. If the incident forces Jeong to leave Matakwan, Cheon-young will be the winner in the battle to become the heir. We have to prevent the exile. The head said that excuses arouse more suspicion, ordered the mentors to grab the boys. Mu shouted that it was all set up by Cheon-young. Moon-young thought he told him to keep quiet, but on the other hand, they have no choice. Jin-yoon said that Baek had a plan to poison Young and attack him when he was weakened. He invited the Darkness clan to participate. They refused. The guy yelled that Young had a reason to destroy them. We should call him in and question him. It's absurd that they're the only suspects. The head replied that Mu apparently doesn't put him in anything. The dead don't speak, so anything can be made up. Who they think discovered the bodies. A surprised Jin-yoon asked, aren't martial arts mentors? The chief replied that Elder Cheon, along with other squad leaders, discovered the crime scene and personally reported to the chief. Mu kept shouting that it can't be. Cheon-young is the real culprit. The boys' screams were interrupted by our hero. He stood in front of the suspects and asked them why they were calling him a criminal. Cheon looked at his opponent and thought, damn it. Meanwhile, everyone around him was respectfully greeting Elder Cheon. The head commanded that Leader Jeong and Deputy Mu show respect. Both boys stood and hesitated. The leader shouted at them and demanded that they show respect to the elder. The boys finally complied and bowed respectfully to greet Cheon. Young asked, Deputy Mu said that the Blade, Poison, Sword, and Sound clan had set a trap for him. Cheon destroyed all of them. Cheon asked, could he get a better look at the bodies? The leader allowed it. Han Yu-jik's arm is severed by Pu Yanggang's saber technique, and he is exposed to Baek Cholgu's poison. Kyungpyo's heart was pierced by the sword blade of the demonic Pipa that belonged to Han Yu-jik of the Sound clan. Looking at what was happening, I realized what was wrong. I even shuddered at my own thoughts. Teacher Ho said Pu Yanggan inflicted internal injuries with the Black Cloud Palm, then smashed his head. The head turned around and said, lastly, Baek was struck down by the secret technique of left sword, right fist. He died from internal injuries and profuse bleeding. Looking back at the enemies, Cheon said, if Mu's story is to be believed, it turns out he must know a bunch of martial arts, not counting poisons. Smiling, Young said, judging from what the mentor said, the dead had destroyed each other in an internecine battle. Moon-young realized Cheon was not only planning to eliminate him, But when the bodies were returned to the clans, the traces on them would definitely point to the culprits. Chan was boiling with anger. Young's true goal was to turn the great clans against each other. Munyung got caught. Cheon himself used the barbaric method against him. The head ordered the two suspects to be sent to the prison cave. In the Madokwan head's office, head teacher Ho reported that the bodies of the dead had been sent to their clans. Along with them, an official document was sent to detain Jong Muyong and Mu Jinyun in custody until the Lord and elders returned. The head said, "What a graceful maneuver. It's hard to guess everything by looking at the bodies." He wondered about it himself. Huam Yun hesitated for a moment. His level of skill wouldn't be enough to reproduce a formation scene once, especially left sword, right fist. Now the 5 great clans have no choice but to go to war. A great heir will emerge, just as the sword demon had wished. In the west of the heavenly demon cult's territory, the Poison clan's courtyard was wailing for the dead Cholg. An inconsolable mother sobbed over her little blood child. The others said they couldn't take it anymore. Poison clan heir Baekmunsu said he was going to postpone the showdown until his father's soul rested. But they've crossed the line. The heir was supported by the head of the outer pavilion, Baek Chao. They could no longer tolerate the antics of the Darkness clan. The old man refused to fight at first, but he changed his mind after Madame Mu's visit. She had the nerve to come to the funeral. Madame Mu made a mockery of their clan. Father and Cholg will only rest in peace when they destroy this shameless woman. The heir's aide said that now was the right time. Munsu agreed. There was a chance to win while the head and half the warriors were gone. Another supported, saying they would decide that the clan was in turmoil after his nephew's funeral. We can't miss the chance. Baekmunsu said they'll hold a funeral. And tomorrow he said to call all the warriors together at 2 in the morning. The next day at 4 o'clock in the morning, everything was quiet in the Darkness clan's courtyard. No one suspected the impending danger. Erbeck ordered, "This is the only chance to win while their leader is away. We need to enter the courtyard with lightning speed." The warriors followed the heir's order and sneaked into the inner courtyard of the Darkness clan. Stopping inside, one of the group suspected something amiss. They had entered the courtyard, but there was no sign of anyone here. The heir looked around. Could this really be a trap? At that moment, arrows flew at the Poison clan group from all directions. The commander shouted that the arrows were loaded with Nagan. He ordered everyone to duck. There were 2 Poison clan heirs and few warriors left alive in the square. Did they really expect them to attack here? Peck said they'd gone too far. Now we have to fight to the last breath. The remnants of the group that had been shot at were attacked by the swordsmen of the Darkness clan. An old man watching the battle said that a hunted mouse would bite a cat. They made a lot of noise. All the warriors who tried to attack the old man, he sent them to the other world with a light sword movement. When he reached Baekmunsu's heir, the old man asked if it was him, and then he killed the young man in one fell swoop. Madame Mu came out to the remaining Poison clan brothers. She said that they had underestimated the Darkness clan so much only because of the absence of the head. 2 men from the Baek family rushed to attack the bastard, but the woman drew her sword and easily destroyed the attackers. The old man took one of the Beck brothers, the only one still alive, by the head. He knelt down in front of Madame Mu. The man couldn't believe that there were such monsters left in the Darkness clan. Peck said Mu was a bitch. All these years, she was only considered as the Lord's wife, but all this time she's been hiding her power. The woman smiled upon hearing that she was hiding her power. She replied that she just didn't show it. The opponent started to say that this was no time for jokes, but the wily madam cut off his head in a second, replying that she was not going to joke. The aide reported to Madame that the sweep of the rats that had infiltrated the courtyards was complete. She replied, annoyed that she would not be able to use them. The head of the guard asked if Madame thought the Blade clan would stay away. She replied that they would not act without orders from the head. The servant, bowing, said that he would then send a man to Madokwan tomorrow to fetch the young gentleman. The woman ordered them to leave. Muyung needs to think about his behavior. Madame replied that she knew her son. He had fallen for the enemy's trick. He needs to pull himself together and realize that being a lord is not easy. Madame Mu mobilized and gathered information about Young. She ordered to turn everything upside down, but to provide results. The old man asked, "It won't cause any problems, will it?" The woman replied that it would not. However, one should be made to pay for the attempt. Madame thought it was too dangerous to leave things as they were. Muyung's strength isn't at that level. She should handle it personally. After Chan and Jinyun were isolated in a prison cave, panic gripped the subordinates. Students hired by Chan withdrew their applications. The remaining subordinates simply had nothing to do in Madakwan. They left the school on their own to support the leader outside. 7 people who had disowned Cheon and 5 from the clans who had not previously shown support for anyone wanted to join Cheon. For Yoon, loyalty remained the main criterion. Since no one had previously sought to swear allegiance to him, he accepted none. Simatso and Lee Sahim had sworn loyalty to Cheon Young even before the clash with the descendants of the great clans, so they were accepted. However, Chaitakyom stood up for the 5 clan representatives. He said that the leader should accept them. The young man explained that if Cheon was going to be the heir, at least 12 heads of major clans had to be witnesses. The fact that they've only been watching the whole time might spoil the impression. But with these 5, they'll be able to get the number they need. Jae Takyum was supported by Ho Sang and Woo Sojong. The argument was that the leader should take the place of the heir. After thinking for a bit, Cheon Young replied to his comrades that he would do otherwise. Che insisted. After all, it was only 2 days ago that they had learned of the necessity of having the 12 heads as witnesses. To everyone's surprise, Cheon Young announced that he is leaving Matakwang as of today. The leader explained 2 reasons. 1, to find witnesses in another way. 2, the Lord and the 8 elders had departed for the central plain of Murim. Hosan stated, it turns out that all 5 heads of the great clans are absent right now. Isn't that too much? Guowan reassured the girl, saying that the leader wouldn't be alone. She asked Hool if he was coming too. The boy replied that he was not alone. Moon-gyu said that she was also leaving with the young master. The people around them began to say that Gyu was going too. Bak-gi said he was also leaving with them. The boys were worried that those who had passed the 5th exam would leave with the leader. Moon-gyu said, though she doesn't get much, but she'll look out for the leader. Van Hull apologized to the guys for only telling them now. The subordinates shouted that they would all go too. Yeon explained, he knows how devoted everyone is to him, but if they want to become a support, they must master the martial arts in Madakwan to perfection. Comrades have realized that they can't be a reliable support now, but he continues to take care of them. They will become stronger. The people around him noticed that Hobong was trembling. Apparently, he was too upset to go with the leader. But the guy turned to his subordinates and said that it was good to take care of the leader, and let them rather become stronger and come to them. In fact, the other day, after hearing about the leader's plans, Ho begged him to come along. When they found out that Hobong was also going with Young, the rest of the team started to resent why. After all, they should all be getting stronger. Our hero turned around and told the guy to deal with everything himself now. In the evening of the same day, a group of people approached the soaring demon clan's manor. The guards at the gate didn't know who these people were. As they prepared to attack, they asked what brought them here. The guest asked me to tell 11th Elder Huang that 12th Elder Cheon Young was looking for a meeting with him, and showed the sign. The guards greeted the 12th Elder. They asked him to wait while they handed over to the master. Standing in the evening twilight, Hobong said, it feels like a ghost is about to fly out. Guowan agreed. Mongyu looked around, thinking that when she had been here with her grandfather, she hadn't noticed that it was so creepy. If Cheon can convince him. The door creaked open. A beautiful girl appeared on the threshold. She introduced herself as Nu Yaeon, the clan manager. Looking at the stranger who came out, the guys thought, white powder, red lipstick, is it a man or a woman? As the girl approached Heil, she said, she has been informed of the 12th Elder's visit. It must be him. The young man, covering a chuckle, pointed at Yang and informed him that he was the leader. Nu Ya-young apologized, greeted the 12th Elder. Cheon introduced himself. The guest was invited inside for tea. The girl led Cheon Young inside. The other members of the group were not allowed in. Seeing our hero's surprise, the girl informed him that the Lord only wished to see the Elder. Covering her mouth, Ya-young apologized. She said Master is not a stranger. She asked for understanding. Van Hull began to resent it. How could they guarantee the safety of a leader that would find himself one-on-one with an elder? The girl replied that Wang is so attractive, and his loyalty knows no bounds. The head is not ignorant enough to attack an elder. Nu Young agreed to let one more person in, or else the head would scold her. Moon Q, raising her hand, replied that in that case she would go with Cheon Young. The girl smiled and agreed for Moon Q to go with the elder. There were straw effigies in the courtyard. The young man thought the place was strange from the outside. Now he sees that the owner has unhealthy hobbies. After leading our friends inside, the girl reported to the head that he had guests. Moon shuddered. In front of them at the table sat 7 men exactly the same, both faces and clothes. Cheon had heard that Faceless Huang was the first to invent a realistic human face mask, but he didn't think his skill was at that level. One of the men stood up, greeted the guests, and introduced himself, Huang, the head of the Soaring Demon clan. Mongyu was surprised that it was Uncle Huang. She used her mind to inform Young that he didn't look like the elder she knew. Cheon tensed up. He'd heard about Huang's weirdness, but what the hell was going on here? Cheon Young introduced himself and said that he had taken over as the 12th elder. The head invited him to sit down and have a cup of tea. Moon Gyu from the Demon Palm clan introduced herself as well, and added that she hadn't seen Uncle Huang in a long time. A little surprised, Huang said he remembered seeing him with his brother Moon Young before he joined Mataquan. Looks like Out did a great job with it. The girl mentally informs Young that it's really Huang Yi. He's the only one who knows she's wearing a mask. The young man asked if the chapter knew why he had requested the meeting. Moon was a little embarrassed that he got straight to the point. Huang asked if the young man wasn't here to receive the elder's Jasper plaque. The head replied that Elder Cheon came right after Mataquang, having won the struggle of the heirs. There could be one reason for that. There are 2 ways of inheritance. The first is to be witnessed by the 12 heads of the most powerful clans. The second was to be recognized as heir by 3 of the 12 elders. The Jasper plaque would be a recognition and an oath of allegiance. The young man said he was not addressing as an elder of the cult, but requesting an audience as a pretender to the seat of the heir. To the lad's surprise, the elder replied that he had originally treated him that way. Huang asked if the young man knew that in order to receive an elder's plaque, he had to pass a test. Huang said he planned to give the guy more time to talk, but since he's getting to the point, he's going to give 2 assignments. One of the men at the table said the first test of discernment. Would he be able to guess the real head? Mongyu got excited. This was quite a challenge. The masks were too skillfully executed. Every wrinkle, every hair of the beard is identical. Another trick, they all have the same aura. Looks like they've been practicing wearing masks for years. No matter how much time they're given, it would be hard to tell the difference between the original and the original. One of the men said the guy might not talk now. He offered a snack and a chat. Our hero shocked the man by replying that he had already found Huang. Cheon turned around and looked intently in Nu Yayoung's direction. The girl looked around and there was no one around. Realizing that the guy was talking about her, she flinched and said, "Come on, me, what the hell?" Mongyu mentally asked Cheon if Uncle Huang wasn't talking about the people at the table. The young man explained his choice. He was told to find the true head, but they did not mention that it had to be one of the 7. Yaeyeon asked that just because of that, he decided that she was the head. Isn't he afraid of losing all his chances in such a rash way? Our hero rushed the next second to attack the girl. Mongyu was frightened by this development. Yaeyeon repelled the attack with her hand. She replied that it was rather difficult, as Seong-Young had guessed. The young man explained, "It's all about Chonim." While greeting Moon-Gyu, the man was confused at first, and then recognized her. There was a hiccup. When Moon-Gyu transmitted the message to Cheon through the Chonim, her cords trembled faintly. The boy realized that the one using the Chonim was the elder. Cheon turned to the nano to tune in to pick up the vibe of the Chonim. He was able to overhear the head's conversations with his subordinates. Thanks to the nano, our hero was able to identify the sender of the messages. You don't have to tell us that, though. Cheon Young explained to the audience that since Moon-Gyu greeted them, they had answered every question with a hitch. He said it was then that he assumed someone was using Chonim. However, none of the 7 showed signs. Hence, only Yaeyoung. Cheon was right, so she said she brought Mongyu to confuse him, and he got caught in it. The girl asked permission to introduce herself again. The head of the Soaring Dragon clan, Huang Yi. The head said, since the guy passed the first test with ease, they would go straight to the second test. The next second, without warning, Zavan attacked our hero. Cheon Young bounced back from the blow. Thought the elder was very strong. The old man used the demonic soul strike technique. Our hero barely had time to defend himself from the direct attack. The next moment there followed a kick, which sent the young man flying out of the building. When Young landed with such force that the courtyard beneath his feet was covered in cracks. Following the guy out, Huang explained that he thought if they fought inside, the whole pavilion would collapse. The young man analyzed. Just now there was a demonic soul technique strike. But compared to the one in the library, the weaknesses have been eliminated. Coming down from the porch, the elder said that he expected a lot from Young after defeating Baek. He was a real monster. Huang had never been able to challenge the head of the Poison clan. There was never a chance, but now that Cheon has won, he'll be a worthy replacement. The man said he heard that right guard SEO men passed down the saber technique to Young, so he's a saber master. The servant handed the elder a sword. He said how fortunate everything had turned out, and pulled the blade from its sheath. Standing up in a fighting stance, the elder narrated that his martial prowess was also based on the soaring demon saber technique. Our hero drew his white dragon saber from its sheath without a shadow of a doubt. His opponent appreciated it, saying it was a very good saber. They're going to have a great fight, only the guy needs to work hard like he did with Baeko. Two warriors clashed in a duel. Swords clinked, two strong energies clashed. The comrades outside the gate heard the close sounds of battle. They began to worry about their comrades. Baek Gi was the first to rush to the gate. The guards shouted at the guy to stop. But the young man quickly dispensed with the guards, yelling for them to get out of the way. In a second, Baek Gi was already running through the open door to the courtyard. The guards were lying by the steps. One of the young men wondered if they could barge in like that. Hobong shouted that the leader's safety was paramount. Huang evaluated the boy in battle. Strong, such power for 20 years old, but not enough to take old man O's head off his shoulders. The opponent, smiling slyly, asked the young man if he thought such a thing would be enough to win. Cheon realized that it wasn't easy to restrain the elder with just the butterfly dance technique. In that case, it was worth taking the risk once. Seeing our hero's fighting stance, Huang was surprised. It was the first time he had seen it. The young man warned his opponent to put all his strength into parrying, because he might lose control. The old man pondered. This saber technique slit Baeko's throat. Then one must apply one's strong formation. A serious confrontation began. Sabers were ringing, energy was exploding. For a moment, Huang froze, realizing that he was injured and unable to confront Cheon. Our hero was coming at him swiftly like lightning. The elder squeezed his eyes shut and shouted no. Baek Gi, who was rushing to the leader's aid, was intercepted by the deputy head of the soaring demon clan, O Gong. He asked if the young man realized where he was. Following Baek Gi, the rest of Cheon's group, Wang Hul, Hobong, and Sima Tso came up. The guys stood back to back, preparing to repel the attack. Gao Yong drew his sword and said that everything was as expected. Looking around, Hobong said that the opponents had exactly the same masks. What a perversion. Ogong shouted that not even one, but all four of them had completely lost their fear. What kind of clan raised such rude people? Baek Gi replied that when it came to rudeness, there was no comparison to him. Van Hul gestured to stop his comrade. The first blade took out his plates and introduced himself, Guo Wan Hul of the demonic Fist clan. The deputy clan head asked that if that was the case, it was the son of head Go Wan Hyun. The boy confirmed it. The man started cursing. Where had he seen the son of an honorable clan breaking into someone else's estate in the middle of the night without permission? Van Hul apologized for the indelicacy. He explained that the newly entered leader had difficulties. Therefore, they were indiscreet and followed him. O-Gun interjected, the leader. The guy explained that the 12th cult elder, Mr. Cheon Young. The deputy head wondered if Cheon Young had personally come to bow to the head. The clinking of weapons was again clearly heard in the courtyard. The fight was clearly still going on. Gowon shouted that their leader's life was in danger. How can they watch silently? Asked for permission to check what was going on inside. The deputy apologized. Explained that they were subordinates and could not interfere in the affairs of the head. Standing up in a fighting stance, Van Hull stated that in such a case, they had no choice. They can't delay. They hope they will be forgiven for being rude. Ogong, also preparing to fight, replied, since the guys are still young, he will give them another chance. If they retreat now, he will inform the head. But the deputy didn't have time to finish. At that moment, one of the walls of the courtyard shattered from the explosion of energy. Covering himself from the flying rocks, the deputy head didn't realize what had happened there. Seeing the trail furrowing the ground across almost the entire courtyard, Ogong leaped forward with a cry of, head! Guowan Hul commanded his companions to follow him. The whole group rushed over the fence. The head of the Huang clan stood confused and stared at the mark of Cheon's saber strike. He turned his attack away at the last moment. Looking at our hero, the elder thought that he was indeed a real monster. Taking a knee, the man said, he, the 11th elder, the head of the Huang Yi soaring demon clan, recognizes Cheon-young as the heir. His opponent held out a jasper plaque to Yoon and told him to accept it as proof of loyalty. At that moment, the deputy head and a group of our guys came up to the patio. The young men realized that this gentleman was not actually the manager, but the head. Seeing what was happening, Hobong chuckled and said, "Thank you." The leader's safety was not threatened at all. All the comrades were led into the pavilion and served tea. After a while, the head of the clan joined them. Hwang apologized for keeping them waiting. Cheon said, "He's still wearing his mask. Won't show his real face," the man explained. "The clan is one of the secretive ones. Sometimes they do unflattering things. He could only reveal his face to the cult lord." Cheon asked, "By the way, Hwang Ya is not his own son." The elder replied that the boy was aware of that. Young said, meeting him before leaving Madakwan. Despite his convictions, the guy can't follow anyone without orders from the head. Thanks to the nano, the young man immediately realized that he was wearing a mask. But what was disturbing was the fact that Hwang Ya respectfully called his father head. An elder confessed, unable to have children. The clan's cultivation method has powerful dark qi. To master it, they are castrated from childhood. In order to continue the lineage, they choose adopted children. In reality, the relationship with Hwang Ya is that of teacher and student. After a moment, the man asked the guests to erase from their minds everything they had heard today. Turning to the first blade, Hwang said to the trustworthy Wang Hul that he could remember. The young man replied that he too would be silent. Turning to Moon Gyu, Hwang asked when his nephew was going to reveal himself. The girl was surprised. Uncle continued that Moon had already left Madakwan, but still he continues. Gyu started to panic. The girl replied that later, when her grandfather returned, they would visit the Demon Palm clan, then she would tell him. Hwang laughed and said, "Okay." Mongyu exhaled with relief. Our hero, realizing what it was about looking at the girl's condition, only smirked. When the elder saw the guests off, he worried that he had not given them a proper welcome. He suggested that they stay at his estate for a while. Cheon realized that Hwang had decided to accept, knowing they had nowhere to stay. Young thanked him for his hospitality. The young man asked if he could bring another one then. Hwang agreed, asking if this must be the person. In response to the old man's offer to send someone to accompany him, Cheon thanked him, but declined. He said he wanted to visit him personally. Our friends went to the southern part of the demonic cult. That was where Cheon-young's pavilion was located. Coming to the house, our hero noted that it was just as clean. Nothing had changed. Bodyguard Jang had always been a hard worker. When Young was little, he used to get up early and sweep the yard. Now standing in front of the doors, Cheon-young thought that they could finally meet. I wonder what his face will be like when he sees the boy as an adult. The gate creaked open and our hero, accompanied by his friends, headed for his house. Looking around, Moon-gyu guessed, so this was the young master's house. Upon reaching the porch, Cheon froze. He said he felt no sign of Chan's bodyguard's presence. Entering the house, Young looked around. All of Chan's things were in their places. It was unlikely he'd gone anywhere at midnight. Our hero felt no warmth in the room. Touching the cauldron, he realized that the house had been empty for 3 or 4 days. Cheon began to feel nervous. He clenched his fists. He thought if there were signs of a struggle, he'd be able to track if Chan had been kidnapped. It was difficult to detect anything with normal vision. The young man engaged the nano to scan for signs of intrusion or struggle. The system scanned the entire perimeter, both the house and the yard. Only in one place was a streak detected. There was a single blade nick on one of the courtyard pillars. More like the mark of a chi sword. There's nothing to be done about it. Heil walked over to the leader looking at the column. He saw the sword mark. Chan's bodyguard had been attacked. This was the first time Guo Wan had seen Cheon in such a state, like a volcano about to erupt. The bodyguard was like a father to him, a natural reaction. Sima Tso came over and said that if it was a sword mark, then the search area was narrowed down. The sword is the main weapon of the sword, darkness and sound clans. Our hero pondered. It could have been anyone. The clan of darkness has no time for him because of the strife with the other clans. Is it worth it to dismiss him? Upon reflection, Cheon decided that they were being too meticulous. On the contrary, they could have started their operation with Chan's bodyguard. Hobong suggested searching the clans that had come under suspicion. All the elders are absent. Therefore, infiltration will be easier. Moon-gyu objected. Don't underestimate the clans. Even without elders, it might be lucky to get inside. But to search it? No. Wang Hul tells the leader that their target is not the bodyguard, but himself. Once the enemies know that Cheon has left Madakwang, they will try to get closer. At this time, Jang Kagyong's bodyguard was being tortured in the Darkness clan's dungeon. They demanded that he answer all the questions. Madame Mu, who was observing everything, said with a wry smirk how uncooperative he was for a second-rate bodyguard. The woman said that there were important matters waiting for her. So demanding an answer, the Lord was imparting a martial art to Young. The exhausted man barely audibly replied that there was no such thing. The answer did not satisfy Madame. She said the fool was stubborn on the threshold of death, and ordered the torture to continue. At that moment, a servant entered the room. He bowed and told the lady that Cheon Young had left Madakwang. The woman rejoiced. He left just in time. It looked like the guy's luck had finally run out. But questioning where our hero was now, the servant did something to his mistress in a whisper in her ear. Meanwhile, our friends were at the Fast Wind Inn. Moongyu supported that the enemies would try to make contact. The girl thought they wouldn't be spoken to in a crowded place. Cheon is here as bait. The others will follow the movements in the three clans. At lunchtime, Yon was told through the Chonim to sit still and not to make a sign to his comrades, or else something irreparable would happen. The guy was warned not to try to use Chai to figure out the speaker's location. Do something stupid and Chan would be killed. Chewing his lunch, the young man realized that these people were not so simple. The methods of pressure were different from those at the academy. The threats and kidnapping of his bodyguard annoyed the young man so much. Yoon engaged the nano to calculate the location of the nearest source of Chonim. The system detected. Cheon has an appointment to meet at the Poison Clan's estate around 2 in the morning. When he arrives at the manor, he must go to the dueling hall. Our hero was threatened. If he took the gun, Chan's hand would be cut off before he even got inside. Of course, he must come alone. If they spot a shadow within 300 paces, they destroy him. If the guy doesn't show up, Chan will be destroyed. The speaker said the young man knew what would happen if he tried to pursue the messenger. Nano reported no faces, but the enemy was at the inn's entrance. He thought he should do something before he disappeared from the QE area. Our hero jumped up from his seat and slapped his hand on the table. Everyone looked back at him. The young man looked toward the exit. There was no one at the door. Hobong jumped up from his seat. He shouted, "What's the matter?" How dare the people around him squint at his leader. In 2 leaps, Jung jumped to the man sitting closest to the door, grabbed him by the throat, asked him what clan he was from. The man was frightened and surprised. Cheon demanded that he tell the truth. The guy was so angry that he didn't know what he was capable of. The man in Young's hands trembled and collapsed. He threw him to the floor. The friends did not understand what had happened to the young gentleman. They asked if it was them. He replied, "It doesn't look like it." Our hero said there are too many eyes here. They'll take them with them for starters. At Cheon's house, the tavern visitors confessed. They had been asked to watch the gentleman. They did not see what the man looked like. He had covered his face with a hat. Hobong said, "Their words don't sound like lies." Moongyu added, judging from the plaque, "They are from a regular martial clan." Our hero told the detainees that he would not send them to the other world, but they would have to stay here for 2 days, and he ordered them to be locked up in the storeroom. Young hesitated for a moment. It looked like we'd have to wait for the others to find out. The first to arrive at the agreed time was Van Hool, who was observing the Sound Clan. There were visitors, but nothing suspicious was seen. Cheon asked if he happened to see a man wearing a bamboo hat. Guo Wan replied that there was no such thing. Hale said, "No matter how you look at it, it's either the Darkness Clan or the Sword Clan. The only way to know for sure is when Baik Gi and Sum Tso return." Mungyu was worried. It seemed like an hour had already passed from the agreed time. The guys are taking too long. Go Van Hel was also nervous, told the leader that he had a bad feeling. Cheon Young was also worried about his comrades. Had something happened to them? Madame Mu was drinking tea on the terrace and admiring the sunset when her subjects approached her. 2 wounded boys were thrown at the woman's feet. They were Baek Gi and Sima Tso. The old man reported, just as Madame thought, one of the youths was discovered in the vicinity of the Sword Clan's residence. Pointing to Baek Gi lying on the floor, the man said that he appeared to be surprisingly strong. The warrior said that the guy had completely mastered the level of exceptional by the time he was 20. If he hadn't gotten help, he wouldn't have been able to hold back on his own. Madame Mu replied that the task was finally completed. I wish I could see the look on Cheon's face as he tries to figure out who did it. The man thought that in 20 years he had never gotten used to it. She is a truly frightening person. She immediately recognizes the traps that are being prepared. Had she not personally wished to become the Lord's wife, She might well have taken the place of the next clan head. Madam asked which clans these young men were from. The old man said, Bek Gi is from the Pure Consciousness clan. Madam replied that it was a high-ranking clan. Considering that Young has such a subordinate, the boy did a great job. Looking at the other one, she asked, how about this one? The old man inquired what she was going to do with it. The aide reported that it seems to be the 9th elder's son. He is from the Shaman clan. The woman shuddered, wondering if it was Mr. Soom's son. She wondered. Even the Shaman clan was swayed to his side. He's had good luck with humans, too. He really is a big threat. The lady realized if she didn't destroy the guy now, while the Lord was away, she wouldn't be able to deal with him in the future, so let him come to the snake's mouth soon. At the appointed hour of the night, in the western part of the cult, the neighborhood of Venom Manor was quiet. 2 men in cloaks went up to the pavilion. Our hero was also going to the place indicated by the stranger. He was alone and unarmed. Cloaked warriors watched him from the rooftops of the surrounding pavilions. Upon entering the training hall, Cheon saw Madame Mu with guards on the porch and rows of warriors on either side. The woman, smiling, said happily that the young man had come. The boy realized that she had planned everything down to the last detail. Along with those inside, his QE perception detected about 200 people. If it was a trifling matter, they wouldn't have been so prepared. The warriors watching the young man heard the crackle of his footsteps. They realized he had a suggestive energy. Mistress said that they had finally met. She asked them to come closer. The young man remembered before his mother's death, several of the Lord's wives had come to visit, but it was Mu who had made him promise not to master Negong until Madokwan. The woman said that time is so fleeting. The boy has turned into a young man. He looks so much like his mother, that his filthy mother, that he was causing hardship to the Blessed One, to fall into such a stupid trap. She didn't even have to try. Young asked, "Where is Bodyguard Chan and his men?" Madam laughed. How naive. The woman smirked. They had been caught with such difficulty. Would the Blessed One give them back for nothing? Looking at Cheon's angry look, she said rather defiantly, "Maybe destroy his Nagun first and then continue afterward." Deputy Mu reached out to the guy and told him to keep still and stand still if he wanted to save his bodyguard. The young man replied that it was he who had threatened him at the inn. The guard shuddered in surprise. The man yelled for the guy to leave his bluff to someone else and lunged at him. Our hero, without moving, intercepted the guard's arm and broke it without much difficulty. The woman jumped up in surprise. She asked, wondering if Young would be sorry if his bodyguard died. The young man threw a small box on the table in front of the lady. She asked what it was. He offered to open it for her to find out. The woman reached for the box, but she couldn't understand why she felt so uneasy. Opening the box, Madame saw an eye in it. She shuddered and asked what it meant. The guy clarified with a smirk. She should probably ask whose eye it was. Madame Mu thought in a panic. It can't be her son Munyong. Slamming down the gift, she replied, quite unkindly. But the boy doesn't take the Blessed One seriously. Tossing the box on the table, she said, if they had infiltrated Madokwan, the left guard wouldn't have left it like that. The boy thought she'd buy that sort of thing. In response, Cheon Young only smirked. He remembered entering Madokwan's prison cave 4 hours ago. Cheon ordered Munyung to kneel in front of him and used chi energy to push him. Kneeling and trembling, Chan thought that such power was something he couldn't even withstand in his best form. How did he end up here? Our hero told his foe that his bodyguard Chan was missing. The kidnappers said if he wants to save him, he has to jump into the trap voluntarily. Munyung realized that it was undoubtedly his mother who had made the move. So he asked Yoon what he was going to do with him. Cheon replied, at first only planning to rescue Chan's bodyguard, but he changed his mind after revealing the real culprit. Boiling with anger, our hero asked his interlocutor how strong the people of the Darkness clan were. Know Madame Mu how much she treasures her sleep. Munyung says for Cheon Young to calm down. If he touches him, who knows, that bodyguard Jang could be in big trouble. After saying those words, Yoon cut off the hands of the Darkness clan's heir in a single motion. Looking at Munyung screaming and cursing at him, Cheon said it was unlikely that any hands would make her fear for her son's life. Now standing before Madame Mu, our hero icily informed her that he had forgotten something else. Munyung's personal tablet fell on the table in front of the lady. She realized it was her son's eye, since she herself had given him the tablet. She was shocked. Who knew this lowlife would ignore the laws of the cult and do such a thing? She asked him what he wanted. Cheon-young replied to let his subordinates and bodyguard Chan go. A woman thought to play along that she was willing to release the hostages to save her son. Said she needed payment for the freedom of the three. Our hero, without the slightest hesitation, replied that it was self-evident. The lady ordered the servant to free the prisoners and bring them here. The servant went immediately. The woman said it was his turn to tell her where his son was. Since he came alone, she could send her man. Cheon reported that his subordinates are holding Jong Mu-yong and Mu Jin-yun in the Matakwang prison cave. Madam thought the boy was a fool. He was so easy to fall for, but he seemed smart. She'll eliminate his assistants first and then take the initiative. The young man tossed Madame Mu the pendant and said when she showed it, the subordinates would take out the hostages themselves. The guy clarified. He wasn't going to let them go until he exchanged them for his wards. He advised them not to do anything stupid. The lady ordered her servant, the old man, to carry out what she had said. At the Chunim, however, she ordered to destroy everyone and bring back her son and Jinyun. The old man and his assistants went to retrieve the Darkness clan's heir. Madam thought that Uncle Song was at the pinnacle of exceptional level. No matter how strong young subordinates are, no one can defeat the elder. Once the children are brought in, she will destroy Cheon. After crossing the borders of Matakwang, Uncle Song was surprised that the guards here were so pathetic. They could have destroyed the guy right there. As they approached the cave, the old man ordered his men to wait at the foot of the cave. As soon as he brought Munyong and Jinyun out, attack Jung's men. Teacher Ho came out to meet the old man. He said that since he had entered Madokwan, he had no fear. The teacher and his assistants ordered the old man to drop his weapon and surrender. The man realized that he was facing a man in the form of a combat mentor. Uncle Sleep realized that the young man had them wrapped around his finger. Fidgeting around, he thought he had to get out. The old man was surprised at how the boy dared to plot. He needed to go to the Clan of Darkness urgently, to bring all the hostages back to the dungeon. Running out of the cave, the old man shuddered. All of his men had been destroyed. There was a man standing in front of him. Uncle Sleep recognized the man as the left guard. A moment later, the old man was finished. The lady in waiting for her men was nervous as to why they were gone so long. The boy asked, anxious. Jung asked, thinking of destroying his men to recover his bastards. But it's been an hour. I haven't heard from them. It's worth worrying about. And then Madame Mu realized in a panic that the young man had deceived her. She gritted her teeth. She told him to go now, but then she heard shouts that the enemy was coming at them. In the courtyard of the Poison Clan's training pavilion, Li Huamyong's left guard appeared. Madame Mu ran out onto the porch and was very surprised. She asked why the left guard was here. Then she saw Uncle Song's head in his hand. Cheon-young walked out after her and thanked the left guard for a job well done. The woman trembled. What on earth is going on? Is Li Huamyong really that bastard's subordinate? The lady cried out, since when does the Guardian clan support a yet-to-be-approved heir? It is an abuse of power, a violation of the law. The left guard reported that as far as he knew, the battle of the heirs was already over. The woman trembled. Our hero said it seems like she kept her hopes up until the last moment. She thought she'd eliminate Young and give the others a chance to compete for the position. Madam thought that first they should take the hostages and return to the Clan of Darkness. It would take the strength of the absent clan elders to stand up to them. The woman started to shout, if she got angry, bodyguard Chan, but she didn't have time to finish her sentence. The guard informed the madam that it was bad business. The guard reported that the entire estate was now surrounded by unknown warriors. Among them was Huang Yi. Chuckling, the man said hopefully he wasn't too late. Madam wondered who he was. The man introduced himself. The head of the soaring demon clan, Huang Yi, had come to do young master's bidding. Cheon asked, are they all right? The woman tried to figure out what they were talking about now, if this weirdo was the 11th elder. Huang reported that Young's men were bruised. The bodyguard is in a precarious position. A doctor has been summoned, but he could die at any moment. Hearing this, our hero screamed with a furious force that made everyone around him shudder. A fiery rage began to emanate from him. Madame Mu's servants trembled, wondering where this guy's lust for destruction came from. His heart felt like it was being squeezed with a vice. The mistress shook, clenching her fists. Thought he had managed to recruit even the soaring demon clan, exceeded his expectations. The woman couldn't believe she'd lost to that bastard. She had put so much effort into making the Darkness clan #1. Moon-yu appeared in the pavilion square. She shouted, if the enemies didn't retreat, the boys would lose their lives. The girl was followed by Wang Hul and Ho Bong, who led the way, holding Jung Muyung and Mu Jinyun at sword point. When she saw her wounded son, the woman sprang from her seat. Her hat flew off her head. She called out to her son. Barely weaving, Muyung replied to his mother that he was ashamed. Jinyun also tried to mumble something. The lady fell to her knees in front of Cheon and bowed to the floor, shouting that the Blessed One had lost. Lying on the ground, Mu said that she recognized the young lord as the heir, and asked to show mercy and release her children and the warriors of the Darkness clan. Jongmyeon, seeing his mother humiliated, shouted at her why she was doing this. In response, he heard, "That's enough." Lying on the ground, the mother mentally told her son, if he survives, he must remember this feeling of shame and promise to repay at any time when his uncle returns. For the sake of saving her son, a mother is ready to bow her head 100 and even 1,000 times. So he should think of his mother and be quiet now. She kept promising Cheon that the Darkness clan wouldn't give him any more trouble. She begged for mercy. Cheon Young slowly approached the hostages and ordered his subjects to let them go. The left guardian wondered that would be the end of it. On the other hand, even so, they had accomplished a lot. Would this woman be able to turn a blind eye to such shame? Cheon Young, seeing Wang Hu's hesitation, repeatedly told him to let the guys go and lead the way. Madame Mu, rising from her knees, thought her plan had succeeded. But our hero, knowing all her thoughts, asked, thinks she can beg forgiveness by bowing her head once. Cheon Young ruthlessly massacred her children in front of a screaming mother. Watching the woman picking up Mun Young's remains, Young wondered if she was suffering. It was the pain he had endured that she would have to endure. The warriors of the Darkness clan wanted to attack Cheon, to take revenge. The boy drew a line around himself with his sword. He said whoever crosses it will lose his life. The left guard also stood next to Cheon. He told the warriors to go ahead if they wanted to die. Our hero was about to be attacked from behind by the lady's guard, but he was stopped by Huang Yi's sword. Cradling her son's head, Madame Mu thought, how did this happen? At what point did everything go wrong? Sobbing, the woman asked if she should have done that to the Blessed One. Yes, she had set the trap first. But why take her son away from her? Our hero replied that he looked at her with not an ounce of shame. She ruined his mother, and dares to hope for mercy. The woman asked what it meant. The young man took out a letter from Jong Sum of the Poison clan from his pocket and threw it in front of her. 10 hours ago at the main residence of the Poison clan, the head of the Poison clan came to Jong Sum's house. The bedridden heir of the Poison clan asked, some movement has been noticed from the direction of the Darkness clan. The head reported that according to the scouting report, the Darkness clan had kidnapped a man who looked like a subordinate of Young. The young man thought that this was a chance. Not too long ago, the Darkness clan had caused their clan to lose 80% of its full power. He summoned the head and ordered him to write down and give Cheon what he had to say. After reading the letter, Madame Mu realized how Cheon knew who had kidnapped his men, and also the truth about Young's mother's death, which even the Lord didn't know. The woman was in shock. The Blessed One had been stabbed in the back by some invalid. It was useless to deny it. Madame said it right. She did it. She screamed that she ruined his dirty mom. And now, take out his anger by destroying all the heirs to the clan, and then he'll take care of her. Madame screamed, how dare he touch her? Her elder brother, the first elder when he finds out, won't leave it so easily. Our hero struck the woman in the eyes with his sword. She screamed. Cheon said that such a carrion was not worthy of looking at the world. The mistress started screaming that he was a bloody mudblood. The young man cut out her tongue with his sword. The young man said he didn't understand what he had to learn about if they were plunged by the Poison clan. The young lord ordered his subordinates to destroy everyone here. Madame Mu could only hear the sounds of carnage all around her. She silently shouted, enough! Her people were dying in agony. Yoon stepped on the woman's head and said when all this shouting subsided, it would be her turn. The woman lay in total darkness amidst the eerie sounds. She wondered if the truth would die when all was silent. When everyone was finished, Cheon ordered Elder Huang to send people to the Poison clan. Have them find some poison and poison the bodies of the Darkness clan with it. Huang Yi supported the guy's idea, saying it was a wise decision. The young man approached the mistress, said it was her turn. She will repent to his mother until she turns to dust. The next day, the news broke that the Poison clan had been completely slaughtered in battle. The Darkness clan had done it. In just 24 hours, one of the 6 clans had disappeared. More than 200 warriors of the Darkness clan were found in the Poison Manor, their bodies melted by the poison. There would be an uproar when the head of the Darkness clan returned, but one doubted it, because the Poison clan had already been destroyed. People heard that Jong Muyung was found among the bodies, although the young master was in Madakwang. The Darkness clan attacked the cave and helped Muyung and Jinyung escape. The Darkness clan is not too much of a nuisance, violating the cult's rules. Some of the criminals were caught in Madakwang. As soon as the Lord left his seat, chaos ensued. In Huang Yi's office, a servant told him that according to the intelligence, rumors have spread in the streets, and everything is focused on the Darkness clan. Good job. Huang thought he was admiring the young master. They were going to falsify information anyway. But his idea was beyond admirable. The 11th elder couldn't wait for the head of the Darkness clan to see his face upon his return. In the courtyard of the soaring demon pavilion, the leader stood on the porch. In front of him were Moon Gyu, Ho Bong, Go Wan Ho. The guys discussed that even though the leader was exhausted, he still waited all night. It was the first time they had seen Cheon in such pain. The door creaked open, and a young doctor from Madokwan appeared on the threshold. He said he was wrung out like a lemon. The doctor was surprised and asked if Cheon had been here all this time. Young asked Dr. Beck if bodyguard Zhang was okay. The doctor now understood why the left guardian had come to him with a personal request. The doctor was surprised. He thought the boy was a stranger to any emotion, but this man was so important to him that the excitement was visible to the naked eye. The doctor replied that the man had had all his teeth pulled out and would probably live on broths and porridge for the rest of his days. To Cheon's delight, the doctor said Chan's life was not in danger. He barely managed to stabilize him. Amazing zest for life. Yoon's charges dropped to one knee and began to congratulate the leader. The doctor dispersed everyone, saying that the patient needed complete rest. The comrades suggested that the leader rest. Besides, bodyguard Chan needs quiet. The guy can relax while he's being treated. He hasn't slept a wink all night. Freezing in the middle of the courtyard, after thinking for a bit, Cheon replied that no matter how hard he tried, he didn't have time to rest. Young explained, "If Elder Huang is right, the Lord will be back soon. They must find 2 more witnesses." The boy knew his success was due to the absence of the Lord and the clan heads. When he came back, he'd be tied up by his hands and feet. It must be completed soon. Ho Bong said that there were now 2 elders left in the cult. However, the 9th elder would be easy to convince. Cheon Young replied, "To him they will go together with Sima Tso when he heals his internal wounds." Go Wan Ho said that the choice is obvious. Yong said they are going to the demonic sword Jian clan. 10th elder Yeon Muhwa. Although her demon sword Jian clan is called a clan, in fact it is an estate. She is the only warrior. There are only 2 elders who are, by virtue of character, the Lord's headache. 11th elder Huang Yi and 10th elder Yeon Muhwa. Yeon Muhwa doesn't leave the manor without the Lord's orders and turns away all the guests. However, we don't know for what reason. But every few years, she gets involved with the head of the Sword Clan, the head of the Darkness Clan. The left guard said they always meet on the mountain peak outside the residence. There is no way to approach them unnoticed. Their meetings are suspicious, but then she locks herself back in the manor, so the Lord suspends surveillance after 7 years. Besides, Yan has no power and no special merit. She is the lowest rank among the elders, but she's better at martial arts than a left guard. Our hero was surprised at what he heard. Li Huamyong said that her strength was unbeatable. She's too stubborn to be led by someone else. Cheon Young went on his way. He was confused from hearing from the left guard that it would be faster to convince the other elders. Seeing that the leader was heavily immersed in his thoughts, Wang Ho, on approaching the gate, informed him that they had arrived at the demonic sword Jin clan. Hobong knocked on the gate and asked if anyone was there. The door creaked open. A man peered through the door crack and asked what brought the gentleman here. Hobong said it was the 12th elder. He asked to report to the lady that they had come to see her. The man stared at Young intently. It was written all over his face, wondering if he was too young for this. To avoid further questions, the guard was presented with a jasper plaque. Then the man fussed and said he would give it to the mistress right away. After a while, the same man looked out of the gate and, after apologizing, clarified, they were here on behalf of the Lord. At Cheon's negative response, the man bowed and apologized, but the head said she would not accept him unless it was the Lord's order. Young thought she would at least show her face. How stubborn. There must be another way. The young man thought about trying a provocation. He applied his strong energy so that even the air crackled with it. But alas, the mistress of the manor never showed up on the doorstep. The boy was convinced of the left guard's words. Cheon asked, lastly, if the servant could relay his words to the lady. The frightened man asked to speak. Looking intently at the servant, Jung uttered, "You follow the same path as the clans of Darkness and Sword." Our hero told the man to pass only this. The man bowed and asked him to wait for a while. When the servant disappeared behind the door, Guo-wan asked the leader if he wasn't here to receive the Jasper plaque. Why ask? Cheon-young replied to his comrade that they needed to find out if she was an observer or an enemy. Wang Huil realized that the leader had already given up the plaque, but it would be fine if the 10th elder remained neutral. Some noise was heard on the grounds of the manor. A frightened servant appeared at the door and said, "The head asked to bring guests." The man led the whole group into the courtyard of the manor. Surprisingly, there was no one there. Once inside the pavilion, the servant reported that he had brought guests. The lady ordered them to leave. Our friends saw before them a woman of stern appearance. She had a sword with her. Ho Bien was surprised that it was an elder. Wang Hul was even more surprised why she had a sword with her. Our hero bowed courteously and introduced himself. 12th elder Cheon-young welcomes 10th elder Yeon Manhwa. The woman approached and shouted that she didn't care if she was a celestial. She would not be treated well. No one but the Lord would be worthy of her respect. Our hero was shocked at such astounding willfulness. Yeon Manhwa drew her sword from its sheath and pointed it at Cheon-young. Gritting her teeth, she snickered, "The same way! How dare you put her on the same level as those shameless traitors!" Shouting that she would teach him manners today, the woman rushed to attack the young lord. Moon-gyu shouted in panic for the young master to be careful. Looking at his opponent's movements, our hero thought for a second, analyzing her technique. Then he drew his sword and deflected the attack. To the surprise of the mistress, the young man easily deflected her blow. Manhwa was pushed back a few meters. The woman didn't expect this. He asked who he was, how he destroyed the formation. Our hero asked a counter-question. How did she master this technique? Yeon Manhwa was angry at the guest. The technique is familiar to the guy. That's impossible. The hostess replied that the technique belonged to her clan. What is he even talking about? Young interjected, "It belongs to the demonic sword Jian clan." Cheon said in surprise that it was the first time he had heard of a sword demon having an apprentice. The guys in Cheon's group were surprised to hear about the sword demon. They asked what kind of technique it was. Hearing back about the new demon sword, Ho clarified, "It's a grand formation." Moon said, "Second only to the heavenly demon sword technique." Van Hul thought silently. He had heard that the technique hadn't been passed on for 500 years. Go-wan wondered, how could a leader be able to destroy such a formation with just one swing? Yeon Manhwa was astonished. Is the young man really a nameless saint? Our hero was genuinely surprised. It was the first time he had heard of nameless. The woman realized that, but on the other hand, he wouldn't pass on the art to descendants not affiliated with the sword clan. That was when Jung found out about the new demon's sword. He wouldn't have been able to destroy the technique without being familiar enough with it. Cheon realized that Yan didn't know that there was a secret drill, so he asked again, how did she learn the technique? The woman shouted that the new demon's sword belonged to the sword clan, and she should be the one to ask how he was familiar with it. The guy smiled. He agreed that the new demon's sword was the sword art of the sword demon. However, the same words apply to the elder. After all, she is not from the sword clan. The woman was furious. Gritting her teeth, she asked how dare he. He was really looking for doom. Throwing herself into the attack again, Yeon Manhwa shouted that she would make the guy talk by force. Looking at his opponent, Cheon was sure. She realized that the new demon's sword wouldn't work. But then how could she be so sure? Reflecting the attack, the young man realized it was nothing like the new demon's sword he knew. There were no more weaknesses. Her opponent, grinning, shouted that she would see how long he could block her blows. Our hero began to mirror his opponent's blows. She realized, as expected, he had mastered the new demon's sword technique. Bouncing away from the young man, the woman got into another stance. She thought it was a pity to use such a thing against these insolents. Cheon-young looked at that rack. He couldn't believe that he had mastered it. The opponent went on the attack again, gathering all her strength. But this time, our hero repulsed her blow as well. Watching, Van Hul wondered. What a technique. It was somewhat similar to the sword of the 7 demons. Yeon Manhwa was astonished. Not only had the guy mastered the new demon's sword, he had mastered this as well. Analyzing the young man's movements, Yan realized that his technique was similar to hers, but the order and construction of the formations were fundamentally different. During Manhwa's next attack, our hero twisted and launched another technique. The woman couldn't understand what was happening. Her body felt like it was being sucked into a vortex. It was as if her opponent was swirled by a whirlwind and then thrown to the ground. Pointing his sword at Yeon, the young man asked if she was going to continue. Manhwa thought there was no doubt. Her eyes couldn't lie. Just now, Cheon had used the same formation she had seen from the nameless man. The young man asked now to tell how she was able to learn these techniques. Sitting on the ground, the defeated opponent replied that she couldn't tell, and if he expects payment for losing, he can take her hand. Cheon realized that such persistence indicated a deep connection to this very nameless. How best to proceed? Young offered to talk about something else. He wanted to know if the elder was related to the Sword Clan or the Darkness Clan. The woman interjected, bound. Young felt pressured. She continued, because she couldn't live on the same land as him. Manhwa asked if he was the seventh lord of the clan. Cheon was surprised that she had heard of him. Young replied that the topic had come up a couple of times at the council. She thought he was just finding out if she was with the clans. She misunderstood in the beginning. Rising and calming down, the woman replied that the guy was right. One could say that they were bound by an evil fate. Yan narrated that 500 years ago, the sword demon had 3 followers, Kyung Cheon, Yeon Hongsu, and Mu Jiran. For the sword demon, unconditional loyalty was paramount. The most outstanding one he wanted to put to raise the main heir. The rest were to be the bodyguards of the then Lord Chon Manhwa. But Cheon and Jiran were selfish. They secured the support of the middle clans to marry the lord. The sword demon was angry and extremely disappointed with them. Her ancestor Yeon Hongsu made every effort to associate himself with the sword clan. He was the only one who had suffered unfairly because of those two. Even though he was rejected, he could not forget his teacher. The sword demon left this world without raising a student. The ties of the clan were broken. Clenching her fists, Yeon said that Hongsu had named himself as the sword demon's successor and created a second sword clan. But the Council of Elders didn't agree to recognize him. The Council of Elders, who did not recognize her ancestor, recognized Kyung Cheon, Demon Sword Clan, and Mu Jiran, Darkness Clan, as descendants of the Sword Clan. Khonsu didn't recognize them. For insulting members of the Lord's family, he was imprisoned for 10 years. After his release, he couldn't change anything. Forefather Yeon founded the new Demon Sword Clan and established 3 covenants to restore the trampled honor of the Demon Sword Clan, to recreate its technique. Yeon pondered. Recreating the demon sword technique is understandable, but how did she know the 24 demon sword as an improved technique? The 3rd covenant was unconditional loyalty to the Lord and the cult. He wanted to purge the cult of shameless clans and restore it to its former appearance. The young man recalled the left guard's words that the demon's followers were vain, prideful people. However, there was also a descendant who honored the sword demon. Cheon Young replied that their loyalty, kept practically for 500 years, is truly amazing. The young man bowed respectfully, saying that the new Demon Sword Clan was the true descendant of the Sword Clan. The woman collapsed. Young spoke the words that all generations of the clan had longed to hear. If the ancestors had heard it, they would have been moved by it. Young asked the true successor of the Sword Clan to be his witness to take his place as the cult's heir. Promised if he fulfilled his request, the great clans would no longer dare to lord it over the cult. Manhwa replied, "The guy thinks he can do it. If it were that easy, things would have changed a long time ago." In response to the woman's doubts, Hobong shouted that these were not empty words. The guy revealed that the Poison Clan had already been destroyed, and all the people of the Darkness Clan, including Madame Mu who remained in the residence, had died. Yeon Manhwa opened her mouth in astonishment. He asked if it was true. Our hero nodded. Young said that he would be frank with Elder Yeon. If she swears her loyalty to him, he will help her officially inherit the sword demon's will. The woman tensed up a bit and asked what that meant. Cheon replied by saying that he would officially give her the sword demon martial arts. The woman clarified, sword demon martial arts, in what way? The young man asked. Did she know what Madokwan was created for? His true purpose was to raise the sword demon's successors. Cheon revealed that the one who passed all 6 exams was entitled to inherit the secret teachings that contained the sword demon's art. Manhwa doubted that the sword demon had given such an order. The young man replied that it would be easier if she saw it for herself. The young man demonstrated to the woman the skills he had acquired after passing the 6th exam. Manhwa couldn't believe it, the completed sword of a new demon in front of her. Trailing behind, our hero displayed the sword of 24 demons. Van Hul opened his mouth in surprise. What kind of technique was this? Much more powerful and stable than the last one. With tears in her eyes, the woman looked at it and recognized it. It was the true sword of the 24 demons. This was the answer to all her questions. She realized here were all the things she couldn't feel, no matter how hard she tried. The true will of the sword demon was visible now. Manhwa settled down here to meditate. In a second, everyone saw a powerful energy swirling around her. Watching what was happening, Cheon realized that she had managed to break through to the top of the stage of perfection, and he had experienced a similar experience. While Manhwa was meditating and transitioning, a dart flew in her direction. Hobong managed to intercept the dart. He scrutinized the weapon and said that it was impregnated with poison. Van Hul realized where the dart came from and rushed over there to intercept his opponent. Guo Wan caught up with the underhanded warrior and pulled him face down to the ground. He said it was useless to resist. Another spy was caught by the leader himself and felled him to the ground. The man Van Hul had grabbed gritted his teeth, and after a second, he trembled and gave his soul to God. First Blade turned to the leader and said, "Not good." Cheon forced his mouth open with the force of his energy and pulled out his tooth where the poison capsule was taped on. Realizing that it would not be a matter of just 2 spies, the leader commanded his comrades to take up positions. The group stood on the perimeter of the Yan. Our hero said since it's an interrogation, he'd let the spy talk, and unlocked him. The young man asked the foe who had sent him. The man trembled, but answered that he could not say. Cheon replied, "You bet." Again he used his chui on the enemy's vocal cords. Jung said he's unlikely to talk, so the guy will break one bone after another. If he wishes to speak, he will move his eyes up and down. Beginning his torture, the young man said, though there was no way the spy would break. Looking at the elder's condition, our hero realized that a skeletal transformation had begun. A glow began to emanate from Manhwa. The guys who didn't understand what was happening were very surprised. After a while, all the unrest of the aura calmed down. The transformed woman stood up and opened her eyes. Kneeling before Cheon, the 10th elder swore allegiance to the true successor of the Sword Clan, young master Cheon Young. The guys were shocked. After the transformation, Yan looked about 20 years old. When she was young, she was a beauty. Our hero was happy with the situation. At last, he had a second witness. Looking at Manhwa, Jung realized that the left guard was right. He had gained himself a powerful ally. Elder Yeon received the guests in her office at the New Demon Sword Clan's residence. She was told about the assassination attempt. Yang was shaking with anger. The servant who had worked for her for a dozen years was a demonic sword spy. Cheon asked if he could find out what connected Elder Manhwa to the Demon Sword Clan. The woman said that it all started 8 years ago. One night during a training session, a man appeared in front of her. The visitor's face was covered by a mask, but it couldn't hide his enigmatic gaze. Needless to say, Yan couldn't ignore the intrusion and engage the intruder in battle. But Manhwa was defeated after just one formation. Afterward, the unknown man said that she had managed to revive the new demon's sword with dignity. If she wants to bond with the Sword Clan, she must come to the top of Oyan Cliff in 4 days. After saying this, the stranger disappeared just as he had appeared. Because of the changed voice, the woman could not recognize him. After much deliberation, Yan went to the cliff by the appointed time. Not only did he recognize the new demon's sword, he also mentioned the Sword Clan. Climbing to the top, Manhwa saw people there whom she had not expected to see at all. She was met by the head of the Demon Sword Clan, Kyung Bongyi, and the head of the Darkness Clan, Mu Ji-won. The women were wary, but soon the night guest, a masked man, appeared in front of them. Kyung Bongyi shouted, "Who was he that he could gather them like this with one mention of the Sword Clan?" The stranger replied that they didn't need to know anything about him. Mu Ji-won asked then how they should address the stranger. The masked man replied that if they wanted a nickname, they could call him Nameless. He narrated that he had gathered them to hand over the lost sword to the new demon, as they possessed the knowledge of the Sword Clan. After saying that, everyone was surprised. However, Nameless showed them the formation of the new demon's sword. It was a power without flaw. The head of the Darkness Clan asked how Nameless knew this technique, but he couldn't tell. Bongi asked why he had chosen to give it to them. The stranger thought it was right to give it to those who had gained the knowledge of the sword demon, his will. Yan shouted that it was unfair. Kyung Cheon and Mujuran disappointed the sword demon and were banished. Their clans didn't deserve it. The men got angry. They said, "How dare she insult their ancestors?" They asked if she wanted to fight. But, unafraid, the woman continued to stand her ground, saying whether she was wrong about something. Nameless stopped the altercation and said that it wasn't all of the sword demon's legacy he was going to give them. Showing the formations, the stranger said that this technique was called the 24 demon sword, the last technique of the demon. The first time, he would give them the sword of a new demon, and after 3 years, the one who mastered it better would be given the sword of 24 demons. Yan trained tirelessly to prevent her rivals from inheriting the latest teachings, but the sword and darkness clans were developing just as well. 3 years later, she met them again at Oyan Cliff. They had mastered the new demon's sword perfectly. Nameless failed to identify the superiority. Extended the term by 2 years. Promised to pass on the teachings to whoever eliminated the weaknesses of the new demon's sword. The woman secluded herself and made up for her lack of technique by putting her life on the line. But competition is a frightening thing, and the opponents are great masters who can be counted on one's fingers. This time, also, no one had any flaws. The rules had changed, and Nameless was finding out if they were really worthy of receiving a legacy. He asked if the elders remembered the first 24 demon sword formation he had shown 5 years ago. All 3 applicants nodded their heads affirmatively. They got an answer, so be it. Now Nameless has given them 3 years to reproduce the first formation. With an unwavering will and a dash of luck, they will definitely make it. Kyung asked, offers to master the formation once seen without breathing techniques or teachings. The man said that no special breathing technique was needed. To their indignation, Nameless showed them a couple of movements of outstanding formation without flaws. Everyone was speechless. After the demonstration, Nameless rolled off his feet, his hand barely holding his sword. The other 2 knew something about the technique. The teacher said he would test them with this formation in 3 years. If they mastered the part he told them to master, they would be able to reflect this formation. Manhwa concluded his story by saying that it was 3 years ago. Young realized what the left guard was telling him. Cheon interjected, "It's been 3 years. Yan said that day would come in half a month." Manhwa said that Young had promised to pass on the sword demon martial art, but she must prevent the knowledge from being passed on to shameless traitors. The young man wondered how Nameless knew the technique of the 24 demons. If he knows the name, he must have seen Madokwan's secret teachings. They could be given to someone who passed 6 exams. However, there hasn't been such a student in the past 70 years. Then who is he? And what kind of formation is that with which one can resist the sword of 24 demons? Cheon asked. Manhwa didn't happen to remember the formation that Nameless showed 3 years ago. She remembered. The young man asked, then they could visit the secluded training hall for a while. The mistress of the estate led our hero to a secluded training hall. Young thought, if his guess was correct, this was the heavenly demon sword technique first formation. He showed the woman hers. Yeon Manhwa was shocked. That's impossible. This is one and the same as what Nameless showed 3 years ago. The elder asked, how does he know this technique? Young's performance is more natural and the steps are softer. Our hero turned out to be right. But how did Nameless recognize the first formation of the Heaven Demon Sword technique? Cheon heard that an ancestor left a secret teaching from the sapphire tombstones in the Lord's residence. So Nameless is a Lord. Knowledge of the technique of 24 demons is possible after passing the exams. Lord is in his 60s. He couldn't have passed it 70 years ago. Nameless though he had mastered the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, it was far from perfect. Cheon decided that he had to meet him in person. Upon returning from the training room, Manhwa announced that from now on, she would assist the young master by being near him. Young's comrades were surprised. Wang Hul interjected, elder, personally. The woman explained, Cheon must take the place of the heir at all costs. There are too many enemies. Anything can happen. First Blade thought it was logical and agreed with young Manhwa. But Mongyu gloomed. She didn't understand what this feeling was, why there was such a pressure in her chest. The girl said, no doubt Yong's decision would be good for the leader, but leaving the manor would not arouse suspicion. Manhwa thought for a moment. Mu's words made quite a bit of sense. The woman hadn't thought of that at all. Van Huel laughed and said that it wasn't a problem. The young man offered his solution to the problem. The group under Cheon Young returned to the Soaring Demon Clan's estate. Huang Yi greeted the acquaintances cordially. He asked them if they had succeeded in their plan. Seeing the new girl in the group, the man thought, "Who is this maiden? Her eyes are frightening." Manhwa, seeing an old acquaintance, said that he still looked like a man-eater. Who is he looking at with his eyes? Huang moved closer to the 10th elder and asked if she was the one for him. The girl confirmed. The man hovered. That voice, that vulgar manner of speech. Somehow they sounded very familiar to him. But after a second, he realized that it was really Elder Yang. Huang began to wail as he looked at his acquaintance. What skin! She had indeed undergone a transformation. How enviable. Yan replied that she'd stop staring. Cheon wondered if Elder Huang would be able to create Elder Yan's mask. The elder wondered, did they really want to hide her transformation? Yoon explained, they need a craft to replace the woman on the estate. Huang guessed. Then Elder Yang would stay by his side and be able to protect the young master. The man said he didn't know who came up with it, but the plan was brilliant. Wan Huel at this moment felt his back tingling. It was Moon Gyu who was getting angry from behind. While Huang was making the mask, Cheon decided to take time to recover. His comrades decided to take the opportunity to visit their families. The next day, Sima Tso appeared before the leader. He asked to be forgiven for the trouble he had caused. Cheon said he was happy to see him. Asked if the guy had recovered. He said he did, but Baek Gi won't be able to move for a couple days. Young patted his comrade on the shoulder and apologized for getting them hurt for nothing because of him. Sima asked him not to say that. The other three also came over here. Hobong shouted to the leader that his number 1 servant had returned. Cheon asked Mongyu if everything was okay with her brother. The girl replied that she was worried because of her grandfather's absence, but everything is fine. The young man looked into the girl's eyes, smiled, and replied that he was glad. Mongyu froze with an overwhelming warmth, but in the next second, Cheon turned to the others and announced that he would reveal further plans. For starters, Go Wanhul and Moon Gyu will secretly meet with the clans of their people left behind in Madokwang. Van Ho said that there should be at least 3 men near the leader. He and Hobong will be enough for this case. We should take Mongyu with us. Hobong frowned. Once again, his opinion was being ignored. Moongyu was glad. Van Huel knows how to be nice. Young agreed. He said he would then go to the shaman clan, relying on his comrades. Cheon Young and a group of companions traveled to the eastern part of the cult, to the shaman clan. Upon entering the manor, Cheon thought how luxurious and large it was. The scale is comparable to the great clans. I wonder if it will be easy to get the plaque. The guards at the gate recognized young Master Sima Tso. He called out excitedly, "Uncle Ah-chung! Uncle Sun-won!" The friends, who hadn't seen So for a long time, began to say that the gentleman had grown up. He had already graduated from Madokwan. He replied that it just happened. Sima Tso whispered to one of the guards to tell his father that he had brought young Master Cheon Young. Mongyu looked at such a warm atmosphere. I thought, I guess there won't be any difficulties this time. After a few minutes, the 9th elder himself came out to meet the guests. He greeted Elder Cheon and thanked him for his attention. Our hero bowed courteously. He thanked the 9th elder for his hospitality. The man cordially invited the guests to pass and was going to have a feast in honor of their visit. Even though it was light out, he offered to get drunk. Sima Tso was wary, wondering if his father was being too cordial. Cheon was also a little embarrassed. The table in the courtyard was set up. Elder Sima said that there wasn't much to put on the table, but the table was full. The man said, "Still can't stop admiring how Young displayed divine power in the duel with Baek O." The young man was burdensome. Our hero turned to Elder Sima. He said he had come to ask something. The man nodded. He said he'd help in any way he could, if he could. Cheon Young stood up from the table. He bowed respectfully and asked to be his witness in the selection of the successor to the Lord's seat. The slightly shocked elder replied that the future heir didn't have to behave so politely. The man jumped up to the guy and asked him not to be so formal. The master of the house snapped his fingers and ordered something to the servant. After a second, a beautiful girl appeared on the doorstep. She introduced herself, Sima Yeon. The young men bowed courteously to each other. Our hero introduced himself, Cheon Young. The elder asked, "How is the young man his daughter?" "She is also the younger sister of that lousy Tso." Mongyu listened. There was nothing wrong with being a witness for Young, but trust must have some basis. "Does Mr.?" Our hero frowned. He didn't understand what this was about. He asked the man what he was talking about. The wily ninth elder replied that he knew the lad had not yet had his wedding. Moon-gyu sniffed the contents of her glass, the sweet aroma of jade flower wine, but the pleasure was interrupted by Sister Tso's appearance. The head of the shaman clan said that even though his daughter wasn't the best option, but why wouldn't Yoon take her as his wife? At this moment, Moon-gyu choked, and the entire contents of her mouth flew into the people around her. Our hero replied that the elder's words made him a little uneasy. The man began to wonder if the guy didn't like his daughter. The man began to wonder if his daughter had taken a dislike to the guy. The elder kept up the pace. He said, "If so, there is some special problem," he said. Young realized that he had been wondering why he was so cordial. The old man had planned it all from the beginning. Looking at his daughter, the head of the shaman clan thought that it was necessary to breed with Cheon by any means necessary. When Sima Yi saw Young's victory, he realized that he would not be influenced by the clans and would fight back. In order not to look back at them, he should marry his daughter to Cheon. The elder continued, "Since ancient times, kinship through marriage has been used to establish strong relationships." The boy hesitated. Sima had expected this. He went on to say that Young would have to face the great clans. His clan could become the young man's opopra. Watching the conversation, Moon-gyu panicked. Look at him pouring in. If it goes on like this, the young master and this woman will conclude. When she came to her senses, she asked herself why it bothered her so much. She was only a subordinate, sworn to loyalty to the leader. Her heart was pounding furiously. Sima pressed on. Cheon doesn't have a clan. This gap could be filled by bloodline. If he were to witness it and become a bloodline, it would strengthen the bond. Laughing, the man asked if there was a better way if the guy wanted to move forward. After a little thought, our hero replied to the old man that his words made sense. When Moon-gyu heard those words, it was as if she had fallen into an abyss. The room shrank and everything went dark. Her chest hurt so much. The girl shrank back. So she likes the young master. She only realized it now. Looking at the applicant, Moon-gyu thought she was beautiful. The young master would definitely like her. Touching her face, she realized she was still pretending to be a man. It was unlikely that Cheon saw her as a woman. A happy Sima Yi started to say that since they were soon to be twinned, all the humble merits of their clan. But Cheon said there was a misunderstanding. To the man's surprise, our hero replied that he was only saying his words make sense. The young man asked the question. Without his consent to the marriage, the elder had no intention of becoming his witness. The man opened his mouth in bewilderment. He thought that Cheon would have no problem agreeing, but to ask a question like that. Sima realized that if he confirmed his words, he would make himself look ambitious. If not, he would become a witness and lose his chance to insist on the wedding. If he shows willpower, he will cause the young master to despise him. This will result in a huge loss. At this moment, Sima Tso jumped up from the table and asked the leader for the floor. Father thought it was his only hope. Tso said that ever since the exam, his father had been genuinely favorable to Young. Even without the wedding, he planned to give him his support, seeing him worthy. Father and daughter mentally scolded the relative. After such words, there was no more choice. Cheon Young asked the elder if it was true, but when he saw him hesitate, he said, "It seems like he and his son have a difference of opinion." After bowing politely, the young man said that he and Elder Sima had different paths. He thanked him for the excessive welcome. Moon-gyu inwardly shouted with joy. But she realized such a harsh refusal could cause trouble for the young master in the future. The young man, meanwhile, commanded his group to go and headed for the exit. The elder began to catch up and asked, "Was it really all about the wedding?" Cheon turned around and replied, "He can do as he said. But does Sima Yi guess why Young is going to be the heir?" He asked, had he ever wondered what the consequence was of the power that the great clans still held in their hands. The young man explained that it was the power of kinship that created the great clans. Their power was strengthened by marriage alliances. Cheon Young, on the other hand, has risen to uproot this tradition and restore the clan to its former form. He doesn't need a bloodline. Now the old man realized he was 20, and he was seriously considering the future of the cult. He was careless. Cheon is a bird of a different flight. The young man bowed once more, thanked him. He said that their goals were very different. He said that he wanted to get married to the person he loved. Moon-gyu blushed after saying that. Saying that was the end of it, our hero turned around and walked away from the pavilion with his companions. At that moment, Elder Sima knelt down and said that he was foolish, and did not see the young master's intentions. He begged him not to be angry. Looking around, Young saw a jasper plaque. The head of Sima Yi had sworn allegiance to the young master, asked to be allowed to become his subordinate. Our hero and his friends were leaving the estate with the support of another clan. Sima Yi hesitated as he knelt down and swore allegiance to the boy in his 20s. He hoped his premonition was right. Turning to his daughter, the elder asked if it was a shame to miss such a man. She answered in the affirmative. But confident, she added that there was no need to worry. No tree could withstand a dozen blows. Cunning father backed his heiress, said he was relying on her. The girl clenched her fist and said, "Nothing can outshine her looks." But Cheon didn't even look at her. She would make herself noticed. Mongyu walked behind the leader and admired him from behind. When she remembered his words and his gaze when he answered about the marriage, she smiled. Clutching her swords to her chest, Moon thought she might be wrong, but it was as if the young lord looked at her. Flushed with her thoughts, the girl jumped merrily down the stairs. In the chambers in the outskirts of Madokwan, our hero, accompanied by Yeon Muhwa, met with the left guard. The man was genuinely surprised by Yeon Muhwa's transformation. Moreover, the guy had achieved her loyalty, unexpectedly. Li Huamyong asked. The young master was interested in something. The young man asked, "Could the man tell me who 70 years ago passed the 6 stages?" The left guardian was surprised and inquired as to the reason for such a question. Yeonmua replied that she would explain everything herself. She told the whole story from the beginning. The head of Madokwan was surprised. This nameless one had even mastered the heavenly demon sword technique. The head replied that 70 years ago, the great Lord Zhang Inji had passed all the exams. The young man was surprised. That was his grandfather. Cheon's grandfather was a great lord of the cult. He was dubbed the best martial artist among several generations in 500 years. Guy heard that his grandfather disappeared without a trace over 200 years ago. In that case, who's really nameless? Li Huamyan also thought about it. He had mastered 2 techniques that are stored in Madokwan and the Lord's Manor. Studying them was only possible with access. At the east gate of the cult, the Lord's carrier appeared. Our hero thought it was 2 weeks earlier than Huang had anticipated. The residents ran out into the street. They cheered and greeted the Lord. Only our acquaintances watched the procession in silence. The silence was interrupted by the left guard. He said that now the real war would begin. Teacher Sob Min was riding among the soldiers. He had injured his right eye. His face was pale. How could a master of such a level be injured? Looking at the procession, our hero guessed that something had happened on this trek. Moongyu noticed and pointed out to the Lord that the elders were also dotted with wounds, and one was not visible at all. Seeing a familiar face, Mongyu almost fell off the balcony. It must be her grandfather. Taking a closer look at the native man, the girl thought, "Praise the gods. He's a little gaunt, but overall he's fine." The left guard also noticed that 7th Elder Kon Sound was nowhere to be seen. They would soon find out what had happened. The head of the Darkness clan, Muji Wan, looked around. Why can't his sister and the disciples of the Darkness clan be seen? He didn't know what the cause was yet, but he couldn't shake the bad feeling. The jubilation in the square was momentarily silenced when people saw the procession of the Murima community at the end. People whispered, "Why are they here? Didn't they send messengers last time? There are many more people this time." Out of nowhere, Huang appeared next to Cheon. The boy asked what was going on. He replied that he couldn't say for sure. Perhaps this is a chance for the cult to make an alliance with the Murim community. Our hero was very surprised. All the elders were gathered in the main temple of the cult. Those who had arrived from the march could not understand why the 3 elders were delayed. But that herald announced that the 10th, 11th, and 12th elders had arrived. The head of the Sound clan snapped that it looked like Baek-O had started yakking with lower people after being demoted. Seeing Cheon Young enter the room accompanied by the 2 elders, the rest of the main clansmen began to shout out what he was doing here. Smiling, the young man greeted the elders. He introduced himself as Cheon Young, the new 12th elder. The elders who came were surprised. Did he really pass the 6th examination? The head of the Darkness clan hesitated. For some reason, there were no people from the Poison clan in sight. The atmosphere was heating up. The elders of the great clans were each angry with Cheon. They thought that getting here was his limit. But then the head of the Demon Fist clan, Ko Wan-yun, stood up. He greeted Elder Cheon Young. He replied that he was happy to see him. Westgate clan chief, Che Taikchun, and Fabu clan chief, Ho Saning, stood up next to him, and many others also greeted the young master. One of the elders jumped up. He thought, how dare they? How dare they betray them? Our hero realized that Ko Wan-ho, Ho Bong, and the other Madokwang graduates were hustling hard. The fifth elder from the Sound clan gritted his teeth. What had happened while they were gone? While some were chatting sweetly and others were gnashing their teeth at the new elder, the cult lord arrived. The lord sat down in a chair. There were shouts, "Long live the cult of the celestial demon." The lowly followers respectfully request an audience. The lord stopped the clamor with one gesture. The chief bodyguard directed everyone to sit down. Cheon-young noticed that the lord's breathing wasn't even. Is it possible that he had internal injuries? Judging from the color of his skin, his condition is better than the other elders. Only now did Sob Men notice his boy. He wondered what it was like. He couldn't believe his eyes. Examining the student, the right guard marveled. How he was holding himself up spoke volumes about his level surpassing the teacher. The man smirked. Now he wouldn't be able to call his ward a youngster. Cheon-young suddenly flinched. He felt the lord's heavy gaze on him. The young man looked at his father, his gaze as sharp as a razor. He doesn't show it, but the lord seems shocked. The chief bodyguard said that the ninth elder would report on how things were going in the cult in the lord's absence. Finishing his report, Sima Yi said that there were no members of the Darkness clan and Poison clan left alive because of the infighting that had erupted. A commotion started in the room. How could this happen in the absence of the lord? The reason was the strife between the fourth generation of the 6 great clans. Each elder thought about the death of an heir at the hands of another clan. But Mujiwan couldn't believe that his sister could have died. She wouldn't have invaded the Poison clan. It couldn't be the way it was being presented. The lord also understood there was no way that woman would fall from the Poison clan's tentacles. The left guard thought, how amazing. The young master's plan shone with new colors here. Now all the elders of the great clans can't live like before. Sima Yi announced, based on the rules, Cheon-young became the 12th elder. They are now asking the lord to officially confirm the appointment. The 5th elder objected. She said that they weren't here for an appointment. It would be better to discuss it afterward. The lord didn't pay attention to the woman's words. He ordered Cheon-young to step forward. The ruler announced that he was appointing Young as the 12th elder. He must be faithful to the cult and dedicate his life to it. The elders were raving. They didn't understand what it meant. Some pathetic boy from the bottom had climbed to the heights, unbelievable. The lord said, since the guy had officially become an elder, he would listen to his one request. The young man bowed and asked for permission to take his place as heir to the cult. The lord was surprised. 3 elders who had sworn allegiance to him interceded for the young lord. They asked that Cheon be allowed to take the place of the heir. Everyone was shocked. Okay, Sima Yi, but how did he convince the most stubborn and uncooperative in the cult, Yan Muhua and Huang Yi? Sob Meng rejoiced. In a situation like this, the clansmen don't even have any reason to object. If they build intrigues, they would lose credibility. Li Huamyun thought that all that was left was to get the lord's permission for the situation to take the worst possible outcome for the clansmen. The lord clarified. 3 witnesses recognized the 12th elder as the heir. The elders confirmed they recognized that young master Cheon-young deserves the right to take the place of the heir. The lord announced that he would then officially recognize Cheon-young as the heir here. The head of the Darkness clan began to exude his dark energy. He was furious, asking for permission as if he had been waiting for this moment. But then the left guard put a sword to the first elder's throat. He told the man to temper his lust for destruction. Li Huamyong put the first elder in his place, saying that he had allowed such a brazen act in the presence of the great lord. Mujiwan gritted his teeth. He shouted, thinking he didn't know Yong's cunning plan. The great lord said enough, and unleashed his overwhelming energy. The first elder bowed to the floor and apologized for his arrogance. The lord ordered everyone back to their seats. The men began to sit down. Mujiwan walked and thought he would get to the truth and tear Cheon apart with his own hands. Suddenly, the first elder was called out with a chonim. It was Yoon who told him that he had the right mind. The man looked at the smirking face of the young lord. The young man admitted that he was the one who had destroyed everyone. The next second, the first elder, seized with anger, leaped to attack our hero. The left elder rushed forward, shouting for the first elder to stop. With a cry of "Don't interfere," Mu Jiwan, stupefied by his thirst for revenge, pushed Li Huamyong away with the palm of the black clouds. The first elder prepared to use the new demon sword hidden formation against our hero. The Lord was surprised to see the head of the Darkness clan using the new technique. Manhwa also recognized the new demon's sword technique passed down by Nameless. Cheon, observing his opponent, thought that he was strong. His technique is superior to the basic technique. He didn't just fill in the gaps, but developed it. Our hero dodged the first elder's attack and confronted him with the sword of 24 demons. Mujiwan recognized the formation and didn't understand how he knew the technique. The opponent used the right sword, left sword system. He managed to injure Young, who did not expect such a development. The man holds two different formations with his two hands, and it's like the guy is being attacked by two people at once. Nano repaired the damage. Otherwise, the boy would have died. The first elder thought that the guy was injured and could now be crushed with a single blow. The head of the Darkness clan thought that he didn't know how Jung learned the 24 demon technique, but he wasn't the only one who could use it. The enemy flew at our hero, thinking that not even the Lord could block his attack. Manhwa looked at the refined technique and realized that even the young master couldn't block it. Cheon thought that since the sword couldn't do the job here, he should use the saber. The opponent was amazed at such an incredible formation, hitting blind spots so that he couldn't even cover with his left sword, right sword. To defeat the enemy, our hero decided to use the last formation of the unrivaled sword spirit. Sob Meng, who was observing his disciple, recognized the heavenly dragon saber technique. The teacher wondered when the young man had mastered something so amazing. Somehow she seemed familiar to the man, though he had seen her for the first time. Coming to his senses, the left guard learned that it was the saber technique of an unrivaled sword spirit. The head realized that Cheon had not sought out a destructive technique, but had mastered it. The young master's talent was heaven sent to him. The chief Chonim bodyguard said he needed to talk to the left guard later. Huang thought, taking advantage of a moment like this to make himself known, the guy is incredible. The 11th elder noted, since he had dealt with the first elder, he should find a way to convert the remnants of the Darkness clan to his power. The Lord thought he was only going to take action if the situation became critical, so he didn't interfere. But with what Cheon showed, in 10 years the names of the 5 masters might change. His skill will become a threat. We need to keep a close eye on Young. The other elders have started a scandal. It is unheard of to injure the first elder at a great lord's meeting. Yon must beg for forgiveness. The young man knelt down and said, feeling his life threatened, he deliberately committed rudeness in a large gathering. He apologizes. The Sound clan elder thought that the Lord hated it when his authority was ruined. The boy wouldn't get away with it. The left guard bowed beside him and asked for punishment. His powerlessness had put Cheon in danger. Lee failed to nip the incident in the bud. The 4th and 5th elders didn't understand why the left guard was helping Young. It was not as if he had lured him to his side. The Lord ordered it to be forgotten. The occasion was the spontaneous actions of an elder. Li Huamyong thanked the great Lord for his mercy, as boundless as rivers and seas. The Lord told everyone to remember, disregarding the rules is a drain on his authority. Henceforth, expect no leniency. Cheon thought, this is a warning that he won't close his eyes next time. In any case, the result is expected. The Lord added that Cheon Young had proved his right here and now, therefore the Lord will name him as the heir. The Lord asked if anyone now wished to speak, but all the elders remained silent. Since there were no objections, the Lord proclaimed that from this moment on, Cheon Young became the heir to the great heavenly demon cult. Ko Wan-hyun thought that in the past 500 years, this was the first heir who didn't belong to the 6 clans. Perhaps the cult could change. Cheon Young only had to deal with the remaining elders of the great cults. But now the young man knew he could fight them on equal terms. By all means, he would crush them, if only for his mother's sake. The crowning ceremony was postponed because there were many important matters on the agenda. Cheon temporarily remained as an elder. The position of elder allowed Cheon to participate in the meetings. The heads of the great clans wanted to interfere, but the Lord ignored them. The chief bodyguard wanted to move on to the next question, but the Lord demanded that the heir receive treatment for the wound. Our hero looked at his shoulder. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't say that the nano had already healed everything. The boy stood, thanking the Lord for his concern, thought he would ask Elder Huang to recount what would be discussed without him. When the young man returned to the manor, Moon-gyu asked from the doorstep. They had heard about the altercation at the meeting. Is Young-eun okay? Our hero had no sooner opened his mouth than a maid flew in from behind, shouting that bodyguard Chan was awake. Running into the pavilion where his bodyguard was, he excitedly opened the door and saw his own man in bandages but conscious. The young gentleman threw himself on the bodyguard's neck like a child and hugged him tightly. The man cried from the emotions running up and said that the young gentleman was able to. Chung said, looking at the heights the young master had reached, he thought he could now manage without him. Our hero shouted back, "What is this about? He must protect his master. You should not say such foolish things." Lowering his tone and bowing his head, the bodyguard said that he could no longer protect the young master. Young remembered his childhood. The bodyguard had put his life on the line. He couldn't afford to let him spend the rest of his days so miserably. Cheon turned to the nano. There was no way to repair the destroyed Dantian. The system said it needed to be analyzed. Nano informed him that it was possible to restore his teeth. She showed the young man the technique of inserting the implants. He decided that he would ask Master Ku Sionun and Baek Chong. Cheon Young sat down across from the ailing bodyguard and said that he had news he wanted to share with him first. Our hero rejoiced like a child when he told Chan that he had finally won the war for the heir's seat. The man was very surprised and did not believe what he heard. The guy had to repeat his news one more time. The bodyguard trembled and lost consciousness. Our hero rushed to him in a panic. Nano reported that it was the effects of shock. The young man calmed down. He thought that since a man could even faint from surprise, he should be careful until he got stronger. 2 hours later, 3 elders appeared at the manor and vouched for Cheon. They once again congratulated the boy on becoming the heir. The comrades opened their mouths in surprise as Jung still hadn't told them anything. There was simultaneous confusion and happiness on the faces of his friends. They asked why he hadn't told them right away. Hobong asked the leader, "Shouldn't they have a feast?" Huang Yi supported the boy. Huang says that's problematic today. Yoon has to attend the reception of their Murim's precious guests. The elder came to his senses and said that he should have reported what was decided at the meeting first. Cheon asked, "The alliance with the Murim sect?" Huang confirmed the boy's hunch. It had been officially decided to form an alliance with the orthodox Murim sect. The young man understood. This meant that over 70% of the elders were in favor. The 11th elder said that was the only way out in this situation. Cheon asked, "What happened?" The man specified that Anhui and Zhejiang provinces were taken away. The young man suggested that it might be an alliance of occult clans. Han said no. It was a school they had heard of for the first time. Cheon was surprised. Not a cult like the Heavenly Demon cult, or even an alliance. It was some kind of School 7. The Heavenly Demon cult's domain includes Zhejiang province, divided into 9 branches. More Anhui province, home to 15 schools led by the Namgun Song family, one of the 17 pillars of Murim. Since ancient times, these 2 territories have bordered the territories of the 3 Murim rulers. This is where the most frequent skirmishes occur. Not long ago, 3 branches of the Heavenly Demon cult were attacked simultaneously. The cult thought it might have been aggression from the Murim sect, so they sent messengers to the 2 branches for backup. However, a little more than half a month later, all turned up dead. Thinking it was the work of the orthodox Murim sect, they began to prepare for war. At that moment, a delegation from the Murim arrived. The cult wanted to deal with them, but the delegation brought shocking news. Anhui Murima was occupied. Namgun Song had fallen on the battlefield. The Murim thought it was the work of the cult, so they sent a delegation to protest. That's how they found out they had been defeated by a 3rd force. That's why Murim offered a temporary truce until the territories were reclaimed back. After a time, a delegation arrived from Murim with Kaban leader Hong Peru. The clan sent its main forces into battle to retake both territories. The plan was to attack at the same time and retake the territories, but they were defeated. All the elders, including the Lord, were injured. 7th Elder Gongsun fell on the battlefield, although they didn't say how he died at the meeting. That's why it was decided to form an alliance. We have a common enemy. News of the formal alliance will be known throughout the plains, and an alliance the occult clans will not be able to ignore. The second purpose of the agreement. Cheon asked, "Has it been possible to find out what the school is like?" There's no exact information, but they call themselves the School of the 6 Warriors of the Unrivaled Sword. In the warrior's residence, there was a conversation with the left guard in the chief guard's office. He told how everything had turned out. The head bodyguard said, "If everything is as Li Huamyong is telling, then the heir they've been waiting for is him." The left guard pondered. The reaction of the head guard is strange. Even after learning about the appearance of the person who inherited the knowledge of the sword demon, He is so calm. Li Huamyong asked the head guard. There was some problem. The head bodyguard replied that the school of 6 unrivaled sword warriors. Li asked, "Is it because of the name?" The head guard replied, "It wasn't publicized at the meeting, but the elders were maimed by the master of this school. When the cult army reached Zhejiang province, they kept all movements secret. But suddenly they attacked them from ambush, as if they were just waiting for their arrival. Although the enemies were strong and outnumbered, being the main force of the cult, they were able to react immediately. Soon, 3 unrivaled masters that used sword, fists, and steel claws showed up. They looked like the heads of the school. They easily massacred the squad and clan masters. So the elders had to fight on their own, but barely managed to fight on equal terms. The temporary precarious balance collapsed with the death of 7th Elder Kon Seonun and the loss of Han Soyu's hand. At the end, the head guard and the lord intervened. The one the head guard was fighting was a master swordsman. When he faced him, he realized something. Fencing, hand-to-hand combat, steel claws, movements that put extreme strain on the body. All of his techniques come from the same martial art. The chief showed signs of wounds. He wasn't pierced, but as if he had been chopped. The technique was like the saber of an unrivaled sword spirit. The chief continued. Even with his qigong, he couldn't avoid all the blows. If his opponent had used a saber, he would have suffered the fate of the first elder. In the banquet hall of the cult's main pavilion, the lord, guards, elders, and heir awaited the honored guests. Our hero sat frowning. He did not like this place. Huang noted that such a drab uniform does not create a festive atmosphere at all. They announced the arrival of the precious guests, the 6th of the 17 pillars of the Murim sect, and the head of the Huashan school, Pun Chonong. The 7th of the 17 pillars of the Murim sect is the head of the Moyung family, Moyung Kang. There was a woman following behind. The guest made a courteous gesture, and as a representative of the Murim sect, greeted the heavenly demon cult lord. The lord replied that he was also happy to welcome the representatives of the Murim sect. However, the sect representative hides his face. This is disrespectful. The woman faltered. She apologized. She said she'd gotten excited about seeing the Lord and had made a mistake. After taking off her hat, a girl of unusual beauty appeared in front of everyone. All the people around them were stunned with delight. Moyun Kang's son, Moyun Yu, thought everyone was staring with their mouths hanging open. That's what the first beauty of the Central Plain is like. The pavilion was filled with whispers. Not even the famous beauties of ancient China had such looks. This is the most beautiful woman in the world. Bowing, the girl introduced herself. The 2nd military advisor of the Murim sect, Chegal Sohi, greets the Lord. She asked him to forgive her ignorance. The Lord stood up, made a courteous gesture, and replied that the cult leader had sent a valued guest. He greeted, saying welcome to the cult. Huashan Pun Chonong laughed. He thanked the Lord for his hospitality. He reminded them that the food they had prepared was getting cold, and they were hungry. The Lord replied that the head of Pun was right, and ordered to escort the dear guests to the table. The 3 elders, supporters of the new heir, introduced themselves to the guests with a courteous bow. Head Poon, stroking his beard, thought that he had heard about all these elders before. Our hero introduced himself, the heir of the great heavenly demon cult, an interim 12th elder Chong Yung. The members of the delegation were surprised. They had heard that the heir to the cult had not yet been chosen. It appeared that he had not. Head Pun noted that the heir looks young, but he's still wearing the post of an elder. But if you think about it, there's no Baeko and Mu Jiwon. Moyun Kang thought it was a demon cult. Even he found it hard to estimate the power of the heir, even though he didn't look more than 20 years old. Moyun Yu thought it was a curse. And there's a monster here. This monster is like him. The observer on the guest's side was scrutinizing what was happening. He analyzed and concluded that Cheon would be a good fit. A device rang. Chegal Sohi jumped up from her seat and walked over to Yeon Muwa, who was sitting next to Yeung, and turned politely to disturb her. The woman moved over. The guest sat down next to the heir, looking at him intently. The young man looked at Chegal Sohi and thought it was as if she was intoxicated. Can't neutralize it with a nagong. The girl turned in a whisper to the heir, and approaching the young man, she said that she wanted to see him. Yeon Muwa was shocked by the guest's behavior. What is she doing? The beauty put her hand on our hero's arm, but surprised by this behavior, the boy sharply pulled her away. The young man pulled away from the young beauty as best he could, but she insisted on moving toward him. Cheon thought it didn't look like the military advisor was drunk. He turned to Nano to see what was wrong with her. The system responded that the pupils were constricted, abnormal eye movement, presumably a state of hypnosis. The wily observer thought the moment had arrived and rang the instruments once more. After a sharp sound, the girl jumped up and went to attack the young heir. Members of the Murim delegation shouted at Counselor Chagal, but she heard no one. Our hero realized that she was now under the control of a third party, so he asked Nano if there was any way to break the hypnosis. The system reported, in addition to self-release, you can electrocute and so destroy artificial impulses. The young man said he would try that and guided his hand to Counselor Sigal's forehead. After being exposed to Cheon-young's energy, the girl fell to her knees. Headpoon jumped up and panikedly asked the heir to stop. Huang shouted, "How dare they make an attempt on the heir's life?" He demanded to know what Counselor Chegal was doing. The spy, hearing the clamor in the pavilion, was glad that his plan had worked. He thought that now just one word from him and the place would be in chaos. Cheon-young commanded the Nano to deliver a shock, and a shock rang through the young man's arm to the girl's head. After the electric shock, the girl collapsed and slid to the floor. The fourth counselor jumped up and started yelling, asking what the heir was doing. The observer, seeing what was happening, thought that the guy had made the situation worse himself. There was no need to intervene now. The second counselor came to her senses. She looked around and didn't understand what had happened. Maybe she'd had too much to drink. The insidious enemy was angry. The compulsion was broken. He didn't understand how it was so. At the Chonim, the older man told the conspirator that there was no time to delay. We must move on to the backup plan. The bell rang again. Now Moyon Yu's heir has responded to the hypnosis. He shouted how Cheon dared to touch Lady Chagal and rushed at the guy. Huang managed to grab one of the guy's hands, saying that the young master didn't take them seriously at all. The young man burst out of his arms and Yon Muhua hit him on the head. He fell to the floor. Young, after analyzing that the man had just been fine and changed, realized the hypnotist was somewhere nearby. Obviously, you can't do this alone. I've ordered the nanos to tune in to listen to the Chonim. At this time, the conspirators were discussing the need to follow through. We would have to move on to the third plan. At that moment, our hero figured out the enemy and grabbed him by the neck. He tried to free himself and shouted, "What is the guy doing?" Cheon asked. The enemy thought he couldn't find him. The man denied, saying he had absolutely no idea what the man was talking about. The young man increased the pressure and asked, "What is the third plan?" The opponent was shocked. Moyen Kang interceded for the man. He said he doesn't deny that the sect made a mistake, but the guy crosses the line by threatening the bodyguard. Our hero checked with Counselor Chagal if it was really her bodyguard. Kang said, "What an impertinence." The girl, finally coming to her senses, surprised, looked at the man and asked, "Who is he?" Everyone present was shocked at what was happening, both the members of the delegation and the elders of the cult. The elder, according to the Chonim, said that a third plan would have to be used while the Lord searches for the remains of the sword demon. They will wreak havoc. The young man was very surprised to hear that the cultist outsiders were searching for the remains of the sword demon. A clap sounded, and now the representatives of the demon cult pounced with profanities on the members of the delegation. Our hero did not understand, when so many people had time to be hypnotized. He guessed that the sound of the clap was the reason. At the beginning of the evening, the young man had already heard this clap. Hypnosis was already in progress at that moment. But that's not the only way to get through to a crowd like this. There must be something else. One of the bodyguards shouted, rousing the crowd that the foul demons were attacking them. We must fight back. The heavenly demon cult warriors became embittered, saying that it was a sect trap. They should attack. A confrontation was also brewing in the pavilion. Cheon-young jumped into the middle and ordered everyone to stop. He shouted to the entire pavilion that all the people were hypnotized. Headpoon clarified what the guy was trying to say. Young clarified the recent strange behavior of Chagal was a trap to push the cult and Murim together. The man asked the heir, what should they do then? The young man commanded that the elders and guests make sure that those who were not under hypnosis did not go into battle. When asked what to do with those who were hypnotized, Cheon said he would figure it out for himself. Headpoon ordered the Huashan elders and the Moyong family to follow him. The Lord was very angry. How dare enemies invade his inner chambers? Cheon watched from the roof of the pavilion as he watched the scene below. It was a mess. The guy commanded the nano to separate those who'd been hypnotized, and as soon as he touched them, send an electric shock. Watching Cheon-young release people from the influence, the second elder thought, Is this man the heir of a demonic cult? The conspirator couldn't believe what was happening. Who the guy was. With one touch, he dispelled everything. While the enemy thought that the top of the demonic cult and Murima intervened. Our hero figured him out. Tumbling his enemy to the ground, Jung asked, thinking he could wash away after making a mess of things in the heart of the cult. Head Poon thought the young man was cruel. His hands know no mercy. A demonic cult remains a demonic cult. Raising the man by the neck, our hero questioned who they were, but the man responded by insulting the guy. The enemy thought he was going to do it anyway, wanted to crush the poison capsule on his tooth. But Cheon, saying that people like him immediately put their hands on themselves if something is wrong, pulled out his poisoned tooth. Saying that they still need to deal with this mister of theirs, Cheon said he would see him later. On the approach to the Matakwana library, the entire area was strewn with wounded guards. Hearing the noise, the library guards realized something had happened on the underground floor. Down below, they saw that someone had broken through the iron door to get inside. The sapphire wall mechanism was triggered, and the stranger was locked inside. There's a rumble. It looked like the intruder was already trying to get out. I can't wait for the leader to come. The guard thought that this jade was 3 times thicker than tombstones. It would be hard to break, but for some reason, it was so unsettling. After a while, there was a cracking sound and cracks appeared in the stone. The guards shouted that this could not be. The head of Matakwan and his aides were already on their way to the library. Hearing the rumbling, Li Huamyong commanded that he would go forward. The rumbling subsided, and on the threshold of the library the left guard saw 2 men. He recognized them. They were bodyguards from the Murim delegation. One of the men said after watching the empty ones he was disappointed. At last, there was someone bearable. The mentors who came with the chapter were shocked that someone had invaded from Madokwan. One of them asked what the strangers had done to the others. The insolent enemy replied that he should poke around downstairs in the remains and see what he could find out. The mentor wanted to rush into battle, but the head stopped him. He told him to wait. Li Huamyong asked the outsiders. Their target was an underground storage facility. The enemy continued to answer swaggeringly that as they see it, and to his associate he told him to go out the back while he settled things here. The head of Matakwan asked. He thought they would be released and ordered the capture of the enemies. The stranger took in a full chest of air and blew so hard that a furrow formed on the ground in front of him. The mentors standing in front of him grabbed their ears. Their heads nearly burst. Here one of the masters intervened. He shouted that he had had enough of subterfuge and headed for the enemy. Seeing the man overcome his energy, the enemy marveled at how strong his nagun was. But with a smirk, the enemy said whatever they did, the result would be doom, and struck the man. All of the mentors' attacks ended in defeat. The stranger said that these people were not much different from the guys in the dungeon. The enemy told his friend that no one would interfere with them now. Tom should leave. He replied, I obey. With the words, someone let you go, Li Huamyong's left guard went on the attack. Reflecting the head's attack, the enemy replied that it was his own decision to do so. Huamyong thought that the opponent was very fast, and one can't relax for a moment. The arrogant outsider said that Li also turned out to be nothing. That and everything the cult is capable of, whose members' skills have become rumored. The head of Matakwan asked who they were. The enemy replied that he was too curious for someone who was about to die. The battle began. The leader realized that the enemy was too strong. He outnumbered Li on all counts. The left guard realized that he couldn't only defend himself. He went on the attack with the red flame sword technique Firestorm. The opponent also rushed forward, saying that the man was finally getting serious. The opponent easily destroyed Huamyong's formation. The head thought as he struck from there. He also applied the fist style. By applying his fists, the enemy managed to throw the head back a few meters. Li Huamyong, trembling and leaning on his sword, began to rise. The opponent from the 6-warrior school of the unrivaled demon school asked. The stranger asked Li why he thought so. He replied that even though the enemy used his fists, they looked like sabers. As he approached the left guard, the opponent said that he was Sahyun, the head of the saber fist school from the 6-warrior school. The head realized he had to inform the cultist by any means necessary, but he couldn't move from the damage. The enemy approached the left guard and, gathering all his energy in his right hand, said goodbye. But the next second, something flew at his opponent. He caught it. It was his handmaiden, whom he had sent flying backward. When the enemy looked back, he saw our hero, who stared at the stranger absent-mindedly and asked, "Is he the Lord?" Wamyong shouted, "Air." The stranger thought, if it's the air, he must be on the receiving end. There was no way they could have figured out the plan. Turning to the head of Madokwan again, the rival said there was nothing to be done. We would have to destroy him and leave. But in an instant, Cheon-young was between the enemy and the left guard and deflected the blow. The man smiled and thought that since the guy was able to fend off the blow, in that case another way. The opponent aimed his fist at Young's head. He recognized the technique, the method of grafting a flower onto a tree. The young man realized the seriousness of the attack. He would have to take the full force of the attack, or the left guard would be killed if he retreated. Our hero jumped on the enemy. He was surprised. Not only did the young man not retreat, he displaced the man with his strength. The collision did not go unnoticed, but Nano immediately began repairing the organs damaged by the leaked energy. Seeing the slightly weakened young man, the enemy was glad that the blow had not gone in vain. Cheon looked around and asked the left guard if he was okay. He replied that he seemed to be able to move. The boy handed over the bundle and told the left guard to get the Lord and the other elders here. They should be at the entrance to Madokwan. Lee Hwamyong needs to move quickly, and the stranger Cheon-young will take over. The enemy began to resent. Who authorized it? The head obeyed the boy, and mentally asking Cheon to hold out for a while, went to get help. But a second later, the opponent caught up with the left guard asking, thought he wouldn't catch him. But the enemy's path was blocked again by our hero, saying that he was his adversary. The battle began. The enemy, seeing the strength with which the guy was fighting, was surprised. Didn't he have internal injuries? Our hero managed to dodge the enemy's attacks. He said that the young man was quite savvy, just like a rat. Cheon-young asked his opponent how he related to the unrivaled sword spirit. The man hesitated and said thoughtfully, which was different from his words. He was saying that no one would know. The young man couldn't understand what the enemy was talking about, but he might have belonged to the school of the 6 warriors. The man replied, since the guy knows him, he realizes that he and the cult are sworn enemies. At that moment, Cheon's backup arrived at the square. The enemy said that the guy would make it hard for him to escape. The enemy told the young man to be a good boy and follow him. We'll have to use him as a hostage. Our hero smiled when he heard about the hostage and asked him if he thought it would work. The stranger said that there was no time to coddle, went on the attack. Young understood that this was the second saber formation of the unrivaled sword spirit. Cheon analyzed. He managed to recycle the formation into a fist technique, but there is little difference in their power. In order to block the opponent's attack, he must at least apply the technique of 24 demons. But during the attack, the guy realized that the enemy was strong. Even the sword of 24 demons pales before its power. Cheon was going to hit the enemy's weaknesses, but the latter has changed formation and is looking for Yoon's weaknesses. The stranger was so fast that our hero could not keep up with the changes in his formations. The wily opponent smirked and said that the guy thought he could do something to him with his sword. Going in for another attack, the enemy said the guy is a worthy opponent, but he outclasses him on all counts. In the next second, the opponent's fist still caught up with our hero. The guy went flying off with a crash. The stranger said, wow, even that didn't destroy him. He asked me to accept his praise. The opponent said that the demon sword technique wouldn't work on him. Our hero understood. As expected, the opponent was familiar with the sword formation of the 24 demons. The man asked the young man, now it came to him. The demonic cult could not defeat their school. The adversary said the young man should stop resisting and follow him. The wounded hero threw his broken sword to the ground. He questioned. He thought the cult could defeat them. The stranger marveled that with such an injury, the guy still had the strength to speak. Our hero, thanks to the nano, began to heal all his wounds. The enemy couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that it couldn't be like that. The enemy realized that the young man was dangerous. He decided he had to destroy him before he fully recovered. So he attacked. At this moment, Cheon-young activated his black sword and used the heavenly demon sword technique. His opponent shouted that he couldn't be defeated by this and continued to gain strength to attack. But after a second, the stranger was already surprised. Where did such power come from? When Cheon attacked, the wounded enemy asked, what was that impossible sword technique? The enemy fell. Our hero said it was payment for insulting the cult. In the main square of Madokwan stood the Lord with his warriors. Lee Hwamyong appeared in front of the Lord. The Lord asked him where the enemy was. The wounded left guard replied that a fighter from the school of 6 warriors was fighting the air in front of the library. After saying that, Weakened by his wounds, the man fell to the ground. The chief bodyguard ran to him. After examining his comrade, the chief guardian said that it looked like he had fainted from internal injuries. The Lord wanted to go in the direction of the library, but the head guard blocked the way. The Lord didn't understand what that meant. The head of the cult angrily asked the guard who he dared to block the way. The first bodyguard knelt down and said he would go there first. At the chonim, the guard told the Lord to take care of his health. He had not yet fully healed his wounds after the trip. The Lord agreed and sent the 4th and 10th elders along with the chief bodyguard. Only now did the Lord notice a pouch in the left guard's hands. He wondered what was in it. The head guard ran ahead, and at the approach to the library, he froze. He saw Young engage the black sword at that moment. The guard was amazed. This formation, and a sword with a completely black blade. Could it really be the sword? Only after the guy concealed the black sword did he notice Ma Ragyam's guard. He realized that he had seen everything. The chief guard was caught up by the 4th elder. He asked the chief bodyguard what was going on. Looking at Cheon standing next to his defeated foe, the elder thought to himself how this was possible. One defeated the master of the 6 warrior school. 10th elder Yon Manhwa jumped up to the guy and asked if the heir was injured. The guy replied that he was fine. Maragyom approached the young man and said, "I am glad the heir is safe." The young man thanked him for his concern. At that moment, the Lord and his guards came to the square. Cheon kneeled before the Lord. The young man was thinking at this moment. Although it is said that the guard family honors the will of the sword demon, but it cannot be ignored that the guard is the right hand of the Lord. Now our hero thought of only one thing, whether Maragyom would tell the Lord what he had seen. The Lord asked, "What happened here?" The chief guard replied, "When he arrived, the heir had already slain a master from the 6 warrior school." The Lord analyzed. He wasn't just pierced by a sword. The enemy's wound was as if several formations had merged in a single blow. To think the guy was hiding that kind of ability, it's best not to get too comfortable with Cheon Young. The Lord went to the secret floor of Matakwan's library. He said it means the enemies are targeting this place. The chief guard remained silent. Then the Lord asked sternly, "Was this really their purpose?" Ma Ragyam answered in the affirmative. Seeing the scraps of burnt paper on the library floor, the guard thought, "Did the enemies burn all the sword demon's teachings?" The Lord clenched his fists. Not only was there a place like this hidden in Madakwan, his enemies knew a secret that even he didn't know. The Lord was furious at what had happened. He was not taken seriously. Cheon unwrapped the convolution. He believed that the enemies were targeting the legacy of the sword demon. But they were interested in the scars of the unrivaled sword spirit. The stranger was already familiar with the sword of the 24 demons. Why would those who called themselves his descendants want those saber marks? Young was very interested in who they were, the 6 warriors school of the unrivaled sword. The cult descended into chaos. We had to spend the entire night cleaning up the dead, finding and capturing enemies. Except for 4, no one else was found. A delegation of Murim sat in the cult's banquet area. Moyon grumbled about how long they had to stay here. Headpoon replied that they needed to prove their innocence. Therefore, Mr. Moyon should be patient. The second counselor said they told what they knew. Now the cult will make a judgment. She hoped the elders would bitch about it. The men in the delegation agreed with Counselor Chigal. The girl was upset. Only now her memories were clearer. She had never imagined that she would be used in such a way. Chigal recalled, after her defeat in Anhui, she traveled south to Jiangxi province. There she was attacked by unknown people. The girl came to her senses while already following the column of the Murim sect, and until the hypnosis was dispelled, she saw the enemies as her bodyguards. For the sake of the Union, her movements were classified. Only those present at the meeting knew about them. In that case, there's a good chance there's a spy among the 17 pillars. Chigal realized that they must return with a successfully formed alliance, but because of the attack, they would not be released so easily. The demonic healer Bek Chonu examined all the members of the Murim delegation who had been hypnotized. After learning that people were hypnotized, he thought there would be some physical changes. But other than a slow heart rate, there are no problems. The assistant healer reported that they had checked all the food and drink in the reception hall. No poisons or intoxicating substances were found. Bak pondered. Cheon had assumed that some sort of hypnotizing substance had been used. It looks like the judgment was wrong. Jung came into the square. He greeted the healer and asked if there was any progress. He nodded negatively. Bek Chonu reported that as ordered by the heir, they checked all the food and the hypnotized people. There are no substances. Cheon was surprised that the food was clean. If hypnosis was only from clapping, everyone in the room should have fallen into a trance. The young man asked if he could see for himself. The healer replied that he could see for himself. Peck sighed. A whole crowd of healers had worked through the night and found nothing. What a stubborn air. Cheon pondered. The healer said there was nothing to be found in the food. However, when he saw the jug, he remembered that it was its ringing that influenced people. The young man picked up the jug and wondered how sound could be used to put people into a trance. The guy had an idea. To eat, you have to touch the cutlery. He ordered the nano to analyze whether they were coated with some kind of compound. The healer's assistants watched, while the air was groping for chalices and chopsticks. The young man touched some of the drinking bowls. He tapped them on the table and turned them over. Then he turned to the Murim delegation. The air asked if the members of the delegation remembered where exactly they sat at dinner last night. The guests replied that they remembered. Then the young man asked to take their seats, except for those whose tables had fallen into disrepair. The healers were puzzled what the air was going to do. The hypnotized men from Murim sat down exactly where the air had turned the chars over. The young man asked the healer Peck to sniff the part of the drinking bowl that came in contact with his mouth. After a sniff, Chonu's healer announced that they were coated with sleeping poppy. The man realized that the cups had been selectively coated with poison. Beck couldn't understand how the hell the air had figured that out. In the heavenly demon cult lord's manor in the lord's chambers, the healers had finished their treatment procedures. The lord praised the subjects for their good work. The healers bowed. The ruler then traveled to his dungeon, where the remains of the heavenly demon with the saber marks were moved. Closing his eyes, the lord felt the energy of the sword's invincible spirit. He noted that the man's saber had a similar aura. He appeared in Zhejiang moments before the lord was about to destroy the Clawmaster, and wounded him with a technique beyond fantasy. The lord was angry and pounded his fist on the table. He thought he had been forced to embarrass himself like this. The lord heard a knock on the door. He asked who was there. Maragum answered. The lord said he would be right up in the study. The lord returned to his chair and listened to the chief bodyguard's report. He asked what had been done with this one. The guard replied that the jasper vessels secretly taken from the reception had been destroyed in the gorge of Ujjal Hill. The lord clarified that they would not be found. Ragum replied that the vessels had been washed with water, split open and dumped into the waters of the gorge. That will not happen. The overlord said, "Great job. Thanks to him being the first to discover the drug vials, they will have an advantage in this alliance." The chief guardian confirmed that Healer Bayek and assistants are still investigating. The lord said, since even the heir was dragged into the investigation in front of Chagall, she would not be able to challenge the decision. Ordered the chief guard to recall the healers and take the people of the Murim sect into custody. As soon as the lord's conversation with the guard was over, a servant reported that the healer was requesting an audience. The lord said it was about time. He asked the healer Peku to come into the office. After greeting the lord, the healer reported that they had found the cause of the people's insanity. The lord was surprised at this course of action, and Bayek presented him a cup from the table. The doctor said that the chars were found to contain a large amount of a medicinal substance that causes hallucinations. The chief guard thought he had only managed to switch the vessels. Who knew they'd find the chalice? The lord reflected that the healer should have been warned in advance, their mistake for leaving the investigation unattended. The lord inquired who had discovered it. The healer reported that it was thanks to the heir's insight. Peck explained that the person who took the substance would fall into a special state. A person skilled in hypnosis can put such a person into a trance. The man added that he had something questionable, the amount of substance on the chars. The doctor explained that to hypnotize, you need a lot more sleeping poppy, but there was none in the alcohol inside the vessels. Hearing that the heir assumed the vessels had been replaced and personally decided to check the residual alcohol in the residence, the lord summoned the chief guard. The lord said since the true cause of the incident had been found out, we should release the guests from custody, and ordered him to tell the heir to stop investigating. The healer realized that the lord was hiding something. Beck wanted to report that a spy had appeared among the inspectors, but there was no need. Ragyam found Cheon in the court kitchen. He reported that the lord had ordered the investigation to stop. The head guard explained to the lad that the vessels had been hidden by order of the lord. The young man realized that his father wanted to take advantage of the situation. Of course, he was very skillful at subterfuge. Our hero inquired. The chief guardian knew about it from the beginning. Cheon said, "It turns out that the vessel issue was settled by the head guard, too. The boy said he wouldn't get rid of all the vessels if he were them." Ragam asked. Cheon had an idea. Young explained, if they could analyze the composition of the substance and take action, they would not fall for such a trick again. Our hero said he was wrong to interfere, and informed the head guard that he would be the first to leave. Walking away, Jung thought, it was unfortunate that the Lord's plan had broken down. But considering the aftermath, it was probably for the best that they'd found traces. The Murim delegation was released. Headpoon said, "It is good that there are no more misunderstandings." Moyan Kang said that the alliance could not be dissolved. The enemies did so in order not to suffer needless losses in the battle with the sect. Poon Chonan, stroking his beard, agreed that it made sense. Chagall hesitated. The cult might have claimed alliance benefits as an apology. However, it was Cheon Young who took a step back. The heir did not hide the truth and preferred to follow the principles. If he had not intervened, there would have been a massacre, as the enemy intended. The second counselor thought maybe the guy would become the cult's jewel. The heir had made the cult owe a debt. She would be sure to repay that debt. 3 days later, they successfully signed an alliance. But the followers were not thrilled, given the years of confrontation. The guests appeared before the Lord. He said he heard they were leaving the cult. If it was because of the followers, there was no need to worry. Chagall Sohi thanked them for their hospitality and said that circumstances had arisen that compelled them to depart. Moyon wondered if the counselor was right and there was a spy in the sect. "I have to go back to the sect and investigate." Kang held out to the Lord an invitation from the sect head for the Murim competition. The Lord replied, since they had made an alliance, they would certainly participate. The chief bodyguard turned to the Lord and said that it would soon be noon. Time for the official announcement. The guests bowed out. They said that since the Lord was busy, they would go and prepare to leave. The Lord wished them a safe journey. Looking after the delegation, the Lord thought, no wonder. It's not a good idea to stay here while an unknown spy walks around his sect. In the Soaring Demon clan, Hobong resented the announcement of everything except the leader being recognized as the heir. Van Hoel supported his comrade and said, Ho's words make sense. There is something wrong here. Sima Tso said that important decisions are announced in the open pavilion, and the fact that only the news of the proclamation of the heir was missed. Huang Yi finished Sium's sentence by saying that it meant the Lord's thoughts about Cheon had changed. Baek Ji stated that the leader took the seat according to all the rules. Can a lord change a decision at will? Huang replied that even he could not say that. But the Lord can withdraw his nomination as long as it doesn't conflict with the clan's opinions. Young summarized, as long as the situation didn't affect their interests much, they wouldn't oppose the change of heir. Watching Cheon Huang was amazed. There was no change in his emotional background, calm, as if it was someone else's business. The man turned to Yoon. He wanted to say later, but thought now was a more appropriate moment. All this time, they had been trying to poach the remnants of the Darkness clan. Last night, when Huang went to negotiate, there was no one at the manor. Our hero was surprised. Empty. Could it be that the remaining clans had begun to act? Huang replied ambiguously. However, the stirring began at the Lord's residence. Young clarified. He was referring to the warriors under the Lord's command. The remaining forces of the Darkness clan were divided equally between the Sword clan and the Blade clan. Tso shouted, It turns out that the Lord has actually augmented the clansmen's strength. Isn't this an obvious attempt to limit the heir? Our hero said no. It's to maintain balance. By increasing the power of the two clans and limiting it, the Lord has restored balance. Huang said, the lack of an announcement of the appointment of an heir suggests that the remaining clans still have a chance. Young replied, summarizing, it means that his father encourages him to face the 4 clans. Hobong didn't understand how a great lord could go. Huang Yi smiled. The heir was quick to recognize the Lord's true intentions. The Lord they know is extremely heartless. Everyone in his eyes is just a pawn to consolidate his own power. The boys are downcast, so the Lord is not their ally. So what do we do now? Cheon Young stood up and asked everyone present if they could trust him and follow through no matter what happened. The boys were shocked by such a statement from the leader. They did not understand what it was about. Young explained, the current cult has made many mistakes. He wants to return to the time when the heavenly demon founded it, even if it means he has to face the current top of the cult. The young man bowed courteously and said to his companions, Believe in me and follow me. Hobong was the first to jump up, bowed and said to the leader, What are these hurtful words? He will follow him whatever path he chooses. The other lads were also supportive. Whether he goes the way of the Asura or the thorny path, all their flesh and blood belongs to the leader. Everyone present shouted whatever happened, they would follow the leader. Huang asked, what the heir plans now, beating the great clans in the current state. Cheon replied, one way or another all the plans he had made would have to be abandoned. The 11th elder realized that the boy already had an idea. The young man explained, since his father is going to set the balance, then he has to break it. Huang asked, so Cheon wants to build up his power. Gonna go to the Demon Palm clan, Young confirmed. Elder said, in that case he and Sima will go to the Dream clan to Mon-O. Elder Sima is fellow Mataquan and friends with him. The young man agreed. He said that he, Elder Yeon, and Mongyu would go together. Hule and the others would recruit the middle clans. Hobong jumped up and said he would go with the leader. Cheon rejected the offer. The first mate was so tense that Jung realized there was no changing his mind and agreed. Hobong suggested that the leader take Baek Gi with him as well. Young asked Hule and Sima if the two of them could handle it. Go replied that they could. Gowon smirked at his comrade, telling him to help the leader properly. Baek Gi replied that Guo was a braggart. In the northwest of the cult, the demonic Palm clan was located. There was a knock on the cult leader's office. It was Bu Seong from the military guards. The master asked what was wrong. Hearing that the heir was asking him for a meeting, the head was very surprised. Sir ordered the guest pavilion to be prepared immediately, and that no mistakes be made. Moongyu guided her comrades around her clan's grounds and showed them their garden. Hobong said, even to him, who knows nothing about gardens, it looks beautiful. Gyu said her grandfather's hobby is to tend the garden. A gentleman came out to meet the guests and said, 8th Elder Mungyong welcomes the heir. Our hero bowed courteously in return and greeted the elder. The grandfather, seeing that his granddaughter was still wearing the mask, frowned. The host said he would personally escort the guests to the guest pavilion. Cheon thanked him for his concern. But then a security guard came running up. Munyung asked, what is it this time? The servant reported that the 3rd and 4th elders and young master Jong Mugim were now at the main gate. They are asking for an immediate meeting. The old man became agitated. Cheon told him not to think about them. He should do what he thinks is right. Munyung bowed and thanked the young man for those words. The old man ordered those guests to be taken to another pavilion. He should at least see the heir off now. Once inside the gazebo, Jung was struck by the beauty. Munyung wasn't lying in the slightest when he spoke of his knowledge of garden maintenance. The old man was pleased. He replied that it was a daily amusement, and there was nothing to praise him for. The host said that dinner is ready. They could share a conversation over the meal. Cheon thanked him for his hospitality. Hobong was happy about the treats, but then he thought, something happens every time the elders visit. This time, though, everything should go smoothly. Looking at the girl, Ho thought he heard the head had a granddaughter, and Moongyu had said he had a twin sister. Must be a younger sister. Would this head, like the head of the shamans, also try to match his child? While the old man was talking to Cheon Young, the guard explained to the others that the head was receiving other guests. He said it was urgent. Looking back at the noise, Moon Young saw Cha Geumgyong and Bu Choryong approaching along with candidate Jong Mugim. The old man bowed, apologized to the heir, and said he would be a moment. At the exit of the gazebo, Moon Young met the guests and greeted the elders and young Mr. Jong. The old man said he asked them to wait as he already had guests. What made them act so ignorantly? The 4th elder replied, since the heir is here, they could not help but pay him respect. Cha Geumgyong asked for permission to greet the heir. The host replied as desired. Approaching the young man, 3rd elder Bu Choryong and 4th elder Cha Geumgyong greeted the heir. Cheon looked at Mugim. He hesitated, thinking he should bow to the scum. But he said that he welcomed the heir. The restless visitors said, unaware that the heir also had business with Elder Moon. Cheon replied that he had a conversation to have. Bu Choryong reported that they too had come to receive a response from Elder Moon. The master asked, what are they talking about? The man said to Elder Moon not to embarrass them. Had the old man forgotten that they had sent a matchmaker to him a few days ago? Elder Moon was indignant. He had made it clear that he was not going to marry off his granddaughter. But Bu Choryong insisted that Moon said think about it. Because of those words, young master Jong Mugim personally came to meet his granddaughter. Elder Moon hesitated for a moment. You can't give a flat refusal in such cases, and that's how they took it. At that moment, Cheon Young called out to Elder Moon. He turned around and asked what the heir had to say. The young man stood up and asked, "In a wedding, the opinion of its direct participant is important, isn't it?" The old man laughed and said, "The kid is right. He should respect his granddaughter's choice." The third elder at this moment thought that Moon was digging a hole for himself. Whether the opinion mattered or not, could they reject the Lord's son himself? Just then, Moon-gyu got up from the table. Jong Mugeum didn't realize that he was the one who suddenly came out. To everyone's surprise, Moon-gyu took off her mask and everyone saw a beautiful girl. Cheon-young's bandmates were also shocked by what they saw. Beck said, "It's really a mask." The girl bowed courteously. She greeted the young master and the elders. She introduced herself. Granddaughter of Elder Moon, young Moon-gyu. Becky Nick couldn't believe what he saw. Moon-gyu is a girl. Hobong remembered running naked in front of her in the dormitory and cried. Jong Muigim recalled the relationship with that lad in Madokwang. Buchoryong said that he didn't think Moon's granddaughter would be hiding under a mask. If he had such a beauty in his family, he would have done the same thing. The fourth elder patted the boy on the shoulder, saying that he was lucky. He would marry a beautiful woman. Moon-gyu said that as soon as she saw the young master, she remembered the words she heard from him in Madokwang. Cha Gum-gyong said since the young ones know each other, it's for the best. But Jung Mugum asked him to stop. The girl reported Mugum promised to wipe the Demon Palm clan off the face of the earth once he became the heir. Fortunately, he didn't become the heir. The third elder couldn't believe his ears. The young master held his head. Elder Moon Young was very angry when he heard that his clan was going to be wiped out. Buchoryong said that the young master was still young and might have misspoken, but the old man was adamant. They tried to justify themselves by writing it off as a mistake. The fourth elder became agitated. He asked, "Elder Moon will not bear his sword." To which the head of the demonic Palm clan replied, "Don't think that he can't." The atmosphere was getting heated. The third elder asked the two to moderate their fervor. He said that he understood Moon's state of mind, but what was the power in the words thoughtlessly thrown by the young master during his years of study? And no one in the cult would risk touching the Demon Palm clan without a good reason. Bu said he heard the old man has been looking for an outstanding healer for many years. Taking out the doctor's tablet, he announced, "If the granddaughter marries the young gentleman, she will receive this as a dowry." The old man couldn't believe it. This jasper plaque would allow him to meet the divine doctor. The self-assured man said that Elder Bu doesn't throw words to the wind. Munyung interjected, he would give such a valuable item as a dowry. He said there was no opportunity to tell earlier, but the elders of the four clans decided to make Mughim the common receiver. The old man thought for a moment. The remaining four clans support Yong Mugeum's candidacy for the position of heir. Yu has already sworn his allegiance, but with this pendant, he will be able to cure Yu, who was born retarded. The third elder thought Cheon wanted to gain the loyalty of the elders for free. They, on the other hand, brought what he wished for. Bu pressed. He asked if Elder Moon would allow his granddaughter to marry the young master. He hesitated. At that moment, Moon-gyu grabbed Cheon Young's hand and shouted that it already belonged to the heir. Everyone around us was in a stupor, including our hero. He was blushing and confused. Becky and Hobong were also amazed. They thought, when did the leader have time? They were so fast. By Chonim, the girl asked the young master to apologize, but that was all she could think of. The young man exhaled. He smiled, thinking, she deliberately did. At that moment, our hero reached out and pulled the confused girl against him. Chong Mugim trembled with rage. Not only had the brat taken him again, but he was laughing. At that moment, young Mua snatched up her sword and pointed it at Mugim's neck. The fourth elder cried out, the wretched guard on whom she raised her sword. The woman replied that she felt a lust for destruction directed at the heir. Looking at his nephew, Cha thought, he had asked him not to be reckless, hadn't he? This is the only successor who has his arms and legs intact. We have to stop them. Chan shouted, how dare the damned wench, and struck his sword. The elder only had time to shout for the young master to stop. Mugim hurt his hand. He was surprised that her sword didn't even move. Who the hell is this girl? Once Cheon took the place of the heir, the remaining four clans felt threatened. The Lord gave them a reason. Hoping that the title of heir could be passed on to another, Jong Mugim was appointed as the overall successor because he did not lose his arms and legs. Muhwa continued to hold Chan. He shouted that the bastard was out of his mind. Buchoryong thought that at the meeting, the heir had chopped Jiwon to pieces for mere threats. The two elders knelt down before the heir. They asked the young master to forgive his childishness. It's a mistake. They asked for leniency. Our hero thought, why would he do that? To the surprise of the elders, Cheon ordered Manhwa to destroy Jong Mugim. She responded with an is. Bu rushed forward with a shout of no to protect the young master. He succeeded in knocking the sword away from the woman. Choryong stood in front of Mugim and shouted for them to stop. Manhwa went on the attack. Her opponent didn't understand, with such fighting skill and only a bodyguard, who she was. Cheon stopped the struggle, shouting for Elder Bu to stop. The man turned and saw now Jung's saber was at Cheon's neck. The young man said, apparently his order was nothing, and brought his blade over his opponent's head. Bu asked me to stop. They will refuse the marriage and fulfill any wish of Cheon, just so long as he put the blade away. Our hero told him to give him a pendant that would allow him to meet the divine doctor. Choryong realized that there was no way out. Right now, saving Jong Mugim was the priority. A young man was handed a plaque. It was asked that he would only show favor. Yeon said, politics is about giving your opponent what he wants by first finding out what he wants, and to be paid accordingly. Bu was taken aback. He had said this phrase to the fourth Chonim elder when he had praised him for the idea of the donated plaque. Our hero added, a plaque alone cannot be considered a profitable deal. Choryong asked the heir what he meant. He cut off Mugim's right arm with a single sword thrust. The third elder realized. Cheon had been planning this from the beginning as soon as he found out that Jong had become the joint successor. Young asked, any objections? Cha replied that they thanked the heir for his leniency. Gumgyong clenched his teeth. One must be patient. Jong unleashed his lust for destruction. That's already a reason for punishment. But Cheon had kept him alive. The third elder said that the young master was not feeling well, and asked permission to leave them. The three guests left. Young apologized to Elder Moon for sprinkling blood on his estate. He gave him the plaque, saying he hoped it would help. The old man fell to his knees and thanked the heir, called him a benefactor. The boy asked not to talk like that. He hadn't met the doctor yet. Moon-young asked, how could he show his gratitude? The young man replied that nothing was needed and asked him to stand up. The old man was surprised to see a soft good-naturedness coming from Cheon. It was hard to believe that he had cut off Cheon's arm in cold blood. Looking at his granddaughter, he thought Gyu's eyes were more prescient than his. She had found such an incredible husband. To the lad's surprise, the old man bowed and said that his clan would support the heir. He asked him to accept his loyalty. In response, the guy bowed courteously and said that he wanted to ask Moon to do so especially. When everyone had calmed down and sat down to drink tea, the old man turned to the heir, when he planned to hold the wedding with his granddaughter. The young man blushed. He didn't know how to explain himself now. Hobong began to congratulate the leader on the wedding. It took Moon-young and Gyu a long time to resolve the misunderstanding. After learning the truth, Moon-young was in no hurry to be disappointed. Grandpa could tell from their reactions that they were obviously interested in each other. There's no need to hurry. He'll watch. The elder summoned a servant and asked him to bring Moon-yu here. Cheon asked why his grandson needed it. The old man replied that he couldn't keep it from the heir after all that had happened. Elder Moon-young once again told Cheon the sad story of their family. He thanked him again for giving him hope. When the young man was brought in, everyone was dumbfounded. Moon-gyu's mask was her brother's face. The girl enclosed her brother in a tight hug and asked if he was doing well. The grandfather pulled his grandson back to stop petting his sister and greeted the heir. Our hero asked the elder for permission to examine his grandson. He agreed. The guy was confused and asked why. Cheon put his hand on his head and said it might hurt a little. A large energy discharge crackled through the heir's hand. Moon-young was startled and shouted, "What was he doing?" Turns out when he saw Moon-yu Cheon, he asked Nano if there was a way to cure the guy. The system asked to touch the patient's head for a more accurate test. After doing a scan, the Nano found out that the blood flow was impaired in one area, so the nerve cells were dying off. The system reported that the discharge of electromagnetic waves can stimulate the formation of new neural connections. Cheon realized that if there was a chance to cure him, he should try it, so he agreed to the Nano's treatment. Seeing the electric discharge, the old man rushed towards the boy, but Manhwa blocked the way. She told him to trust the heir. At that moment, the electric shock ended. The old man picked up his falling grandson. The elder shouted at the heir in a panic what it all means, and pressed the lad to his side.